Curtains flutter as Korin awakens inside unfamiliar room, sensing strange presence surrounding him. He notices his reflection, realizing his body differs, confirming sudden unexplained transformation. Looking outside, he sees academy scenery, understanding he entered the game world suddenly. Korin remembering events, dangers, and the story's inevitable catastrophic ending approaching. He understands the game's scale, filled with endless incidents, powerful enemies, and overwhelming destruction everywhere. He remembers the world eventually collapses, bringing ruin to everything, including countless innocent people involved. Calming himself, Korin accepts situation, realizing main character should handle all major conflicts ahead. He identifies himself as minor character, insignificant villager meant to be saved early on. With confidence, Korin decides to observe protagonist first, planning actions based on future knowledge. Korin confused by unfamiliar behavior and unexpected words spoken, he identifying him as the game's main character. Shihu. Shihu declares selfish intent, prioritizing efficiency and survival over story or moral responsibilities. Korin confirms both share possession status, but notices clear difference in understanding. Suddenly, Shihu unleashes overwhelming power, demonstrating strength far beyond ordinary. Korin concludes the main character possesses unique privileges, giving him unfair advantages. Shihu examining abilities, despite lacking knowledge about the game system. Korin recognizes Shihu's ignorance, realizing this advantage can be exploited through careful guidance later. He plans to manipulate events, using foresight to control outcomes, while Shihu remains unaware. Korin recalls mastering every route, confident in knowledge of the game's complete structure. He believes his expertise grants advantage, allowing him to guide events. Suddenly, a monstrous creature appears, interrupting his thoughts. The creature attacks fiercely, releasing dark energy as both characters prepare for sudden combat. Shihu reacts first, summoning power and confronting the creature with decisive movements. Korin analyzing the situation while confirming the player's strength and potential usefulness. He combining knowledge and timing to strike enemies with calculated precision. The cooperation improves survival, using strategy while the player provides raw, overwhelming strength. Believing in their combined potential, Korin concludes they might prevent the world's eventual destruction. Korin relaxes after battle, reflecting on recent events and strange circumstances. Realizing something important about the game experience feels incomplete somehow. Looking at gathered companions, he notices the party lacks expected diversity from original game design. The game's various heroines, factions, and relationships meant to influence story progression. However, current situation differs greatly, as no heroines appear, leaving only male companions present. He questions this inconsistency, feeling uneasy about how events diverge from known narrative expectations. Korin realizes past signs indicated deviation, recalling important characters failing to appear as expected. Critical figures vanish mysteriously, while deaths and disappearances begin disrupting the story's intended flow. He concludes the timeline changed significantly, creating dangerous uncertainty beyond his previous knowledge entirely. Korin observes Shihu carefully, noticing subtle differences between his actions and expected personality traits. He realizes Shihu's behavior feels unnatural, hiding intentions behind calm expressions and confident attitude. Korin begins doubting him, sensing danger from inconsistencies he previously ignored without questioning deeply. Korin discovers a missing heroine's staff, shocked because she was supposed to disappear earlier. He realizing the timeline has deviated beyond predictable changes. Korin links Shihu to strange events occurring during nighttime activities. Korin explores hidden space, discovering inventory-like area containing items from missing characters unexpectedly. He identifies legendary weapons belonging to vanished heroines, confirming major disruptions. Korin concludes someone is collecting these items, proving events no longer follow original game path. Korin realizing the missing heroine, Mariette, is alive but trapped unexpectedly. Mariette surrounded by strange devices, emitting dangerous energy continuously nearby. Shock overwhelms Korin as he understands someone deliberately captured her for unknown sinister purposes. Confronting Shihu, Korin questions his actions, realizing the situation differs from original story events. Shihu treating Mariette as resource rather than person within the game world. Korin understands Shihu exploits her power, using methods justified by his twisted survival logic. Korin's suspicion turns certainty, recognizing Shihu's personality hides dangerous, ruthless intentions. Shihu continues calmly, showing no remorse, while maintaining belief his actions remain completely justified. Korin realizes the true threat is not monsters, but the corrupted player beside him. He demands explanation, questions Shihu's cruel actions toward innocent characters. Shihu responds coldly, explaining efficiency matters more than emotions when progressing through the game. He criticizes Korin's approach, claiming saving people only slows progress and reduces overall success. Korin realizes Shihu deceived him, understanding he was never inexperienced as previously believed. Shihu reveals disturbing mindset, treating killings as numbers, showing complete detachment from morality entirely. Korin concludes Shihu has crossed limits, becoming something beyond human. Enraged, Korin confronts Shihu directly, accusing him of being a monster without empathy remaining. Shihu dismisses concerns, insisting characters are not real, just expendable entities within the game. Korin rejects this belief, insisting their lives matter despite the world's origin or nature. Korin argues fiercely, questioning Shihu's decisions and exposing contradictions. Shihu reacts coldly, revealing disturbing thoughts and accusing Korin of misunderstanding. Tension escalates rapidly as Shihu's unstable emotions surface, exposing dangerous obsession. Without warning, Shihu attacks violently, striking Korin with overwhelming force and sudden aggression. Korin suffers heavy damage, shocked by betrayal and struggling. Despite injury, Korin realizes Shihu's mindset has become dangerously unstable, beyond rational control completely. Shihu reveals obsession, focusing entirely on Korin, showing distorted emotions and possessive intentions. His thoughts spiral further, unable to suppress desires, exposing instability that threatens everything around him. Korin watches in shock, recognizing Shihu has completely lost reason. Korin confronts Shihu, realizing his behavior deviates completely from the original game character. Shihu reveals obsession, admitting he eliminated others to isolate Korin as sole focus. Korin recognizing Shihu's actions were driven by twisted personal attachment alone. Korin attacks desperately, attempting escape while overwhelmed by fear and Shihu's relentless pursuit. Shihu remains composed, watching calmly as Korin struggles, further displaying emotional detachment. Dark energy emerges suddenly, forming restraints that begin capturing Korin before he can escape. Korin becomes trapped, bound tightly by unnatural force. Unable to resist overwhelming magical control, he struggles in panic, realizing escape is impossible as Shihu's power dominates completely. Shihu declares ownership silently, confirming Korin is now trapped permanently within his control. Korin struggles while bound, resisting Shihu's control as overwhelming power suppresses. Shihu activates ability, surrounding space with strange energy, as reality begins distorting unnaturally. He declares future control, intending to remain with Korin permanently after the battle concludes. Environment shifts into unfamiliar space connected to Shihu's influence. Korin realizes everything depends on Shihu. Understanding failure would end their progress completely here. The system indicating the player's death and complete failure of the challenge. Korin awakens suddenly, returning to earlier point in time after experiencing complete defeat previously. He regains awareness, realizing memories remain intact while surroundings reset to familiar academy setting. Understanding regression occurred, Korin prepares to change events and prevent the same outcome again. Korin awakens again, realizing he has returned to the beginning after regression occurred, memories confirming past failure and the dangerous truth about Shihu's actions. Determined to change everything, Korin resolves to eliminate Shihu before events repeat again. A river flood devastates village, violent currents reshape surrounding terrain. Water monsters emerge, attacking relentlessly and dragging victims into depths below. Park Shiho appears excited, observing destruction and suffering around him. Korin realizes Shihu's intentions. Understanding his growing kill count reveals disturbing hidden objective behind actions. Determined, Korin decides intervention is necessary, believing he can still stop Shihu before escalation. He evaluates timing carefully, recognizing Shihu remains weak before entering academy and gaining power. Korin rushes forward quickly, knowing the entrance ceremony will begin very soon within academy grounds. He prepares mentally, understanding current moment offers rare opportunity to eliminate Shihu without interference. With resolve strengthened, Korin commits fully, deciding immediate action is necessary before future becomes irreversible. Korin helping villagers repair damage while gaining trust from grateful residents. He finishes tasks smoothly, maintaining calm demeanor during structured progression events. As night settles, Korin prepares to continue journey, unaware danger approaches from nearby forest. Suddenly, an attack erupts, forcing everyone into panic as unknown threat descends. Korin pushing Shihu aside while assessing the incoming danger with focused awareness. The enemy lands heavily, revealing powerful presence that disrupts the situation and threatens nearby civilians. A massive werewolf appears, overwhelming the group with strength beyond their current abilities to handle. Korin realizes he arrived unprepared, lacking time and resources needed to prevent escalating casualties. Tragedy unfolds, leaving Korin regretting inability to save everyone during sudden crisis. Korin urges Shihu retreat quickly, choosing to confront the threat alone to buy time, they escaping while Korin positions himself against approaching monster. The werewolf advances aggressively, towering over Korin as tension rises before inevitable violent clash. Korin engages cautiously, deciding to observe the battle while confirming crucial details about situation. He analyzes carefully, questioning whether Shihu matches the destined hero or another possessor entirely. The looming shadow intensifies pressure, forcing Korin to balance survival with critical judgment decisions. The werewolf lunges fiercely, displaying overwhelming size and strength, far exceeding normal expectations immediately. Korin prepares to counterattack, maintaining focus despite the creature's relentless aggression and powerful strikes. Another figure intervenes suddenly, striking downward with force and disrupting the werewolf's attack momentum. A powerful swordswoman stopping the werewolf and drawing attention from everyone nearby. She steps forward confidently, revealing herself as Alicia Arden. Korin recognizes her importance immediately. Understanding her presence changes the flow of events significantly. Suddenly, Shihu attacks unexpectedly, targeting Alicia with lethal intent, despite her importance in story. Korin realizes this moment triggers hidden death event. Something never meant to happen originally. The situation escalates rapidly, proving Shihu deliberately disrupts key events without hesitation or restraint. Korin confirms his suspicion, recognizing Shihu as the cause behind deviations and dangerous outcomes. Alicia struggles against sudden attack, shocked by betrayal and unable to understand Shihu's motives. Korin prepares to act, knowing immediate intervention is required to prevent irreversible consequences now. Shihu hiding true intent while maintaining control over unfolding dangerous situation. The werewolf roars again, escalating chaos as Alicia prepares herself. Alicia attacks swiftly, engaging the monster while demonstrating skill and determination during intense combat. Korin realizing Alicia survives longer than expected, despite the dangerous altered timeline. Alicia steadies herself, focusing completely while adjusting stance to maintain control over the fight. She sharpens concentration, preparing precise movements to overcome the monster's overwhelming strength effectively. Alicia displaying perfect footwork while striking the werewolf with calculated precision. The monster falters under relentless attacks, unable to counter her speed and controlled movements. Watching closely, Shihu realizes she might succeed alone, deciding he must intervene immediately. Shihu suddenly strikes Alicia mid-battle, revealing his betrayal was intentional. Alicia is caught off guard, unable to defend properly as Shihu's attack disrupts her stance. The werewolf looms nearby, while Alicia realizes Shihu deliberately targeted her. Shihu follows through brutally, overpowering Alicia and forcing her down. Blood scatters as impact lands, confirming Shihu's intent to eliminate her without hesitation completely. Alicia collapses helplessly, questioning his actions as realization of betrayal settles in slowly. Shihu calmly retrieves Odachi, securing powerful weapon, as reward from eliminating key character himself. He examines the weapon briefly, acknowledging its value while ignoring consequences of his actions. Smiling coldly, Shihu considers killing NPCs beneficial, revealing his twisted mindset focused only on progress. Alicia's body falls lifelessly, while Shihu confirming his complete emotional detachment. Korin witnesses everything, shock spreading across his face as the brutal reality sinks deeply. An explosion erupts nearby suddenly, drawing Korin's attention elsewhere instantly. Shihu blocks debris instinctively, confused as strange substance spreads across his body during explosion. He realizes something feels wrong, sensing unfamiliar effects beginning to influence his physical condition rapidly. As Shihu shouts out, small creatures appear suddenly, attracted by scent covering Shihu's body after strange powder spreads. Shihu understands mushrooms cause this, marking him as prey to nearby forest monsters immediately. He fights back desperately, striking creatures while trying to escape overwhelming swarm closing in. Korin rushes to Alicia, confirming she survived while clearing nearby creatures threatening them both. He notices the fallen werewolf nearby, realizing the battle outcome changed from expected events. While checking surroundings, Korin senses presence approaching, forcing him into cautious defensive. Shihu appears behind him, speaking calmly while revealing knowledge about recent combat actions. Korin recognizes the voice, realizing the person standing there should not be present now. Shock spreads across Shihu's face as he identifies Korin. Korin stands silently in forest as someone reached him within the forest. He encounters Shihu again, noticing strange behavior suggesting memory loss or altered mental state. Korin decides to test him, offering guidance while confirming Shihu's condition through simple interaction. Without warning, Korin attacks suddenly, testing Shihu's reaction speed and combat instincts. Shihu struggles defensively, showing poor technique but unexpectedly fast movements during the sudden confrontation. Despite clumsy form, Shihu adapts quickly, attempting counterattacks with increasing aggression and determination. Korin evaluates carefully, realizing Shihu surpasses him physically, forcing reliance on strategy instead strength. He focuses attention, guiding Shihu's awareness toward weapon positioning and battlefield perception during combat. Korin reinforces lesson, pushing Shihu until he concentrates entirely on target and eliminates distractions. Korin launches forward aggressively, targeting Shihu with precise lethal intent. He maintains pressure, forcing Shihu into defensive state. Once opportunity appears, Korin strikes, decisively, committing fully to attack without hesitation or restraint. Shihu screams in pain, shocked by sudden attack, while failing to react effectively in time. Korin follows through, raising weapon again, ensuring opponent cannot recover from inflicted critical damage. The blade descends brutally, cutting deep as blood erupts, marking the turning point of battle. Korin grips firmly, finishing attack as Shihu weakens, unable to resist further under pressure. He acknowledges past influence, realizing this confrontation allowed him to grow stronger through hardship. Without regret, Korin accepts outcome, believing this decision was necessary despite its brutal consequences. Korin confirming he eliminated the threat before it fully emerged. System reacts immediately, declaring player death and transferring role, granting Korin new status entirely. Korin becomes successor, inheriting abilities and position, now responsible for future events. He processes changes, realizing he gained access to system features previously unavailable to him. Soon after, he discovers Alicia, recognizing her as important character. He rushes to assist her, understanding her survival remains crucial for maintaining future progression stability. Korin analyzes symptoms carefully, identifying poison effects impacting Alicia's senses and overall physical condition. He, realizing delayed treatment would have resulted in immediate fatal outcome. Without hesitation, Korin begins treatment, aiming to stop bleeding and neutralize poison effectively. Korin evaluates poison risk, maintaining focus on saving Alicia's life. He provides substitute, allowing her to endure pain. Determined, Korin sacrifices comfort, ensuring treatment continues, despite difficulty and dangerous circumstances surrounding them. Korin reflects briefly, questioning regression while acknowledging he has already changed critical past events. He focuses forward, recognizing saving her now proves his choices can alter the future significantly. Seeing her stabilize, Korin feels relief, accepting this outcome as meaningful progress toward better results. Korin prepares antidote carefully, using knowledge to create solution capable of neutralizing poison effects. He reassures her condition, maintaining composure while monitoring recovery and ensuring no further complications arise. As Alicia regains consciousness, Korin remains attentive, ready to continue guiding. Korin tends to Alicia quietly, preparing antidote and concealing his true intentions. Understanding heroes must defeat enemies to prevent world destruction entirely. Korin realizes Shihu followed path for survival, believing defeating final boss ensured global safety. Hero's role emphasizing defeating villains and protecting world from inevitable collapse. Shihu once pursued this path, acting ruthlessly, because failure would result in complete annihilation. Korin understands this reasoning, yet recognizes consequences of Shihu's actions caused irreversible damage already. With Shihu dead, Korin acknowledges responsibility now falls entirely upon him to continue mission. He accepts new role, becoming successor determined to fulfill hero's duty within altered timeline. Korin resolves to proceed carefully, ensuring his actions achieve results without repeating Shihu's mistakes. Korin checks system functions, realizing all player privileges are restricted after becoming a sub-player, unable to access tools. He decides to rely on external methods and personal training. Instead, after years of effort, Korin strengthens himself, surpassing limits of ordinary possessors. Korin tests his strength, confirming his training allows him to survive without system assistance. Powerful ancient magic capable of enhancing abilities through strict conditions. Understanding their potential, Korin decides to use these runes despite risks involved in application. Korin begins inscribing rune onto his body, initiating the first commandment. The rune represents duty, granting power when he follows self-imposed rules and strict conditions. He knowing maintaining these rules will strengthen him beyond normal limitations eventually. Korin carves oath into body, binding himself to protect innocent people, granting growth through duty while imposing severe penalties for breaking promises. He inscribes second commandment, restricting perception, enduring pain as new limitations reshape his abilities. Korin learns spirits exist everywhere, understanding unseen beings influence world through spiritual recognition. By activating restraint, he blocks their influence, gaining protection while sacrificing interaction. This trade creates defense, preventing spiritual interference but limiting awareness of hidden threats nearby. Korin prepares Final Commandment. Recognizing Oath's power carries extreme risks, unlike previous runes entirely. He recalls others avoided it, knowing misuse could lead to irreversible consequences and complete failure. Despite danger, Korin accepts necessity, believing his path demands stronger resolve. Korin declares ultimate oath, vowing to save the world while accepting immense burden. The system binds commandments, granting power while enforcing fatal consequences for any failure. Overwhelming force surges through him, marking transformation into determined warrior, risking everything ahead. The girl's eyes opened with a sudden jolt, her mind foggy and unfamiliar with her surroundings. As she sat up in a strange hospital room, confusion gripped her. She had no memory of how she got there. A nurse informed her she was in Merkaba City, emergency hospital. Still disoriented, she demanded to know who brought her there. The nurse casually responded that her guardian had just left. Alarmed, the girl rushed to find her belongings and noticed a blood-stained bag nearby, one that didn't belong to her. She realized it must have belonged to her mysterious savior. Driven by a need for answers, she called the nurse again, asking about something seemingly unrelated: honey bomb candy. The nurse advised her to rest and eat stew instead. Time passed. It had been 3 days since the brutal tutorial quest outside. Merkaba Academy prepared for its entrance ceremony. Meanwhile, a boy searched for his student ID at the academy gates. In his bag, he discovered a letter he didn't remember packing. Reading the heartfelt words, he recalled his adoptive family, those who loved him even after he had possessed the body of their son. Unlike the ruthless Park Shiun, Korin Lok had learned to cherish this second life. As the students crowded into Merkaba Academy for orientation, a blue-haired girl appeared among them, cheerful and out of place. With a bright demeanor and a basket in hand, she greeted the newcomers and invited them to gather. She introduced herself to a tall boy, Korin Lok, and offered him a potato, an oddly friendly gesture during such a serious occasion. This girl was Mariette Dunalef, known for her kindness and vibrant presence. However, despite her light-hearted nature, a grim future awaited her. In the world's unfolding narrative, Mariette was destined to face hardship and suffering. What none of them knew yet was that she would become the first act's final boss. Soon, the students boarded transport wagons bound for the academy grounds. Upon arrival, space expansion magic activated, shifting the environment and surprising many. As confusion set in, the academy's voice echoed calmly, reassuring them not to panic. Korin remained composed, recalling the world's long-standing war against the evil tribe. At the simulation's peak, a flamboyant man introduced himself as Professor Fermac Deman. With a blunt tone and piercing gaze, he challenged the students, casting doubt on their worth and hinting that only the truly capable would survive what came next. Korin stood in line as each student was scanned and evaluated. When his turn came, his data revealed grim statistics: low aura and mana, with no active abilities. His overall rank was listed as 6th tier, nearly the lowest possible. Though he accepted it quietly, he knew his physical aptitude was far from impressive. As Professor Fermac Deman explained the rankings, Korin realized he was nearly at the bottom of a pool of 400 students. Suddenly, a vortex pulled the students away, and they landed in a vast arena. From the shadows, top-ranked students emerged. They were confident and powerful, their rankings reflected in their status. Second-rank elites, and one formidable figure in first place. Horan, known as the Heavenly Yaksha. Her presence alone unsettled even the faculty. Murmurs spread among the teachers: why had someone so dangerous been accepted? Doubts about the value of testing low-tier students grew louder. Yet the exam proceeded. As the proctor signaled the start, Korin approached a glowing weapon case. A note inside stated that monsters would soon appear, tailored to his level. Despite the odds stacked against him, Korin prepared himself. With determination in his eyes, he reached for a weapon. The battle was about to begin. Korin stepped forward and made a deliberate choice, not the typical sword, but a spear. Remembering mistakes from his previous life, he avoided instinct and chose with clarity. As the test began, monstrous beasts, known as ghost hounds, emerged from the dark. Without hesitation, Korin struck, his movements decisive and precise. The glowing red spear cleaved through the first wave of enemies, displaying skill far beyond his apparent rank. While others struggled, Korin stood firm. His calm demeanor masked deep battle experience. As more creatures lunged, he countered without fear, dismantling them with ruthless efficiency. Though ranked near the bottom, his performance revealed a hidden truth. Korin was not an ordinary student. He had lived through this before, and had long since mastered killing monsters like these. Korin stood in the arena, recalling how powerless he once was. The weak monsters that previously overwhelmed him now fell effortlessly, with renewed strength and knowledge from his past life. He cleared wave after wave, tracking his performance with precision. After surpassing the 5-minute mark, he awaited the next wave, but nothing came. Elsewhere, examiners watched the delay with confusion. They questioned if the summoning system had malfunctioned. One instructor compared it to his own youth, boasting how he cleared the same wave in just over 20 seconds. But now all eyes were on Korin, registered as a 6th-rank participant, whose performance exceeded all predictions. As monsters finally appeared, Korin noticed they were identical to the ones he had just defeated. Puzzled, he quickly eliminated them again. Observers commented on how the monsters kept being resummoned, unsure if it was due to a system error or something else. The repeated summoning caused more confusion among the staff, despite the apparent glitch. Korin continued without hesitation, with fluid movements and pinpoint accuracy. He eradicated a new wave of beasts in only 7.3 seconds. The exam room fell silent in disbelief. His overwhelming display left the staff stunned, challenging everything they thought they knew about the ranking system. As Korin's astonishing speed began circulating among observers, the test staff compared records from past examinees. The fastest 4th-rank clearance on file had taken over 30 seconds. In contrast, Korin dispatched a 4th-rank monster in only 3.7 seconds, drawing gasps from the examiners. Next, a formidable beast was summoned, an owlbear, classified as a 3rd-rank monster. It roared as it charged at Korin with violent intent. The clash between them was intense. Korin managed to dodge the powerful blows and retaliate, trading forceful strikes with the creature. The monster's strength was real, forcing Korin to rely not only on his physical prowess, but something far more advanced. Activating a rune, Korin triggered a powerful flame technique, Kenaz. Fire engulfed the battlefield, as the owlbear was incinerated in a brilliant explosion. The use of rune magic stunned the watching instructors. Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. With the beast defeated, Korin remained focused. Though the rune technique was draining, he prepared for what came next. The officials initiated the 5th-rank evil spirit test, yet as Korin entered the space, he felt nothing. A penalty from his system prevented him from perceiving spirits, rendering him blind to the summoned threat. Korin calmly assessed the situation. Due to the restraint penalty, he couldn't sense spirits, rendering him incapable of interacting with the summoned evil entity, but he had anticipated this outcome. To confirm the test's activation, he stood in silence, counting each passing second. After reaching a full minute with no interference, he confirmed the test had indeed begun as expected. With no further purpose served, he raised his weapon and decisively ended the trial by forfeiting. The examiner commended Korin for his performance as he officially withdrew from the test, yet even among the observers, questions lingered. No one could grasp the true extent of Korin's abilities. Outside, other candidates gathered, buzzing with curiosity over each other's rankings. Korin revealed his result, a deceptively modest 3rd-rank designation, hiding the scope of his overwhelming talent. Among the crowd, Jaeger Hinchpeter, a muscular delinquent, recognized Korin in a previous life. Jaeger had started a fight with the wrong person and paid with his life. Park Shio had killed him in a fit of rage, an event Korin remembered clearly. As others whispered rumors and spread judgment, Korin observed quietly, noting those who once met grim ends due to pride or envy. A new phase was beginning. Jaeger Hinchpeter loudly declared his new title with pride. His boisterous energy quickly turned to confrontation when he noticed a seated student and began mocking their rank. But before the situation could escalate, Korin stepped in, placing a hand on Jaeger's shoulder to defuse the scene. Unexpectedly, Jaeger welcomed Korin's presence, mistaking him for a fellow admirer. Their conversation shifted from ranks to tattoos, with Jaeger eagerly explaining the story behind his body art. Korin, however, already knew every detail, having lived through the aftermath in his previous life. Jaeger's mother, a tattoo artist, had personally inscribed those runes out of deep concern for her son's safety when he joined the academy. Though Jaeger wore his ink proudly, Korin understood the maternal love behind them. He introduced himself, prompting introductions from the others. Lark, the quiet one, revealed his name with hesitation. Observing from a distance, a female student admired Korin's instinctive kindness and his subtle act of protection toward his peers. Meanwhile, Korin silently reflected. With knowledge from his past life, he saw each person differently. Lark's ability memorize would soon prove useful. As the group dispersed, Korin grinned darkly, his thoughts turning inward. He had founded his free skill book. At Merkaba Academy, students enjoyed access to free facilities, dormitories, and low-cost meals. Yet, the most highly valued resource was the training room, an advanced space that allowed students to simulate battles beyond their current level. Korin, a newly enrolled freshman, entered this room to refine his spear skills. Despite his year status, he selected a high-difficulty mode combat against a spirit body entities normally reserved for upper-year training. His actions quickly attracted attention. Other students, observing through the glass, gossiped about his audacity. First years typically avoided spirit bodies. Many assumed Korin was reckless or misinformed. The battle began, and the spirit body launched relentless strikes. Though Korin's form was sharp, his timing lagged. The hits landed hard. Still, he stood again and prepared to resume. An instructor approached, intrigued by Korin's persistence. Questioning him directly, the instructor gauged Korin's determination. Korin answered firmly he would continue. The instructor, amused by his resolve, offered meal tickets as a playful reward for success. Korin, initially tense, recognized the gesture as genuine encouragement, returning to battle. Korin clashed again with the spirit body. Despite being knocked down, his resolve remained, exhausted, but unshaken. Korin exhaled deeply, ready to improve through pain and repetition. Exhausted from his repeated failures, Korin collapsed onto the floor, his body aching from the harsh training. A senior student approached, offering him water and gentle encouragement. She reminded him that growth takes time, and that his effort alone was commendable. Though her words were kind, Korin's mind rejected comfort. He couldn't afford to rest. There was no second chance for him. Years ago, everything had been different. Back then, Park Si-hoo had existed an overpowered player with access to stats, potions, and enhancements. Korin had ended him. That decision erased the safety net, leaving Korin to rebuild strength from scratch. He quietly thanked the upperclassmen for her kindness, but remained focused. This wasn't about pacing himself, it was about survival. Rising again, Korin set his goal to become the strongest. The training resumed, and he faced increasingly complex projections, simulating multiple high-level enemies. He analyzed their movements, identifying patterns and counterpoints. His strikes grew more precise, more forceful, reaching deep into his resolve. Korin activated a skill honed over 3 years of brutal experience. Flames enveloped him as he struck with fierce determination. The spirit body attacked, but this time Korin anticipated it. He countered, pierced through, and launched a finishing blow. Korin unleashed a final, devastating technique. Energy spiraled around him, the room glowing with intense force. His opponent was utterly overwhelmed. A senior watching from afar was struck by his strength, but even the word strong felt too weak to describe it. She saw in Korin a mastery that surpassed what first-year students should be capable of. He floated mid-air, encased in radiant energy, a momentary symbol of perfection. For a brief second he seemed untouchable, but the strain proved too much. His body, already overworked, gave in. He crashed to the ground, unconscious. His senior rushed over, calling his name in panic. Though he had shown exceptional power, it was clear his current body couldn't endure such output. He had pushed himself past his limits. The next day arrived, and Korin appeared again, bandaged but upright. The school's orientation continued as seniors introduced the campus. But Korin's mind remained fixed on a single truth: he could not rely on Park Si-hoo's former elixirs or systems anymore. To fight properly, he needed to strengthen his body from the ground up. That path demanded only one solution: learning the commandments, a method to raise his base capabilities without external aid. Korin continued exploring the secrets of the academy, this time focusing on the mysterious grimoires stored within its vast library. While others believed the library to be a knowledge vault, Korin knew the truth: it was designed to hide powerful skillbooks in plain sight. As his companion explained the nature of grimoires and their advantages over traditional spellbooks, Korin's focus shifted to locating a hidden door. He discovered a concealed passage and led Lark, the scholarly student, into a secret area beneath the library. There, Korin reminded him of their deal. Lark, though hesitant, agreed to proceed. Once inside, Korin wasted no time. Without explanation, he knocked Lark unconscious, revealing a more aggressive and determined side. Korin descended into the library's sealed chamber, not just to aid Lark, but to complete a rare quest offering a hidden reward. The objective was clear: capture evil spirits, but an unforeseen obstacle emerged. Awaiting him was a powerful entity, Sabancia Duke, a special evil spirit known for annihilating players instantly. The quest was infamous, deemed impossible for ordinary challengers. Yet Korin, seasoned by prior failures and knowledge, did not falter. Sabancia unleashed destructive orbs of cursed magic. Korin narrowly evaded them. These attacks were fatal, overwhelming most who attempted the trial. However, Korin's strength lay not in brute force but in awareness. He recognized the trick behind the challenge. The system revealed his limitation. He lacked the ability to perceive spirits. Sabancia's form, while intimidating, could not be directly seen. Still, Korin calmly responded, analyzing his opponent's actions without panic. Through narration, it became clear that Sabancia's transformation into a vampire was tied to a supernatural phenomenon called a factor, a rare condition altering fate. Once awakened, Sabancia murdered his own servant and withdrew from the world. Using forbidden magic, he sealed himself in a grimoire, deep within the library, now released. The deranged vampire charged directly at Korin, who stood unfazed, ready. The possessed student lunged with unnatural speed, his body twisted by Sabancia's lingering presence. Korin held back, aware that the host Lark had the weakest physical stats in the academy. That vulnerability was now an advantage. Without hesitation, Korin countered and brought Lark down, knowing this was the optimal solution to conclude the cursed quest. The reward for slaying the possessed target included 2 coveted relics, the Duke's Cloak and the Vampire's Grimoire. These were the same items once wielded by Park Sihu, artifacts that influenced future events in devastating ways. But Korin, despite knowing the item's power, rejected Park's cruel methods. Instead, he chose a more humane path. Speaking calmly, Korin revealed to the fading spirit details of his lost family, Lena and Cecilia Duke, and what became of them. The truth offered closure. His wife died after leaving the castle, but his daughter lived on, becoming a skilled adventurer. Moved by Korin's sincerity, the spirit relinquished its hold. They exchanged words not as enemies, but as men who shared regrets. The spirit faded, leaving behind soul dust and the grimoire. Korin obtained a new ability, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, granting him recovery while enduring damage. The mission complete, Korin carried Lark back, both changed by the encounter. With the conflict resolved, Korin explained his true reason for selecting Lark. He wanted to prove that even those seen as weak could rise when given the chance. Lark, overwhelmed with gratitude, accepted the grimoire with a joyful expression. As rewards settled in, Korin received an epic soul dust and stat bonuses, proof that mercy and strategy could coexist. Korin's moral decision was acknowledged by the system. A hidden value called Commandment's Duty activated, recognizing that he had not ignored Sabancia Duke's pain and memories. This acknowledgement earned him 40 additional stat points, rare compensation for his compassionate choices. The quest was complete, but Korin didn't stop to celebrate. He returned to daily life, training, and interacting with others. In the academy's stamina room, Korin's growth drew attention. Classmates, including a girl with bright blue hair, took interest in his progress. Her encouragement sparked light-hearted bets among the students, with Korin becoming an unexpected topic of wagers. Amid laughter, he focused on practice, unleashing a technique called the ominous serpent, exceeding expectations. As the crowd reacted in awe, Korin realized how far he'd come in a short time. With power and conscience aligned, he questioned if he was becoming too strong too quickly, yet continued forward. After training, Korin was surprised to receive a cut of the betting earnings from Mariette. Her playful attitude and generosity caught him off guard, but he welcomed the unexpected bonus. The moment was brief, however, as Korin soon found himself wandering the academy alone, deep in thought. He reflected on a past challenge. He never resolved mastering rune magic. This discipline consumed enormous mana, but if conquered, it could elevate his power beyond what he achieved in his previous life. As he turned a quiet corridor, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. He instantly recognized the presence. It was someone far beyond his level. The woman seated before him was none other than Horkan, a legendary force within the Heroic League, and one even Park Sihu couldn't defeat. She was infamous for breaking game balance. Hwaran calmly addressed him, hinting at a truth he feared. She suspected he wasn't the original owner of his body. Korin stood frozen, shaken by the realization. The night was quiet, yet a strange energy surrounded Hwaran seated under the moonlight. She was not ordinary. Something monstrous stirred within her, an unstable fusion of human and otherworldly essence, known to see the color of souls. She stared directly at Korin, her vision piercing through his fataya. To her, he wasn't the same as before. His soul had changed, twisted, merged, reshaped. When she asked him about it, Korin could only shrug off the question, unable to define the chaos within him. Korin reflected on his existence. Were he and the original Korin Locke truly separate? The memories he carried weren't fabricated, they belonged to the real Korin. And yet, she called him a thief, a soul that didn't belong in that body. Her words were sharp, calling him a robber of identity and rights. Still, Korin refused guilt. He used an analogy: two neighbors growing up together, yet becoming entirely different people. A soul isn't defined by who had it first, but by what it becomes. In his eyes, neither was fake, both simply changed. But as he walked away, her final words lingered: some are born as sins. Korin didn't deny her pain. He simply walked forward, returning to the academy, ready for the next mission. Korin approached the mission board, not to level up, but to experiment with a different objective. As he reviewed the postings, a girl named Alicia Arden stared at him, her expression unreadable. He recalled little about her from his past life, only that she died at the hands of a major boss, and her story had diverged from the original game script. Her sudden greeting was hesitant, but sincere. When asked why she joined the weekend missions, her answer was simple: she needed money. Despite coming from a wealthy family, Alicia was excluded from financial support due to income rankings. Her parents were indifferent to her situation, leaving her to fend for herself. Korin sympathized with her. Her presence on the board wasn't casual, it was out of necessity. Wanting to help indirectly, he pointed out a reasonably rewarding mission she could take on. Though Alicia was eager to team up, Korin declined. He had a different task, one aligned with his hidden agenda. He picked a flyer featuring a lost pet, the mission's surface-level simplicity concealing its deeper benefits. Even small tasks held value, as he rushed through the city chasing points and rewards. His determination only grew stronger. His goal wasn't leveling up. It was survival. Inside, a dim kitchen, an elderly chef was struggling with a recipe he had perfected over decades. Despite trying various combinations of sauces and spices, the final result lacked the flavor he remembered. Frustrated, he declared he couldn't find the right balance, even after countless trials. Just then, a mysterious voice interrupted, telling him to add starch syrup. The voice belonged to a shadowy figure, Korin, who delivered the solution, and left without further explanation. Mocking the suggestion, the chef reluctantly complied. To his surprise, the flavor was perfect, richer and complete. Korin, watching from outside, marked the mission as solved. This was not merely about food, it was about triggering a precise event needed for his progression. With the objective cleared, Korin earned shared points and rewards. Though minor in difficulty, this mission was critical. He celebrated wildly in the streets, drawing odd looks and hushed whispers from others. From a distance, the nun who had previously judged him looked on again, this time calling him a weirdo ladder. She was reminded by a superior that she still needed proper clearance to move around. As the sun set, Korin's words echoed back to her. There's no sin in being born, even as someone else declared the opposite. The survival test began with clear instructions. Students needed to reach a cabin at the forest's northern edge while wearing their rank armbands. The faster they arrived, the more points they would earn. Alicia, cheerful and energetic, prepared with the others. Meanwhile, Korin noted that Harin, a notable presence, was absent. This made the battlefield far more manageable. Alicia showed him the candy he gave her earlier, unaware that it contained a tracker. The test commenced under the lead of Madame Josephine, who opened a massive portal, teleporting everyone into the hunting ground. Chaos erupted immediately as students engaged in scattered skirmishes. Korin, however, stayed calm. Already planning his route, he didn't care about the general mayhem. His eyes were set on one person, Alicia. Without Warren in play, she was the most dangerous participant. Neutralizing her meant controlling the point flow. As he dashed through the forest, his strategy was clear. Others were distractions. Alicia was the prize. Unknown to her, Korin was closing in fast, using the tracking rune embedded within the candy. Elsewhere, a malicious figure activated a strange rune, determined to cross paths with Alicia again. But Korin's voice echoed louder. He was already hunting, calling her name with manic intent. In the heart of the forest, Alicia was being pursued, outnumbered and cornered. She lashed out at her attackers, questioning the fairness of their assault. Her combat prowess, however, was undeniable. With swift, fluid motion, she incapacitated several enemies at once, but the onslaught didn't end. One fighter lunged, screaming in desperation, only to be overwhelmed by her relentless counter. Just as another foe was about to strike her, a dark figure emerged. A man cloaked in ominous energy intervened, violently knocking back the attacker. Alicia froze, recognizing him. Sir Korin. His eyes glowed red beneath shadowed horns. Despite his monstrous aura, he called her pretty, causing her to question his intent. Corin's demeanor twisted. What seemed like protection morphed into menace. Fixated on her armband, he accused her of betrayal. Alicia, shocked, realized he had never intended to save her. He was targeting her. She remembered his rank and thought she could handle him, but his sudden surge in strength shattered her expectations. As Corin unleashed a flurry of strikes, Alicia analyzed his flaws. Despite his overwhelming power, he left openings. Seizing one, she struck. Her attack connected, a testament not to talent alone, but to discipline, training, and experience overcoming reckless might. Corin's technique shifted. His movements, though, fueled by monstrous strength, now displayed calculated mastery. What seemed reckless before was actually the product of relentless repetition, each step, each strike, honed to precision. Alicia, caught mid-attack, realized too late that she had underestimated his understanding of fundamentals. The force behind his spear intent overwhelmed her, and with a burst of energy, Corin launched a devastating six-step assault aimed directly at her core. The aftermath left Alicia reeling, gasping for breath. She barely steadied herself, her vision blurred from the impact. It wasn't his speed or strength that overwhelmed her. It was the sheer depth of mastery in his attacks. The gap between their ranks felt meaningless now. She questioned his true identity. Corin casually took her armband as a trophy, dismissing her resistance. Before she could recover, another ambush broke the tense silence. Chaos erupted again, forcing Alicia into defensive combat. Meanwhile, Corin assessed the weight of a stolen sword, impressed by its magic density. But a new threat arrived, a silver-haired knight who demanded Corin drop the stolen armband. Corin's expression turned grim. Though he hesitated, he knew the difference in power. Without warning, he made his decision. He turned and fled. As Corin fled, a glint of blue cloth in his mouth caught attention. It was unmistakably another armband. Alicia, following behind, realized the truth. Whatever he had ingested earlier wasn't for strength, it was transforming him. Panic driving her forward, she trailed him not out of trust, but fear. Corin, still half grinning, complained about her presence, but admitted the futility of running. He needed to reach a cabin and fast. At the entrance stood Cranel Luden, a first-year golem sorcerer, flanked by a massive construct. Calm but firm, Cranel demanded the armband if Corin wanted to pass. Behind them, Dron blocked the rear, leaving no escape. Alicia protested, realizing they were trapped. Corin weighed his options. Though he tried to avoid combat, now he had no choice but to face both named warriors at once. Resolute, Corin charged. A fierce three-way clash erupted. Despite their coordinated pressure, Corin held his ground. When the dust cleared, the setting sun cast long shadows across the battlefield. Moments later, Corin stood victorious with 3 armbands in hand. At the results tent, Corin reported his name. His casual demeanor masked the intensity of the trial. Alicia, watching quietly, could only whisper in disbelief. He was truly incredible. Victory wasn't due to raw strength alone, it was careful, calculated strategy. While his opponents focused on his overwhelming power, he manipulated their movements. Using Alicia as bait, he guided the golem's attacks toward Dron, then slipped behind him, using Dron as an unwilling shield. In the chaos, Corin delivered a decisive strike. With Dron neutralized, Cranel was left alone. Corin turned to him next, ending the confrontation swiftly. Observers noted how he orchestrated the entire battle, as if he'd anticipated every step. He exploited their lack of coordination and over-reliance on brute force, capitalizing on their failure to evolve beyond natural talent. After the battle, Alicia reflected on her own shortcomings. Inspired by Corin's effort, she realized that relying on potential without hard work meant nothing. Dron, frustrated, admitted he was outmaneuvered before he could even respond. Cranel, humiliated, recognized that Corin's plan had already accounted for all his golem strategies. Corin offered blunt advice: go big, or have a friend to guard your blind spots. But when asked, he admitted softly he didn't have a friend. That day, the 3 named first years would never forget Corinlock. Yet unknown to all, a new power stirred Yule, a druid blessed by the forest. Mariette Dunalef, an elite mage, joined the training session with full force, unleashing a wave of intense ice magic. Her frost engulfed the battlefield instantly, rendering the opponents helpless. Unfortunately, Yule, the druid student acting as a monster, was paired against her. As the session concluded, Mariette approached a quiet girl dressed in black. Her demeanor changed. Suspicious of the unfamiliar presence, she demanded her name. The girl stared back with piercing red eyes, expression unreadable, hinting at something far more dangerous beneath her silence. A mysterious girl appeared in the forest, catching the attention of several male students. Her presence was unsettling. Her aura stood apart from the group as she approached. A sudden confrontation unfolded. With a flash of movement, she unleashed a devastating ice magic blast, sending freezing shards outward in a violent eruption. Her power overwhelmed the area. She then turned to Korin and calmly explained that while she had been ordered to eliminate similar threats, his situation was different. He had not crossed the same line. Afterward, the story shifted to a different phase. Korin, now alone, expressed irritation over what had transpired. He soon arrived at a peaceful academy reward facility, where he was offered a selection of rare items based on his performance. He examined the choices and bypassed the most valuable one, a shark bear's bile, opting instead for a mandrake seed. Despite others' surprise, he made the choice deliberately. With his remaining points, he picked several lesser items with excitement, wrapping up his reward session like a satisfied shopper. Back outside, Korin and the students regrouped. Their strong performance was noted by instructors. Despite the intense battle, the team was slowly recovering. The forest calmed again, and the mission neared its end. Korin stood shocked beside the unconscious druid Yule, believing she might be dead. The situation spiraled as panic and questions filled his mind. Why were the professors inactive? Why did it come to this? He tried to stabilize Yell, only to hear her faintly mumble, a warning about someone named Mariette. Moments later, a strange noise filled the forest. Korin looked up to see a horde of beasts charging toward their direction. As chaos approached, the scene shifted to a powerful mage Mariette. Gifted with a unique ability to analyze and control magic, she had never known fear or failure. Considered a prodigy destined to succeed a senior professor, she viewed the battlefield as her playground. But despite her calm facade, she was beginning to feel pressure. Mariette engaged a dark figure, launching powerful spells in rapid succession. Her opponent, however, proved resilient. Despite Mariette's attempt to suppress her magic, she was forced to escalate, activating advanced techniques that pushed her beyond her limits. Even with her full power unleashed, the battle did not favor her. As she landed hard on the ground, she looked up in fear. What stood before her was no ordinary enemy. It wasn't a knight or mage. It was a force of nature in human form. As Mariette recoiled in fear, her mana surging uncontrollably, she begged her attacker to stay back. The situation escalated until a voice from above commanded a halt. A purple-haired figure descended, radiating calm and authority. Professor Josephine. With a single word, she stopped the raging combat. Relieved, Mariette collapsed into the professor's arms, confirming she was safe, though clearly shaken. Later, as the aftermath settled, Josephine reflected on the unexpected outcomes of the hunting ground practice. Among them, one result stood out. Most the top performer was not a senior or elite cadet, but Korin, a 5th-rank student. The academy had witnessed extraordinary moments, including the involvement of both Warren, the first year, ace, and Mariette, the pride of the second year. Korin himself pondered the chaos that had unfolded. Despite Mariette's overwhelming magic and fame, she had faltered, revealing unseen vulnerability. With the training concluded, Korin turned to his next objective, an encounter in the outskirts of the hunting forest. There, a careless student dropped a precious seed into the water, prompting exaggerated tears and panic. Just then, Korin appeared before him smirking. The legend was true. The mysterious gold-axe Taoist hermit had emerged ready to test the student's honesty. In a bizarre but meaningful trial, the old hermit smiled warmly and presented a radiant gold seed to the student. Tears flowed down the boy's face as he confirmed it was his. The hermit, moved by his apparent honesty, declared him a crazy hero and rewarded him not with one, but all 3 seeds: gold, silver, and regular. It was a rare moment where truthfulness was met with abundance. As the hermit vanished into the mist, the boy celebrated his unexpected windfall. These seeds weren't ordinary. The regular mandrake seed simply boosted mana, but the silver and gold variants were highly coveted, possessing unique effects tied to secret lore. In Korin's past life, others had seized them before he could, but this time, he secured them all. Night fell as Korin returned to the academy, reflecting on the steps ahead. Though he didn't yet know which enemies would awaken first, he was preparing. His recent display of power had sent a message to all second-rank students. He planned to use this week to let them recover, then form a party of capable allies. Meanwhile, Mariette, now revealed to be a vampire, remained unconscious. Korin knew that if he acted with precision and gathered the right people, he could change her fate completely. A new figure arrived, disrupting Korin's confident strategy. Deep within the academy, Mariette stirred, her vampiric instincts awakening. Her glowing red eyes opened, and bloodlust surged. As long as no unforeseen events occurred, the plan would proceed, but she had awakened. Rather than engage, Korin lazily flipped through his materials, clearly disinterested in the lesson. His instructor, seated at a grand desk, criticized his attitude but offered private tutoring instead. Pacing near the window in frustration, he contemplated escaping, until a voice outside caught his attention. Balanced on a tree branch, Korin greeted the girl inside, asking if she remembered him, to soften the intrusion. He held up a dessert, explaining he didn't want to arrive empty-handed. After entering the room, he glanced at her closely, surprised by her uninjured condition. The absence of visible wounds made him question the legitimacy of her confinement. His foot slipped mid-thought, sending him crashing from the branch to the ground below. Despite the hard fall, his regeneration skill triggered, allowing him to recover swiftly. Elsewhere, strange activity alerted security forces throughout the academy. 2 female martial artists dashed through corridors, hinting at a brewing crisis. Confronted by a guard, Korin smiled awkwardly when informed his visit had been denied. He questioned whether leadership was truly looking after students, like Marietta Guard's presence at the infirmary deepened his suspicions of foul play. Pretending to feel ill, he excused himself, slipping away to investigate further. Korin exhaled slowly, overwhelmed by the creeping dread of a realization arriving too early. Clenching his fist, he muttered a hope that his instincts were wrong, as panic began rising. Inside the medical ward, he found not Mariette, but Isabel unconscious, confirming something had gone terribly wrong. As he examined Isabel, unease settled deeper. Mariette had vanished without a trace. His mind raced through the timeline, connecting pieces that pointed toward a scenario involving a vampire. He recalled how the game's event phases triggered chaos, and realized they might already be underway. Phase 2 of the crisis had begun without warning, revealing twisted entities summoned by the system. Even without the player, the conditions had triggered the attack's deadly progression. Recognizing familiar faces among the final wave, Korin struggled to accept this development. Despair overtook him as he grasped how broken the situation had become. Mariette's transformation had already caused destruction, and this wasn't even the worst of it. Because of his interference, the timeline veered off course, leaving allies wounded and unprepared. Kranit's golem was destroyed, rendering him ineffective in the coming battle. He considered Haren's unpredictable power, unsure how she might impact the conflict. With limited options, Korin entered the stamina training room, hoping to enlist aid discreetly. To gain trust, Korin offered a rare item as collateral, presenting it confidently to the silver-haired warrior. Impressed, the man agreed to join his team, accepting Korin as a worthy employer. Later, at the library, Korin revealed knowledge thought lost, surprising those who believed the records had burned. With a proposal, Korin promised valuable knowledge in exchange for assistance from a green-clad druid. Curious but hesitant, she agreed to his offer, intrigued by the risk and potential rewards. They regrouped in the canteen, discussing their dangerous mission involving vampires and potential fame. Though unsure of the odds, some allies admired Korin's goal and agreed to follow him. Their conditions met, the team was formed and prepared for action. Clues led Korin to suspect Mariette had hidden in the forest. There was only one place to check. Arriving at the hunting ground, the party wondered how they would locate Mariette in the dark woods, rather than search blindly. Korin reassured them they only needed to ask for help. Ul, the druid, prepared to invoke the forest spirits, confident they would respond. Green light swirled as Ul summoned the spirits to guide them. While the group stared in awe, Korin noticed nothing visible to his eyes. Though unsure of what was seen, they waited for the spirit's direction to lead the way. Without warning, the group was ambushed from both sides by vicious monsters emerging from the forest. Caught off guard, Korin and his team struggled to react as enemies closed in rapidly. Panic spread. Some feared Mariette had turned into one of them, but Korin immediately denied it. Jaeger rushed forward recklessly, eager for a fight, while Korin issued urgent commands to regroup. Recognizing the danger, he instructed everyone to reposition and hold defensive formations. Despite the chaos, Yule began chanting, preparing her magic to support the rear guard. Korin maintained his composure, issuing orders while actively engaging monsters. His calm under pressure resembled that of a seasoned commander leading a battle. As he assessed the situation, doubt crept in. Why were there so many monsters? Speculation arose that Mariette might be controlling them, but Korin knew it wasn't that simple. The attacks didn't seem deliberate. The monsters acted more on instinct than manipulation. He theorized something deeper had disturbed the forest, drawing monsters unnaturally toward them. As the team reeled from the battle, a dark figure emerged Mariette, glowing with eerie power. Korin ordered everyone into formation, assigning roles, while ensuring the support unit stayed safe. Taking the lead himself, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever she had become. Korin's status window appeared, revealing his stats and skill potential, confirming his readiness to act. He gripped his weapon tightly, determined to change the future and stop the disaster ahead. With resolve, he led his team into battle, fully committing to confront Mariette and alter destiny. Dark flames engulf the girl as she marches forward, her eyes glowing red. Something is clearly controlling her. A mission prompt appears: rescue Mariette. Objective: defeat Korin Eagle. Good luck. Tears roll down her cheeks despite her hostile stance. Observers realize she's suffering. The command to subdue the demon tribe is issued. A massive blade crashes down, forcing the enemy to react in surprise. Hovering in the air, a black orb emits energy. It's a vampire-born familiar, halting the strike. Lone member notes the vampire's mana is unstable, limiting her control over the orb. Red power surges as the vampire prepares a devastating attack across the battlefield. Yuel channels her strength, green light swirling around her in response. She triggers a forest-linked formation beneath her feet, ready to intercept the blast. Declaring dominance, Yuel unleashes nature's fury across the terrain. System alerts confirm rapid development and spirit's protection are activated. The impact strikes. Though protected, Yuel takes the hit. Panic spreads among her allies. Half her mana drained, Yuel breathes heavily but refuses to fall back. Korin steps forward, promising to reverse the situation in 5 calculated moves. Trusting his words, Yuel pushes forward with a strained smile, determined to endure. The orb pulses violently as the vampire unleashes destruction, surrounded by collapsed enemies and scorched earth. A system description outlines the fight's structure: 4 phases, each more difficult than the last. Phase 2 begins as Mariette appears directly. She still isn't using full strength until the final phase. Korin calmly calculates remaining magic uses and instructs Lark to retreat before Yuel collapses. Surprised by the precision, Lark agrees. Once Yuel joins, they're to escape quickly. Beneath the surface, magic seals crack open, revealing alchemy-based danger that dwarfs earlier threats. He senses the shift. True alchemy magic has begun. Fiery structures expand through the ground. With alchemy magic freeze activated, red energy blooms, pulsing like veins across the arena. Shock waves tear through the area. The entire structure begins to collapse as the team runs for safety. Yuel speaks of the earth, gods, and ash that nourish the world. Green light rises around her. Ancient text ignites in response. Although Korin carved it, only a true druid can awaken it. She continues channeling the forest's power, unaware of how deeply the roots will answer her call. Leaves swirl upward, forming a gigantic figure. A giant willow doll, named Wicker Man, is summoned. Amazed by the successful summoning, Yuel confirms its identity. Korin instructs the group to use a still-living monster, a captured owlbear, as fuel for Wicker Man. The team is surprised, it's still alive. Korin reveals it was all part of his earlier preparations. Without delay, the creature is tossed into the golem's hollow chest as its power ignites. A flash of fire erupts inside Wicker Man, signaling its activation through sacrifice. Now a fully functioning magic weapon, the golem burns internally and continues until it's reduced to ash. Its core glows red. With Mariette in sight, Korin shouts the command to advance. Yuel struggles to maintain control of the summoned golem, her mana nearly exhausted. Despite the pain, she doesn't stop. Everyone's survival depends on her stability. The golem confronts Mariette, who reacts with a scream and an overwhelming aura. Wicker Man is riddled with attacks but continues moving. A teammate questions its condition. Korin assures them, it's fine. Wicker Man isn't alive and fire counters ice. Mariette launches a massive strike, piercing the golem's body in retaliation. He notices the fire within Wicker Man suddenly goes out, ending its function. The impact throws everyone off balance. Reality begins to collapse under false expectations. This phase is beyond normal difficulty, it's special level now. Yuel, exhausted and injured, is ordered to retreat. Korin insists her presence no longer affects the battle. Though reluctant, she obeys. The rest regroup, questioning if they can continue the fight alone. Korin calmly explains Mariette has exhausted her wide-range magic, leaving her vulnerable. With confidence, Korin charges in. His shout signals the start of their counterattack. The others rush to follow, panicked but trusting him. They charge straight toward Mariette. She retaliates with fresh magic, raising a massive wall of red spikes from the ground. One fighter accelerates using a magic link to strike directly at her core. His blow lands cleanly, but Mariette withstands it, barely reacting. Another prepares a second strike, spinning his weapon with precision. Jaeger unleashes his signature move, aiming to overwhelm her defenses. Korin observes, impressed by the accumulated power and its effects. Just as Jaeger celebrates, the system flashes Phase 3 has activated. The environment shifts into the realm of blood. Mariette rises again, more dangerous than before. Magic corrupts the surroundings, weapons fall, power dissipates in the growing storm. A red mist engulfs the field. The battle resets as Mariette reclaims control. When the blood orb breaks, it traps the battlefield in a deadly zone, shifting the balance completely. Mariette loses control as the orb drains her mana and forms a new threat. Thou alone, Korin stands unfazed. Despite the odds, he prepares to finish the fight himself. Beneath the red moon's glow, an eerie stillness blankets the cathedral. A faint, unnatural breeze filters into the dim structure, silent yet heavy with foreboding. From the soles of her feet to her spine, the chill climbs. Clashing with the intense burn in her throat, something deep inside begins to stir. Without warning, instinct seizes her. She lunges at a classmate, fangs bared and hunger blazing. Blood bursts forth as her canines pierce flesh. Tremors pass through the girl's body, uncertain whether from terror or pain, unmoved. She stares into empty eyes. The moment feels disturbingly ordinary. Each desperate whimper flows like a twisted lullaby. Warmth coats her tongue, feeding the void. Strength rushes back as blood floods her veins. Her heartbeat roars louder than anything else. Stillness returns. Saturated air chokes her, heavy with metallic scent. Clarity dawns. This wasn't a monster. She nearly killed someone who mattered. Shaking, she pulls away, horror tightening in her chest. Then she runs, shame and confusion driving her into the night. Time passes before a lone boy tracks her down. Creatures lunge from shadows. He meets them, head on, blade raised. As chaos erupts, her fate balances between mercy and judgment. Korin lunges forward, blade flashing as he activates the fourth step of 6 steps. Without hesitation, he spins midair, unleashing returning heaven, striking multiple beasts with calculated fury. The impact cracks one monster's skull, sending a shockwave through its companions as they recoil in pain. With no pause, Korin taunts them and sprints again. Several beasts charge in unison, but his motion outpaces them. Midair, he activates the 5th step. With perfect control, he drives his blade deep into one monster's chest. Korin resets his stance, spinning his weapon with ease. There's no tension in his body, only discipline. He mocks the enemy's earlier aggression, unaffected by their numbers or growls. The ground quakes. A new enemy appears, faster than the rest. Eyes sharp, Korin tracks its trajectory. It hasn't disappeared, it's just moving too fast to follow visually. Rather than panic, he analyzes its rhythm. His focus is on precision, not repetition. With a single step, he intercepts it, striking before the creature can react. A cold breath leaves Korin's lips. Power gathers in his stance. He unleashes serpent intent, his aura sharpening to a piercing edge. Dragon bite activates. In a blinding flash, the enemy is shredded midair, blood scattering under the moonlit sky. A distorted skyline flickers above the battlefield. Crimson fragments float in the air, signaling the final phase has begun. Korin stands calmly as the hulking beast blocks his path. The creature growls low, shielding its master behind it. It gasps and wheezes, yet still obeys. Even near death, it vows to protect its creator. His voice is steady, he promises to save her, no matter the cost. Opposite him, Mariette appears, her presence now fueled by a new, ominous power. The final phase begins. Korin braces himself, knowing one party member will fall into critical condition. He faces her alone. Normally this phase requires an entire party to survive. Mariette's attacks tear through the air. Blood drips, her stamina rapidly recovering. Despite the odds, Korin refuses to fall. No one is there to assist him now. Still, he endures. His passive skill activates, regenerating health slowly. He recalls a child's words, spoken with a smile and shared potatoes. He can bear it. I'm an adult. Korin offers his neck. He tells her to take her time. She drinks hesitantly. Fangs pierce skin as her instincts take over. Even a great warrior once killed his servant upon turning. Korin now faces the same test with full awareness of the risk. Mariette spent a month resisting her bloodlust after being captured. Her willpower alone kept her grounded against instinct. Korin, watching her endurance, hoped for another ending, one that wasn't soaked in tragedy. She apologized through tears, consumed by guilt. Corin, however, saw strength where others saw weakness. He reflected on his growth, no longer a game NPC, but someone who carried his master's ideals. As her successor, Corin vowed to walk a different path from Park Sihu and prove what being an adult truly meant. Within the magical containment known as Space Prison, a structure forged by Professor Josephine, silence hangs in the air. The silver-haired girl relishes a warm potato, her face lighting up with joy as she savors the familiar taste. Corin appears unexpectedly, causing her to choke. Still coughing, the girl tries to regain her composure as Corin advises her to slow down and notes the absence of water. She explains her lasting fondness for potatoes, a food she finds comforting no matter the form. He leans in, curious, and the close distance flusters her as her expression shifts with embarrassment. Suddenly, she sniffs the air and darts away, claiming to detect an unpleasant odor. She isolates herself while Corin quietly admits he felt fear during their last encounter. From a distance, she confides her own fear and inability to act like he did. Corin recalls how she changed after meeting him, deciding to join a real combat trial, triggering a reaction from Mariette, and awakening the vampire within. Her voice softens as she compliments Corin's bravery. She reflects on how she favors stories where justice prevails and good people are rewarded. Gesturing gently, she tells Corin he is kind and genuine, smiling. Corin agrees, saying he too hopes for happy endings wherever possible. Corin gently expresses a wish for Mariette to find happiness, causing her to freeze with surprise. Flustered, she makes an excuse to finish eating and requests he leave the room. He waves farewell with a smile and disappears through a portal. Left behind, Mariette whispers her gratitude, alone. Again, Mariette reflects deeply, questioning if someone like her deserves happiness. A school official discusses her temporary isolation and acknowledges it won't be easy for her to return to normal life. Despite her identity as a demi-human, comparisons to others like Warren offer hope that Mariette might be accepted. While walking the school halls, Corin is approached by the chairman, who requests a private word. It's their first meeting. The chairman speaks respectfully, asking about Corin's well-being. The discussion quickly shifts to Mariette's punishment, prompting visible concern from Corin. Shocked, Corin questions why punishment was decided so quickly and tries to speak on Mariette's behalf. The chairman interrupts, saying the decision is already finalized. Desperate, Corin insists on explaining, arguing from his own experience fighting her. With a smile, the chairman reveals there is no punishment planned. He explains that Mariette isn't dangerous and thanks Corin for offering insight. Her isolation will soon end, they just need to confirm her stability. Corin is invited to share more details. After explaining all he could, Corin hoped the chairman believed that Mariette was not a monster. The chairman listened carefully, acknowledging the need for an official announcement, while noting not everything could be revealed publicly. Now aware of the details, the chairman thanked Corin, embarrassed. Corin quietly accepted the gratitude. Another faculty member expressed appreciation for Corin's role in preventing a larger disaster. She offered to repay him in the future, her voice full of sincerity and regret. Corin recalled the chairman's past life wisdom, seeing a leader who accepted his faults and bore responsibility. A request was made for Mariette's recovery. Sitting alone, she wrestled with sorrow and guilt. Corin's comforting embrace grounded her, pushing back her inner turmoil. Tears welled up as Mariette apologized, consumed by remorse. She questioned if she even deserved forgiveness, haunted by concern for others, though trapped behind magical bars. She welcomed her confinement, too drained to resist, haunted by visions of herself as a monster. She feared the bloodlust inside. Yet Corin's honest wish for her happiness pierced through that darkness. Overwhelmed by his selfless act, Mariette whispered his name, heart full of quiet emotion. In the hallway, students whisper about Mariette, still unsure if she's dangerous after the recent incident. Though rumors swirl, opposition fades since another demi-human, Warren, has already been accepted. Despite the lifted isolation, students note her continued absence. Corin silently wonders if she's still not ready to return. Mariette walks the academy corridors again, drawing attention. Though officially released, internally she feels unfree. The absence of Isabelle weighs on her. She returns to her room alone, consumed by doubt and convinced Isabelle fears her. Haunted by the memory of hurting Isabelle, she blames herself. Mariette stares at a sealed blood pack, contemplating leaving to avoid hurting others. Just as her resolve deepens, a knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. To her shock, Isabelle stands at the door and immediately embraces her. Concerned, Isabel checks if Mariette is okay. Mariette, overwhelmed, stutters, unsure why Isabel came. Isabel isn't afraid. She saw Mariette's regret after losing control. She gently recalls Mariette's tearful expression after the incident, smiling. Isabel promises to remain her friend no matter what happens. Deeply moved by Isabel's words, is overwhelmed and expresses her gratitude with teary eyes. She jumps into Isabel's arms, surprised by the sincerity of the friendship offered. Isabel shares that she was recovering and couldn't visit sooner, revealing Corin secretly brought her. Mariette looks around, realizing Corin has vanished quietly, without saying goodbye. She hides her face in her hands, overcome with emotion and realization. Corin's quiet departure reflects his deep trust in Mariette's strength to recover and move forward. Despite everything going off course, the chairman reflects positively on the outcome. He stands on the rooftop, viewing the horizon, embracing the path beyond the planned script. With a calm smile, Corin senses the start of something new, one not bound by a player's control. Corin's daily life was consumed by an exhausting routine of study, combat training, and solitary meals, all for the sake of growth, driven by the urgency of an upcoming threat involving a mysterious girl. Harnessing a powerful technique, Calamity Serpent, ultimate essence, he unleashed a dark, swirling force that tore through the air in a devastating surge. After training, a cheerful blue-haired girl approached, amazed by Corin's progress and calmly offering him a home-cooked meal. Despite claiming it wasn't much, the table was packed with food. As he reached for the meal, she noticed blood on his hand. The girl panicked upon seeing fresh blood. She nervously admitted her preference for fresh blood. Corin listened, unfazed, as she awkwardly explained the flavor difference between blood packs and the real thing. Flustered, she offered Corin her blood, saying it would be okay since she could regenerate. Though shocked, Corin didn't reject her offer and teased her casually. She quickly changed the topic by handing over a mysterious elixir filled with power. Corin consumed the elixir, triggering an immediate surge in his aura and unlocking hidden potential. Although it tasted awful, the strength he gained surpassed anything from his previous life. With a confident smile, Corin felt ready to begin the looming scenario involving the powerful girl ahead. Elisha Arden, once carefree, now walked with renewed resolve as a second-rank knight from the renowned Arden family. After witnessing the vast power gap during a past training exercise, she began earnestly training to close that distance. A quiet determination filled her. She wasn't the same unmotivated girl anymore. But not long ago, she had been obsessed with sweets. Talented yet uninterested, she ignored her training and lived leisurely, focused only on pleasure and indulgence. Avoiding hardship, she had no desire to engage with rough martial peers, and instead clung to easy joys. That changed when Corin appeared, questioning her absence from training with piercing words. But Corin offered her a place in his party for a mission. Caught off guard, she agreed, suddenly feeling the weight of her past laziness pressing on her. In Corin's presence, she grew self-conscious, sensing that her talent without discipline was transparent to him. Still, she couldn't resist the lure of money, and agreed to the plan. With Corin already plotting an additional scenario beyond her awareness, while Alicia believed this was a simple money-making mission, casually checking for disturbances and unaware of the deeper setup. Though low-ranked monsters rarely showed up, a rare threat loomed, one that neither expected just yet, finding the light tasks manageable and even rewarding. She enjoyed the light admiration from the guards, but dark memories of being looked down upon by her own family still haunted her resolve to prove herself. Corin pointed out a threat in Owlbear, but Alicia handled it quickly, boasting about her strength. As night fell, the patrol seemed complete without incident. Suddenly, a green flare burst in the sky, a signal only visible through guard-issued goggles, warning of a monster nest nearby. Alicia prepared herself for a raid, knowing such alerts demanded immediate response from available knights. With Corin's confirmation, the team moved toward a werewolf nest, a danger she had faced once before. Though previously poisoned, she had defeated the werewolf now. She was determined to prove her strength again. The battle intensified as Alicia cut through the wolves until a chilling aura froze her in place. A Dullahan, a terrifying first-rank monster, emerged from the shadows. Realizing the threat, she braced herself for survival, knowing this fight would be unlike any before. Unleashing her family's technique, Territory Cut, she landed a powerful strike with immense force. For a moment, she thought it worked until the Dullahan showed no signs of real damage. She stood stunned, realizing he possessed terrifying regenerative powers. Charging with relentless speed, the Dullahan unleashed a fierce assault that Alicia struggled to counter. Overwhelmed and shaken, she instinctively cried out for Corin's aid, but he was locked in another battle, surrounded by chaos. Her fear escalated, as she failed to uphold the resolve expected of a knight. A brilliant slash of light intercepted the incoming blow, shielding her at the last moment. Stunned, she turned toward the unexpected savior. Without hesitation, the newcomer dispersed the threat and stepped forward with quiet dominance. Recognition struck as Alicia identified the sword style and stern voice. It was Lunia Arden. Unlike her, Lunia carried the legacy of their family with strength, discipline, and pride. Silently, the elder sister stood firm, her gaze heavy with disappointment at Alicia's collapse under pressure. Alicia stands frozen as her superior questions her careless appearance, scrutinizing her readiness for combat. Instead of retreating from the approaching Dullahan, she had charged in, a decision now under harsh judgment. Her superior notes the reckless draw of her sword, asking who she thought she was imitating so poorly. Though Alicia attempts to explain, her words are swiftly cut off without mercy. Responsibility for the outcome is laid entirely on her recklessness, not excuses, nearly cost lives. With stern authority, the instructor reminds her that a swordsman of Arden must exude confidence at all times. Attention shifts to Corin, who had been quietly observing the scolding while pretending to train. Introducing herself, Lunia Arden declares her role as Divine Sword and Master of the First Sword Pavilion. Corin, respectful but cautious, claims to be a disciple of the right-hanging spear and Alicia's friend. Lunia, unconvinced, warns him that only two individuals wield such spear techniques. She doesn't press further, but leaves the implication hanging between them. A report arrives, enemy presence cleared, prompting Lunia to resume command. The elite figures behind the operation are named the Five Swords. Among them stand powerful warriors like Lunia, Jenny, and others, equal to or beyond Alicia. Before leaving, Lunia commands Alicia to follow. Decades ago, sword genius Sarami ignited a new era of martial arts that swept across the continent. This legacy shaped the Merekba Arden studio, where strength, control, and pride were drilled into every student. Even now, that atmosphere of strict command and fierce discipline remains embedded in the studio's walls. Alicia knelt before Lunia, surrounded by onlookers who watched in tense silence. Missions were listed: patrol, security, monster raids, and one odd task helping a cafe when questioned. She admitted with embarrassment that she liked the outfit for the cafe role. Lunia remained quiet, then released a cold breath of disappointment, calling her pathetic. Lunia condemned Alicia's use of her guardian status for shallow reasons. Students whispered, shocked she accepted such low-tier assignments. Alicia's thoughts darkened as a voice echoed in her mind, warning her of her nature. The figure reminded her that she could never outrun her essence. Still kneeling, she felt crushed under the weight of expectation and failure. Spectators discussed Lunia's aura and noticed Corin's unfamiliar presence. Though unknown, he had drawn attention by his quiet intensity. Ranked 5th. Yet his unwavering gaze followed only Alicia, not the sparring knights around him. Lunia analyzed the spear technique. Though simple in form, it revealed a depth only true masters sensed. To her, the style marked the final stage of Arden-style spear mastery, not something easily mimicked. Curious, she hoped the boy would stay near Alicia, offering another chance to confirm her suspicion. At lunch, Mariette proudly presented her latest cooking, a potato-based dish with added mutton. Corin questioned the meat's source, learning it was freshly hunted and prepared that morning. Despite the shock, he found it delicious and praised her earnest effort. His sincere words caught Mariette off guard, causing her face to flush. She quietly admired his rough hands, scarred from training, proof of dedication. The mood shattered when Isabel walked in, prompting awkward panic from both. Waving goodbye, Mariette left. Corin sat amused by their chaotic energy. He reflected on how different this life felt compared to the last. Meals, lessons, and sincere companionship filled his days now. Drawn regularly asked him on missions, seeing him as capable. Corin juggled tasks with a growing circle of classmates. Even surprise attacks were about food now. Life had changed. He recalled a food promise made with Waran. It surprised him that she remembered it after a month. Using a convenient excuse about unfinished work, he slipped away from his friends. He brought Waran to a quiet cafe, saying she reminded him of a cat who needed feeding. Without restraint, she tore into the meal. Corin stared, bewildered by her aggressive eating, scolded her gently, telling her to chew properly and appreciate the food's taste. After serving another plate with care, he asked her to savor it. Moved by his gesture, Waran began to eat more calmly. Her expression softened. Meanwhile, Corin noted that the second phase of the academy term was about to begin. Another student panicked upon realizing he hadn't studied for the exam. Tension filled the exam hall. Everyone scrambled for last-minute prep. Korin appeared calm, relying on knowledge from his past life. He acted confident as the exam started, flipping the page without worry. But the first question stunned him. It was nothing he had prepared for. Shock set in as he realized the test was completely unfamiliar. Classmates joked afterward, but Korin sat speechless, unable to explain his mistake. Realization struck Korin when he saw his answer sheet was nearly blank, his memory offering no help instead of academic knowledge. He had spent his previous life mastering only combat techniques. Unshaken for long, he decided that written tests weren't the only way to prove worth. Next came the midterm's practical evaluation, a chance to restore lost marks through real battle. Unlike paper exams, this trial measured strength, tactics, and live performance before instructors. Expecting a weak opponent due to his official rank, Korin prepared to redeem himself. Then the challenger entered, and Korin froze at the sight of a commanding silhouette. Lunia Arden stepped forward, her expression unreadable, shocking the spectators with her presence. Doubt flooded Korin's mind. He hadn't anticipated facing someone of her caliber so soon. Inside the academy's vast coliseum, the first-year combat test commences as students gather nervously, positioned above. The elite 5 swords of the First Sword Pavilion prepare to oversee the battle. As the test begins, participants rush forward, unaware of the overwhelming skill they're up against. A blazing technique erupts from the 5 swords, engulfing the arena in fire and force. Caught off guard, students are hurled through the air, their formations collapsing. Unfazed by the chaos, Drawn calmly channels energy, preparing for a counterattack. From above, Milia descends in a surprise strike aimed at the enemy. The counter as swift swords clash, and Drawn's attention wavers. Jenny confronts Milia head-on, refusing to let her slip away. While some hesitate, one member of the 5 swords observes that 6 are enough. Milia struggles under pressure, her stance faltering. Spectators cheer as students fall rapidly, stunned by the dominance on display. Desperation spreads as the overwhelmed students cry out. Among the chaos, only Milia and Drawn remain standing. Though Milia weakens, Drawn endures, ready to face all 5 alone. Elisha struggles in her duel, her strikes easily deflected by the more experienced opponent, mocked for her lack of skill. She's told she's unworthy of the Sword Emperor's legacy. Driven by frustration, Elisha launches a desperate attack, refusing to admit defeat. A hidden observer activates vigilant eyes, attempting to grasp the battlefield's layout. Despite the skill, she fails to fully analyze the territory, exposing her vulnerability. From a distance, Lunia Arden watches, calmly noting the missteps and reminding her to stay focused. Memory surface: Lunia was meant to play this role in the original timeline. Curiously, she's now the examiner for Group B, altering the course of events. Her presence signals the start of the Great Special Rank War, a conflict beyond ordinary comprehension. Among future threats, some monsters are deemed unbeatable by average students. Lunia, however, is different, capable of facing these terrifying foes head-on. She's a true anomaly, wielding overwhelming power that even terrifies her peers. Waves of students flee in panic as her attacks devastate the area. In hiding, a group of students watches, stunned by the destruction. Despite the chaos, Lunia declares none of them worthy of her guidance. As the dust settles, only 2 remain: Korin and Lunia. She calls him out, challenging him directly. Hesitation grips Korin as he peeks from behind cover, asking timidly if surrender is an option. Lunia mocks his reluctance, but encourages him to seize the chance to fight someone powerful. Korin reflects on their past. Lunia once fought beside him in another life. As a comrade, she was trained by the same master who taught him, and her growth had long outpaced his. He remembers the frustration of being unable to surpass her, a wall he must break through on his own. Without hesitation, Lunia launches forward with overwhelming force. Her strikes tear through the arena, forcing Korin to respond or be consumed. The clash intensifies, shocking the spectators, who can't believe a first year is holding his ground. Gasping for air, Korin stays standing. Drawing praise from Lunia, she sheathes her sword, perhaps acknowledging his effort. He wonders if this means he's finally earned her recognition. The illusion breaks. Lunia never intended to go easy. Her territory skill activates, declaring her lethal intent. Spectators panic as her true power surges toward Korin without restraint. Shock spreads among the staff as Lunia's overwhelming attack targets a student. While instructors shout for the test to stop, a glowing arc splits the field, Arden-style one slice. Time halts entirely, yet Lunia's translucent form glides forward through the frozen space. Korin pushes his spear forward with everything he has, eyes locked on Lunia's blade. Despite his effort, nothing moves. His weapon remains suspended in stillness. Only his awareness lingers, allowing him to sense the eerie silence enveloping the world. Rather than panic, he focuses. Just one step is all he needs. Perfection isn't necessary, only progress matters now. With renewed will, he shifts forward, startling even Lunia with his breakthrough. A deafening shockwave erupts as their weapons collide. From the sidelines, instructors gape at Corrin's instinctive reaction. Instead of praise, Lunia calmly confirms he moved not through skill, but through pure reflex, refusing to relent. Corrin rushes in, declaring the fight's end, impressed. Lunia critiques his outdated weapon and suggests a better one. Meanwhile, a mysterious aura surrounds Alicia as she returns quiet, but changed. Lunia reveals the test was designed to demonstrate the territory's skill, not just assess combat strength. Corrin accepts his loss but knows he accomplished his objective. She vows to crush Alicia herself, while Corrin prepares for what's coming next. Shock swept through the arena as Corrin achieved full marks in the practical test against Lunia Arden, a 5th-rank knight. Rather than relying on teammates, he fought alone, leaving everyone in disbelief. Among the crowd, both students and faculty questioned how an unknown could outperform the academy's elite. Tension rose in the waiting room as one student gripped his seat, unable to understand Corrin's overwhelming performance. Speculation emerged, perhaps Corrin tapped into forbidden skills or family secrets. Instead of defending himself, Corrin turned his focus toward preparing for what lay ahead. Weapons of that level demanded materials no average cadet could afford or access. With rare resources like soul dust and runestones, and the chairman's backing, the impossible became possible. He claimed the legendary silver spear, a relic feared for its battlefield dominance. Elsewhere, a girl stood frozen, recalling her first encounter with death on the battlefield. That day's mission had turned into something far more lethal than intended. Though inexperienced, she sensed something monstrous behind Corrin's growing strength. Bloodstains on her blade haunted her thoughts. Nothing about it felt like training, assigned next to a werewolf capture. She welcomed the relative safety. Still, the urgent vampire mission loomed, and Corrin's shadow followed every step. Alicia silently prepared for the mission, her thoughts drifting toward a personal reason behind choosing werewolves. She recalled the mysterious figure who once saved her, wondering where he was now. Despite her high rank, she was relegated to a porter role, bitterly accepting the task until Corrin appeared unexpectedly. Though others were less welcoming, Corrin's presence eased the tension caused by the academy's student quota. Standing beside Alicia, he felt reassured, knowing her identity granted the team credibility. He greeted her warmly, subtly shielding himself from the silent hostility of other guardians. While chatting, Corrin inquired about her well-being, which led to talk of her sister, Lunia. Alicia warned him urgently Lunia hadn't forgotten, and her retaliation would be severe. Remaining calm, Corrin accepted the threat, but Alicia doubted he could abandon the sword so easily. The werewolf nest revealed 2 beasts and several hounds, which the team eliminated swiftly. Just as they gained control, more enemies appeared unexpectedly, disrupting their formation. Chaos escalated, and leaders shouted for Corrin, who was nowhere in sight. As blades clashed, Alicia continued fighting with skill, unaware of the storm forming. Dark creatures surged forth, not just monsters, spirits and unnatural beings swarmed them. She sensed something wrong in the air. As a dark armored figure slowly approached, Alicia was caught off guard by the armored attacker as she shielded a teammate. Despite demanding answers, she found herself dodging deadly blows from a knight-like enemy with no intent to speak. Before she could regain her stance, the air cracked with pressure as a new clash unfolded nearby. Suddenly, the enemy leapt overhead, forcing Alicia to brace for another strike. Fear and instinct took over as her blade reacted mid-swing. Though she landed a direct hit, the overwhelming strength behind it shook her to the core. Blood splattered across her face, but something felt wrong. This wasn't a beast's blood. Confusion set in as she realized the one she had killed wasn't a monster, but something closer to human. Horrified, Alicia stared at her bloodied hands, repeating the word killed in disbelief. Another armored figure lunged toward her, but this time, Corrin intercepted. He called out calmly, explaining that these were not people, but corpses animated by dark magic. Hearing this, Alicia questioned his claim. Corrin recognized the signs. This was the beginning of a major event: Fog City's vampire subjugation. Unlike normal routes, this variation occurred only if players chose the werewolf mission first. As the towering undead emerged, Alicia froze, her voice cracking at the sight of its grotesque form. Alicia hesitated, but Corrin calmly urged her to escape while he faced the incoming threat. With rapid steps, the enemy charged forward, forcing Korin to respond with his strongest technique. Using the Pagoda Tree Mountain move, Korin landed a critical blow, astonishing onlookers with its effectiveness. He recognized the fight wasn't over if this was only the first phase, more was coming. Knowing John Doe's traits, Korin admitted that facing him alone would be nearly impossible. From the red mist, John's voice echoed, mocking Korin as the fog thickened with power. The fog swirled violently as the source activated a second phase called Crimson Haze. Korin explained that what he struck down earlier was only a puppet, not the real enemy. Because the enemy used a mage's corpse and operated through fog, tracking him was nearly impossible. Elisha and others agreed to retreat, realizing the situation had grown too dangerous. She asked about Korin's expensive spear, but he assured her it could be recalled easily. With a rune, he retrieved it mid-run, impressing even the guardians nearby. While fleeing, Charlie stumbled over a root and fell, panicking as danger closed in. One of his teammates reached back to pull him up, but a new enemy loomed behind them, and Alicia turned just in time. Crimson mist swirled violently as Alicia screamed. Korin rushed to a fallen comrade, barking orders for escape and hastily demanding his robe. With urgency, Korin dashed into the heart of the chaos. His body strained from earlier damage, but regeneration kept him moving, despite nearing critical condition. What worried him wasn't himself. Alicia was still trapped. He swung relentlessly at the bindings, shouting as the cursed mass held tightly around her. No matter how hard he cut, the tendrils refused to break. They resisted blade and strength. Alicia panicked, questioning her weakness, unsure whether her form or force had failed. Suddenly, a woman emerged through the mist, calm and composed. Observing Alicia's pitiful state, doubt consumed Alicia as she blamed herself, whispering apologies to the one who once saved her. Her desire to impress that person to be seen as strong faded beneath guilt. A voice called out her name, urgent and familiar, snapping her from despair. Her eyes widened, locking onto the source. That voice belonged to only one person. A silhouette approached through the light, unwavering, bringing calm to the storm inside her. It was Korin, silent and resolute, stepping forward like the hero she had always remembered. Blood trickled down Alicia's cheek as her dazed eyes locked onto the battlefield ahead. Through the haze and roaring chaos, Korin's voice pierced the air as he screamed her name. Pinned and trembling, she whispered for help, unable to lift herself or move her leg. Without hesitation, Korin ordered her to stay calm, his tone firm but reassuring. He drew his weapon and positioned himself, vowing to protect her from the swarm of undead. Alicia, overwhelmed by pain and fear, managed to nod as she fought off the panic. He reminded her that among countless warriors, she possessed an unmatched gift. With quiet strength, Korin encouraged her. Just one step forward was all it would take. Alicia watched him run alone into danger, his belief in her pressing deep into her heart. She clenched her fists as doubt gnawed at her, recalling his words. Korin was weakening, and she could no longer afford to falter. Ancient knowledge surfaced. Her grandfather's sword technique awakened within her. In an astral void, her spirit centered and aligned. She visualized her stance, letting intuition guide her body. Sword raised. She activated Arden, first sword style, with fierce resolve. A surge of light exploded around Alicia as her sword cut through the void like a comet. Undead foes disintegrated in her path, overwhelmed by the brilliance of her awakening. Shocked enemies stared in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. Far away, the aftermath spread across the land as a ripple of energy scorched the battlefield. Alicia descended to the ground, her landing shaking the dirt as monsters fell around her. Onlookers rushed in, surprised by her survival and stunned by the display of power. Disbelief painted their faces. No one had expected her to use a technique of that level. Excited and breathless, Alicia announced her success, eyes glowing with pride. Cheers erupted. Fellow trainees hailed her as the rising star of the Arden family. Korin, watching in silence, whispered about how unpredictable things had become across the empire. News spread quickly. Alicia Arden's name filled every headline. Her sudden fame attracted attention from powerful figures lurking in the shadows. Among them, a black-clad woman studied Alicia's movements with unreadable eyes. She belonged to the secretive domain Severance, a group tied to martial supremacy. Unshaken by the reports, she quietly prepared, awaiting the day fate would test them both. Alicia and Lunia clashed in a fierce training match, blades ringing out with every movement. Panting, Alicia pressed on despite exhaustion. Her sister had never taken her seriously until now. Lunia, the proud legitimate heir, had never imagined Alicia the outsider as a rival. Their swords met again, glowing under the dim light of the training hall. In a sudden blur, crimson splashed. Alicia had landed a strike that stunned everyone. Now on the floor, stared in disbelief, unable to understand what had happened. Even she couldn't follow Alicia's movement. The strike had landed before reaction was possible. What Alicia unleashed wasn't just speed, it was a refined step into the domain, exclusive to elite martial artists, had been breached by the very sister she once dismissed. Lunia trembled, recognizing the same demonic gift their grandfather once warned her about. The elders acknowledged it too. Alicia was now the family's chosen heir. Memories of her younger self flooded back when Alicia held a sword for the first time. Now older, Lunia quietly sipped tea, reflecting on the turn of fate. Others asked if she was okay, watching her closely after the loss. She offered a faint smile, concealing the truth deep down. She wished she had stepped into the domain first. As Lunia watched Alicia's breakthrough, a quiet resolve grew within her. Began to wonder if her sister could reach the domain. Perhaps she could as well. Moments later, a command echoed through the hall: the sword challenge would be held. Elsewhere, Corin and Alicia recovered in a quiet room, light streaming through the windows. Alicia asked about the challenge's timeline while Corin teased her, offering candy as a distraction. Their conversation was peaceful, the tension from battle momentarily forgotten. Corin shifted the topic to domain severance, curious how Alicia awakened it so early. She blushed, admitting his belief in her made all the difference. They smiled together, both surprised by how far they had come. Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted them. A blue-haired girl burst in, calling for her junior. Mariette, a second-year magic student, introduced herself with cheerful energy. Alicia greeted her politely, while Corin watched the interaction with mild curiosity. Expression darkened slightly as she questioned their closeness. Corin, confused, recalled the incident with the raw fish, realizing her jealousy. While Alicia smiled, he sensed the air growing tense and that the sword challenge would soon test them all. Alicia panicked at the thought of facing the sword challenge, convinced she would lose. Corin offered a strategy, but in return, demanded her full cooperation in future training. Reluctantly, she agreed, while Mariette watched with curiosity and approval, made a vow, reflecting on the lessons earned from pain and time. Elsewhere, under moonlight, a mysterious figure approached with deadly intent. A student sensed the danger, startled by the attacker's speed and precision. The shadowed attacker revealed herself as Hwarken, a knife-style master from Alicia's studio. Confrontation escalated quickly, surprising the student who tried to flee. With calm clarity, Hwarken admitted she was motivated by the promise of sushi. A fierce battle unfolded under the night sky, blades clashing violently. Corin suddenly appeared, introducing himself formally as a master of the Guandao style. He delivered one lesson with certainty: hit before getting hit. This, he said, was the truth of life. At the forefront of the Alicia dojo stands Corin Locke, backed by elite instructors with unmatched sword skills. Each figure, Hwarken, Worski, and Dunalev, carries a unique mastery, showcasing precision, power, and magic. Together, they form a powerful unit, marking the rise of an aggressive new faction. Alicia Arden unleashes her signature technique in defense, but the assault overwhelms her, completely observing in silence. Corin lets her fall, his expression unreadable amid the shocked crowd. He justifies the act coldly: fame must be earned, and strength must be seen. Newspapers across the city capture the chaos, branding his actions as ruthless expansion. Behind closed doors, elders discuss a rigid system that stifles ambition and shields the elite. Challenging that order, Corin sets out to break the foundation with force. Dojo after dojo falls to his campaign, earning attention and fear. Yet his true aim is personal, a direct clash with his sister. Unreachable by tradition, she can only be drawn out through disruption. Confronting Alicia, the sister speaks with disdain, already aware of the plan's intent. Her words strike deep. She knows Corin used Alicia as bait, alone and wounded. Alicia questions if she ever stood a chance. Lunia, Alicia's older sister, formally challenges her to a duel under the guise of friendly terms. Although accepting, Lunia calmly warns she does not fight with restraint or training weapons, despite the risk. Alicia steels herself, fully aware of what this match will cost her. Mariette, watching from the side, admits that even at full strength she couldn't defeat Lunia. Corin expresses concern, but Mariette trusts his judgment, placing her belief in Alicia's resolve, their confidence unwavering. They pass the baton, approval and faith into Alicia's hands. Corin mutters about repair costs as the duel begins violently. The ground splits and walls tremble from Lunia's opening strike. Alicia charges head-on, unleashing energy with unflinching force in return. From afar, Mariette and Corin react in awe at the explosion of power blasts. Erupt through the dojo, shaking the structure from its foundation. Locked in fierce combat, Alicia recalls her admiration for Lunia from childhood. In a memory, Alicia trails behind her sister, always inspired yet left behind. She once believed they walked the same path, sharing dreams of swordsmanship, but now, standing alone amid destruction, she realizes that dream is gone. Tears swell in Alicia's eyes as she braces herself, the weight of memory dragging behind her. Her perspective distorts what was once admiration now feels like betrayal. Lunia strikes with devastating force, forcing Alicia to recall every defensive form she memorized. Instinct kicks and Alicia steps back and follows the textbook technique, sliding to avoid the blow. She launches a counterattack, catching Lunia off guard with a sudden change in rhythm. The opening stuns Lunia briefly, but she recovers and critiques Alicia's flawed footwork mid-combat. Both fighters dash across the arena with blistering speed, thunderous footsteps echoing. Alicia makes her move thunder in 3 steps, attempting a reversal from above. The technique lands, narrowly grazing Lunia's defenses and breaking through her stance. Winded, Lunia hesitates for the first time, her guard faltering. Alicia seizes the chance and yells, charging with everything she has. Instead of blocking, Lunia uses her body to absorb and redirect the momentum. Disbelief flashes in Lunia's eyes as Alicia catches her with a clean strike. Mocking words follow. Lunia scorns Alicia's petty tricks with disdain. Sparks fly as their swords collide once more, neither willing to retreat. Alicia surges forward, unleashing a well-timed technique that cuts through Lunia's defense. Her strikes, deliberate and disciplined, unfold exactly as Corin predicted. Refusing hesitation, she commits to the assault, her blade moving with fierce clarity. Lunia blocks with grace, but mocks her opponent's inexperience mid-combat, though momentarily overwhelmed. Alicia grits her teeth and steadies her footing. As Lunia dives down, energy flares. Round 2 begins with electrifying intensity. Sparks ignite as blades clash, illuminating the space between them. A raw cry escapes Alicia's lips as she retaliates, pouring her strength into every blow. Lunia's confident expression begins to shift, sensing the gap between them is closing. Recognition dawns. This isn't the same girl she once trained with. In that moment, Alicia's gaze sharpens, cutting through uncertainty. What began as a gap in skill is now a battle of equals. A smirk plays on Lunia's lips as she finally accepts the fight in earnest. Both warriors leap, blades ignited, no longer holding back. They collide mid-air, a final clash deciding more than just victory. Lunia recalls the moment she first guided Alicia in swordsmanship. A younger Alicia once dreamed of becoming a great knight like her sister, filled with pure admiration. Now, in the present, the two rush toward each other with unmatched power, ready for their final clash. Their blades collide mid-air, releasing a massive shockwave that illuminates the arena. Spectators watch in awe as energy erupts, signaling the end of a fierce and decisive battle. As the dust settles, one figure remains standing, the outcome now clearly decided. Dust settled as the tension broke. Victory had been claimed. Alicia emerged as the last one standing while Lunia dropped to her knees, acknowledging defeat. Mariette, filled with excitement, turned to Corin and announced Alicia's win, achieved through domain severance. Using knowledge from a former life, Corin identified the perfect opening in Lunia's technique. Within the sealed domain, Alicia capitalized on that moment, landing a decisive blow that broke Lunia's sword. Acknowledging her loss, Lunia declared that future duels must exclude interference within domains. Calling after her opponent, Alicia extended a hand, unsure of her own feelings. Worry clouded her face, not from pride, but from fear of how Lunia would respond. Given the weight of her unexpected victory, her hesitation felt natural. But Lunia turned only briefly, dismissing Alicia's concern with calm acceptance. In another timeline, Corin remembered meeting Lunia much later in the story's flow. After Alicia's death, Lunia had tirelessly searched for the culprit, never finding them. Even 3 years later, she stood at Alicia's grave, unwavering in her pursuit. Though Corin once viewed his sister as a burden, he still came. No one else could shoulder the weight of her sorrow like he could. Lunia did not walk away from Alicia. Instead, she remained by her side, calm and composed. Even if Alicia had surpassed her, Lunia would have supported her without resentment. Just as before. Gently, she acknowledged Alicia's growth. Corin, watching, silently confirmed this was the Lunia Arden he remembered. An official record of Alicia's victory over Lunia was now logged in the system, marking her rise. Under a peaceful sky, Alicia admitted her fear of change and responsibility that followed her win. She confessed that losing herself in success scared her more than battle ever had. Despite her title as heir, Alicia worried Lunia's faction would now see her differently. Hugging her knees, she feared their bond would be broken forever. Corin reassured her relationships between sisters aren't so easily erased, no matter the outcome. He acknowledged her strength, praising her for doing what he once couldn't. His past self had endured without fighting back. Stronger than that version of Corin, deserved to be proud. Curious, she asked why he always seemed mature beyond his years. Corin, carrying 2 lives' worth of memory, smiled and thanked her. Alicia finally realized he was the one who had saved her in the forest. She questioned how Corin knew the truth, suspecting a deeper awareness behind his words, laughing. She teased his intellect, then offered him anything he wished, jokingly calling it repayment. Instead of asking for a favor, Corin simply proposed they become friends, catching her off guard. Surprised at first, Alicia laughed and agreed, glad to have someone dependable by her side. Elsewhere, a dark vision flashed evil-faced punishment, while goodness led to brighter paths. For those still growing, like Alicia, such choices could shape their futures for the better. Moments later, a meal was served, warm and welcoming, contrasting the earlier intensity. Isabel Carmen introduced herself with a peculiar concern on her mind. Mariette's sudden name call startled the group, pulling their focus. One student attempted a dramatic confession to Mariette, offering his blood in devotion. Panicked, she declined, insisting she already receives blood for research purposes. Professor Josephine looked on, irritated by the awkwardness and poor timing. Turning away, Mariette ran toward Corin, her expression glowing with joy. Rumors stirred about Corin's rising status and his close bond with her. Despite praise for his talent, a lingering concern unsettled someone nearby. A loud slam echoed. The door had been locked, leaving onlookers in chaotic speculation. Servants gathered in a frenzy, struggling to understand what Corin and Mariette were doing behind closed doors. Elsewhere, Josephine brought up a past investment proposal involving newly acquired land. She explained that converting the property into an inn could yield high returns. Confused, but intrigued, Mariette listened, while Corin weighed the opportunity casually. Josephine, watching from a distance, seethed courtesies around Mariette made her suspicious. In the training room, Corin resumed simple exercises, committed to refining the basics. Unexpectedly, Alicia asked to join, surprising those who observed her status. The revelation of her identity startled a bystander who connected her to the influential Arden family. Corin casually mentioned a restaurant he liked, unaware of its romantic reputation. Hearing this, Josephine panicked, interpreting it as another sign of seduction. She stormed off in frustration, her imagination spiraling as Corin and Alicia continued talking. From afar, Josephine fumed, accusing Corin of chasing girls and scamming them for money. Meanwhile, Corin and Lunia discussed expenses from their last battle, 97 gold coins in total. Thanks to Mariette's funding and Lunia's donation, the aftermath was manageable, though costly. Multiple sources contributed gold after the battle. Alicia received a raid reward. Others like Yell, Lark, and Jaeger also had saved funds, while Doran possessed a massive fortune. With everything gathered, Corin amassed a total of 550 gold coins, and used it to make a purchase. He acquired land strategically before an upcoming festival where tourists would flood the region. Corin, with his knowledge of future events, as both possessor and regressor, he confidently declared his intent to dominate financially. Elsewhere, the order discussed growing unrest among the nobles and an upcoming decision on church operations. Despite concerns, one leader volunteered for travel while another stayed to manage affairs. Responsibility for the headquarters was passed temporarily to Clara during this shift. Clara reviewed paperwork and paused upon finding a name that stood out. The file on Corin Locke caught her attention, filled with concerning details. Shocked, she questioned what Corin might be planning this time. A task labeled Harvesting Mandrakes appears in Corin's hands, triggering immediate concern. Upon arrival at the Western testing facility, he questions the odd setting for such a dangerous job. While preparing tools, his partner warns that mandrake screams can be deadly if not handled properly. Alicia confirms her readiness as Corin rallies the team for synchronized action. The procedure requires one person to pull the plant, while the other quickly severs the roots. Though Corin has done this before, unease lingers as he recalls past failures. A high-pitched shriek erupts as the mandrake is disturbed, sending shockwaves through the field. Reacting fast, Corin urges Alicia to act before the situation escalates further. Paralyzed by fear, she hesitates, allowing the danger to intensify. Without support, Corin lunges forward, determined to resolve the crisis alone, enduring the noise. He maintains his grip despite the searing pain. With one final push, he flings the screeching mandrake away from the area. Breathing heavily, Korin stares at the fallen plant, drained but relieved. Frustration boils over as he scolds Alicia for freezing mid-task. Eventually, he wipes his brow, admitting he can't repeat such a reckless effort again. As Korin and Alicia tidy up the harvest site, a familiar voice unexpectedly calls out to him, turning around. He's surprised to see Mariette, who casually mentions jumping down from the 12th floor. He stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how she survived such a drop without injury. Mariette confronts them with curiosity, wondering why they're working together in the field. Korin answers calmly, they're harvesting mandrakes, though they've paused for the day. Without hesitation, Mariette offers to handle the remaining ones, ignoring Korin's protests. Gracefully, she pulls out a glowing silver mandrake with zero resistance. Explaining she has a mandrake farm at home, she boasts harvesting dozens. Korin and Alicia are stunned, especially as she casually plans to cook the plant into a stew. A vivid memory flashes in Korin's mind, Mariette, offering mandrake stew in a previous life. He grins wide, thrilled to receive help again. Meanwhile, narration explains the herbal benefits of mandrakes in boosting vitality and magical resistance. As they prepare the decoction, Korin carves mysterious runes into wood. Mariette notices and questions him, surprised he can read the symbols. Calmly, Korin replies that it was a skill passed down by his master. Carving ancient runes into wood, Korin recalls the intricate teachings from his late master. Rather than using simplified modern symbols, she taught him the original martial glyphs with unique effects, although she tried to pass them on safely. A final boss named Gallus targeted her for the rune, leading to her untimely death. When Mariette inquires about the master, Korin dismisses any lofty titles despite lacking fame. She embodied determination and compassion in every battle she faced. As his words soften, Mariette grins, hinting that he speaks about her with genuine warmth. Their moment is interrupted when Diogu, a towering vampire-class familiar, suddenly arrives claiming ownership. Korin explains his connection through the orb, impressing everyone nearby. Mariette, ever playful, teases about their roles as Diogu's parents, sparking laughter. Without warning, Korin suggests Mariette entertain Diogu, who leaps at the chance. Tumbling through clouds of dust, she struggles, while Korin observes from afar. With a chuckle, he turns his gaze to the bubbling pot and remarks on the aromaworn sip of the herbal decoction grants Korin an instant surge in magical power. He cautions that the boost only activates once, recommending any leftovers be shared. With eyes shifting forward, the group sets their sights on the rare white-silver mandrake, determined. Korin grabs the rare white-silver mandrake and consumes it directly by the root. A surge of energy rushes through him as a message confirms the creation of his aura core. Bathed in blue light, he laughs softly, aware that this storage vessel marks his evolution as a knight. Alicia looks stunned, while Korin calmly confirms the transformation is real. He downplays the moment, mentioning he'll harvest the rest of the herbs carefully, though advised to limit the intake of such herbs. Korin notes that his case is unique. At a distant observatory, professors evaluate Korin's results and question the 5th rank label attached to his name. They note his unexpected strength and suggest reassessing his rank classification. When they learn he fought Luna Arjun briefly during midterms, disbelief spreads across the room. Some argue Luna may have gone easy, but others doubt she would hold back. The board admits his skills are impressive, yet official regulations prevent immediate promotion. Ultimately, they agree to defer judgment, letting the association handle rank validation. One professor mentions instructor Haman was the first to raise the issue. Responsibility is passed to Haman, who quietly smirks, pleased by the outcome. With the meeting concluded, attention turns fully to the rising potential of Korin Locke. Within the darkened boardroom, a professor identifies Korin's sword stance as a replica of a legendary technique. He murmurs that despite its secrecy, the form unmistakably mirrors one taught by a certain elite warrior. No matter how much time has passed, that technique's aura cannot be hidden. It belonged to her. Back on campus, Alicia greets Korin warmly as students prepare for the next lecture. She takes a seat beside him without waiting for a reply, catching Korin slightly off guard. The moment is interrupted by Jaeger, who calmly tells her to stay despite the intrusion. While Jaeger masks his jealousy, internally he's overwhelmed by envy toward Korin's popularity. Mariette, the demon tribe girl, and even a sword emperor's heir are all drawn to Korin. Slamming the desk in frustration, Jaeger screams internally, wondering why his life lacks such excitement. Their instructor bursts in, announcing that today's class will involve group projects. A groan spreads among students, but the teacher promises manageable content. He finally reveals the subject they'll tackle: spear techniques and combat formations. Glowing diagrams of spear movements fill the classroom air like floating chalk lines. Eyes wide, students lean in as the instructor begins distributing assignment papers. Korin's expression tightens. This topic might be more personal than the others realize. He is called forward as the instructor assigns him a spear crafted specifically for his evaluation. Recalls the exact same moment from his previous life, triggering a sense of déjà vu. Korin recognizes him as a first-rank knight, famous for rune-enhanced gauntlets, now seemingly testing him. The professor introduced a new assignment focused on spear techniques, although concerns were raised about fairness, particularly for those unfamiliar with spears. Drawing lots determined groupings, and Korin silently braced himself for the possibility of another exhausting group project. To him, group work had always been a trap, one where the diligent carried the load while slackers vanished. Memories of group chats filled with excuses, empty promises, and superficial effort still lingered in his mind. Years of similar outcomes had conditioned him for disappointment. Yet something about this team felt unfamiliar. Jagger, known for his strength and obedience, brought reliability to the table. Then there was Alicia, whose skill with a sword and ability to grasp techniques made her an asset. Lastly, Oran's intense focus in class gave Korin a reason to hope for a different experience. That optimism shattered when a violent crash echoed through the training hall. The entire floor lay in ruins after a single blow landed during sparring. Shock spread through the group. This wasn't what anyone had anticipated. Hwarin, expression unreadable, stood unaware of the chaos she'd caused. Korin's frustration boiled over as they were expelled from the training room, left without options. The group relocated to a quiet church to reflect on their task. Each member was encouraged to share their thoughts openly and honestly. Alicia apologized first, admitting difficulty with controlling her strength. Her teammates reassured her, acknowledging her progress. Jagger hesitated but confessed confusion with spear techniques. Korin turned to Ran, waiting for her response. She stayed silent, simply placing food on the table. She instructed them to eat. Though confused at first, they realized it was part of her weekend duties at the church. As a trainee nun, Haran was required to attend Sunday services. Echoing sentiments from both Catholic and Protestant traditions, he explained the importance of loving oneself and others, calling it the foundation of strength and unity. Korin then shifted the topic, questioning the cause of their previous training failure. Hwarin bluntly stated the others were simply too weak. Their fragile bodies couldn't endure even moderate force. While harsh, her words weren't wrong. Korin acknowledged her point but added that real strength includes restraint. Their exchange revealed differing beliefs about power. To settle their disagreement, Korin proposed a bet. If he won, she'd treat him to dinner. Hwarin agreed, though insisted she wanted no reward. Losing would mean something important would break. Jagger stood ready to give the signal as the others watched in disbelief. The sparring match began. Korin and Hwarin faced each other, weapons drawn as the others watched tensely from behind. Both locked eyes, reading the other's intent with sharpened focus, neither underestimating the challenge ahead. At Jagger's signal, Korin lunged first, unleashing his strongest technique without holding back. Dark energy flared as Korin activated his spear skill, bursting forward with destructive force. Yet Hwarin responded effortlessly, countering his technique with precision, maintaining a calm expression. Recognizing her strength, Korin pressed harder, shifting to his next form to keep up the assault. Despite her unarmed stance, Hwarin closed the gap swiftly using sheer physical power. Korin sidestepped and commented on her uncanny ability to mimic and adapt movements. He activated a rapid movement technique, encircling her at high speed with agile footwork. Growing annoyed, Hwarin charged with a punch strong enough to cripple anyone. Korin knew dodging was safest, but curiosity drove him to attempt a block instead. Lightning burst around him as he intercepted the blow with his chaining defense technique. Although the defense held, pain surged through Korin's arms, threatening to tear muscle from bone. Hwarin looked stunned. He didn't dodge. He took it head-on, shocked by his resolve. She stared in silence, unsure what to say next. Korin suddenly appeared behind Hwarin, his spear lowered as she dropped to one knee from the blocked impact. Alicia and Jagger looked on in shock, impressed by Korin's stealth and speed. With a teasing smirk, he declared victory. Hwarin, frustrated, demanded a rematch. Refusing, Korin insisted the fight was already settled. A rematch made no sense to him. Mockingly, he taunted her, pretending to hear her trembling out of anger. Days passed. Korin worked to bring the group back together for training and preparation. Just when things seemed to align, a sudden note claimed Warren was too sick to attend. Annoyed, Corin devised a plan. If discipline failed, hospitality might work better. He invited her over and presented a table full of food. She began eating, despite her claimed illness. As she ate, Corin explained the effort behind cooking 10 years of learning, sourcing, and refining. He likened it to spearmanship, where precision and preparation made the difference. Every move, from stance to strike, reflected time and intention. Warren listened, silently. Though silent, her expression softened. Corin's comparison had made its point, training resumed. But now mutual understanding underpinned their partnership. From ingredients to impact, both cooking and battle began with the smallest details. Corin attempts to reconcile with a black-clad girl, hoping to move past earlier tension. Without warning, she slams a book into his face, stunning him. The same book contains research she assigned, and she demands he study it. Elisha, and the others, complete the research, relieving Corin of academic burdens. Time advances to mid-May, marking the start of group project presentations. The order is based on team numbers, and the first group steps forward confidently. Palais leads the opening speech, introducing their topic on elite spearmanship. Their team showcases disciplined drills, impressing the evaluators. Unexpectedly, a high-ranking knight named Firmak Demand steps in, signaling something greater is about to begin. Surrounded by a dark aura, the examiner declares that Corin will earn full marks if he can endure a 10-second assault. The challenge begins abruptly, catching both Corin and the audience off guard. Without hesitation, he ducks under a violent strike, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. With explosive movement, the examiner unleashes the southpaw boost combination, knocking away students effortlessly. Though others freeze in fear, Corin stands firm, refusing to retreat. The instructor silently acknowledges Corin's foundation, despite flaws in execution. Next, Group 2 is summoned to the stage for their turn. They boast about using the legendary 9 dragons, spear style, full of confidence. However, their performance collapses as the instructor critiques their unrefined technique. Now on stage, Group 3 prepares to showcase 8 trigram spearmanship, executing coordinated forms. The students demonstrate deflections, suppressions, and redirections with precision. Their well-rehearsed display earns the examiner's visible approval. Praise is given to the team, with special mention of Warren's improvement. Turning serious, the examiner dismisses the others, addressing Corin directly. Only the two of them will face off in the final. Real battle. Corin smirks confidently, realizing that everything has unfolded exactly as he planned. A cold glow lights up Firmak's eye as he prepares to unleash his full power. With a shout of Rido, he erupts forward, his fist cloaked in violent purple energy. Corin's sharp instincts analyze Firmak's posture mid-attack, recognizing the incoming blow's structure. Instead of reacting traditionally, he observes that Firmak pivots unexpectedly on his left foot. Using his prediction, Corin intercepts with precision, countering Firmak's second step, Lam Naja. Students watching are stunned by Firmak's drastic change in speed and form. Despite the intensity of a 5th-rank blow, Corin meets him head-on with his spear. Their clash sends shockwaves through the air as blades and fists collide mid-strike. Firmak demands more, daring Corin to reveal everything he's learned. In a blur, Corin evades each blow while adjusting his stance fluidly. Firmak is taken aback not by strength, but by Corin's evolving spearmanship. Friends cry out as dust explodes from their final clash. Emerging from the smoke, Corin stands tall, while Firmak halts mid-punch. The two stare down silently, a mutual recognition forming between fighter and student. Firmak stares at Corin, confused why he remains motionless even after the intense exchange. With a calm smile, Corin states the time has passed exactly 10 seconds. Silently, Firmak acknowledges the outcome, understanding Corin's calculated control from the start. Corin reflects on the strategy he employed, using only his right hand during combat. This misdirection concealed his true strength, which was adapted for a left-handed opponent. Firmak, still surprised, invites Corin's response, now recognizing the clever deception. Group 3 is addressed again, as Firmak shifts focus to grading. He explains how many seek fancy techniques, but true mastery lies in the basics. Declaring the grade, he awards Corin an A, sparking cheers from excited classmates. After the test, Firmak calls Corin over privately for a deeper discussion. Corin confirms his status as a 4th-rank knight, though not formally recognized. Firmak points out the gap between performance and official rank, raising expectations. Revealing that faculty had debated Corin's case, Firmak outlines a new path. Korin learns he will face missions to reassess his abilities and raise his rank. Earning semi-first rank access would grant him second-year level rights, something far beyond a freshman's status. Agreeing to the reassessment, Korin inquires about the tasks he must complete. Fermac lays out the condition he must conquer 2 solo missions involving semi-first rank monsters and spirits. As mission options appear before him, Korin quietly realizes he must pick 1 monster and 1 spirit, by chance or design. Korin meets Heyman Noir near the mission site just in time. Noir explains the mission's urgency, emphasizing how it aligns perfectly with a larger crisis. A terrifying image of the ogre and beasts reinforces the seriousness of the situation. Korin receives one final warning not to treat the task as simple monster hunting. The old man clarifies he'll be evaluating not just strength but Korin's overall capability. Destination is the cave, where the twin-headed ogre resides, far in the western mountains. Heyman demands Korin's assessment of the terrain, challenging his observational skills. 3 long hounds, 1 pregnant, and evidence of nesting behavior. He adds further insight about the ogre's limited movement, suggesting the beast won't leave the cave easily. Impressed by the detailed reasoning, Heyman calls Korin's analysis incredible. As the monsters approach, he instructs Korin to handle the situation while the team observes. With eyes blazing and weapon in hand, Korin prepares to strike, confident in his skills and knowledge. Far from the sleeping kingdom, an eerie silence enveloped the cursed forest. A mass of ominous energy twisted upward, revealing grotesque forms with blazing eyes. Leading them stood the forest's sovereign, his massive frame radiating crimson power. From the tree line, several long hounds suddenly froze. An unnatural scent had stirred their instincts. Where the mother had once rested, the nest now lay deserted. Her absence struck immediate alarm. Driven by urgency, the hounds barked in unison and bounded into motion, their sharp senses locked onto a trail. Whoever had come didn't just trespass, they stole. Lifting his weapon, the red-skinned king bellowed. The ground seemed to pulse with his rage. With synchronized howls, the hounds surged forward. Saving the female was their only thought. Navigating the thick forest with practiced speed, the pack let nothing stand in their path. Eventually, they came upon her collapsed form. Weak but breathing, she stirred faintly. Soft cries escaped her lips as her kin surrounded her. Without warning, a column of red energy exploded nearby, flinging dust and bark into the air. Emerging from the blast, the enemy reappeared with relentless intent, power still crackling in his grip. Closing ranks around the fallen female, the hounds growled with defiance. Claws tore into the ground as the hounds ran, but the red explosions behind them signaled they were no longer in pursuit. Flames erupted as the enemy advanced, and the hounds, now in retreat, dashed through debris and smoke. Fear replaced instinct. They were no longer tracking. Survival became their only goal. A clearing opened ahead, sunlight poured through where the trees had ended. One hound slowed down, lungs heaving, searching for safety. From behind, a fiery beast named Kanaz chased forward, its eyes burning with intent. An explosion painted the forest in orange flames, spreading fast and wide. Out of the firestorm walked a massive human figure, untouched by the chaos. He had burned everything. In his fury, the tyrant had lost his faithful hounds. A furious roar echoed across the scorched forest, filled with rage and pain. Surging with power, the tyrant leapt through the smoke, unharmed by the trap. Even engulfed in light, he remained unscathed. No ordinary attack could stop him. He believed himself to be the ruler of the wild, feared and unmatched. But he was wrong. A shadowed hunter now stood before him. The hunt had begun, and this time, he was the prey. Footprints marked the earth, clearly, betraying no attempt to hide. The trail mocked the pursuer's efforts. Though confident in his skill, the ogre failed to close the distance. Hours passed, and still, Korin remained out of reach. Frustration grew. Even when the trail seemed fresh, the prey slipped away with precision. As night fell, the ogre set camp, weary from the endless pursuit. But the hunter became the hunted. Hail crashed from the sky in a sudden ambush. The twin-headed beast stirred, reacting to the cold shards, but took only minimal damage. Harassment continued. Whenever rest neared, sabotage followed, unrelenting and precise. Fire rained beside him, and still, Korin revealed nothing but a trail. 3 days passed. Only faint signs remained, but no body, no ambush until now. Realization struck. The tyrant wasn't hunting. He was being hunted. He stepped from the shadows with a casual yawn, unfazed and calm. No fear, no urgency, only quiet confidence as he stared down his enemy. The ogre charged. Rage twisted his features as his roar shattered the air. Korin's eyes sharpened. He moved swiftly, steps deliberate and light. The game had reversed, the hunter was now the bait. Leaping into the air, Korin evaded the ogre's charge with perfect timing, catching his enemy off guard. Below, the twin-headed beast prepared to counter, lifting a massive club in anticipation of a crushing blow. Channeling Pagoda Tree Mountain intent, he struck downward with precision and force. His attack landed squarely between the heads, stunning the beast. Energy exploded in every direction. The tyrant's roars filled the air, but the pressure overwhelmed him. Korin maintained his assault mid-air, driving momentum with calculated efficiency. With a glowing palm, Korin unleashed the primordial chaos technique, shattering the ogre's stance. Each blow disrupted the enemy's balance, forcing him back and breaking his rhythm. Now the former ruler of the forest was barely holding ground, unable to respond effectively. Calmly landing, Korin inspected his opponent and sighed. The fight ended so swiftly, he hadn't even needed to use his fully charged aura core. With a casual yawn, he looked skyward, shifting thoughts to someone else. Mariette. 3 days earlier inside the academy, Korin had spoken with Mariette about a new plan. Their conversation hinted at deeper coordination, with Mariette committing to follow him until the end. She eagerly agreed, unaware of the battle to come, as Korin began to reveal his strategy. Through the window, Mariette spotted Korin sitting beside another girl. She quickly ducked out of sight, confused and overwhelmed by the situation she witnessed. Despite her experience and duty as a guardian, Korin's careless phrasing stirred uneasy feelings inside her. Still, she wasn't easily fooled. Mariette calmed herself and prepared to analyze things clearly. Her instincts made her act ahead of others, always calculating, always alert to subtle changes. Questions filled her mind, but affection clouded her focus. Elsewhere, researchers studied rare beasts and ingredients collected near the Academy's West Wing. Among the topics discussed were monsters immune to death. Professor Ferniak explained how unique runes could control or seal special entities, including the wild boar. Mariette arrived during the discussion and listened quietly, absorbing details about their methods. Her arrival marked the meeting of 2 key individuals, both with unique classifications. This was the beginning of the confrontation with the second act's boss, the King of the Iron Mine. A high-level haunted house mission was issued, one meant for elite players. Despite lacking the ability to sense spirits, Korin accepted the challenge without hesitation. He stepped into the cursed manor, prepared to face illusions and supernatural traps alone. Launching upward, Korin delivered a powerful strike aimed directly at the ghost's vulnerable point. Glass exploded from above as he twisted through the air, expertly dodging the deadly shards. Sliding low beneath the chaos, he navigated swiftly through the collapsing corridor. Upon locating the core of the curse, he triggered a precise ignition. Fire erupted instantly, consuming spectral threats and unraveling the magic holding them in place. With the house burning behind him, Korin exited unscathed, his plan flawlessly executed. Observers gathered outside, visibly impressed by his unexpected success. A seasoned officer recognized Korin's growth and hinted at greater missions to come. He responded coolly, already suspecting a larger purpose behind this trial. From the distance, a shadowed figure watched Korin's movements with keen interest. It seemed the young warrior was progressing faster than expected. New dangers awaited in the north, and Korin's path had only just begun. Miners digging deep into the Dingle Peninsula stumbled upon a terrifying sight beneath the Iron Mountain. A massive boar-like creature, known as the demonic pig, emerged gnawing greedily on raw ore, as if possessed. Nicknamed the King of the Iron Mountain, the beast appeared without warning, leaving onlookers frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Mariette rushed through the academy halls, wondering why Korin had summoned her so urgently. A few days earlier, she had arrived at the testing facility, anxious about Korin's mysterious request. Other girls greeted her casually, but she couldn't shake her nerves, especially upon meeting a red beast guarding the room. Hearing that Korin had personally asked for her participation caught her off guard. An elixir was handed to her, mysterious, steaming, and suspiciously hot. She hesitated, but curiosity overcame her, and she took a cautious sip. The taste hit unexpectedly. It reminded her of something warm and familiar. Relief washed over everyone as the potion proved both safe and delicious. Satisfied, the tester prepared to reveal Korin's actual message. He had predicted an event involving the Iron Mountain's beast. Mariette immediately sprinted off, determined to reach the testing floor. Unbeknownst to her, something even greater was beginning to stir beneath the surface. Inside the underground facility, students gathered to study unique traits among demons called alpha traits. Zone instructor explained how some demons possess domination abilities, allowing them to control their kin. Visual demonstrations showed how a single alpha could lead and manipulate dozens of others without resistance. Mariette was surprised to learn that such traits truly existed, especially after her own experiences. She remembered a past encounter where her presence caused monsters to stop and surrender blood unwillingly. Reflecting now, she realized it wasn't dominance, but fear she had inspired in them. Their professor elaborated further, detailing 3 demon types: monstrous, semi-human, and parasitic. While alpha dominance varied by species, the theory could apply to many demon kinds. The instructor then shifted the class from theory to practical testing with live fang boars. Boars were released into containment cages, snarling aggressively under magical restraint. Mariette was chosen to attempt command, her presence now being evaluated scientifically. Before trying, she confirmed her previous project, a blue dummy, had been completed successfully. With calm determination, she stepped forward and summoned the boars. One by one, they emerged, snarling, fierce, but drawn to her voice. Then, she gave a firm order stop and they froze in place, subdued by her will. Mariette raised her hand confidently, issuing the next command to the fang boars. She ordered them to lie down, expecting immediate compliance from the creatures. Instead, the boars became restless, ignoring her words and causing confusion among the observers. Their disobedience raised questions, prompting the professor to propose testing a higher-ranking creature. A powerful beast was restrained behind seals, now partially released to observe behavior. The moment the first seal lifted, the creature howled, and its aura overwhelmed the chamber. One after another, fang boars began trembling as the king's pressure rolled over them. Mariette and her companion attempted to halt the chaos, stepping in to prevent bloodshed. Though the creatures lunged, she managed to suppress them before harm could be done. Before relief could settle, a siren blared. The monster in cage, A-107, had escaped. Everyone turned in shock as the manticore burst from containment. Its roar shattered the air while it charged without restraint through the hall. Corin appeared mid-strike, launching a counterattack using his blood spear technique. Even with that, the manticore evaded swiftly, revealing terrifying speed and aggression. Red eyes narrowed. Corin assessed the threat, telling others to conserve their strength for what's next. Professor Reyna launched a powerful magic strike, using a technique called screw demolition to suppress the chaos with precision. She unleashed, left straight, another focused blow. Despite her efforts, unease grew as something within the situation felt increasingly abnormal. Suddenly, the caged monsters began slamming themselves against the walls. Reyna prepared a sealing ritual to control the King of the Iron Mountain before escalation. However, the spell circle team reported failures. The magic circles weren't responding to activation. It was discovered that the sealing arrays had been deliberately destroyed, causing widespread alarm. Reyna's worst fear was realized as the chains binding the king began to shatter. The King of the Iron Mountain had broken free, his massive form glowing with power. Along the coast of the lively port city Sar, seagulls soared above the sparkling waters, while ships docked below. Corin strolled through the sunlit streets beside his mentor, savoring the calm and warm midday air, to mark his recent semi-first-rank promotion. Although the setting was perfect, Corin reminded himself of the strict drinking laws tied to his age. With a blend of old-world memories and this fantasy realm's policies, he recalled a former teacher who once spoke fondly of such experiences and subtly honored him with a toast. His mentor paused, sensing genuine emotion, and saw this as a rare chance to connect. Corin, however, had carefully orchestrated the moment, and silently celebrated his success as the drink was poured. Before their glasses met, a loud bark shattered the moment's ease, drawing their eyes outward. Charging into view, a monstrous red hound appeared. Corin immediately recognized the beast, a sealed threat not seen in years. Chains snapped apart as arcane power flared, witnessed by a stunned onlooker nearby. Bound deep in the mountains, the fearsome king had broken loose. Alarm spread fast. Others cried out in panic, as magic surged violently, descending with crackling energy. The creature's return signaled a battle no one expected. A girl's eyes widened as she watched the crystal lance, their strongest magical weapon. Though it struck directly, the energy scattered uselessly, causing only a faint disturbance on the beast's surface. Recognizing the situation, another fighter stepped in with dark energy surrounding him. Bursting forward with force, the man unleashed his most powerful strike, coated in violet energy. Yet as he landed the blow, confusion gripped him. There was no sensation, no resistance. The beast stood unharmed, a golden rune glowing on its body, absorbing the damage effortlessly. Realization hit too late. The rune served as a ward, nullifying even high-level magic. The monstrous creature retaliated in a flash, overwhelming the fighter before help could arrive. Nearby, another professor screamed as the barrier system collapsed with the hall's destruction. Panic erupted, alarms blared, and red lights flooded the area as multiple sealed monsters awakened. Authorities declared full evacuation and ordered immediate shutdown of the entire Spirit Complex. Security teams mobilized while elite units engaged rising threats within the chaos. Interception squads clashed with unleashed horrors, attempting to trap them before escape. Among the creatures, two major threats emerged: Poisonous Dragon and King Ultrant. Each radiated deadly energy as they advanced, signaling the beginning of full-scale disaster. Support units scrambled as demonic beasts overwhelmed defenses, their movements swift and chaotic. Command issued an alert: if the monsters reached the algorithmic core, containment would be impossible. Simultaneously, a blazing lion-like beast rampaged through the facility, scattering soldiers and engineers in its path. An unknown force surged into the battlefield, blasting through with violet energy. Recognizing the arrival, a shocked professor spotted a young fighter wielding lightning magic drawn. Calmly, he announced his presence as a field trip before joining the clash with devastating speed. He dived straight into enemy ranks, clashing with monstrous enemies head-on. Within the chaos, magical debris fused midair into a large, crackling form. Responding instantly, an Earth user activated golem formation, summoning a green-lit armored construct. The bulky junk golem emerged from fire, absorbing enemy blows with raw durability. Its young summoner, thrilled by the success, recalled days of intense golem training. That preparation, once grueling, now proved vital as his creation fought on instinct. Another golem formed, this time wooden, enhanced with supplemental root magic. Aina, nature mage, watching nearby, asked to learn the technique after witnessing its efficiency. Meanwhile, Poisonous Dragon began advancing toward the hall, forcing defenders to prepare again. Blades of light clashed as a warrior launched an aerial strike against the rampaging dragon. From the shadows, Eliga appeared, joining the battle just in time to intercept the beast's next blow. Stunned by her appearance, an instructor realized the timing was too perfect to be coincidence. More students arrived, each armed and prepared, standing tall as if answering a secret call. The professor, confused, demanded answers. None expected a field trip in the heart of chaos. While earlier plans had promised a peaceful day, the sealed monster now stirred once more. A horned beast emerged with a grin, its aura thick with bloodlust and malicious delight. Watching from afar, a red-clad girl warned others to stay focused and ready. At the same time, a massive creature crushed walls effortlessly, leaving defenders scrambling. Faced with overwhelming force, the students activated ancient tech to reconstruct shattered golems. Magical circuitry and nature mana pulsed through broken cores, bringing constructs back to life. A fusion of old spellwork and druidic power synchronized their movements with renewed strength. Armored golems retaliated, slamming into the beasts with thunderous precision. Coordinated by Ul and Krenil, they executed tactics that overwhelmed smaller creatures. With one final strike, the duo forced a path forward, aiming to neutralize the largest threat. A massive green golem, charged with electric energy, completed its full transformation. The warrior issued the attack command, launching the giant forward with immense momentum. Energy spiraled outward as the golem struck, its impact shaking the battlefield, while allies observed its raw power. At a distance from the old experiment site, Korin steps into Port City Sar, his true destination all along. Dominating the skyline, a large cathedral marks his target. Choosing the haunted house before was only to reach this place unnoticed. With calm composure, he speaks to Warren, claiming to be a dispatched academy student, needing a quiet room for prayer. Pushing open the heavy door, Korin enters the chamber with practiced ease, observing every detail, reflecting on a hidden item known only to a few, the marker. Upon retrieving it, he triggers a powerful response as energy bursts, and a figure begins to form. The summoned entity addresses him by name, its voice filled with suspicion, rather than explain. Korin remains focused, knowing time is limited. He directs attention to the immediate threat, postponing all questions. A battlefield erupts as a warrior rushes forward, cloaked in emerald force. Observers react in shock, bewildered by the sudden display of strength. Screeches announce the arrival of something far more dangerous. Emerging from the shadows, Hui Long, a first-class demonic beast, confronts Marriott. Korin's warning echoes in her mind domain / must not be used. Despite fear and doubt, she prepares to fight without relying on forbidden power. A crimson glow paints the air as a red-haired girl halts, Suddenly, an intense rhythmic thumping echoes through the ground, resonating like a heartbeat from beneath. Lightning splits through the atmosphere as a terrifying form materializes. Marriott crashes through the air, her body hurled violently by the backlash of power. Bruised and barely upright, she mutters under her breath, realizing Corrin's warning was no exaggeration. Darkness looms ahead, and within it, two red eyes glow. Maju has emerged, and she knows she cannot win by force. Maju's terrifying strength is revealed. An enchanted rune grants him invulnerability to all forms of attack. The creature's dominance stems from this immunity. Heroes, before her, failed, unable to bypass its defenses. Despite this, Marriott clutches her weapon tightly, determined to fight on for Corrin's sake. Bloodied but not broken, she charges again, refusing to give up. Another girl watches, terrified but inspired, recognizing the stakes. Gathering her courage, she joins the battle. She too must succeed, no matter what. Elsewhere, a priestess gasps as a prophecy's name appears on her device: Abyss's demise. A deadly clash begins as Marriott delivers a devastating blow, igniting the battlefield. Before her stands the legendary Great Beast with blade drawn. She prepares to end it. Marie Dunarev won't back down. Although Marie struggled, she was undeniably holding her ground against Maju. What made this duel possible was their equal class, a rare match of strength and skill. Watching from a distance, Professor Donna stood in awe, overwhelmed by the sense that this battle would be remembered in history. Maju reacted fiercely, baring his fangs and preparing to strike back with unrestrained rage. A surge of dark energy surged as Maju activated white blood rampant formation, his power rising violently. Despite the risk, the students pressed on, preventing the demonic beast from reaching the experiment building. The scale of the threat grew rapidly, and the defenders could feel the tension rising. A blur of motion, Maju lunged forward, unrelenting and brutal in his assault. He halted mid-attack, his attention diverted as something unexpected entered the battlefield. A crimson figure burst and Diogo appeared, carrying Marriott in his arms. Realizing the tide had shifted, she looked ahead. Bloodied but conscious, she braced herself. Finally, it has come, she whispered. The red-haired girl faced a monstrous enemy. Aware domain / remained forbidden. Fear gripped her thoughts. What would Corrin do in her place? If it were Corrin, there would be only one answer: move forward, without hesitation. Amid the chaos, she lunges with focused precision, dodging Maju's brutal assault. Corrin's training echoes in her mind return to the basics. Evade, breathe, clear the mind. With flawless rhythm, she executes a strike, labeled Basic Skill, one sword horizontal, / the impact erupting in blue light. Smoke settles as she collapses to her knees, trembling from exhaustion. Small smile escapes her lips. She succeeded, without domain / Corrin appears silently, complimenting her efforts. Recognition fills her eyes. Cheers erupt nearby. Another student claims victory over a beast. Yet not everyone feels joy. One shouts that they never needed Corrin or friends. Even so, the group regathers. Reports are exchanged, concern growing over Maju's status. Corrin outlines his plan with urgency. The battlefield still swarms with lesser demonic beasts. Using enchanted stones as bait, they disguise their movements through false feeding rituals. Their goal: manipulate the environment while remaining undetected. Fire erupts as beasts consume the rune-infused stones, triggering a trap. Corrin, wielding a flame spear, coordinates the ignition using precise timing. Far ahead, a mass of enemies gathers 30 strong, with a special class Maju looming in the rear. Corrin maintains his composure as he joins the others, brushing off any lingering tension from battle. New arrivals acknowledge his presence, shifting attention back to the task at hand. The group prepares for deployment, signaling the end of idle banter and the beginning of coordinated action. Heroes from the Arhan hero legend assemble, forming a united front. After a brief recovery, Marriott confirms her readiness to rejoin the fight. With determination, the entire team charges forward as the counterattack officially begins. Within the grand formation, tension simmers beneath confident faces. Despite their elite status, the warriors hesitate. Their fear is justified. The King of Iron Mountain emerges, a massive demon wreathed in shadow and flame. This beast doesn't lead armies, it tears them apart. Mercy is foreign to its nature. A scream pierces the chaos, urging everyone to scatter. The command is immediate and desperate. Charging like a calamity, the Demon King advances, obliterating the terrain as it moves. Ignoring warnings, one warrior dashes in, choosing to confront the monster head-on. With a deafening clash, a green golem joins the reckless fighter in halting the charge. Momentum shifts briefly as the beast is struck, but the cost becomes clear. Onlookers scream as the warrior is caught in the counterattack. Frustration flares as a leader calls for support. Yule is tasked with restraining the enemy. She channels energy into the earth, conjuring vines to entangle the beast. The plants respond quickly, wrapping tightly around their target. Bound in green, the monster's movements slow. Hope flickers among the group. With a sudden surge, the creature bursts free. Vines snapping violently. Shock fills every face. Its strength is beyond anything they imagined. Corrin commands the release of twin magic swords, heat and lightning, each forged to deliver devastating blows. With swift precision, the blades fly through the air, combining elemental force against the raging demon. Recognized as ultimate magical constructs, these weapons represent overwhelming offensive power. The demon counters with a roar, its body cloaked in violent red energy. Despite the combined strike, the monster remains untouched, its skin resisting all forms of damage. Corrin's allies react in disbelief. Nothing seems to be working. The beast feels invincible. Suddenly, Diogu lands a precise blow to the monster's head, disrupting its stability. Corrin explains the creature's resistance stems from primordial runes, relics of a paradise that once existed. These runes grant it absolute defense, making ordinary attacks nearly worthless. The team quickly reorganizes, assigning roles to contain the beast, if it escapes. Everyone prepares for the final clash, eyes fixed on the towering figure before them. Corrin declares this battle decisive. Failure is not an option. With unwavering conviction, he orders the full assault. Vines erupt from below, binding the demon once more. Momentum returns to the party. The counterattack begins now. The team's earlier efforts fail as the demon swiftly escapes the trap, forcing a frantic reposition. Corrin calls out to Doron as magical energy surges. The twin blades of flame and lightning arc through the battlefield. Yet again, the beast evades with uncanny reflexes, following the same evasive pattern as before. Letting out a piercing scream, the red-furred monster lunges at frightening speed. Power condensed in its horns colliding with vines and defenders, sending shockwaves outward. The watching allies realize the strike was far more direct, sharper, faster, and deadlier than its earlier attempts. Despite the hit, the demon's fur remains red. This deception was intentional, a trap laid to bait Dioku, the most dangerous threat, into range. The creature unleashes a radiant explosion that throws Dioku backward, violently. Corrin quickly issues new orders, telling his comrade to activate the blood spear. Red magical spears burst forward, spinning through the air with destructive force. The demon recoils under the impact, its body briefly staggered from the blast. Stepping onto the battlefield himself, Corrin faces the beast without flinching. Electricity courses through his body as he charges forward, eyes locked onto his enemy. With blade raised, he prepares to unleash everything in a final decisive strike. Corrin unleashes a devastating attack called High Mountain Crossing. The explosion carves through the ground, shockwaves rattling the battlefield as everyone watches in awe. Although the blow misses the demon directly, the damage is massive, showcasing Corrin's unmatched precision and timing. He immediately commands another use of the blood spear. The demon's fur shifts blue to resist its magic. However, Corrin has already anticipated this. The blue fur blocks magic, but not physical strikes. Likewise, red fur deflects physical damage but fails against magical energy. Corrin plans to force simultaneous pressure. The blood spear launches again. The demon groans, staggered, trying to deflect both attacks. Zone ally gasps the monster is using a new defense. Something stronger. It begins to shimmer gold. The team realizes it has accessed its hidden trump card. Golden fur signifies absolute resistance. Magic and physical blows now bounce off harmlessly. The king grins, his aura blazing. In this form he is temporarily invincible. Panic sets in. Corrin urges everyone to retreat immediately. Nothing will harm it for 5 minutes. Some hesitate, but others recognize there is nowhere left to escape. As debris blocks their path, Corrin suspects another figure may have altered the terrain. Grimly, he clenches his jaw. The battlefield has turned against them, laughing as he drives the party into a trap by smashing walls into their escape path. Surrounded and cornered, the remaining team members steel themselves, ready to strike again despite overwhelming odds. Luden Warrior is called forward as reinforcements with renewed determination. Even the party's alchemical minds fail to pierce the king's new form. Magic bursts and physical strikes all dissipate. The king's golden transformation renders him immune to their strongest techniques. Now fully awakened, he begins to break the limits of his confinement, ready to destroy everything. Corrin realizes a hidden tactic is in play and calls for the release of a special seal. Alicia responds by activating her full power, unleashing her combat form with intense magical output. Her body glows with lightning, signifying she's ready to pierce even the king's ultimate defense. With perfect synchronization, Alicia prepares a blow capable of bypassing all resistance. Her strike achieves full magical and physical penetration, 100% effect against the golden fur. The final clash begins as her blade collides with the king's body, aiming to end the fight. In mid-air, Alicia's blade collided with his foe, releasing an explosion of blue energy. A technique called Roman Deliverance activated, slicing through darkness with overwhelming force. Observers, stunned by the impact, compared the newcomer's strength to veteran members of the academy. Meanwhile, golden light flared as Josephine summoned her magic barrier with practiced ease. Her swift rune casting astonished the crowd, showcasing her mastery of the rare gold pattern. An ally noted its power, but warned of its cooldown, while Mariette quietly stepped forward. Red lightning surged around Mariette, forming a dense aura as her energy intensified. She launched N-Twist, a devastating skill that disrupted enemy formations. Her final move, Origin, released a concentrated beam, erasing everything in its path. A legendary runestone, vessel of sacred text, once survived any assault, 88 years ago. A monstrous boar swallowed it, gaining near immortality, 8 last. The creature was slain, and the runestone shattered by force. Freed from its shell, the original rune began to seek a new host. It drifted until it found a compatible vessel, and merged without resistance. That vessel, now a professor at the academy, stood calmly as chaos spread. With the academy destabilized, all the man had to do was leave through the hidden tunnel. Yet just as he prepared to exit, a shadow fell over him. His gaze hardened in surprise. Seated before the exit was Korin, a 5th-rank knight. Korin addressed him as a martial nephew, suggesting a shared lineage through their martial teachings. Recognition dawned as the man realized Korin had deduced his identity through their shared spear style. Only one man used that technique, Korin's master, and now Korin saw its echo in the stranger's stance. Doubt crept in. The man wasn't part of the academy's known hierarchy. Faced with uncertainty, Korin likely decided the safest move was to ignore his presence. The man who had performed well in trials, that exclusion was part of a larger plan to escape without interference. However, he hadn't predicted the teleportation magic that brought Korin back at this exact moment. Now, Korin stood firm, refusing to let him flee, aware of far more than expected. Faced with exposure, the man activated forbidden power. Korin named him Firmak de Man, revealing his true role behind recent chaos. Although known publicly as a knight, Firmak was in truth the final boss of the arc. Firmak, one of the 4 top executives, unleashed his shadow-based powers with lethal precision. Dark energy surged around him as he summoned phantom figures, questioning Korin's audacity. Commanding his servants with a cold glare, Firmak declared he would end it swiftly. Korin, already prepared, activated the rune of the Sunday Sowillo, radiating brilliant light. That light pierced the shadows, stunning Firmak and disrupting his control. With confidence, Korin reminded him that Sowillo countered all shadow-type sorcery. Shadows wavered under the sun's magic, their very existence threatened. A sudden burst of speed from Korin broke Firmak's rhythm, forcing him backward. Streaks of golden light carved through the space, scattering any remaining darkness. Firmak realized too late that the battle had shifted onto a rune-marked testing ground. Korin had chosen this location in advance, aware of its restricted mana flow. While Firmak called it cowardice, Korin saw it as calculated strategy. Despite losing mana, Firmak launched a reckless charge, Raiderak teleporting instantly across distance. Korin reacted fast, intercepting the attack mid-motion with expert timing. Using Jet Boost, Korin turned the enemy's momentum against him in close quarters. Firmak struck first, with a technique called 8 trigrams playing body, aiming at Korin's blind spots. To his surprise, Korin evaded the sequence completely, drawing a sharp reaction. Executing 4th step returning heaven, Korin responded with a sudden full-force counterstrike. During the exchange, Firmak mocked Korin's persistence, doubting his authority as a professor. Their powers clashed again, but Korin's words held steady resolve. Despite not ending the fight here, Korin warned that next time, he wouldn't hesitate to kill. Now desperate, Firmak planned his escape to avoid further confrontation. He calculated that space magic could grant him a clean getaway, but Korin invoked the duel commandment, forcing Firmak into a binding one-on-one battle. The duel was sacred, with rules allowing no interference or retreat. Alone and bound by the rune, Firmak had no choice but to accept. Corrin, firm in resolve, ensured the duel remained fair and uninterrupted. Two powers, Corrin's radiant spear and Firmak's dark magic, clashed at full strength. According to sacred rites, both warriors engaged with no room for escape. Their collision promised only one outcome: absolute victory or utter defeat. The system initiates a backup protocol, restoring critical combat functions. Corrin's physical status rapidly improves as power flows through him. Statistical boosts flood his display, marking a full combat rise. Mission directives confirm: eliminate the enemy and safeguard the world. In a blinding surge of light, energy discharges violently. His figure materializes in the heart of the chaos. An aggressive fist fighter initiates his advance, diving forward at high speed. The gap between them shrinks rapidly. Igniting with fire, his technique Serpent Impact crackles as momentum builds. Every step releases pressure. Blocking his path, the spearman stands firm, prepared to deny any intrusion. Noticing the moment the spear is drawn back, the attacker lunges. Timing is perfect. Corrin advances with speed, fueled by calculated precision. His aura intensifies. But the spearman reads the attempt and counters preemptively, jumping in. Corrin risks everything on proximity. The opponent watches calmly, twisting midair. He triggers infinite returning movements for control. 7 strikes land before his feet touch ground, teleporting behind the target. Rado is used without delay, flowing seamlessly. Corrin follows with returning demonic spear. The last blow launches in a spiraling arc aimed at victory. Corrin's counterattack lands, drawing blood across his opponent's arm. Dark energy swirls as he accelerates, fueled by desperation and sheer will. He aims to eliminate the gap between them. The enemy's relentless assault raises concern. He's fighting through pain without hesitation. Fists rain down like meteors. The spearman braces himself, weapon ready to absorb the blows. A technique named Meteor Strike descends with full force. The air cracks under pressure. Corrin prepares to block. He believes if he withstands it, the opening will be his. Suddenly, Corrin notices a shift. His opponent's clenched fist starts to open mid-attack. A realization dawns: the powerful strike was a distraction, using Rado. The enemy vanishes and reappears beside him. The spear was never the true threat. Appearing suddenly, the enemy taunts Corrin. Without his spear, the advantage has shifted. A savage strike lands, and Corrin is sent crashing back. He hits the ground hard. Blood trails down as momentum escapes him. Still conscious, Corrin scrambles toward his embedded weapon. He believes reclaiming it will turn the tide. Reaching out, he grasps the spear, but it won't budge. It's stuck too deep. Before he can react, the enemy appears behind him again, closing in with deadly speed. Firmak launches a flicker jab, his punch moving faster than the eye can follow. Though unarmed, Corrin declares his identity as a martial artist. His confidence remains firm despite the disadvantage. Executing 8 trigrams raised palms, he strikes multiple points, relying on fundamentals over raw strength. The barrage continues with 3 piercing palms, each blow aimed at critical weak spots. He seems surprised by the intensity of the technique. But even after the direct hits, Firmak shows no signs of damage. His body remains unshaken. A counterattack comes swiftly, liver shot, precise and punishing. Corrin gasps from the blow. Though Corrin's martial form was impressive, Firmak had focused only on raw combat efficiency. Without pause, Firmak slams forward again, overwhelming Corrin's defense. Flicker jab returns, followed by jet straight and another liver shot. Each strike flows into the next. Elbow crashes in, sending Corrin stumbling. The barrage offers no opening, seeing Corrin falter. Firmak mocks his resolve and prepares to finish the fight. At the last second, Firmak senses something unusual. Corrin has regained his spear. He had discarded that weapon earlier. How did it return? Realizing too late, Firmak understands Corrin lured him back to where the spear had landed. Corrin, spear in hand, strikes with renewed force. His movements flow with clean precision, cutting into his opponent's defenses. He unleashes the Serpent Impact technique once more. The final thrust lands squarely, forcing Firmak to retreat with deep gashes carved across his body. Firmak stumbles back, barely keeping balance. He speaks with restrained admiration, acknowledging Corrin's analysis and instincts throughout the fight. Now forced on the defensive again, he realizes he's fallen behind. The battle has shifted, determined to end it. Firmak prepares a final move. His arms cross as rune marks glow along his skin. Magic stirs beneath him. The battlefield darkens as his energy reaches another level. A hidden realm, untouched by sunlight, begins to materialize. The spell completes. Paradise is summoned. massive towers rise in shadowed light. Firmak binds himself to the Shadow Citadel. His loyalty is clear, he serves the darkness. Dozens of shadow beasts crawl forth, ready to overwhelm Korin completely. A twisted grin spreads across Firmak's face. He offers Korin two choices, death by beasts or by his own fists. Korin calmly questions the fairness, exposing the contradiction in Firmak's claim of a sacred duel, smirking. He pulls out a golden mask, revealing that he had predicted this betrayal all along. A golden mandrake unleashes a deafening scream. Its sound waves ripple outward, shaking the battlefield. Firmak's charge falters as the scream paralyzes his demonic allies. They recoil, unable to resist the piercing sound. Even shadow beasts collapse under the cry of the rare high-ranked gold mandrake. Firmak, wounded, struggles to remain upright as the tide turns. Korin, bloodied but firm, steps forward with controlled fury. As the golden mask glows in his hand, Korin prepares to end it. His enemy's defeat is now certain. Agonized screams erupt as a man is consumed by a blinding inferno. Without hesitation, Korin dashes forward, his body wreathed in crackling purple energy that tears through the lingering flames. A devastating strike follows, shattering the target's defense as the explosion fades, leaving blood and smoke in its wake. Standing firm, Korin addresses Firmak Daemon by name, declaring that his end has come. Power radiates from Korin's form as demonic energy spirals around him, distorting the space with sheer intensity, rather than boast. He calmly explains his regenerative abilities and numbed pain. 12 shadow servants rise from the ground, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. Korin reminds his opponent that stepping into the shadow fortress sealed his fate. Together with his shadows, he lunges, unleashing a relentless barrage that overwhelms the enemy. Energy builds as Korin hurls his demonic spear, the weapon spinning violently. It arcs through the air, returning seamlessly to his grasp in a practiced maneuver. With precise timing, he combines the throw with a spiraling thrust, piercing through enemy lines. The explosion that follows rocks the entire chamber, smoke and light filling the air. Breathing heavily, Korin mutters to himself, unfazed by the destruction around him. Before he can finish, a sudden blast crashes down, catching him off guard. Shadow servants are obliterated by a blazing counterattack. He reminds his opponent that this is a true duel. Charging ahead, Korin swings with full intent to kill. The enemy notices burning runes over Korin's body and realizes the shadow servants are bound to protect him, even at the cost of self-destruction. Korin launches into the air, using a serpent-like strike that bends with impossible precision. Landing, he demands an end to tricks and insists on pure combat without energy conservation. His presence dominates the arena. The enemy senses something deeper. This was more than rivalry. It felt like destiny. Firmak roars with rage, fully awakening his inner power. He invokes a forbidden technique, Asura burning life force, in exchange for overwhelming strength. Korin smiles. He welcomes the escalation, activating his own advanced swordsmanship to match. Red and purple auras clash as both warriors charge. Blades drawn, full force unleashed. Their weapons collide mid-air, shaking the battlefield. Each strike echoes with lethal intent. Neither holds back. This is their ultimate exchange, and no room remains for retreat. Their clash intensifies as blows rain rapidly from all angles. Korin cuts through shadows, deflecting every counter. Firmak grins. Despite the pressure, something fierce still burns in his eyes. A blood-stained blade crashes to the ground, trailing crimson across the ice as silence settles over the battlefield. One figure stumbles, collapsing onto the snow. The weight of the final blow has brought him down. Blood pools beneath the fallen warrior, his breathing faint. His defeat is undeniable. Exhausted and wounded, rises to his feet, sword dragging. His enemy, barely conscious, watches in awe, whispering praise for Korin's strength. With firm resolve, Korin utters the words, "I win," before the scene fades. Memories flood. Korin's mind visions of a place called Tartaros, where everything fell apart. Friends screamed his name, begging for help, but he was too weak to stop the slaughter. He remembers the destruction, the innocent victims, and Firmak Daemon, one of the 4 heavenly kings who orchestrated it. Now, with Firmak's body before him, Korin vows this timeline will be different. He searches the corpse, but finds no sign of Leophile, the powerful artifact. Instead, he recovers the original rune, still a key to shifting fate. Korin reflects on his recklessness, realizing the toll it took on his body. Severe injuries cripple his movement, his liver pierced, collarbone fractured. Barely able to breathe, he pants heavily, whispering that pain still hasn't left him. Vision begins to blur as he forces himself to stay conscious. His mind reels, but he refuses to collapse. System messages flash before him, confirmation of Firmac demands defeat and reward distribution. Though exhausted, Korin fixates on the runes, noting a special reward Findia's Sunday, granted for vanquishing a great evil. He awakens slowly, recognizing Alicia's voice as she kneels beside him. She informs him the others handled cleanup, and the danger has passed. When Korin asks about the runes, Alicia explains that Mandrake's group retrieved them successfully. As she lifts him carefully, Alicia warns him not to push himself further. Korin thanks her sincerely, grateful to be alive. Although she downplays her role, he insists the outcome speaks for itself. Alicia recalls Korin secretly preparing runes during previous missions. She realizes he had been planning this confrontation for a long time. When asked why he fought alone, Korin gives a quiet answer: less people die that way. They sit in silence as the sun sets, warm light washing over them. Korin reflects on his choice, hoping it was worth it. From the distance, someone whispers, "You did great, Korin." News spreads across the academy that Korin was seriously injured and admitted to the hospital. Students rush through the corridors, concerned about his condition and regretting they weren't able to help. Arriving at his room, they burst in, arms full of snacks, determined to cheer him up. Korin is surrounded by friends offering food and support from every direction. He tries to protest, overwhelmed by the attention and already full from their generosity. Seeing his reaction, his friends explode in exaggerated frustration, their care masked behind playful anger. A table full of fruit and desserts sat near Korin's bedside, as his classmates encouraged him to eat and regain strength. He sat upright under the tall ceiling of the infirmary, calmly listening while others surrounded him, visibly relieved by his recovery. Across the room, two students glared in silence, hiding their resentment behind fake smiles as they observed the cheerful group. They suddenly entered with forced enthusiasm, pretending to celebrate the atmosphere as if they belonged. As they reached the door, suspicion crept into their tone, questioning why it had been closed. Instead of surprise, Korin greeted them plainly, stating he expected their visit. Not long after, faculty members appeared, asking Korin directly about his physical state. He responded with composure, confirming his condition was stable and he was ready for duty. Though their faces showed professionalism, their eyes closely examined him for hidden changes. Korin then exposed Professor Firmac's identity as a spy. He connected Firmac to the infamous Tatez Valtazar. Admitting the truth, Korin claimed the same origin. Josephine summoned power, alarmed by the revelation. He stood firm, unaffected by her aggression. With steady tone, he declared Valtazar still lived and had grown stronger. Aaron listened silently, as Korin revealed disturbing truths about the chaos unfolding across the world. Korin reminded him that the enemies once believed to be legends had returned and were moving again. He warned that if Valtazar's coronation succeeded, Aaron would be seen as a usurper. Josephine recalled the hidden reason for the shifting balance of power 50 years ago. Chairman Mub led, and now Chairman Kazar was being drawn into the same cycle. They all traced back to one man, Aaron Danua, who had influenced the fate of the academy and the world. Flames surrounded Korin as he revealed the mark of the commandment on his body. He declared his intent to fight, kneeling and offering himself as Aaron's first spear. As long as he lived, he vowed to protect the next generation, even if treated as less than human. Aaron's name echoed in the hall as a figure emerged from shadowed halls. A vow to protect him had now been reversed. Aaron would be protected this time. Though silent, his heart carried the weight of past sacrifice and current duty from across the room. Josephine watched warily, though hesitant. Aaron admitted he still struggled to trust, even now. Ultimately, he decided to observe Korin's actions carefully before making his final judgment. Josephine sat alone, reflecting on the uncertainty surrounding Korin's words and whether anything he said could be trusted. Despite her doubts, she couldn't shake the sadness in his eyes, a gaze that seemed too human for deceit. The name Korin Locke echoed in her thoughts as the scene transitioned to the upcoming academy ceremony. Inside the grand hall, the summer reassignment ceremony began. Teachers praised the students' growth while the audience watched eagerly from above. Conversations filled the air as students speculated which of them would be promoted to higher ranks. As names were called, tension rose among the students seated below. One girl was visibly anxious, her previous battle efforts now under judgment. Her accomplishments, including defending the academy and pushing back the Iron Mountain King, were recognized. Mariette Dunalef was called forward and honored with a promotion to the prestigious first rank. The announcement stunned the audience, sparking murmurs of admiration and surprise. Her successful mission remained confidential, hiding the deeper truths of what transpired. Additional names were listed, including Yule, Krenit, Alusha, and Drawn, all promoted to semi-first rank. Corin Locke's name was called last, leaving the room in quiet anticipation. The speaker's gaze locked on Corin, preparing to reveal his new status. Standing in the center of the hall, Corin Locke's name echoed as he was promoted directly to first-rank Guardian. Gasps filled the audience. Many questioned the decision. Yet behind the title was recognition from the Guardian Association for his extraordinary achievements. Cohen's brutal fight with traitors remained hidden from public view. What truly mattered was that first-rank status granted Corin the ability to command Guardians directly. Knowing this, he smirked in anticipation, ready to change everything that would come next. As summer break began, classmates shared plans, some returning home, others seeking work or magical internships. Each voiced their goals with excitement, unaware of Corin's more solemn thoughts. He recalled visiting his past home once before, only to find it cold and abandoned. When asked if he'd return again, Corin quietly declined, stating he had no reason to go back. Instead, he turned to a classmate and invited her to accompany him on his journey. Though hesitant at first, she accepted, her curiosity outweighing fear. Knowing his path led elsewhere to a place the game never predicted, he raised his hand in farewell, already heading toward a future that was now truly his. Behind him, she called his name, uncertain yet hopeful as they began their next step. Students prepared to leave for break, parting ways as Corin stood silently among them, ready to depart the academy. He knew the timing was critical if he missed this chance. The path ahead might close forever. Determined, he boarded a train before nightfall, his goal set beyond the continent. Inside the cabin, hooded figures moved discreetly among passengers, their weapons hidden beneath dark cloaks. They carried blades and coordinated their attack carefully as the train raced across distant lands. Won muttered confidently about the journey ahead. Moments later, they struck, screaming for everyone to surrender and raise their hands. Passengers panicked, complying out of fear as a man, boasting semi-first rank, threatened retaliation. Suddenly, two strangers entered. The bandit mocked them, thinking they had stumbled into the wrong car. When provoked, Corin responded coldly, questioning what the man meant by hands. Without warning, he struck back with force, stunning the enemy with a single blow. The crowd gasped as Corin revealed himself a first-rank knight standing firm amid chaos. His calm expression contrasted with the ferocity of his counterattack. By his side, an ally followed his lead, joining the fight with resolve. Together, they stood unshaken, ready to end the ambush before it could escalate. Within the depths of Miram Academy, Corin discovered a hidden library where ancient relics floated silently. He reached for a glowing red tome titled Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, its energy pulsing faintly. Touching it triggered a vivid memory, an injured warrior standing tall amid carnage and ruin, surrounded by enemies. The warrior's body was battered, his breath shallow, as death loomed. Before the fatal strike landed, radiant magic surged, mending flesh and restoring strength. Corin, stunned by the spectacle, watched the man rise fully healed, as if reborn. Back in the academy, a friend mentioned the curse linked to the flame sorcerer. He warned that only by unlocking the warrior's power could Corin survive. That echo of burning rage remained etched in Corin's mind. Dark energy swirled as Corin faced danger without flinching. His retaliation was fierce, earning his enemy's final nod of respect. Soon after, he found himself in the Southern Flame marketplace. Locals greeted him joyfully, grateful for the protection he'd provided. Embarrassed, but pleased, Corin accepted their warm thanks. A message rewarded his kindness, strength gained through compassion. Corin arrived at the Southern Flame entrance, surrounded by bright market stalls and lively chatter. Merchants welcomed him warmly, offering goods and aid for his journey without hesitation. Aerial transport via wyverns awaited outside the city, promising faster travel to his next destination. Wyvern riders provided a pricier, more secure route, and Corin opted for it despite his hesitation. Observing the grandeur of the mounts, he felt something unusual about his designated ride. What stood before him wasn't just a beast, it was a legendary HR Fazevelger class mount used only by VIPs. He soon learned this was the boss vehicle, typically reserved for nobles and high command. As rumors spread of a princess returning, soldiers began readying themselves for her arrival. The sight of the grand creature flying toward the capital drew everyone's attention. Inside the palace, a ceremony erupted as Lady Mariette entered to thunderous applause. Corin, watching beside her, finally realized her noble lineage and influence. He learned that her family oversaw not just lands but entire regions of the continent. Rather than measuring in blocks or towns, Their territory spanned over 2 million hectares. Astonished, Corin understood the sheer scale, more than 6 billion pyong under their name. Mariette Dunilev's legacy loomed large, her family unrivaled across the entire southern domain. Everywhere Corin looked, the Dunilev name dominated, from salons and post offices to even a wrestling association. Overwhelmed by how thoroughly the family had shaped the region, soon, the towering gates of the Dunilev great residence came into view. The butler, Paul, welcomed them warmly and raised an eyebrow at Corin's unfamiliar presence. Mariette casually introduced Corin as one of her juniors, prompting raised brows and muttered assumptions. They shifted the conversation to Duke Castle, which had recently changed ownership under mysterious circumstances. Corin recalled that in his past life, the new owner had forced him through a grueling sea quest. The man demanded proof of strength. Corin had to defeat a colossal sea serpent just to gain entry. After a harrowing ordeal, he barely made it through the castle gates, exhausted and frustrated. All it took was Mariette's word. Entry was granted without effort or delay. She even invited Corin to the Count's upcoming party, treating it like a minor errand. He struggled to comprehend how easy everything became in her presence. Their next stop was Mariette Street, where luxury shops lined the road in full display. She bought Corin expensive clothing, jewelry, and accessories, paying with a blank check. Bags in hand, he panicked, wondering if this generosity came with hidden strings. Corin arrived at the smithy to retrieve a commissioned item, an elusive material he had long sought. Mariette handed him the unbreakable stone, a rare crystal the Academy itself failed to procure. Holding it, Corin sensed its power. It resisted all damage and radiated hidden strength within domains. Even among countless gifts, the stone brought Corin the most joy and surprise. Mariette, smiling gently, revealed it was her final present, given simply to see him happy. Touched by her sincerity, Corin quietly thanked her under the evening sky. That night, Corin was led into a formal dinner with Mariette's family inside the grand estate. As he nervously took his seat, her father interrupted and asked to speak before the meal. The atmosphere grew tense, signaling that a test or evaluation was about to begin. Without warning, Mariette's father, Marde Dunilev, posed a bold, inappropriate question. Chaos erupted at the table, as Mariette and her mother scolded him for his bluntness. Corin, stunned by the ordeal, realized this dinner wouldn't be peaceful. Tension erupts as the Duke releases a terrifying aura, fiercely declaring Mariette off-limits. Mariette flinches, struggling to stop her father's outburst, while Corin sits frozen, unsure how to react. Before things spiral further, a composed noblewoman arrives, her presence momentarily halting the chaos. Graciously, the woman thanks Corin for helping Mariette, her tone sincere and thoughtful. Avoiding praise, Corin responds modestly, claiming he acted only because he had the ability. Her expression softens as she recalls Mariette's letters, realizing the girl has found support and peace. Suddenly, the Duke storms back in, his temper reignited by the woman's gratitude. He lunges at Corin, causing the table to erupt into chaos as Mariette pleads for calm. Amid the madness, Corin simply observes, mentally noting how strange yet lively the family seems. Morning sunlight greets Corin and Mariette as they arrive at the Duke's grand estate. An enthusiastic nobleman welcomes them, visibly overjoyed by their visit. Corin recognizes the man, surprised to see a former enemy acting as host. Petals descend gently as they step into the ornate ceremonial hall. Walking beside Mariette, Corin senses a rare feeling, pride in her transformation. Guests whisper in awe, acknowledging the return of the once-lost daughter reborn in strength. Within the grand hall, nobles gather around Mariette, their admiration for her presence overwhelming. Corin calmly suggests they enjoy the gathering before heading to the office. Mariette agrees, letting herself relax for a moment. Meanwhile, their gear is set aside discreetly. Corin plans to approach the Count during the party's peak. A bold noble approaches Mariette, asking for her first dance with confidence. Multiple suitors quickly follow, loudly begging for her attention. Mariette stammers, unsure how to respond as everyone calls her name. Corin steps in silently, drawing Mariette away from the crowd with ease. She looks at him surprised, while others watch in confusion. He chides the suitors with calm authority, then kisses her hand to assert his role. With confidence, Corin formally asks for her first dance, reminding everyone of proper etiquette. A noblewoman nearby remarks on his gentlemanly behavior, impressed by his poise. Mariette blushes, flustered, but finally whispers her answer yes. As the music begins, the pair dances under the light. Corin compliments her popularity, amused. Mariette tries to downplay the scene, her heart racing as she moves. Yet internally, she recognizes the danger being this close to Corin stirs feelings she can't ignore. Despite his usual confidence, Corin begins to blush, clearly flustered by the closeness of their dance. Suddenly, Mariette missteps, her foot landing on his, causing a painful jolt through him. Embarrassed, she apologizes and admits her lack of dancing skills. He gently corrects her posture, guiding her movements with calm precision and soft words. Though nervous, Mariette follows his instructions, gradually relaxing in his steady hold. He encourages her to focus only on him, not the crowd, and reminds her to simply enjoy the moment. Their eyes lock. Mariette's trembling gaze meets Corin's warmth, grounding her emotions. They begin laughing softly together, the tension melting into shared joy. As music swells, the two dance gracefully under the golden lights, their movements perfectly in sync. Other nobles try to cut in, but Mariette politely declines further dances. She claims exhaustion and excuses herself with Corin, turning away from the eager crowd. From a distance, the observing noblewomen take note, whispering about the clear connection between them. Later, Mariette confirms her suspicions and unlocks the door to the Duke's office with confidence. The pair enter quietly, marveling at the grand space lined with books and secrets. Corin notices something on the shelf and reaches for it, unknowingly beginning the Duke's hidden story. Discovers a framed photo, an image tied to a hidden side quest involving Duke Sabancia's daughter. He recalls that, in the game and his past life, this clue was never explicitly marked. Determined to dig deeper, he searches thoroughly with Mariette, but they struggle to locate anything meaningful. While resting on the couch, Mariette complains of hunger, revealing she skipped the banquet earlier. Corin teases her lightly, but she gazes at him, flustered, clearly enjoying his company. As their bond deepens, she draws closer, making Corin wrestle with self-restraint. Suddenly, she leans into his lap, asking if she can go ahead with a healing spell. He agrees, and she softly channels magic through him. Afterward, she blushes intensely, unsure whether it was successful or simply embarrassing. Corin realizes he received a passive skill called Persistent Warrior's Tolerance earlier. He opens a grimoire that holds both body and soul spells sealed within. Curious, he asks Mariette to summon Diogu, her red spirit companion. Diogu appears, but something feels off. Corin observes strange magical feedback. As Diogu fades unnaturally, Mariette and Corin sense an unseen presence creeping in. Without warning, a shadowy force explodes into the room, catching them completely off guard. They are suddenly consumed by a dark force that explodes violently into the room. Mariette prepares for a fight as a red glow pulses through the shadows. Corin quickly realizes the grimoire had triggered a sealed power, the forced separation of body and soul. Inside the red-hued realm, Corin wonders where Duke Sabancia's body has gone. A figure appears, Duke Sabancia, or what's left of him, questioning Corin's presence and motive. The twisted form of the Duke confronts Corin directly, demanding an explanation while standing, amid pulsing magic. Sabancia grows aggressive, controlling the space and forcing Corin to answer his questions. Refusing to be intimidated, Corin counters with curiosity, which agitates the Duke further. As the energy surges, Corin's body reacts, proving this is more than a vision, it's a real threat. Emerging from black flames, Sabancia Duke radiates an aura of absolute power, hailed as the strongest in history. With blinding speed, he unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, tearing through the air toward Corin. Each blow shakes the battlefield, leaving Corin no choice but to parry with everything he has. Despite his efforts, Corin's counterattacks barely scratch Sabancia's armor-like body. As Mariette moves into view, the vampire's attention shifts, his focus narrowing ominously. Rather than blind rage, his pursuit feels strategic, as if he's selecting prey rather than engaging an enemy. Sabancia removes his mask, revealing a worn face marked by 600 years of carnage. He speaks of losing emotions, yet confesses a hunger that never faded the taste of blood. A sinister grin spreads as he asserts that this craving defines every vampire's nature. Years of restraint mean nothing. Now his instincts demand to be fed. Launching forward, he closes the distance in a blink, leaving Corin with no time to act. Realization dawns, bringing Mariette was a mistake. She isn't ready for this level of threat. Corin steadies his breath, knowing hesitation means death. Channeling fierce energy, Mariette prepares to unleash her forbidden technique. Together, they charge, betting everything on this final, desperate assault. A massive torrent of violet energy erupts as Mariette channels her final sword technique. Shock flashes across Sabancia's face, the intensity catching even him off guard. Descending from above, she delivers the devastating strike final demonic sword dragon murder. Korin, still reeling, shouts as he witnesses the destructive force tear through the air. Time seems to halt, the moment forever marked by the turning point of this battle. Unshaken, Sabancia emerges through the smoke, stepping forward with cruel intent. He coldly warns that failure will cost them more than their lives. In a rare quiet moment, Korin and Mariette share a glance, understanding what's at stake. Without mercy, the vampire promises to slaughter everyone they cherish. Moving ahead of the others, Deogu intercepts the blow, meant for them. Terror grips Mariette as she watches her companion take the strike. Chains erupt and bind him, his body writhing under their weight. Sabancia scoffs, calling him a beast with power but no precision. With relentless force, the vampire closes in, exposing Deogu's lack of tactics. From behind, Mariette screams desperately, pleading for Deogu to return. A flash of awareness crosses Mariette's face as divine energy surges nearby. Descending from above, the sealing sword pulses with radiant blue light, forged to destroy the undying. Its energy radiates outward, tearing through Sabancia's immortality like paper. Recoiling in agony, Sabancia struggles to comprehend the sudden pain overtaking his body. While dragging himself upright, he snarls, reducing Deogu to nothing more than a mindless brute. His words cut deep, but Mariette stands tall and counters, affirming that a beast can still change. Korin's voice echoes in her thoughts, filled with warmth, acceptance, and trust. Emboldened by those memories, she grips her blade tighter and advances. With unwavering eyes, she rushes in, determined to protect what remains. Her attack lands true, but the vampire endures, eyes still burning with malice. Then through the haze of blood, Korin steps forward, barely standing but alive. She collapses into his arms, comforted by his strength and presence. Blood drips from both of them, yet they hold firm in the face of death. Despite exhaustion, Mariette refuses to show weakness before their enemy. Sword raised, Sabancia prepares to finish it, but doubt now flickers in his gaze. Mariette's lips tremble, her face pale and streaked with blood. Rather than draining Korin, she leans forward, channeling her blood into him. Realization strikes. She's sacrificing herself, using her own blood as an elixir to save him. Sabancia watches in disbelief, unsure how she overcame her instincts. He expected her to devour Korin, not revive him. With tears in her eyes, Mariette pleads for Korin to wake up, whispering his name. A quiet stillness settles over the battlefield as Sabancia lowers his blade. He reflects on his failure, burdened by regret and swallowed by loss. Mariette clutches Korin tighter, begging him to open his eyes and return. As her voice cracks, Sabancia's gaze softens, surprised by her resolve. The scene before him shatters his assumptions. They weren't just players in a game. With a cry, he raises his sword once more, determined to end it. Mariette screams as Korin is struck, her voice breaking with grief. Light bursts across the sky as the clash reaches its peak. Suddenly, Korin opens his eyes and softly tells her he's still there alive. She clutches Korin tightly, her voice trembling with concern. Instead of collapsing, Korin steadies her, assuring her he's alive. Questions fill the room. Why did she save him, and at what cost? Korin quietly explains he passed his core to her in that final moment. Recognition dawns. Sabancia speaks, sensing a hero's potential within Korin. While he once failed to protect the world, he now entrusts that hope to Korin. Sabancia, for the first time, bows his head and calls Korin a true successor. As flames flicker in the background, he pleads one last time, protect this era. Silently, Korin accepts, the aura of Sabancia's legacy glowing in his hands. A soft laugh escapes Mariette as relief replaces fear. Tears stream down her face. She had thought she'd lost him forever. Her only request is heartfelt: never die without her permission again. Korin's aura rank spikes, and a new core ability, Duke's demonic nature, awakens, through light streaming across the floor. The trio sits quietly, alive and whole. Though Sabancia fades from the world, a final wish lingers: peace for his soul, imprisoned in pain for 600 years. After a grueling session, Korin sat breathing heavily, his body glowing faintly. More than just a power boost, this new core possessed a special ability, something he never encountered in his past life, or the game. Confusion filled his mind. Why didn't Sabancia Duke grant such strength to the Academy player back then? Shay leaned over, only to lose balance and fall awkwardly against him. Their proximity sent mixed signals. Desperate to explain, Korin scrambled to clarify the situation. but their positioning told another story entirely. Flushed and panicked, the maid rushed out, leaving Corin shouting helplessly behind her. That misunderstanding sparked outrage. A nobleman's furious voice echoed through the estate. Corin retreated into the mountains, spending 20 days honing his aura in isolation. Eventually, peace was restored, and his reputation recovered. He nearly became the South's top figure. Carriages bustled through lively streets as festival preparations began in full force. Seated beside Marriott, Corin discussed investment strategies and the tourism boom. Profiting from land sales, he accumulated vast wealth and basked in his success. With sunglasses on, Corin laughed proudly, declaring the festival his triumph. Suddenly, skies darkened and panic erupted among the crowd. A typhoon formed, something that never occurred in his past life. Unease crept in. While enjoying the festivities, Corin was approached by Marriott, whose flirtatious tone made her intentions unclear. She proposed a strange condition. Her offer if Corin failed to repay her. He would owe her any one favor she desired. Suspicion crept into Corin's mind. Though tempted, he couldn't dismiss the unease. Inside the academy, faculty discussed Corin's connection to Marriott and his place among them. Given shelter and a room, Corin was welcomed, but knew it wasn't just kindness. From the window, he observed the typhoon swirling above the city. Its behavior defied logic. The council believed the storm originated unnaturally and couldn't be moved by magic alone. It wasn't mere weather, it was a monster's doing, one capable of overwhelming entire regions. Lightning cracked across the sky, tracing its path along southern trade routes. Known as the sea serpent, this beast ruled the ocean with absolute dominance. A man named Levent Blandaria stood in defiance, determined to face the monster. Driven by pride, he vowed to rescue Marriott and challenge the serpent's reign. At a ball, Levent confessed his love and asked Marriott for her first dance. Crowds looked on as she took his hand. Corin, glaring from afar, resolved to defeat the sea serpent and reclaim peace, released a devastating attack that shattered the surrounding waters and buildings, shouting to Marriott that the victory was hers, though only partially. Far from the city, the battered sea serpent cried out as it was repelled by an unseen force, a swirling typhoon wall that blocked its path. Swirling in flight to form a defensive weather barrier, one among them, the golden alvean, held immense value. Its body parts were highly prized, even by monsters, to protect her unborn child. A pregnant female alvean stood guard and created the unnatural typhoon. The mother alvean flew north, seeking a safe place to give birth far from danger. Her long flight ended near ManhwaCapped Academy, right on the land Corin had heavily invested in. A massive typhoon formed over his property, threatening to destroy everything. Corin couldn't believe it. A rare typhoon bat had caused this chaos. He speculated that his accidental wing flap earlier must have triggered this weather catastrophe. Realizing the festival and his investment were at risk, Corin ran toward the site, desperate for a solution. As the winds intensified, buildings tore apart. Corin counted every coin he had poured into the project: land, labor, and materials. Only a fraction had been his own. Nearly all 720 gold coins were borrowed. If the typhoon didn't stop, an emergency meeting was called at ManhwaCapped Academy. Chairman Iryu Kassar addressed the group, stating that the origin of the disaster was the typhoon bat alvean nesting nearby. Night faculty Professor Haman Welsh and magic professor Dana Arienne debated whether subjugation was the only path forward. Haman insisted on subjugation, but Edgar, a magic professor, opposed it, claiming the typhoon would pass in a month. Alchemy professor Lurla challenged Edgar's optimism, demanding evidence. Despite differing opinions, uncertainty remained about whether peaceful waiting or aggressive action was wiser. New Professor Ogun Reentry pushed for subjugation, believing students could grow by facing danger head-on. He viewed the crisis as an opportunity to inspire courage and develop strength through adversity. Still, others cautioned that the academy was a place of learning, not a battleground for ambition. Corin, seated quietly, stood up and asked to speak, addressing the assembly with urgency. He reminded them of their sworn duty to uphold justice and protect the helpless. As his aura flared, Corin declared they were guardians of humanity meant to act, not hesitate. Corin shouted that subjugation was essential. He pointed to innocent victims: the homeless, the jobless, the displaced suffering in the storm's wake, cried out, urging them to act before more people were lost. Emotional plea at the meeting shook the professors. Moved by his sincerity, even skeptical professors began to waver. He declared saving lives more important than wealth. Though motivated partly by saving his voice carried genuine resolve. Inspired, others joined in, Rising to support the idea of action, the faculty began forming a plan to confront the crisis. The storm raged on outside, tearing through the district. Korin watched, knowing time was running short. He was ready to face the typhoon to protect everyone involved. Within the raging typhoon, a crack of light burst open as Korin's squad initiated their assault. Should they succeed in breaching the storm, the main force would push forward to destroy the Alvin. Every movement counted. The typhoon already contained swarms of monsters, all drawn in and frenzied by its pull. Charging ahead, Heyman Welsh unleashed powerful strikes, his skill as a semi-first-rank knight undeniable. Next, Professor Ogun swung his massive axe with shocking agility, clearing a path without pause. In support, Professor Edgar, the team's leader, commanded his mana staff to release precise magic attacks. At the front, Burjaki roared, his body glowing red as he tore through the enemy. Despite the chaos, he chatted mid-fight, seemingly enjoying the danger. Watching this, Korin clenched his fists. His target was the Alvin who ruined his inn. A secondary vortex emerged suddenly within the larger typhoon. Recognizing its unnatural shape, the team concluded it was no ordinary phenomenon. Manipulated weather, another trick by the Alvin to block pursuit. Doubt spread, reaching the core meant enduring endless wounds. Rather than charge blindly, they chose caution, trusting the support unit's advance. A green flare shot upward Korin's signal. Reinforcements were now on their way. Professor Denial stepped forward, crimson energy swirling around him. Electricity exploded in the sky, causing concern among allies. The magnitude of Denial's power sparked fear more than confidence. Reacting quickly, Edgar ordered the team to gather behind him. Denial roared, channeling pure force into a single attack. His power erupted like a crimson storm, devastated the area with violent energy, shaking the earth and parting the clouds. The battlefield lay scorched, but the typhoon's core remained untouched. Amid the debris, monsters stirred. Edgar criticized the mages, blaming their recklessness. Evrione expected the typhoon to be destroyed. Instead, its eye still spun larger and darker than before. Suspicion grew. Edgar sensed something wrong. Korin, watching closely, realized the Alvin hadn't just survived, it was transforming. The vortex expanded rapidly, eyes turned toward the center. As realization dawned, Korin named it evolution. The Alvin wasn't just resisting, it was growing stronger. Lightning fused with demonic essence. What once was a monster now transcended its rank. Thunderclouds crowned the sky as the evolved Alvin floated upward. Denial stood stunned. Even he couldn't match this. Edgar called for immediate caution. Despite panic, Serpent Valentin readied his weapon. A new calamity had risen. Valentin launched his skill Suffering Serpent, but mid-air, his strikes lacked weight. He shouted in frustration, struggling to contribute as the battle raged beyond his reach. Desperation clouded his focus, yet Korin, fixated on the bounty and personal stakes, clenched his fists, unwilling to retreat. Burjaki shouted in confusion as Korin used him as a springboard. Without hesitation, she leapt upward with determined force. Using his broad shoulders as a foothold, she regained momentum. Her thanks echoed above the winds, while Burjaki could only stare in disbelief, calling her insane. He propelled himself upward with raw will. His mind screamed one thought: never give in. Ahead, the Alvin shrieked. Korin's eyes burned with fury. Revenge clouded judgment. Below, the creature defended not with malice, but instinct, a mother protecting her child from death. Their paths collided mid-air. Claws and fists met between red lightning and blinding energy. Korin spotted a strange object, a slime. His instincts screamed confusion. Holding the slime tightly, he declared the fight wasn't over. Descending rapidly, Korin prepared his ultimate strike. Macro hit. Despite the descent, unease filled him. Mid-air left him powerless again. He realized the truth without the ground. All his martial skill meant nothing, and he was still falling. Korin, exhausted and bruised, began to drift downward. Doubts crept in. Was this the end of his story? Lightning flashed above. Darkness closed in, and regret took shape in his thoughts. He had risked everything. Instead of glory, all he wanted now was one more chance, or even a good meal. He cursed quietly. All around him, chaos swirled as the storm grew wilder. Within the typhoon, everything he believed in shattered. His strength alone was no longer enough. Suddenly, a figure appeared fighting the Alvin directly. It wasn't him. Someone else had entered the fray. That stranger roared, channeling raw energy into a violent surge against the beast. The impact cracked the air and forced the vortex outward. Shockwaves spread. A blinding pulse ripped across the battlefield, tearing the storm apart. Korin tumbled down, clutching his chest. His strength was fading. Beneath him, the typhoon unraveled. Winds scattered, and silence followed. Alice, dazed and injured, looked up. The storm had ended at last. A silhouette emerged from the fading light. Everyone froze. Among the dust and awe, a boy with golden eyes stood firm. He recited scripture with unwavering calm. In the ruins of battle, faith remained. A lone figure crouched near the rubble, surrounded by wreckage. Memories of debt and failure weighed heavily. He remained still, burdened not just by stone, but regret. Two women approached in silence. Light broke through behind them, though nothing was said. Hope arrived. A brief incident rocked the city, yet rapid response ensured only minimal damage. While the highway bore the brunt of destruction, most areas remained unharmed. To restore public trust, Academy Guardians distributed food as a symbol of unity and strength. With a sharp gaze, Warren directed the food line, leaving no room for disobedience. Nearby, Corrin reflected aloud on the roots of civilization, how mutual aid defined humanity. He spoke of fossilized bones that healed, proof that ancient people once cared for each other. Acknowledging his words, Warren remarked that aiding the weak shaped the earliest societies. Still, she claimed it meant nothing to her in her world. No one ever reached out. Corrin quietly extended his support, startling her with unexpected kindness. He gently asked if receiving help might still hold meaning for someone like her. Instead of answering, she turned away, coldly dismissing the thought as weakness. In a solemn voice, she revealed her truth. She wasn't human, but a crafted Jiangshi. An old accusation echoed in her mind, branding her a monster. She questioned if Corrin could ever trust someone tainted like her. Suddenly, another presence surged, an inner soul demanding its body back, igniting a dark struggle within. Huaren's inner self emerged violently, declaring ownership of the body she now controlled, eyes glowing with defiance. A haunting question followed: would anyone still choose to help her in this monstrous state? Meanwhile, the story shifted to Merkaba City, home of the prestigious Guardian Academy. Despite its image, the city hid dark corners, controlled by the Black Star faction, a criminal organization, operating through illegal trade and liquor sales. They ruled the back alleys with silent influence. One of their taverns, protected through extortion, served as a meeting ground for members and enforcers. Inside, drunken patrons harassed the staff until tension escalated beyond control. Corrin stepped in, offering calm resolution and payment, drawing unwanted attention to himself. The bartender revealed himself as a faction member, furious that a stranger interrupted their domain. A group of thugs confronted Corrin, mocking him as just another overconfident academy student. Their leader ordered an attack, boasting of their past as ruthless slave hunters. Muscles flexed and fists clenched, the assault began with brutal intent. The gang leader warned Corrin, comparing himself to a tiger facing a helpless cub. Corrin didn't flinch. Instead, he countered instantly, landing a devastating blow. Shockwaves echoed across the tavern as bodies hit the ground, silencing the night. One enforcer lunged toward Corrin, only to be swiftly knocked down without resistance. Bloodied bodies littered the tavern floor as Corrin stood unshaken amid the aftermath. When asked who he was, Corrin answered coldly. He was a dogman who hunted mad dogs. Without hesitation, he struck the last standing foe, ending the conflict with brutal clarity. That very night, the Black Star faction vanished from Merkaba City. But Corrin had a deeper purpose. He targeted them for enslaving demi-humans, not just their crimes. Beneath the gang's den, cages were filled with mistreated demi-human captives. Society viewed them as lesser, treating them more like property than people. Corrin, disturbed by their condition, vowed to liberate every one of them. He offered the prisoners freedom and transport through an allied family. Gaining their trust would help him move closer to his real objective. He then searched for two specific individuals, siblings named Ren and Ron. Corrin found them, but was shocked by their appearance. They looked far younger than expected. In a past life, they'd appeared fully grown. Now they looked like children. Despite the confusion, he pressed forward, drawing attention as more captives stirred. Ren, fiercely protective, warned Corrin not to hurt her brother, her body trembling from fear. Though young, she had the same potential. Corrin remembered her past self as a powerful, battle-scarred woman. In another timeline, she and Ron were dangerous enemies involved in political chaos, killed by Park Shu. Ren and Ron were hesitant, but Corrin's calm approach softened their resistance. He offered his hand, stating his mission was to save future villains before corruption took hold. Their fear persisted, but Corrin's steady grip reminded them that someone cared. He assured them no one would harm them again, and embraced them warmly. Tears welled in their eyes. children starved for safety, clinging tightly to their first protector. They shared their names, and Korin introduced himself with quiet conviction. Both finally relaxed in his arms, exhaustion replacing terror. Korin silently questioned whether he should hand them over to the Guardians. Their innocence contradicted the roles he once knew them for. Lenya, a barmaid and secret information broker, asked about his plan. He admitted he expected mid-level bosses, not vulnerable kids. Still, Korin chose kindness, ordering food and shelter, leaving his motives open to interpretation. Korin questioned whether he had to rescue Aren alone, determined but uncertain. At the Eastern Flying Beast landing zone, traffic flowed under the calm sky. A massive eagle arrived carrying passengers, met by an officer requesting registration. Among the arrivals, a man named Jinfik led a group under official credentials. Senior Professor Kang Alan introduced himself, flanked by Student President Hana Yuna. Their diplomatic visit was met with courtesy, and they were escorted to a carriage. The royal treatment began with luxury transportation, impressing even the normally composed students. Tension emerged between the students as Yuna pushed Vic to act more decisively. Instructor quickly ended the chatter, urging them to stay focused. When questioned about their mission, Vic confirmed the artifact's presence. He believed the chairman had it, supported by the Emperor's word. Teacher warned him to suppress his fury, reminding him of political danger. But forgetting wasn't easy. Vivid memories of the fire and death haunted them. Korin stood before a burning palace, overwhelmed by the weight of past loss. Within the flames, Warren appeared blamed and bound to the tragedy. 1 month after the Typhoon Bat incident, the academy brimmed with energy. Despite its cheerful name, the festival was an intense combat tournament between 4 regional academies. Inside the classroom, conversations centered around team formation and competition strategies. A loud student questioned when teams would be finalized. When asked about his partner choice, Korin gave no direct answer, only noting that matchups were often randomized. He then mentioned an upcoming announcement: only students ranked 2nd or higher could qualify for team events. Mariette, known for her strength, clearly set her sights on the individual competition prize. While the group discussed her absence, Korin caught sight of unfamiliar figures outside the window. Their distinct Eastern attire hinted at newcomers from a distant academy. Descending the stairs, 3 powerful students, Kang Hyun, Sajin Ryur, and Kang Yuha, made their entrance. Korin immediately recognized them of the 3rd arc, the Heavenly Yasha Trio. Elsewhere, a stern elder firmly rejected a request brought before him. Reflecting on a past tragedy, the elder recalled a devastating fire from the previous year. During the chaos, his niece had vanished. He now blamed the East for her disappearance. Yet the woman across from him insisted Horan, host to a powerful beast, could no longer return as an ordinary girl. Tensions flared as discussions about Warren's fate continued. Despite her confidence, the elder insisted they could manage without help. Just then, Li Jinyang arrived. Dismissing the idea of Warren's reformation, he cast doubt on her intentions and warned of deception. Jinyang pressed the issue, demanding Warren be revealed at the festival to expose her true nature. His accusation carried weight, painting Warren as the same beast responsible for past massacres. Recognizing the prejudice, but acknowledging the difficulty in refuting their claims logically. Rather than retreat, she saw potential. This festival could prove Ron's humanity. She proposed Warren enter the individual event. The elder, hesitant, left the decision up to Warren herself. With the conversation closing, he reflected on others who might challenge them, the Eastern delegation and the Great Santees. Alone, the woman exhaled deeply. Surprised events had unfolded exactly as the boy predicted. Simone was hiding among the festival participants, spies from Baltazar's faction. Startled, she demanded answers. Korin calmly admitted he didn't know who exactly, but had suspicions. Korin mentioned 2 groups, the Catholic Church and Boromez faction. Both were possible culprits. His deduction proved correct. In truth, both forces had infiltrated the event, acting in secret. Together, they moved under one banner, Heavenly Yaksha. The upcoming festival was a pivotal event, determining the fate of key characters and the political course of El Lost Kingdom. Korin, already aware of its narrative weight, requested Professor Josephine to monitor the Catholic Church's activity closely during the event. He suggested they could watch the Boromé students more easily from outer inns, raising Josephine's suspicion about his motives. Placing a hand over his heart, Korin denied any allegiance to Baltazar, and asked not to be doubted constantly. He declared that his purpose remained the same, regardless of how others judged him. Josephine paused, Surprised by the sacred oath of the Shadow Warrior, she mentioned rumors that student-funded buildings were linked to Korin, even when she accused him of secretly running a street stall through Mariette. Behind the humor, Korin's setup had cleverly secured 100 long-term guests. Josephine reminded Korin that supporting others wasn't shameful. Among students gathering, one voiced doubt about surviving the trials, where only 16 teams would pass. Nerves rose as the elimination challenge loomed. Even named characters unexpectedly joined the competition. Hworin was notably absent, seemingly committed to the individual match. As Korin looked around, Alicia appeared from the crowd. Attention shifted as Kang Ryeon, the appointed judge, took the stage. Kang Ryeon opened the group trial with a solemn tone, wishing luck to all before introducing the mission's objective. Participants listened as he emphasized the theme saving civilians. Students scattered as the ground changed beneath them, launching the exam into motion. An enormous formation activated 8 gates. It transformed the space into a strategic battlefield. The scale surprised everyone. Some students questioned the complexity, unsure how it related to the task. Soon, the rules appeared: guide civilian dummies safely, earn points, harm them, lose score. The simulation had begun. Korin's team approached the dummies, realizing they responded to touch commands. Though intrigued, Korin remained serious. The others grew enthusiastic, unaware of real threats nearby. A sudden attack erupted. A longhound lunged, but Alicia swiftly struck it down with magical force. Her teammates praised her skills. Alicia led confidently, transporting civilians toward safety. They coordinated quickly, scouting for the safe zone. Progress was smooth until the tremors began. The ground shook violently, sound of drums echoed. Something ominous was closing in from behind. Alicia turned, sensing danger. A massive group stormed toward them, causing panic and uncertainty. Her expression shifted. The true challenge had only just begun. A shadowy figure stood at the front of a charging formation. A looming figure stands atop a hill, watching as a group of bandits confronts frightened students in the red dusk. Among the crowd, confusion rises as a strange cart appears, dragging along unmoving stone figures. Panic spreads as it becomes clear the bandits have strapped stone civilians to a trolley, forcing a surrender, mocking the students' efforts to earn points through slow tactics. His presence stuns the onlookers, especially a girl who recognizes him. Stepping forward boldly, he renounces his old identity and declares himself the almighty immortal, claiming the stage. Korin stood at the center of chaos, declaring himself the almighty immortal Locke. Everything started with a trio. Their tactics were cunning. They drew others in. Not for alliances, but to be used. Under the illusion of teamwork, they pulled more students into their ranks. Rather than seek refuge, Soren's group collected civilian stone-like figures scattered across the field. They served one purpose: human shields. Other participants lashed out in frustration, yelling at their cruelty. Soren's side didn't flinch. They marched forward with no hesitation. The rule was brutal. Escorting civilians gained points. Destroying them meant deductions. Korin exploited this perfectly. With magic ineffective, their enemies charged. Desperation pushed them into reckless close combat. Fighting erupted. Enemies grabbed for the stone civilians, trying to weaken Soren's line. With a twisted grin, Korin unleashed fire, incinerating enemies and innocents alike. Burning screams filled the arena. Points skyrocketed as bodies fell. Victory now belonged to the merciless. Kindness was a weakness. Korin wasn't strategizing anymore. He was enjoying the slaughter. Amid the chaos, he crossed paths with Alicia. She froze in shock. With eerie calm, Korin offered her a place in the Mandrake Bandits. His demand betray her allies. Her silence was his answer. Korin's eyes gleamed with intensity as he shouted for Alicia's support. His ambition was growing. The offensive would expand, and he wanted her part of it. He declared an open offer: anyone who delivered Alicia's head would be welcomed among the Mandrake Bandits. Without hesitation, her allies abandoned her. Facing Korin as a team felt impossible. Turning on her was easier. Korin watched, amused by the betrayal. To him, society's civility was just a fragile illusion. When danger struck, people showed their true nature, desperate and vicious, like squids thrashing in a basin. Realizing this, Alicia hardened her resolve. If loyalty meant nothing, she wouldn't hold back either. Elsewhere, groups were forming based on teamwork and experience. Mariette's squad advanced confidently, convinced their precision with civilians gave them the edge. That confidence shattered the moment they crossed paths with Korin. Mariette hesitated as she faced him. Emotion clouded her vision. Korin's teasing words disarmed her. Old feelings conflicted with current danger. Despite a long friendship, her heart betrayed her, Love overtook fear. With a sudden cry, she turned on her allies. They couldn't understand her outburst. Confusion gripped Isabel as betrayal struck. Watching from above, Corin grinned. Another recruit, well earned. Mariette charged forward in a frenzy, swinging wildly at her opponents. Cries of immortal Locke echoed around the field as chaos engulfed the arena. From a distance, Corin stood tall, amused by the cries of admiration, unleashing his own attack with mechanical glee. Corin laughed uncontrollably. Spectators questioned whether Corin was part of their academy. His tactical genius disturbed even veteran observers. Though effective, he radiated danger. Unconcerned with approval, Corin's team advanced effortlessly. During the preliminary doubles round, the next phase began. The Chin siblings, elite guardians, entered the field. Alicia leaped into action but hesitated when ordered to body slam. The absurdity caught her off guard. Their opponent, a skilled female fighter, accused Corin of using Alicia as bait. A fierce clash followed. Alicia landed a strong blow as others struggled to respond. After the match, she scolded Corin for making her do all the fighting. Spectators dismissed her as unimpressive until they saw the spearmen. Though unaware, the crowd sensed something unusual. Alicia's foundation was solid, but another figure drew their full attention. The spearman's presence was overwhelming. From what little was known, he was incredibly dangerous. Two names stood out: Berserker and Vampire, both feared for good reason. Corin's precise strikes forced even elite guardians into defensive positions. Despite their coordination, the Borometh twins couldn't breach Corin's calm. He wasn't just strong, he was calculated. Students recognized him as the top first year, a rare fusion of power and strategy. A distant figure stirred. Taking note of the name Corin Locke, loud cheers echoed across the festival grounds. But in one corner, silence lingered unnaturally. That stillness reminded her of something haunting, a distant memory, drenched in fire and violence. The silence dragged her back to the day she became a yaksha. The image of that burning world merged with the present. She turned sharply. A shadow loomed, cloaked in nothing but killing intent. The ambush wasn't physical, it was spiritual. A flood of murderous aura overwhelmed her instincts. Silence was louder than any shout. He stood calmly amid the red energy swirling around him. Startled, but defiant, she gathered her rage. Fire surged, her body moved before her mind could catch up. She vowed to kill him with every ounce of hate, but he remained still, watching. Her fury broke for a moment. Confusion slipped through. Did he know her? With a smile, he denied it, and yet, his malice burned as if he had. Warren lunged but quickly apologized, mistaking Corin for someone familiar. Though unsettled, she couldn't place why he seemed familiar. A faint memory stirred but didn't surface. Choosing to dismiss her doubts, she warned him cautiously. Corin responded vaguely before walking off. Watching from nearby, another woman critiqued the reckless move. Warren explained it served a purpose, testing the seal's effectiveness. She referenced the adamant monster, a necromantic construct. Its defeat required activating the 8 gates array. Everything depended on perfect timing. Warren vowed to strike only when the setup was complete. Responsibility shifted to Corin. The task of destroying the creature now fell to him. With silent resolve, he accepted the mission, flames igniting behind him. Elsewhere, the group match commenced in Nazria City as students gathered unaware. Corin noted the unexpected setting far from the academy. A woman revealed the professor's change of location due to stolen supplies, though denying involvement. Corin admitted stealing something else. He confessed to taking church contraband used for forbidden rituals. Those supplies were linked to Kang Ryun's hidden plan. The staged theft, Corin realized, was a delay tactic by scheming instructors. Corin observed the lively inn, noting how normal Nazria City appeared. A girl nearby invited him to eat, but he hesitated. She reminded him that participants weren't allowed to eat due to preparation protocols. Corin questioned the rule's purpose. Elsewhere, a man announced the arrival of all participating academy teams. The tournament was ready to begin. A countdown began. 58 minutes remained. Students started preparing in silence. Tension mounted. Some clenched their fists while others tightened gloves. The instructor raised his hand, magical energy flaring, and roared, "Begin." Chaos erupted instantly. A student was slashed, blood spraying across the floor. Corin moved with brutal precision. His sudden violence shocked even his own teammates. A girl leapt to stop him, but he countered swiftly. Panic spread. Bodies fell rapidly, screams echoed in the hall, as students turned on each other. Alicia, frozen in fear, couldn't understand the violence. Simonon urged her to observe the corpses. To her horror, they were already decomposed. Corin realized the city was cursed. Kang Ryun had chosen this place on purpose. For centuries Nasria had repeated the same cycle: day for the living, night for the undead. As darkness fell, the city transformed. The true battle was only beginning. The announcer introduced Group D: Corin, Alicia, Jaber, and Lark. Without warning, they were cast outside into the open streets, where millions of undead roamed. To save Haran, Corin knew he had to endure this festival and reach the third round, no matter the cost. Strategizing quickly, Corin chose to avoid the central dangers, and instead target weaker undead at the outskirts for points. He would use his spear to clear their path, focusing on only the undead enhanced by moonstones. From a vantage point near the steeple, the team planned to eliminate only key targets and collect points steadily. Alicia brought up the stage boss, stressing quality over quantity in targets, preparing to use escape magic. She suddenly sensed something wrong. An enemy was already too close. A massive revenant titan emerged, catching them off guard before anyone could react. Corin shouted for retreat, recognizing the monster as the central stage boss, far beyond their ability to handle. Before they could flee, Lark was taken. Chaos erupted. Corin barely managed to fly away as the titan crushed through stone and bone. Lark had already been eliminated, despite magic meant to protect him. Corin turned to warn the others. He needed to keep Alicia and Jaber alive above all else. The revenant roared, launching another devastating attack that shook the ground beneath them. Titan's final blow shattered the tower, massive debris raining down as its energy surged wildly. Corin ordered the team to climb high and scatter after the collapse. Attempting to divert attention, in the chaos, one teammate shouted in frustration, overwhelmed by the constant danger following Corin. The tower fell completely, burying part of the city in glowing blue rubble and dust. Corin emerged from the wreckage, checking if others were unharmed. With a wry comment, a teammate admitted that chaos always followed Corin's presence. Trying to regroup, Corin reminded them of their dire situation. Lark had fallen, and now survival came first. Suddenly, Jaber was slashed mid-sentence by an unseen claw, taken by surprise. A monstrous abyss shrieker appeared, forcing Corin to confront yet another threat in the darkness. Not far behind, the powerful White King emerged, amplifying the danger. Now, three bosses, Titan, Shrieker, and White King, all stood against Corin's dwindling group. Alicia asked if it was the end. Corin said nothing, eyes sharp and focused. As the monsters advanced, Corin prepared to defend. He cursed the situation, wondering if this would be how he failed the match. Suddenly, something unexpected caught his attention. A brilliant spear of blue light exploded across the field, momentarily blinding everyone. Corin shielded his eyes, realizing the flash wasn't meant to harm. It had disrupted visibility on purpose. From within the glow, a powerful figure emerged wielding the same spear technique Corin used. Without hesitation, the newcomer signaled the group to follow. Corin led Alicia down a narrow corridor. Alicia, breathing heavily, expressed concern for Jaber, but Corin urged movement instead of delay. They sprinted through the shadowed street, determined to regroup and escape danger. Catching their breath, the team paused. A woman stepped from the shadows, uninjured and calm. Corin asked how she survived. The woman turned toward him, eyes sharp and observant. She inquired about Corin's spear skills, hinting at a connection he hadn't expected. Recognition sparked. Alicia noted a familiar presence in her voice. Memories returned, silent steps, clear blue eyes, and a forgotten bond from the past. Standing before him was Aaron Danua, Corin's master, alive and unchanged. Escorted through the academy's golden corridors, Corin moves quickly behind his companion. Questions fill his mind. Why was he called so suddenly, and for what purpose? They stop outside the chairman's office, where Corin is told he'll meet someone who can enhance his strength. Inside the office, a composed woman greets him by name with unsettling familiarity. He studies her face, struck by the strange feeling that this is no ordinary meeting. Elsewhere, a moonlit sky reveals silent figures, watching from a distance, aware of unfolding events. Warnings echo: food from this place is dangerous, rooted in a time centuries old. Despite this, a girl takes a bite, risking entrapment in the past's flow. Tension rises as they discuss Corin's role and why he's suddenly so familiar. It becomes clear Corin's master originates from a different era. Her unbroken awareness amidst a looping world defies natural law. He silently questions how she remains unchanged when all else repeats. Without emotion, she speaks of her alliance with death itself. Nasria's curse is unveiled, a city spawning undead beneath their feet. Urgency grips the room as they learn the immortal king is about to rise. Corin rises from his seat, ready to follow the lead of the mission ahead. As he insists on joining, he justifies it: every leader needs someone to watch their flank. The elder agrees subtly, recognizing Corrin's insight and resolve. Blue light envelops the city as the system declares the start of Nasria's main quest. Together, the team charges toward the battlefield where undead begin emerging from the dark. Their task is clear: eliminate 3 undead to prevent the immortal king's rise. Corrin faces a towering enemy, blade drawn as the clash begins. Electric energy surges while the enemy retaliates with raw strength. The fight grows, fiercer. Corrin pushes forward with explosive precision. In unison, the group coordinates attacks, launching synchronized strikes. Corrin calls Alicia's name, prompting her to act decisively. She dashes in with full force, ready to pierce through the enemy. As the final undead weakens, a binding spell traps it mid-air. Corrin approaches with a glowing crystal, his weapon against corruption. Time is running out. One final move will determine if they can stop the resurrection. After the battle, Eren calmly declares their work finished for the night as dawn nears. With sunlight breaking over Nasria's rooftops, the group agrees to return the following night. Unlike standard job routines, where rest follows dusk, Nasria's threats only emerge after sunset. Within a quiet room, Corrin confirms Alicia has fallen asleep, the night's tension easing. Eren reminds him that young ones should rest early, though Corrin protests being called a child. Despite his denial, Eren insists she's taught him everything, even her forbidden martial arts. Corrin admits she chose someone else before him, Voltars, as her original successor. However, regret consumed her for 2 decades after that decision. Still, he hesitates to burden Eren, who lives within a frozen time 300 years past. Eren asks what he fears. She feels fortunate to be loved so deeply by her student. Reflecting on past choices, she declares herself an adult with the duty to protect the child. She once stood against evil alone, bearing every consequence to shield him, recalls her sacrifice and the weight of not recognizing Park Sindo's identity sooner. Even with knowledge of the future, he failed repeatedly to save her life. Though he joined another mission, it led him here. Corrin reflects on the unexpected reunion with his master 300 years in the past. Something never in his plans. The uncertainty gnaws at him when things deviate. His efforts often fail. Doubt creeps in as he questions if this time will end the same, losing sleep over the thought. Unexpectedly, Eren strikes him, bluntly stating he'll fail. She lectures him those obsessed with others' paths are foolish. However, learning from one's own missteps is wisdom, and Corrin fits that mold. Even if failure looms, Eren reminds him, it's the journey that matters. She embraces him gently, affirming that choosing him as successor is her proudest decision. With a soft voice, she blesses his future and urges him to rest, assuring everything will be all right. Despite her comfort, Corrin still wonders, can he truly save her? At the Nemosum Suraman festival, crowds gather as individual matches begin. Chaos erupts in the arena as combatants clash, revealing hidden strength and frustration. Hwoarang effortlessly defeats her opponent, drawing attention with her calm. Observers note her invincibility. She hasn't taken a single scratch. One woman admits the truth: no one is as strong as Corrin. Her resolve now is to match him. The match escalates as a fighter unleashes the 8 poles technique, radiating intense red energy. A dragon-shaped force emerges, sweeping across the battlefield with overwhelming power. Shock spreads, as even the strongest spectators recoil, unprepared for the sheer intensity. Spectators and participants alike are stunned by the outcome of the attack. A frightened contestant flees, calling the nun a monster out of fear. Despite hearing the insult before, she now finds the words unsettling rather than infuriating. In the next round, a calm setting hides the storm to come. As the match begins, the nun's opponent is revealed a powerful figure from her past. He enters with red eyes and dark energy, announcing their rematch with sinister intent. Soaring through the sky, a martial artist unleashed a sky wind kick aimed at overwhelming his enemy from above. Below, the cloaked warrior responded instantly, standing his ground and absorbing the momentum with a flawless counter. Though the attacker screamed with power, it was clear his strength paled in comparison to the man before him. Without hesitation, the cloaked man retaliated using a roundhouse kick that shattered the space around them. Electric force spiraled upward as he ascended, stunning the spectators who sensed an abnormal aura. Stepping forward, Hwoarang questioned the battle's conclusion, her presence composed and unreadable. The young man refused surrender, rage boiling beneath his injuries. Through gritted teeth, he recalled the moment his family was taken, blaming her lack of compassion. Fueled by vengeance, he let out a scream, swearing death in return. Amid flaming ruins, he pledged to kill Hwoarang no matter the cost. She glanced back, showing no remorse nor fear. Meanwhile, a black mage observed the city's unnatural calm, disturbed by its serenity. Panic set in as the mage questioned, who altered the outcome? Realization came in silence, piece by piece. He stood and shouted with certainty, the silver-haired nun. Warren was the witch. Confirmation dawned. Warren was the mastermind behind the repeating cycles. The cloaked figure rushed toward the city's center in disbelief. He skidded to a halt beneath a massive arcane circle etched into the sky, radiating ancient mana. That sigil had been drawing power from the moon, quietly sustaining an illusion for centuries. From the glowing magic array, a symbol emerged, the language of beginnings. Forgotten 3 centuries ago, this rune held the key to the timeline's disruption. As realization hit, the cloaked man shouted triumphantly, declaring that he had uncovered the witch's secret. Frenzied accusations spilled from his mouth, blaming her for the endless time loop. He pointed directly at her, proclaiming her as the cause behind it all. Silently, Warren stepped forward, addressing him as immortal King Gerorg with piercing eyes. Purple energy burst as Gerorg raged, warning her to obey her assigned role. Despite his fury, she responded with lethal calm, piercing his chest. As the battle ended, a new chapter opened under moonlight in Nikaza's second night. Korin darted through the streets, guided by urgent voices and magical signals. He and his allies had eliminated 2 high-tier undead, a rare feat. Thanks to Arandanua's precise instructions, their victory felt preordained. On the third night, dark energy erupted from the city floor. Korin and his allies arrived just as the last undead king awakened. Immortal King Gerorg, long buried beneath the ruins, reappeared in full power. He had been the necromancer who once sought to control the king of the undead 1,000 years ago. Observing closely, Aaron speculated Gerorg might not be fully lichefied. Despite being incomplete, his mana radiated terrifying clarity and ambition. Stepping forward, Korin claimed the fight. He rushed in before anyone could stop him. With confidence, Korin called out to Gerorg, launching a blast of magic. A doom bolt surged forward, exploding violently on impact. The resulting shockwave was immense, and Korin marveled at the sheer force. Gerorg retaliated with dark fury, unleashing the time curse and death wind. The technique apocalypse engulfed the battlefield in destruction. Alarms rang as Korin was struck. His allies cried out in fear. Through smoke, laughter echoed. Gerorg mocked them all. However, a new fighter appeared, radiating golden energy. With infinite returning heavens, he struck with overwhelming might, shaking the ground. The mysterious warrior unleashed the Naja demonic technique. A crater spread beneath him, the ground torn apart by sheer impact. Korin calmly analyzed the fight. Once overwhelmed by power, undead, like Gerorg, became more vulnerable to sudden, clean strikes. With a composed voice, Aaron noted how easily the king fell, though she hadn't expected surprise attacks to work so well. Korin agreed, musing that repetitive patterns made even powerful enemies predictable. Suddenly, Aaron vanished. Alarmed, the group scattered to search while Korin resolved to find her himself. Moving through the moonlit ruins, Korin sensed a strange familiarity in the silent city. He found Aaron waiting, quiet and thoughtful, overlooking the broken skyline. She revealed this was not Gerorg's first rebirth. He had returned again and again, unnoticed by most. As the arcane sky pulsed above, Aaron explained the original undead event happened 300 years ago. For 1.2 million undead to rise and fall unnoticed, someone had altered time itself. She had repeated this moment 36,539 times, each identical and untouched by history. Facing Korin directly, Aaron confessed the truth. She was the reason behind the endless loop. Her voice remained calm, yet the weight of her words stunned him. With unwavering eyes, she admitted, "I made this city like this." A magical sequence ignites, illuminating an ancient rune that initiates the cycle known as paradise. Unseen forces declare the illusion will persist. The world resets again, as part of a fixed destiny. One man senses the disturbance. Above, a presence reveals itself, an observer who's never missed a loop. The death god appears, declaring his role in harvesting souls that no longer belong to the living world. Rather than passing on, these souls are reborn endlessly. Such defiance corrupts the natural order. 3 centuries of repeating time have drawn the god here to erase the core rune that sustains the cycle. In this cursed city, the dead walk again. The infected threaten to overwhelm the land. A painful choice arises: destroy 1.2 million souls, now, or risk endless plague. He chooses intervention through a solemn pact. The agreement grants 3 days where the cycle remains untouched. During this period, victories reset events. and Aaron Danua is split to stabilize the loop. Only by defeating 3 terrifying enemies can balance be restored. Georg, the immortal king, must fall to end this madness. With time looping endlessly, each repetition grows more difficult. Eventually, after countless resets, Georg begins to remember. The man questions her resolve. How long can she endure these endless loops, mentally and emotionally? He doubts the sustainability of killing Georg forever. A piercing glare accompanies his challenge. Despite his disbelief, she offers a calm response. Aaron replies that she'll persist as long as necessary. Understanding dawns. She recognizes the reason behind his arrival, someone he wishes to protect. Sacrifice becomes their shared burden. Encouraged, he is told to go forward. Saving the world often demands great loss. The Aaron outside the city cannot even remember her. Yet she continues for others' sake. He's seen her give everything to rescue others. In past loops, she risked her life for mere children. That selflessness earned his respect. But now, he steps in. He proposes a new contract, not to surrender, but to take control. Approaching the realm of death, he offers terms. His price is steep. He wants the previous deal with Aaron broken and rewards worthy of the risk. Eyes meet, neither backing down. He vows to purify Nasria within 6 months, an impossible feat. The scale begins to tip. Divine weight measures mortal will, yet it's not enough. The god demands more. He steps forward with clarity, demanding one of the most coveted treasures, the single-digit ranked epic item. A surge of energy responds to his decision. The power he seeks stirs unrest in the surrounding forces. Shock floods their faces. They realize the terms have already been altered, and the outcome is beyond reversal. As Nasria burns in his vision, he promises purification within 6 months. If successful, the contract binding Aaron will be voided, her suffering brought to an end. The risk is severe. A failed pact with death guarantees total erasure. He knows the stakes. A past filled with helplessness flashes back memories of a protector lost in flames. That hero's final act ignited his resolve. This time, he would not be left behind. Aaron stands strong, vowing not to fail again. She's become someone capable of change. Her goal isn't grand salvation, only to return what was once given. With a smile, she entrusts the future to him. The cycle shifts. Sometime later, in Nasria, the routine begins again. Monsters clash violently. Sparks fly as familiar horrors return. Amid the chaos, Aaron remains calm. She exhales. The loop persists, but so does her will to fight. Nasria continues to burn in chaos. For centuries, Aaron has faced its horrors without pause. There's no grand destiny pushing her forward, only her unwavering sense of duty. She stands alone as the last hero of her age, the queen of the Shadow Kingdom, burdened by fate and resilience. Reflecting quietly, Aaron admits it's rare to be on the receiving end of rescue. She had always believed it was her responsibility to protect others. But Corin changes that. His selfless act reveals a truth she had long ignored: heroes also need saving. His presence awakens feelings buried beneath repetition and duty. He's the first to offer her warmth with no expectations. It moves her deeply. In her heart a spark grows. Corin, for the first time, gives her something she never knew she missed. The death god watches in silence, puzzled by Corin's choice. Despite being offered a powerful item, Corin selects the death god's orb, an odd, risky decision. Though not meant for mortals, the scales remain balanced. The choice is accepted. Balance confirmed. The god acknowledges Corin's worth. Far below, Nasria stirs. Change is approaching. From the Kana Inn, quiet words hint the end of the endless loop is near. At the academy, competition intensifies. Doramai's group head and Merkabah's elite squad both secure strong point totals. Merkabah barely edges ahead with 449 points, but regrets still linger over missteps in battle. The scoreboard ranks each team, despite their numbers. Some teams underperform, while others surprise with grit. Rumors spread that Group D, which includes Corin, is hopeless after early eliminations. Spectators speculate that only 3 groups will reach the finals, none expecting a comeback from Corin's side. Just as the outcome seems sealed, Corin and his team arrive at the last second. Judges dismiss them, assuming they've failed. Corin calmly proceeds to weigh their haul. To everyone's shock, the scale jumps to 250 points immediately, surprising the evaluators. Curiosity grows when more moonstones are revealed, each belonging to Nasria's powerful bosses. They unveil the Revenant Titans, White Kings, and Abyss Shriekers moonstones, proof of incredible progress. Corin reveals one final gem, the Immortal King, Georg's moonstone. Stunned silence falls. The judges struggle to process the implications. The final score appears 1,000 more points are added, shocking everyone present. Their total skyrockets to 1768, catapulting Group D to the top of the leaderboard. Against all odds, Corin's team advances to the finals with an overwhelming lead. After the competition, a carriage rolls through town. The group reflects on the intense events of the day. Corin confirms he plans to return, aware of what awaits him beyond. His companions, Mariette and Alicia, express their intent to accompany him without hesitation. Though uncertain about Corin's goal, Alicia offers support with a reassuring smile. Her lightheartedness lifts the tension. Corin silently appreciates her concern. They rest while Corin contemplates how to use the power of the Death God's treasure wisely. He believes the Death God's orb may become a trump card for the final stage. As his thoughts wander, shocking news spreads: someone important has been arrested. The woman with crimson hair declares that Aaron has been taken. A new conflict begins. In the quiet dojo, Ran greeted her father warmly after a long separation. Though cheerful, she had never once gone outside alone, due to her fragile state. Afflicted with Tai-in Chi blockage, her body couldn't circulate spiritual energy, slowly weakening her. The family lived peacefully, holding on to hope despite Ran's incurable condition. Determined to help her, Kang Yu pledged to find a cure at any cost. Traditional medicine failed, pushing him toward darker, more dangerous paths. Grasping at forbidden techniques, he inscribed talismans to redirect blocked energy. Ran's form changed as ancient power took root, making her a living Jiangshi. Her rebirth was sealed by glowing red marks, no longer just a child, but something beyond. Corin stood in the aftermath of ruin, eyes fixed on the unnatural being. Driven by fury, he declared vengeance for the family taken from him. Unaware of her identity, he prepared to strike her down. Elsewhere, a dark figure commanded HWE to erase all human life. Corin, stunned, called her a monster wearing Ran's face. With trembling words, she answered, "No, this body is mine." Blinded by anger, the townspeople called Ran a monster and charged to destroy her. They accused her of killing her own father, of losing control, and demanded her death. Their hatred overwhelmed reason as they screamed for her to die, rejecting her existence outright. Cornered, HWA clutched her head and screamed, insisting the body was rightfully hers. An eruption of red energy burst from her body, pushing back the attackers. Pain gripped her frame as a violent force lashed out in every direction. Chains coiled tightly around her limbs, reacting to her chaotic energy. From the cracked ground, HWA declared she had the right to exist. In the crater's center, she swore she had earned the right to receive the body. Elsewhere, a woman named Josephine announced Warren's arrest to her colleagues. Corin questioned if the sudden shift was due to the seal's weakening. She confirmed his suspicion, noting he already seemed to understand the cause. Josephine explained that Horan housed 2 souls Rans and another sealed spirit. Talisman seals weakened with each surge of violence, threatening total collapse. As the situation worsened, Corin was forced to confront how much he truly knew. Elsewhere, an unknown observer noted the recent disruptions and confirmed that the master had also sensed them. Suspicion grew that the Catholic Church and the Academy's professor Kang Byung were involved in deeper schemes. Corin was instructed to investigate further, and in return, he demanded full cooperation from everyone involved. Josephine mentioned the next major boss, Heavenly Yaksha, would change everything going forward. She explained the outcome would rely on Corin's relationship with the characters and the choices he makes. At the center of it all was a critical decision: save HWA or save Ran. Although others chose sides, Corin refused to limit his goal to a single outcome. He resolved to protect both, no matter the difficulty, declaring it his main quest. The mission, titled HWA Ran, warned that if either failed, both would perish. Whispering to herself that the body belonged to her, she resisted attempts to reason, clinging to identity as her form flickered. Confronted by Ran's uncle, HWA refused to surrender the vessel she had taken. The Jiangshi master issued his command again to eliminate all human life from the land. A deceptive offer followed, cloaked in false kindness, attempting to sway HWA's heart. Ran's spirit appeared, pleading against the darkness, but her voice couldn't reach anymore. 2 days after the group's mission, the students enjoyed free time in a vibrant market. Corin walked beside Mariette, discussing preparations before the Borinay faction acted again. Their earlier food sales had succeeded. Ingredients were sold at triple price with just added sauce. He celebrated the profits with exaggerated joy, while Mariette watched him with disbelief. Nearby, A festival stall invited them to try a mana stone throwing game. The shopkeeper explained the stones were unstable and exploded on impact, ideal for magic staves. Mariette examined the stone carefully, curious about its diffusion behavior. Corin demonstrated a perfect throw, his precision honed through spear and stone training. The hit landed dead center. His accuracy was nearly flawless, almost 100%. He recalled a game tactic sacrificing accuracy boosted the blast radius significantly. Offered to buy every stone, grinning like a villain with a secret plan. His dark laughter hinted at something, brewing an OG player's exclusive technique. Elsewhere, sinister plans stirred. A figure announced that the time for him to return had come. Meanwhile, Sokwa obeyed her uncle's command with a quiet, trembling voice. A violent ritual began, and Sokwa writhed as possession overtook her body completely. Hwa began trembling, her breathing erratic as the effects of the ritual took hold. Elsewhere, a small group prepared a mild fever-inducing dose to weaken the possession. Their aim was clear: separate the dark entity from Ran's body by destabilizing its hold. Sokwa struggled, realizing the process would banish her spirit from the physical world. Faced with extinction or becoming a wandering ghost, fear overtook her composure. Even as she denied it aloud, deep inside, she knew this body was never hers. At the festival square, a merchant noticed distant echoes, drums beating, low and rhythmic. A war vehicle appeared, plowing through the street in a violent advance. Its sudden assault flung debris and chaos across the area, sending people scrambling. Wounded. Civilians called out to one another as smoke blanketed the air. A shadowed figure approached, demanding to know who had attacked so suddenly. Without warning, cursed energy erupted, twisting the sky into a blood-red haze. Within this sinister formation, bandits cheered while looting valuables from the wreckage. They laughed maniacally, seizing everything worth coin as the realm of blood expanded. For them, the destruction was merely profit wrapped in crimson chaos. Among the chaos, a group of looters spotted a lone girl and rushed toward her with wicked intent. Recognizing her presence, one shouted to the others, commanding them to capture her immediately. Their excitement turned into fear as they realized the girl was being claimed by the immortal Locke. Chaos erupts throughout the academy as rumors of an abduction send shockwaves across the campus. In a secured chamber, agents urgently report that a student named Warren has gone missing under suspicious circumstances. For the first time in nearly 4 decades, Madame Jushin Fei is forced out of retirement. Corin quickly halts a student's enthusiasm, calling his actions misguided and without merit. Calm but sharp, he warns that capture means never returning, not even as a witness to one's own fall. The girl accompanying them realizes the gravity. Had she hesitated, either HWA or Ran would have been lost forever. Through the forest trails, allies scatter misleading tracks to delay pursuit. Noticing Warren's unsteady breathing, Corin suspects foul play behind her weakening condition. He concludes they used a cursed item that induces a prolonged fever, tying pain to her very soul. Despite her insistence to walk, Warren's body clearly struggles to move. Corin picks her up effortlessly, ignoring her protests. Though embarrassed, she complies, resting quietly in his arms. Elsewhere, survivors gather and confirm their safety. One of them mentions powerful unknown enemies capable of disrupting space itself. Within a blood-soaked field, a barrier begins to rise, signaling the arrival of a dark force. A massive red dome pulses as a realm of blood activates, shocking everyone in its range. Creatures burst from its depths, roaring through the distortion. Yua receives her orders with determination. Without hesitation, she accepts the pursuit of the escaping enemies. Another fighter realizes one foe has slipped away. She rushes out to intercept the rest before more escape. From inside the realm, enemies regroup and marvel at Corin's ability to interfere. Outside the distortion, rain pours heavily as Corin carries Warren, now visibly weaker. While scanning the forest, Corin senses they've traveled far. He prepares to rest, but danger stirs nearby. A cloaked girl closes in fast. Corin hadn't expected pursuit so soon. He's stunned. She already crossed the realm and tracked them here. Her tenacity is clear. A sudden clash follows. Though hit, Corin brushes off the wound, noting her dagger carries no poison. Lowering Warren gently, Corin asks her to wait. He knows what must be done. Facing his pursuer head-on, he leaps into combat without hesitation. His opponent acknowledges his resolve. They both prepare for a difficult fight. Powerful techniques explode as the fight intensifies. Neither side holds back. Corin is pushed back but remains unshaken. His opponent underestimates him. Despite the strength of the enemy's aura, Corin endures and studies her ability mid-battle. faces a formidable swordmaster, her aura burning intensely like a flame-wrapped storm. Despite the onslaught, Korin recognizes her strength and deduces she must also possess an aura core. Though wounded, he holds firm, analyzing her techniques for any opening. His enemy anticipates he'll activate his own aura. Instead of retreating, Korin launches a counterattack. His spear blazes with overwhelming force. The technique True Dragon Strike explodes forward, its golden brilliance lighting the entire battlefield. Both warriors release their signature moves. Blades clash, lightning flashes, and energy tears through the air. The resulting impact blasts everything nearby. Observers watch in awe and silence, though injured. Korin survives. One opponent mutters how brutal the fight was, still shaken. Across the field, a silent observer watches Korin retreat. She's puzzled his armor endured the full strike. Wondering who he is, she questions his motive for defending the girl so fiercely. To her, Warren is no child, but a cursed being tied to the monstrous yaksha of the Moonlight Castle. The masked woman speaks of corrupted dojos and their brutal challenges. Korin listens carefully, unaware of the sudden attack preparing to unfold behind him. Without warning, an enemy unleashes the Raid Severance no light technique, catching him off guard mid-thought. Lightning flickers as a powerful figure appears. Korin recognizes her with disbelief. Alicia Arden. With an aura crackling around her, she declares herself the master of Alicia Dojo. A formal challenge is issued to Kang Yuwa, catching everyone off guard and halting the pursuit. Yuwa's expression twists in disbelief as the duel is declared. Others nearby react with confusion. Instead of resisting, Yuwa's companions misread the situation as passionate swordsmanship. One girl even pleads to be taught, idolizing Alicia. Meanwhile, Korin quietly retreats in the chaos. Yuwa calls the duel absurd, but is drawn in. Korin and Warren escape in the background. Their departure goes mostly unnoticed. As shouts fade behind them, Korin carries her deeper into the forest as the sun sets. Rain pours as they reach shelter. Korin reflects on the storm, unsure if it's a blessing or curse. The downpour hampers pursuit, slowing down the search from nearby knights and guards. Inside the cave, Korin checks Warren's condition. Arend struggles to speak, flushed from fever. Korin confirms her condition and prepares medicine. Despite hesitation, he gives her a rare elixir made by Mariette, hoping it'll stabilize her. As her eyes flutter open, she weakly asks where they are. Korin softly replies, unsure himself. Korin explains the hollow tree's size, noting it is an owlbear's habitat formed when no caves are available. Inside, he checks Warren's condition, realizing the elixir has not taken effect yet. Seeing her weaken further, Korin decides this situation can't continue. He prepares to adjust her position to help stabilize her condition. A faint glow from outside dawns as Warren stirs. Her grip tightens on his clothes as she struggles upright. The fever heightens her distress, and she tries to keep him close to maintain support. Warren lifts her head, eyes still blurred from exhaustion. Upon awakening in a dark cave, HWA's blurred vision focused on a man leaning over her. He was her master, known as Kang Yu, and he mistook her for someone named Ran. Though unfamiliar with the word, she echoed father, thinking it would anchor her in this unfamiliar identity. Hearing that word brought the man visible joy as he embraced her tightly. Realization struck HWA: if she wanted to stay, she had to play the role of Ran. The fear of abandonment convinced her to keep the act, worried he might discard her and seek the real Ran instead. That illusion crumbled when he coldly declared she was not his daughter during a confrontation. Soon after, chaos erupted as a monster appeared. Her swift kill impressed onlookers, who began to see her as more than human. Recognition followed. She was named HWA and praised for her deadly skills. Various powers from nobles to priests used her relentlessly, assigning her to eliminate any threat, with no say. She carried out missions against beasts, ghosts, and even people. The legend of the heavenly Yaksha was forged in her name. Later, she woke beside a glowing rune called Soolo, disoriented from the memories. Suddenly, a blanket tossed over her reminded her she still lived among humans. As night lingered, HWE heard gentle words telling her to rest, yet doubt crept in, and she questioned what he truly wanted. Memories flooded her mind. Everyone she met demanded something in return. They wanted a daughter, a cousin, a killer. From each person, expectations replaced kindness. She recalled their first encounter, where she was labeled a thief of someone else's life. Though the world dismissed her, he spoke without hesitation. Being born wasn't a crime. For the first time, his words planted doubt in her fear and shame. she protested, calling his view careless, as the world still suffered under monsters. Even so, he admitted uncertainty, unsure whether change was even possible. Still, he longed to protect those in front of him, regardless of outcome. Saving even one person trapped in tragedy felt meaningful to him. Moved yet shaken, HWA confessed her fear of returning the body she inhabited. It wasn't hers, but surrendering it meant losing everything she'd fought for. She asked what her fate would be if she gave it back. He delayed, but her plea grew louder, demanding the truth. "You do," he finally answered. And silence fell as her eyes widened. Hwa, suspicious once more, assumed he too would eventually betray her. Joked instead, comparing her situation to negotiating rent, unexpectedly light-hearted. Caught off guard, she asked what that even meant, but he shrugged it off, saying actions matter more than origin. Evil wasn't limited to monsters. Humans caused cruelty too, he reminded her. Even those pretending to be good often hid darker intentions beneath kindness. What truly defined someone, he said, was the path they chose, not the one given to them. He told her she hadn't become anything yet, no choice had fixed her fate. Until that decision came, he promised to stand by her, no matter what. Then he calmly went to sleep, encouraging her to rest without worry. But rest didn't come easily. HWA's thoughts returned to the truth she couldn't share. Confessing she wasn't Ran would destroy the fragile trust he offered. As he slept beside her, she quietly clutched her chest, aching from guilt. Morning broke with the promise of a new task. They searched for a strange tree. They harvested jujube wood, its spiritual energy critical to her kind, explained it would disrupt her undead traits temporarily, leaving her body vulnerable. Hawa stood at a crossroads. She could no longer ignore the consequences of her actions. He warned her greed without responsibility would lead her down a dark path. She had to choose deliberately, not just for herself, but for those around her. Aa's sudden arrival disrupted the moment. A powerful enemy approached swiftly. The man mocked them both, recognizing the bond they'd built despite her nature. Determined, her ally stepped forward to face the threat, fully aware of the danger. The clash began explosively. Blades and magic collided in blinding bursts. He introduced himself as Korin Law Confident, even claiming the title Immortal. In response, the enemy activated his abilities, launching a rapid counterattack. Their speeds blurred as they fought, each strike faster than the last. Though wounded, smiled, impressed by his opponent's skill. Challenging him further, he demanded to see his enemy's alchemy in action. A furious exchange followed. Stormy Wheel clashed against energy strikes. Korin landed a hit, exposing a weakness in the opponent's reckless style. With a cold glare, he ended the mockery, ready now to finish the fight. A violent surge of red energy erupted around Korin as his attack clashed with the enemy's defenses. Despite the explosive impact, the opponent pushed through, revealing that Korin's countermeasure could not alter the outcome. Realizing the danger, Korin ordered Horan to escape, prompting her to move instinctively away from the battlefield. Warren froze upon seeing her master's talisman activated. Nearby disciples explained that the seal would suppress her entirely, with the talisman taking effect. They prepared to reclaim, Ran unaware of Warren's silent struggle beneath the seal. Korin, still locked in combat, watched helplessly as Warren was dragged away, unable to intervene. His opponent intensified the assault, determined to punish Korin for interfering with their plan. The situation worsened as Warren's name echoed in Korin's mind, fueling his desperation. As the disciples retreated with Warren, a dark aura gathered around the enemy left behind. The figure rose slowly, laughing as red lightning wrapped around his body. His expression sharpened with malicious certainty, believing every step had unfolded exactly as intended. Under a tall tree, Korin sat in silence as his body radiated a crimson glow. The forest dimmed under the weight of his aura, drawing intention. Eyes gleamed in the darkness as a pack of shadowy beasts crept forward. Despite being surrounded, Korin didn't flinch. The monsters growled, but none dared to strike first. A large wolf finally snapped and leapt toward him, breaking the uneasy standoff. The others followed, claws bared and howls erupting. Without moving his body, Korin's eyes opened sharply, and glowing symbols ignited across his arm. In an instant, a wave of force immobilized the beasts midair. Their aggression vanished, revealing them to be summoned creatures. Rising to his feet, Korin stretched, unfazed by the chaos he had orchestrated. Ren complimented the performance, while Ron asked about Korin's earlier request. Ron relayed that Lenya had taken charge. Korin nodded, satisfied. With a slight grin, Korin dismissed the concern, calling it unimportant. Alluded to corruption spreading within the defense sector. Elsewhere, a woman questioned progress on recovering stolen equipment. Her subordinate admitted limitations, blaming their lack of reach. He cautioned that the thieves operated discreetly, never revealing themselves. However, he secured a merchant group to replace the items, promising delivery by day's end. A woman mentioned the Mandrake merchants as the supplier. Announcers hyped the final round of the group matches as students gathered in excitement. Inside, a quiet hall, a man confirmed the item had arrived. A cloaked inspected a bound girl in the shadows, stating she was in good condition. Without delay, they picked her up and began moving through the dark corridor. At the arena, the crowd roared as groups were called. Kang Hodwon's team appeared confidently. Another group from Merkaba Academy entered the stage. Speculation grew about the consequences of his absence. She vowed to lead her group to victory, declaring herself their path to greatness. A wild figure rallied his team, urging them to prepare. They chanted Immortal Lock as a sign of unity. He confirmed everyone was present and demanded the match begin. The professor acknowledged and initiated the test without hesitation. Explaining the rules, the professor stated that teams must retrieve a hidden object inside the maze. A golden emblem shimmered at the maze's center. Suddenly, the floor shifted. The arena transformed into a labyrinth, splitting the teams apart. A man uttered Corin's name with suspicion as he activated a concealed magical script. Meanwhile, a cloaked woman finalized the preparation of a dangerous poison at the stadium. Technicians noticed the video feed freezing. Operators reported that an unknown signal was jamming the transmission. The professor decided to proceed regardless, preparing to remove someone named Ran from the event. One woman, calling him uncle, begged him to protect Ran at all costs. Reassuring her, the man calmly promised to keep Ran safe. Elsewhere, Corin watched the unfolding scene with amusement. He taunted his opponent while recalling the strange effects of a newly acquired item. From the sidelines, another man narrated ancient lore about the black tortoise guarding the Emperor's northern flank. Tensions escalated as participants realized the maze was sealed. Realization dawned: someone had manipulated the magical field long before the match began. Corin confronted a participant directly, revealing he knew about the item and its embedded rune. His opponent panicked, asking how Corin had learned about the item's origin. Corin admitted with a smirk he had stolen and resold the goods himself. Laughing maniacally, he exposed the truth: he was the mastermind behind the Mandrake merchants and the stolen power. Corin's opponents charged with fury, claiming nothing had changed, despite his revelation. A woman named Alicia stepped forward beside Corin, ready to fight. She protested, saying it was difficult pretending to lose before. Meanwhile, spectators whispered that her earlier loss had seemed too easy. Drawing her weapon, Alicia prepared for the real fight. The two surged forward in unison, bursting with energy and confidence. From the opposite side, HWA and Ran launched their own counterattack, their weapons crackling with magic. Two pairs clashed with tremendous force. The arena trembled under the weight of their collision. Blows were exchanged without restraint. Each side unleashed powerful techniques in rapid succession. A final blast sent shockwaves outward, shattering the air between them as all four stood their ground. As the smoke cleared, damage became evident. HWA's leg gave out, injured from the impact. Alicia's blade cracked under pressure, splintering near the hilt. Both sides had taken serious hits. Despite the setbacks, no one retreated. Their bodies ached, but the fight wasn't over. Breathing heavily, HWA refused to give in. He shouted that losing now was not an option. Ran, equally wounded, stood with renewed resolve. Their eyes locked in shared determination. HWA and Ran were far from finished. They, shrouded in flame and shadow, launched themselves in a desperate charge to avoid elimination. A sudden explosion halted the clash, triggered by Corin to save them from further self-destruction. Observers watched in silence as Corin stood calmly. The creature was identified as Doughty, one of the four perils. Opposers of balance and order questions arose about its appearance on the black tortoise shell, revealing the ritual's corruption. Corin declared the ceremony's true aim wasn't to expel HWA from Ran, but to target HWA directly. HWA, now a prisoner inside the ritual array, her uncle's rationale was cold, sacrificing one for a larger goal. Corin concluded that HWE had always been the necromancer's target, not Ran's preservation, but HWA's destruction. 3 years earlier, disaster swept the land. Flames engulfed entire cities, and bodies filled the streets. Rather than grow with others, he awakened alone and took everything. Though outwardly noble, he secretly bound the Yaksha using the church's sacred relic. While Corin struggled in despair, a mysterious man appeared. Tates Valtazar, a legend from a forgotten era. Instead of offering wisdom, Valtazar demanded chaos. He urged Korin to let go of restraint. His instructions were brutal: eliminate the weak, tear down the relic, and set the yaksha free. The true goal wasn't destruction, it was to force her guardian out of hiding, tempted by the promise of the afterlife. Korin saw no issue with one city's fall. Once the chains shattered, her suppressed strength would flood back. Ran's soul was the final key keeping her human. Feeding her the pill would erase that, transforming her completely. But Korin arrived just in time, refusing to let the ritual succeed. Breaking the flow, he disrupted their plans with perfect timing. Another voice exposed the ceremony's deception. It aimed to destroy, not protect. The scheme fell apart, and the conspirators prepared for retaliation. Crimson energy surged as his body became the catalyst. With a twisted grin, he announced that everything within the formation would merge. Far above, the ritual signal marked the beginning of her awakening. The sky split with a thunderous sign of Warren's transformation. If a unique monster like Warren transcended, not even the strongest could stop her. A corrupted system ensured her rise would be unstoppable. The deep rot within the defense forces favored her success. Suddenly, a burst of unfamiliar energy disrupted the ritual. His skill vanished. Law of fresh blood was cancelled. From atop the ruins, Korin revealed the truth. He had manipulated every step of the artifact's creation. All enchantments, all preparations were his doing. The enemy realized too late he'd been outplayed. Roaring with rage, the villain denied the failure. Warren's transcension wouldn't happen, that was his belief. But as power exploded around Ran, the seal visibly broke. With his final strength, the man released the seal himself, abandoning his original plan. Bloodied but determined, he resolved to kill everyone and restart the ceremony. He ordered his forces to kill without mercy, hoping chaos would buy him time. As Warren surged forward in flames, Korin's allies realized the tragedy was truly his doing. Tension erupted among the team as Hype demanded revenge. But his injuries made retaliation impossible. Even though they couldn't fight directly, she believed there was still something left for them to do. With renewed determination, Korin stepped forward, lightning flaring around him. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as Korin launched a devastating charge. Watching him move, one ally stood in awe, struck by how efficient yet ferocious his strikes were. With his aura core pushed to the limit, he activated full amplification and became a blazing force. From afar, the orange-haired girl assumed Warren couldn't react due to her recent awakening. She miscalculated, thinking their coordination could overwhelm her before she adapted. Instead, Warren awakened completely as a heavenly yaksha. Despite Korin's furious offense, only a minute had passed since the fight began. His opponent didn't even flinch. She absorbed his full attack with terrifying ease. This wasn't just a person, it was a calamity in motion, now cloaked in poisonous crimson energy. A teammate rushed to Korin's aid, catching him mid-air before Warren's next blow struck. In that instant, Korin realized they needed a new plan. His current strength wouldn't suffice. While retreating under pressure, he gritted his teeth, knowing this battle had just begun. A massive explosion tore through the battlefield as Warren's attack collided with overwhelming force. Every move she made pushed him beyond his limits. His muscles screamed, lungs burned, and regeneration had stopped. He hovered helplessly in midair. The next hit would be his last. With no strength left, death felt certain. Even so, Korin clenched his fists, refusing to give in. Suddenly, the technique domain severance activated its brilliance, piercing through the red chaos. To his shock, Alicia stood there. She had executed the impossible, entering the domain and cutting through it. Despite immense pressure, she charged forward. Each step within the domain was agony. The weight of using that power rivaled even Horan's blows, yet Alicia kept moving, gasping for breath. She still stood tall, bloodied, but unwavering in spirit. Korin shouted in frustration, but her attack had already been launched. A powerful blast rocked the area, dust swallowing the view. From the smoke, Alicia emerged, badly wounded, yet alive. Korin rushed to her side and caught her, relief and concern mixed in his voice, smiling weakly. Alicia said she moved without thinking. He quickly gave her a recovery elixir without healing. She would either be paralyzed or bleed out. He acted before it was too late. Korin exhaled deeply, the tension slowly leaving his body. He admitted to himself how close death had come. Originally, he planned to wait for Margit to destroy all 4 Perils items. However, Warren's full awakening changed everything. Her unsealed power was beyond any expectation and shattered his strategy. By stepping in to save him, she was seriously wounded. Although the current danger was under control, Alicia's body could no longer withstand the fight. Had she not interfered, he might have died immediately from that blast. As he carried Alicia to safety, Corin thanked her quietly. Once they reached cover, she asked if he was okay. He admitted he wasn't. His aura was depleted, everything he had was gone. To recover, he'd need to tap into Sabancia Duke's core, a last resort with grave risks. Even with command backing him, he was unsure his body could survive that power. Looking at Warren, he noticed something: she hadn't used her right hand at all. That subtle detail unsettled him. What was she hiding? He wondered aloud whether her true self still remained inside. As he gazed at her, he could feel the weight she carried. Warren's decision still hadn't been made. Warren's eyes glowed, her gaze fixed as dust spiraled around her. Slowly, her right hand began to move, revealing a hidden dagger radiating golden light. Realizing what was coming, Corin ignited his aura in desperation. He knew there was no choice, he had to fight. Surrounded by a swirling storm, Warren stands still as tension builds in the charged air. Corin, bruised and breathing heavily, steps forward and extends something important with a strained expression. At her feet, the item drops a signal that her moment to choose has finally arrived. He recalls those corrupted by greed, determined not to see Warren follow that same path. Rather than act for her, Corin pushes her to choose and accept the outcome herself. Warren's lips tremble as energy stirs violently, warping her form under dark, rising pressure. Above them, a radiant spear forms, humming with the ancient might of forgotten power. Gripping the weapon tightly, Corin calls upon the name of Sabancia Duke, without hesitation. Darkness and crimson force surround him. This is how he will forge a new legend. Within her, reason fades as corruption overtakes her thoughts and distorts her identity. Now transformed, she becomes the embodiment of chaos. Black mystery awakens. Without pause, she lunges forward, releasing a deadly wave of raw energy. Their clash ignites the battlefield, a storm of power shaking everything around them. This fight transcends rivalry. It echoes the mythical clash of Yaksha and Sabancia Duke. A distant observer stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend Corin's defiance against divinity. From within the swirling energy, Warren's demonic spear takes shape, imbued with terrifying, serpent-like force. Not backing down, Corin unleashes a matching aura, one equal in weight and intensity. Both sides radiate the presence of 1,000, setting the stage for a catastrophic clash. Only with Sabancia Duke's aura coursing through him can Corin endure such destructive power. Tension racks his muscles as his body struggles to contain the surging might within. Even so, he refuses to fall, because Warren hasn't revealed her true strength yet. Launching forward, she initiates Black Mastery's devastating fist technique, blurring into red momentum. Just before impact, Corin pivots sharply, slipping past death by mere inches. With a decisive step, he redirects his balance, committing fully to one final strike. Positioning his left arm, he draws back like a javelin ready to be hurled. Breath, movement, and will align into a flawless moment of execution. He lands the blow precisely when it mattered most. The result explodes outward, energy collapsing the space around them. Corin, barely standing, sees the aftermath. His hit has broken through. Across from him, Warren finally bleeds, no longer untouchable. Despite Corin's effort, Warren remains standing, her power still dangerously intact. Glowing eyes pierce the air as she rises again, while death creeps ever closer to him. Watching with contempt, Kang Ryun mocks the struggle, convinced Corin's fate is sealed. A command to kill echoes from Ryun, sharp and final. Mighty strike. Warren suddenly halts, something inside her, resisting the order. Her clenched fist trembles, caught between the control mark, and a fading sense of self-recognition sparks in her expression as Corin's voice cuts through the haze. Golden chains surge from the ground, binding her movements in a flash of light. That was the trap, subtle, patient, and now fully sprung. Mariette and the others seize the opening, smashing the items inside the formation. With precision, they dismantle the mechanism holding the enchantment in place. Kang Ryun's eyes widen, his entire setup collapses before he can react. Victory seems near as Corin surveys the fading battlefield. Yet, through the dust, Raren begins to move again, chained, but not broken. They now face each other in silence, tension thick and unfinished. Seeing the cursed brand that was forced on Warren, Corin scowls in quiet disgust. Without warning, she lifts her head, eyes fluttering open to meet the daylight. Her vision clears as Corin kneels beside her, calm yet worn from battle. A hesitant whisper escapes her lips, unsure why he would still stay by her side. He reminds her gently, he never intended to choose for her, only to stand until she could. What mattered, he said, was that she choose something she could live with proudly. Determination grows in her heart, and she vows to prove she's more than what they made her. In her trembling palm, the cursed wood crumbles, its power finally broken. That grip, once enslaved by others' will, now releases its hold with quiet finality. Questions still plague her. What if choosing now changes nothing? Korin offers no answers, only faith in her strength to move forward. Instead of advice, he offers gratitude for her choice to try. She calls herself a monster, weighed down by regret and bloodshed. Forgiveness feels distant, yet she dares to ask if it's possible. Korin reaches for her hand, not with certainty, but with hope. Let's find out together. Rang Hun sat behind bars, the aftermath of her failed transcendence, casting a shadow over her. Efforts to manage the scandal were swift. Josephine and the masters prepared a quiet resolution. Rather than expose the truth, the Academy chose silence, though Warren's name wouldn't fade easily. Officials suspended Harren and distanced themselves, using protocol to mask the unrest. Despite the chairman's attempt to protect her, politics rendered his efforts meaningless. Recognizing Korin's role, Josephine acknowledged his courage. He deflected the praise without pride. Trust, Josephine believed, might form over time, even between them. Mentioning the festival, she hinted that the ordeal wasn't over yet. Alone again, Korin processed her words in silence, aware of the road still ahead. Marie rushed in, voice trembling with relief, as she saw him awake. Her worry spilled into scolding, concern masked by frustration. Hearing her cry, Korin felt guilt weigh heavier than any injury. Memories of the battle returned as Marie checked his wounds. He owed his survival to Jinhyuk and Manhwa, who shattered restraints to aid him. Though driven by personal reasons, their desperation had saved his life. Blame didn't lie with the desperate but with Kang Hyun, who had twisted their intentions. Instead of dwelling on pain, Korin joked lightly, trying to lift Marie's mood. Still, her quiet plea for him to stay safe revealed how deeply she cared. Bearing the weight of the world, Korin admitted he lacked special status or divine power. Though armed with only skill and will, he never hesitated to face overwhelming odds. Marie's loyalty shone through. She promised to fight alongside him, no matter the cost. Enemies driven by selfish ambition would not go unchallenged. Korin was ready to confront them. His solution wasn't complex. Facing threats together made the burden easier to carry. Marie agreed without hesitation, her resolve unwavering. Elisha's return brought warmth and guilt. Her injuries were the price of her devotion. Despite her condition, she smiled, masking the pain she endured. Korin could only bow his head, humbled by her sacrifice. Even with healing, Elisha required time. Festival plans would have to wait. Korin assured her of more moments to come, like the winter ball. Though he'd lived many lives, this one, Alicia's first, mattered most now. To cheer Alicia up, Korin promised her a lavish Jeskier dress for the winter ball. That offer sparked laughter and chaos as Alicia questioned his finances and teased his pride. Before anyone noticed, Lenya Claire, an intelligence officer, appeared behind them, adding tension and curiosity. Next, Ren and Ron, Wolfkin twins, were introduced as potential members of the Guardians. Though Yule's intentions were unclear, their friendly bond made her likely to accept. Huaran's inclusion required no debate, her power and loyalty already proven. Korin barely had time to speak before Marie's glare froze him in place. Her darkened expression suggested she sensed something off, perhaps a forgotten promise or hidden truth. People feared her strength, yet none understood the weight she carried alone. Memories of past mistakes haunted her. Korin's pain added to the guilt. He reached out regardless, steady and calm, offering silent reassurance. But trust didn't come easy for someone who had survived by power alone. Korin asked her to make a decision she'd never regret. Even shared warmth felt sharp, too unfamiliar to embrace without hesitation. Torn between fear and gratitude, she admitted it. His kindness made her ache. Abandonment had defined Warren's life, used by others. She built walls no one could pass. Solitude became her armor, keeping everyone at a distance for as long as she remembered. Then Korin came, uninvited yet steady, sitting quietly as her defenses began to falter. With quiet resolve, he asked if changing back was still possible for her. Rather than answer directly, she hesitated, wrestling with a different kind of longing. In the end, her wish was small, just a simple meal of grilled fish. Fear lingered beneath her eyes, hidden by stubborn silence and sharp remarks. Still, Korin responded gently, promising to get her the fish she wanted. Without further words, she sprang into the air, ready to face what lay ahead. He studied the Death God's orb, noting its notorious 0% accuracy. Not built for spirit detection, the orb raised questions when handled with skill. Despite the odds, Korin tested it and found logic didn't always apply. The trick was in the Mana Stone, flawed by design for festival challenges. Greeter diffusion made winning difficult when accuracy plummeted near zero against all expectations. A perfect throw struck jackpot 3/7 in dazzling alignment. A surge of magic burst outward as Corrin hurled the orb with precision into the air. The diffusion effect expanded uncontrollably, bypassing standard detection systems and registering only as a harmless festival attack. Corrin stood unharmed, confused that he hadn't used any mana, yet still triggered a reaction. From nearby, Lenya quietly observed Corrin's actions, her interest clearly piqued. Stepping closer, she greeted him with an unsettlingly sweet tone and a mischievous smile. Caught off guard by her overly friendly behavior, Corrin froze in visible discomfort. A soft greeting from the girl takes Corrin by surprise as she addresses him affectionately. Standing in the courtyard, he clutches his sword, puzzled by her sudden presence and choice of words. Memories resurface, teasing arguments, awkward titles, and a moment of victory as he finally escapes being called uncle. They walk together while Corrin admits the term. Oppa flatters him more than he expected. His companion's knowing remark reveals she had observed his wishes all along, even in silence. It dawns on him HWE had been trapped in that body for 3 full years. Joyfully, the girl breaks into a run, amazed at regaining control of her limbs. Her restored strength, thanks to HWA's control, feels like a miracle after years of sickness. Corrin recalls the anger he once held, his unheard pleas for his body's return. With time, he understood her silence came from guilt, not malice. Despite everything, he let go of resentment, recognizing they shared pain and responsibility. Watching her embrace HWA without hesitation, Corrin sees a strength beyond her years. She jokes about being 3 years old, grinning like a younger sibling, reborn. Although they now feel like sisters, the bond formed is far deeper. When she asks for future protection, Corrin promises without pause, his resolve unwavering. Hearing her softly call his name, Corrin glances over, surprised by her casual tone. She shares that her tastes mirror HWA's likes in food, music, books, and even people. Blushing, he freezes when she implies that marrying her would make having 2 wives legitimate. With unwavering eyes, she demands a response, giving him no chance to dodge the topic. Stammering, he tries to make sense of her boldness, unsure how serious she is. She firmly states it's no joke, just the truth about what she wants and believes. Without waiting, she runs ahead and thanks him, leaving Corrin baffled by her sudden change. His confusion grows as HWA abruptly steps in, coldly dismissing everything the girl had said. With piercing eyes, HWA warns him not to take those earlier words too seriously. Corrin watches silently, realizing how swiftly her demeanor shifts between personalities. Rather than argue further, HWE invites him to dinner, an indirect, yet sincere apology. Following her lead, he wonders if she's still a child beneath the conflicting layers. In a ruined field, a lone fighter lies flat among fallen soldiers, overwhelmed by failure. Recalling the scale of their effort, he curses the waste of troops and preparation. Despite meticulous planning, someone had unraveled it all, leaving one question: who exactly is that man? Amidst the ruins, the enemy leader curses Corrin for single-handedly disrupting their operation. With rage in his voice, he questions how one man could overturn their efforts so easily. Rather than respond, Corrin calmly approaches, unfazed by the threats echoing across the battlefield. Corrin shrugs off concern, mentioning he got to test a new technique during the fight. Though impressed, Josephine remains suspicious of how he neutralized so many enemies at once. Quietly, she wonders how he knew about a route buried for over a century. Sunlight filters in, but Rarin refuses to rise, clinging to her bed in full resistance. Despite having a powerful, nearly indestructible body, she embodies pure morning laziness. Her companion urges her up while she mutters complaints and pulls the covers tighter. Downstairs, a girl finds Corrin fast asleep in a chair, mouth slightly open. She suggests waking him before he embarrasses himself, calling others for help. Though reluctant, the second girl joins in, mumbling while heading his way. A sudden question catches HWA off guard. Does she like Corrin? Uncertain, she avoids eye contact, admitting she doesn't fully understand him. Rather than answer directly, she falls silent, unsure of her own feelings. Frustration spills from HWA as she mutters hatred for Corrin. Sitting quietly on the carpet, a girl enters, cheerful and surprised to see HWA awake earlier than expected. Noise from the others left her no choice, and Corrin is now placed on the bed. Rather than head to her room, HWA argues that the sofa suits her better, lacking blankets. The couch proves cold, making her reasoning difficult to counter. brightly smiling. The other girl announces she'll enjoy breakfast with her Korin, still half asleep. Korin hears fragments of voices before fully opening his eyes. Though the festival continues, class resumes, offering him little new knowledge. His focus drifts elsewhere on power, not lectures. With 3 aura cores and demonic chi unlocked, Korin's growth has surpassed expectations. Unlike typical knights, he stands far beyond the first core stage. Each core came through hardship, none by luck. Compared to others, even Alicia, his pace is unmatched. Harnessing demonic chi offers strength but lacks clarity. Despite massive stats, full mastery still escapes him. Students sit up in surprise as the professor begins collecting notes. Something she's never done before. Korin suspects she's punishing them for their constant inattentiveness during class. Unfortunately, this specific room is the dirtiest one on campus, reserved for alchemy experiments. In a rush to write anything, students scramble to fill empty pages. Korin looks down and realizes he's caught between Jaeger and Ran. Turning his head, he finds Ran calmly staring back at him with quiet intensity. Suddenly, Ran grabs his hand, surprising him with a firm grip. She confirms her identity and leans forward without hesitation. With a playful tone, she offers to show him her notes, leaving Korin speechless. A cheerful girl leaned in close, offering Korin a peek at something, hinting more than just notes. Caught off guard, Korin blushed, trying to interpret her words innocently, despite her suggestive tone. Around them, whispers spread as students gossiped about Korin's sudden connection with the famously aloof girl. When asked about Hua, the girl casually explained she had swapped places while Hua slept. Strolling through the corridor, she mentioned influential figures possibly linked to recent chaos at the academy. Despite being manipulated, those two still bore partial blame, making the situation more complex. With leadership passed on, Yuhua now handled all matters tied to the Kang household. Korin listened, confused, as she detailed responsibilities ranging from household decisions to marriage approval. Smiling confidently, she declared permission already granted, leaving him awkward and pleading internally for Hua's return. Another girl demanded a full explanation, refusing to miss any detail from beginning to end. Flustered, Korin struggled to respond while fending off a barrage of emotional outbursts and objects. Although not romantic, Marie's approach felt aggressive, closer to territorial behavior than love strange. As it seemed, her actions hinted at genuine intent beneath the chaos. Marie proposed marriage, implying Korin would gain a second wife if he agreed. Behind them, a red beast howled the words aloud, triggering someone else's looming fury. Hua Ran imagined extravagant rewards farms and mines, wondering how to compete with such bold gestures. Struggling with insecurity, she debated if mimicking Marie's confidence would win Korin's attention. Instead of comfort, Dexagu offered advice in his own way, cryptically referencing male desires. Marie presented a mysterious dish in the cafeteria, explaining it was the result of careful research, rather than a traditional recipe. It was something ranch workers made, now tailored especially for Korin. Receiving it gratefully, Korin expressed joy, completely unaware of the soup's peculiar ingredients. He praised the soup's flavor, thinking it a simple meal, despite its unusual appearance. Unexpectedly, a system alert revealed the soup contained a rare elixir that boosted strength dramatically. Meanwhile, others realized the blood wasn't from livestock, deepening the unsettling mystery behind the dish. Overcome with emotion, Hua Ran confessed impulsively and clung to her sister in embarrassment. Elsewhere, students quietly analyzed her behavior, interpreting it as a case of innocent first love. While watching, a woman explained how such feelings often emerge clumsily in youth. No doubt remained her feelings were aimed squarely at Korin, whose charm disrupted multiple hearts. His name echoed among students, with rumors labeling him suspiciously smooth with women. Even so, someone hesitated to call it love, though the signs were becoming harder to ignore. According to the nun, Korin's nature drew women to him, not the other way around. She urged Hua Ran to act decisively, quoting advice from a century-old romance novel. Rather than subtle gestures, boldness and removing rivals were recommended as the winning approach, despite its age. The book still influenced inexperienced girls like Hua and Ran, with little personal experience. They took every exaggerated word as serious instruction. After agreeing to go home, Ran quietly expressed her hope for Hua's success. Dexagu's bark signaled something unusual as Ran walked away. Through the window, she spotted Korin's silhouette embracing another girl inside. Her breath caught, but she turned without a word, burying her reaction deep. Inside, the affectionate moment between Korin and Hua unfolded unnoticed. Soft moans and flushed faces hinted at rising intimacy between the two. From outside, Ran watched silently, remembering their promise to face things together. Understanding Corin's kindness wasn't exclusive offered little comfort. Still, her chest tightened with jealousy at the closeness they shared. Even knowing better, she couldn't stop the pain from growing. The intense glint in Hua's eyes betrayed something deeper than sisterly warmth or casual admiration. Locked in her embrace, her feelings became undeniable, charged and fierce. Watching from a distance, Ran stepped forward and offered to take things into her own hands. Vowing to protect Hua's heart, Ran declared she would remove any obstacle in the path. Elsewhere, a joyful gathering revolved around sweets, where carefree laughter masked underlying tensions. One girl explained her hometown lacked dessert shops, so homemade treats were the norm. While savoring the moment, Corin shared he hadn't visited the region for any real reason. What began as a break for sweets unexpectedly became a full group outing. Suddenly, cheerful girls approached him, each eager to offer a bite. As Marie stayed silent, others took the chance to draw closer to Corin. Even a casual request for help was used to deepen physical proximity. Jealousy quietly stirred as subtle competition unfolded around plates of cake. Ran jokingly asked to be fed, catching Corin off guard. Feigned innocence turned into surprise as attention shifted back to Hua's quiet expression. Noticing the tension, Corin nervously laughed, unsure why dessert felt like a battleground. The group's casual conversation suddenly shifted when someone brought up potato farms and unusual rural desserts. Marie smiled confidently, insisting that even baked potato in a mold could be called cake. While she remained composed, the air grew tense and Corin sensed discomfort building at the table. Awkward silence spread, prompting multiple members to excuse themselves under the pretense of using the restroom. From the remaining group, subtle jabs began surfacing as friendly competition turned territorial. One girl casually claimed she'd invite Corin south for the winter to rest at her hot springs. A second girl interrupted, offering a more sacred-sounding trip to a holy site for blessings. Then another girl revealed that Corin was already set to visit her house, stunning everyone. Overwhelmed by the escalating situation, Corin suddenly detected a surge of killing intent nearby. Nervously clutching a mug, the girl muttered that Corin had gone on a separate mission. She explained. They'd planned to witness the eclipse together after forming a temporary party, faced with skeptical stares. Her words faltered as pressure mounted from those around her. Days earlier, Corin received news of a spirit's arrival from the distant eastern forest. A druid named Usias, revered by spirits, had crossed a vast distance. An event both rare and serious. Findius, a secluded and powerful place, stood as the druid's sacred territory. According to the game's lore, legendary treasures were hidden, mentioned only in background details. With the player's death, Corin saw a chance to seize one before the enemies did. His battle with Firmak Daemon had granted him a crucial map leading to Findias. The eclipse, occurring only once in 3 years, would reveal the Cloud Solas. Corin planned to act swiftly before Balthazar's faction could interfere. Determined, he resolved to sabotage their ambitions before they even began. Though uncertain, Corin accepted the mission and the wisdom he might gain from the east. A girl approached solemnly, handing him a silver pendant without explanation. He took it silently, aware that this gesture carried more than words ever could. To assist her journey, Corin offered a noble badge from his household, powerful enough to open doors. Rather than accept it lightly, she questioned its value, unsure it should be given so easily. Lowering her gaze, she revealed her reason. It wasn't just anyone receiving it, but Corin himself. She promised to catch up with him soon and asked him to wait ahead. Worried, she rattled off reminders: avoid danger, eat properly, and don't fall for suspicious strangers. Just before his departure, she called out once more, requesting one final familiar gesture. Knowing what she'd need later, Corin allowed her to feed freely one last time. Despite simply sitting still, he left Marie's room exhausted and barely rested. Back in his room, he noticed someone waiting unexpectedly, intent on staying the night. Without hesitation, the girl claimed the spot beside him, unfazed by his reaction. Though Corin warned of misunderstandings, she dismissed his concerns with ease. Eventually he gave in, realizing she wouldn't back down. Playfully, Corin began undressing, catching her completely off guard. He claimed to sleep unclothed, but quickly revealed it was a joke. Blushing, she demanded privacy while Corin questioned the logic behind her request. Under the moonlight, Corin offered his pillow, insisting he didn't need it. She accepted a folded cloth instead, noting its stiffness but saying nothing more. Lying beside him, she quietly asked him to stay safe during his trip east. Admitting her concern, she said his pain affected her too. Her thoughts drifted to the battles he'd fought, and how he'd always returned wounded yet unshaken. This time she promised to protect him, hoping to lighten his burden. She whispered a promise to join him soon, offering comfort before his departure. Those words stayed with Korin, strengthening his resolve to push forward. By morning, headlines declared his rise, with friends reacting in surprise and disbelief. Over breakfast, Korin checked if everyone had packed for the cold journey. Replies came with confidence, though their casual tone annoyed him. He warned that Wyvern travel wouldn't be as forgiving as they expected. High in the sky, panic set in as cold wind blasted the unprepared travelers. Both screamed, overwhelmed by snow and unable to keep their eyes open. Watching silently, Korin urged them to endure and learn the hard way. As the Wyvern flew over Taklakhan, a sudden commotion below drew everyone's attention. Down on the plains, a massive herd surged forward, led by a terrifying beast and elephant. Korin's group immediately grasped the danger. A nearby village was directly in the creature's path. One teammate panicked, warning of the destruction heading straight toward the settlement. Instead of rushing, Korin calmly assessed the distance, confident they could intervene in time. He issued commands. Alicia would block the advance, while Yule summoned plants to entangle the enemy. Roots burst from the ground, wrapping around legs and slowing the stampede. Charging ahead, Korin gathered electricity and launched a focused strike at the lead beast. Despite the impact, resistance remained strong, forcing the team to concentrate on restraining the front. Unexpectedly, a flash of red magic lit the battlefield as new forces arrived. The Arden monster hunters, famed for their ruthless precision, joined the fight. Among them stood Lunia Arden, commanding both fear and scorn with her entrance. Without hesitation, Lunia criticized Korin's tactics, calling them reckless and inefficient. Gasps followed her remarks, her presence shifting the tone from battle to confrontation. Mentioning the newspaper article, she implied Korin's recent fame had made him careless. She handed out candy as a token, insisting it was for safety during future battles. Korin accepted it hesitantly, confused by the gesture and its purpose. Lunia offered praise for his recent promotion, but warned him not to act recklessly. Acknowledging his calm nature, she approached with sudden seriousness and called his name. With a soft smile, Lunia surprised everyone by proposing marriage without hesitation. Korin froze in disbelief, while those nearby reacted with shock and confusion. Dunaref, once a troubled frontier, struggled under constant threat until order was forcefully restored. The worsening situation with roaming monsters pushed settlements to the brink of collapse. Thanks to the intervention of the Arden family, balance gradually returned to the polar region. Alicia was called away by Korin, her expression reflecting uncertainty as she quietly followed. Elsewhere, Korin engaged in a board game, effortlessly outmatching his opponent's hesitant moves. Rather than worry, his companion dismissed Alicia's situation as a sibling matter. Best left alone, two anxious figures whispered about their earlier failure, fearing consequences they might soon face. Their unease was interrupted when Korin received news that Lady Legina had summoned him. With hesitation in his steps, he entered her presence, uncertain of her intentions. Legina wasted no time, instructing Korin to sit as she began the conversation. Rather than punishment, she questioned his age and marital status with casual interest. To his surprise, she asked if he'd consider marrying her. She stated her reasons plainly, his skills and appearance aligned with her expectations. Unconvinced, Korin pressed her for the true motive behind her proposal. Her expression turned serious as she revealed it all began after Alicia's victory. An intense aura surrounded the Swordmaster as he declared Alicia the fifth Sword Lord. Her unexpected rise ignited unrest, forcing many to reconsider their allegiances. As tension grew, Legina revealed the impact. Her influence was slipping amidst political disruption. To counter the backlash, she needed a stabilizing move, something bold. Rather than allow herself to be used, she chose a fake engagement with Korin. Securing her position through calculated illusion, she asked him to cooperate without hesitation. Despite her status as an illegitimate child, Alicia received gifts, prepared for a rightful heir. Her sudden inclusion in the succession line upset the balance of family politics. Sophia, loyal to tradition, firmly enforced the decision without room for protest. With resignation, Alicia accepted the role she never asked for. Years of discipline taught her not to resist, even when conflicted. Acceptance masked the truth she remained an outsider in her own home. Korin, surprised by the situation, was suddenly instructed to spend time with Alicia. Unlike before, she greeted him with an uncharacteristic warmth. Then came her quiet, heartfelt question, "Will you marry me?" Typical of her nature, Alicia approached everything with sincerity, even a marriage proposal. Legina's interest in Corin had grown steadily since observing him during the evaluation. Beyond admiration, her respect for Corin's swordsmanship hinted at something deeper, perhaps longing for an equal. Though Alicia liked both Corin and Legina, she bore no resentment toward their bond. Memories of childhood reverence for Legina made her genuinely hope for her sister's happiness. At the same time, Corin had become someone she deeply appreciated for his unwavering support. Snow fell silently as Sophia reflected on the mounting pressures surrounding her. Challenges from influential swordsmen made ignoring the succession issue impossible. Her authority, once unshaken, now bent under the weight of external and internal forces. Corin's quiet demeanor concealed fierce dedication, a quality Legina didn't overlook. His recognition by Garand Ardent solidified his place among future contenders. To Legina, he was more than capable of becoming the next family head. While uncertain of Alicia's feelings, Sophia sensed admiration, and possibly more. Rather than deny it, she claimed equal right to influence her sister's fate. When asked about secrecy, she dismissed the notion without hesitation or guilt. Jenny defended Corin's value, stating his courtship was legitimate and unmatched in skill. His swift rise to near master status at such a young age left no doubt, though surprised. Legina acknowledged Jenny's insight and questioned her own hesitation. In the city, Corin navigated the streets, trying to recall where he was summoned. Catching sight of Legina, he noticed her uncharacteristically flustered expression. Without addressing it, she urged him forward, and he silently followed. Suddenly, news of monster activity reached Alicia. She was called to respond as the Fifth Lord. Without delay, she dashed into action, rallying her team with urgency. Focused and determined, she charged toward the border alongside her squad. Meanwhile, a formal ceremony began, complete with music and masked attendees. While the audience clapped politely, Alicia fought fiercely in the field, bloodied yet relentless. Her efforts stood in stark contrast to the elegant indoor festivities. Under the spotlight, the host raised a hand as the crowd looked on. Outside, Alicia continued cutting through beasts, her strength unwavering. Applause echoed indoors, while blood splattered outside, two worlds clashing in one moment. After the brutal battle, Alicia stood among fallen enemies, bloodied but composed. Corin acknowledged everyone's effort and shifted the conversation toward their personal time together. As they walked side by side, he confirmed he had enjoyed the experience. Legina reflected on the pleasant day while Corin remained attentive beside her. In a light gesture, she kissed his hand, then jokingly admitted the reversal of roles. Before parting, she promised to prepare something special for their next meeting. Alicia appeared suddenly, bruised and stained, prompting Legina's surprise. She calmly confirmed she had spent time with Corin after her mission. Though caught off guard, Legina responded politely and hid her true thoughts. The formal outfit Alicia wore stirred Legina's curiosity about her intentions. Unexpectedly, she requested a sparring session at the training grounds. Though unsure of the reason, Alicia accepted without hesitation. Night blanketed the academy, casting a quiet stillness as two silhouettes stood atop the rooftop. Alicia, gripping her sword tightly, faced Lunia, her older sister, who rarely encouraged such duels. No observers were present. Lunia allowed Alicia to strike without reserve, signaling a true test. Formal introductions marked the start. Lunia, a first disciple, Alicia, still a shadow under her name. Blades met instantly, shaking the ground with force as light cracked across the tiled floor. Thrown back by the impact, Alicia blinked in disbelief, realizing her sister wasn't holding back. She retaliated with swift, explosive swings, cleaving through the pressure building around her. Meanwhile, Lunia shifted her stance, unleashing a disciplined form designed for lethal accuracy. That command, respond, carried weight, pushing Alicia beyond sparring into survival. Power surged as Lunia released a radiant cross-slash that sliced through the night. Even recognizing the move, Alicia's body lagged behind her instincts. Multiple strikes overwhelmed her guard, breaking her stance amid luminous shockwaves. Focusing sharply, Alicia's vision locked onto each movement, reading the flow of Lunia's attacks. Rather than react, she began predicting patterns, each slash clearer than the last. For the first time, Alicia matched Lunia not in title, but in intent. Without hesitation, Alicia struck back, her blade slicing through the tension between them. Momentum shifted rapidly as she pushed Lunia into defense, matching her sister's pace. Yet with one glance, Lunia noticed her rhythm break. Alicia's breath staggered under pressure. A burst of speed followed, Alicia refusing to fall despite the growing strain. Her instincts, sharpened through endless repetition, now bordered on mastery. Lunia acknowledged her progress, linking it to someone who had clearly shaped her resolve. Because of him, Alicia confirmed, her grip tightening with clarity. Efficiency defined both their styles, every motion deliberate, every strike without excess. They didn't rely on force, only on flawless execution within inches of opportunity. Lunia dashed forward, piercing the air with a deadly thrust. Recognition flared in Alicia's eyes, but evasion seemed unthinkable. A storm of light rained down. She stood frozen, overwhelmed by its intensity, collapsed on the floor. She admitted this duel was lost. Recalling past beliefs, she realized how blind pride had clouded her strength. Unless she kept evolving, Lunia warned, she'd forever lag behind, guarding others from the rear. A quiet evening unfolded as Lunia sat across from an elder beneath the lantern-lit roof. Conversation shifted to engagements, prompting subtle criticism about Lunia's growing closeness to a certain man. Rather than deny it, she calmly replied that their connection wasn't part of any plan. Years of loss had shaped Sophia's harsh views. Marriage, to her, was leverage. She had once risen with talent, but saw it crumble alongside her absent husband. Even so, Lunia stood firm, praising the man as someone of true merit, not just powerful. He possessed rare instincts that set him apart from others. Pressed further, Lunia smirked and casually admitted to finding him attractive. A playful glint revealed another reason, claiming what her younger sister once longed for. That confession stirred uncertainty in Sophia for the first time. She began questioning if her beliefs about partnership had become too rigid. Elsewhere, joyful voices echoed as Alicia spotted Corin during the festive celebration. Laughter faded as duty returned. They were here for something far greater. Far to the east lay Findas, a forgotten land of danger and legend. Their next path would cut through territory governed by the powerful Ardek family. Grateful for the spirit's guidance, Corin offered a snack as a gesture of thanks. Behind him, the team admired how easily their druid companion kept them from losing their way. Lunia, unfazed, asserted her role as guardian, legally justified by herself, declared engagement to Corin. Monsters filled the mountains, and Lunia's strength was more valuable than any title. Alicia, clearly flustered, warned her sister not to speak so boldly about being a fiancée. Concerned, she questioned whether Lunia was truly serious about interfering with Corin's future. A glowing formation appeared as the druid announced they were close to their destination. Just then, her expression shifted. Something had gone wrong. Corin suddenly found himself alone, surrounded by an unfamiliar forest illusion. The maze around him wasn't real. It was a test cloaked in powerful magic. Undeterred, he gripped his weapon and prepared to confront whatever emerged. To his surprise, a voice called out his brother had appeared. Cold sweat formed as Corin recognized the voice he hadn't heard in years. The uniformed man smirked, greeting him casually despite the tension. With shock and disbelief, Corin shouted in protest. This was far beyond what he expected. From the shadows, Corin steps forward, his presence instantly unnerving the man before him. Instinct takes over as the startled enemy charges, unleashing a barrage of desperate energy. The counterattack fails. Corin's dark aura holds firm, and his identity sparks confusion and fear. Smirking, Park Sihu calls out the truth. Both of them are fakes, yet he is stronger. Without effort, he disintegrates the opponent's weapon, revealing dominance through terrifying magical control. Corin watches as Sihu stands supreme, bathed in an aura too immense to challenge. Acknowledging Corin's past feat, Sihu questions whether he can bear the weight of true salvation. Though equipped with power, Sihu admits his failure, having lost, despite gathering everything. Death came for him once. Now, Corin faces that same brutal reality alone. Intentions are declared, steal a treasure to weaken Balthazar, but doubt fills the air. A mocking voice exposes deeper motives, questioning Corin's claims of a noble goal. She accuses him of enjoying the pain he labels as sacrifice. Regretful faces from the past condemn his inefficiency and warn of wasted potential. Sihu admits to slaughtering thousands, his strength forged through ruthless, calculated loss. Grinning, he proposes a dark alliance, save the world at any cost together. Resigned, Corin admits to restarting the game, burdened by the weight of past failures. Regret creeps in as a monstrous figure charges, symbolizing opportunities he failed to seize. Corrupted emotions resurface, and he realizes his heart still clings to selfish desires. Determination takes hold as he vows to save those he once fought beside. Memories of Mariette, Aisha, HWA, and Ria ground him in that promise. Rather than chase perfection, he chooses to protect their peace above all else. He confronts the vision head, on refusing to let fear dictate his path. That illusion, instead of weakening him, restores his clarity and purpose. Nothing would change even with a second chance. He'd make the same choice. Lunia's arrival shifts the moment, bringing calm after the illusion fades. She casually explains cutting down a fake relative, shocking those around her. Meanwhile, Aisha remains unconscious, slower to recover than the rest. A voice from above acknowledges their progress through the barrier. A green-eyed beast emerges, fierce yet intelligent in demeanor. Soon after, Euskia's guardian of Findius steps forward to greet the group. Euskia's offers to escort the group into Findius, the forest's hidden heart. Lunia gazes ahead, captivated by the temple, nestled among the trees. This ancient sanctuary conceals Clay Solas, one of the 4 legendary treasures. Without delay, the group follows a winding path deeper into the overgrown structure. Inside, Euskias acknowledges rumors from spirits about a druid seeking this place. He calmly asks what purpose has led them to these wilds. Corin declares he's acting under Queen Arandanua as the first spear. Just as tension rises, a foul stench interrupts their conversation. A mysterious intruder appears, blaming Corin for the death of someone named Fermain. Dune Skies steps forward, introducing himself as the King of the Shade. He scoffs at Corin's loyalty and predicts the fall of the goddess. According to him, beasts will consume everything once the Shadow Era arrives. Another presence joins the confrontation, loud and uninvited. With tensions peaking, Euskias declares that Clay Solas can only be earned through a test. Though ready, Corin worries he doesn't know what that test involves. Dune Skies remarks on their shared position, but claims prior knowledge of the 4 relics. After dismissing them to separate rooms, he promises to announce the test later. Corin, unfazed, mutters confidently that he already knows how things are supposed to unfold. Moonlight streams down as Alicia lies restless in bed, caught in a vivid dream. She envisions a joyful scene witnessing 2 beloved people united in marriage. Children gather around her, calling her Auntie, painting a vision of peace. Despite the joy, her heart wrestles with discomfort she can't explain. She insists Corin would never hurt her sister, yet unease lingers. Tossing in bed, Alicia stirs, slowly awakening from the dream. Corin observes as she finally opens her eyes, relieved to see her conscious, before he can react. She launches toward him with no warning. They collide, and she clutches him tightly, leaving him stunned and confused. Alicia whispers faintly, calling him her brother. In-law, an odd choice of words caught off guard. Corin struggles to understand her sudden shift in tone. With a blush, she leans closer, murmuring, "My sister isn't home today." A dim atmosphere sets the tone as the girl leans close, addressing Corin as brother, in-law. With a sly expression, she mentions her sister's absence, causing tension to rise abruptly. Startled and confused, Corin stiffens while she embraces him without warning, making the situation deeply awkward. A new announcement breaks across the field. The second task is now beginning. Participants learn they've already completed the first, which subtly measured their resolve and independence. Recognition is given. Each candidate has proven their determination, earning the right to continue. Alicia hesitates, doubting her strength as uncertainty clouds her expression. Shah's reminded that true power stems from inner conviction and standing by one's beliefs. Support arrives when she is told the druids will guide her through the upcoming mission. The second challenge is clear: create a staff using oak and mistletoe by sunrise. An oath is sworn, binding all parties to the task's outcome for 60 days. Tension heightens as Doomnorix, a druid with known allegiances, makes an unexpected appearance. Yuel steps forward, though the gap in strength between her and Doomnorix becomes obvious. The spirits remain silent, showing their favor lies elsewhere, disrupting balance. Sensing danger, a woman shouts Corin's name, urgency rising with every second. Eager to contribute, Alicia presents a mistletoe she found, but it is from the wrong tree species. Corin calmly explains that locating a mistletoe bearing oak is nearly impossible in such a vast forest. Forest spirits could have helped, yet they've all aligned with Doomnorix, worsening the odds. Summonon suggests attaching mistletoe to a regular oak, though it would void its magical essence. Just as tension peaks, Corin reacts to an abrupt interruption, clearly startled. Thanks to Alicia's creativity, Yuel uses magic to grow a viable staff from a seeded oak. Ordinarily, such seeds wouldn't survive, but a special potion ensured its growth. Their success leads to recognition they've all passed the second challenge. New task begins. Harvest berries from a magical rowan tree deep in the northern forest. Venturing forward, Corin braces for an unknown test at the glowing tree's base. Thunderous voice issues a warning. Only the worthy may claim the fruit. Blocking their path, a Sky Titan emerges, towering and immovable. Rather than panic, Korin considers the Titan might not demand a fight. That hunch is correct. The Titan challenges them with a riddle instead. Choosing intellect over power, the group accepts the mental trial without hesitation. The Sky Titan outlines the rules. 5 correct answers decide the victor. To keep things balanced, only 2 non-druids per SIDE may join the riddle match. Confidently, Korin and Alicia step forward, while others watch from the edge of the clearing. The Titan's first riddle describes a cycle of appearing and vanishing through the day. Korin mentally dissects the riddle, considering time, movement, and patterns. Eventually, he answers a shadow fitting every stage of the Titan's description. His response is accepted immediately, leaving both teams momentarily silent. While pondering the Titan's nature, Korin realizes how overwhelming yet oddly symbolic its presence is. The next question follows. Something unseen, unstoppable, and final. Korin declares the answer time. Through poetic reflection, the Titan equates life to a performance, blending joy and sorrow. Such insight unnerves the group, hinting this trial may test more than intellect. Despite the pressure, they prepare for the next challenge with growing determination. Korin stumbles over the abstract fourth riddle, unable to form a clear response. Unexpectedly, Alicia requests a turn, drawing surprised looks from her teammates. She answers with sincerity, love, something personal and beautiful, even if others fail to see it. Without hesitation, Alicia blurts out her answer, adultery, leaving the entire group speechless. Gasps ripple through the team, while even the Titan pauses at the unexpected reply. Instead of rejection, the Titan acknowledges it as a correct interpretation, allowing the trial to proceed. Flustered, Alicia tries to clarify, her voice rising in panic as she pleads for understanding. Meanwhile, the Sky Titan seizes momentum, answering the next 2 riddles in rapid succession. Although technically a loss, the match concludes peacefully as the Titan receives the berries. Concern grows. Something about the trial's ending feels incomplete. Attempts to contact the forest spirits fail, raising suspicions of deeper trouble. Yuel delivers a chilling observation. Not a single spirit remains nearby. Korin reflects on their journey, recalling the monsters they passed earlier. 2 possibilities emerge: mass extermination, or a powerful presence driving all life away. That fear becomes real as an ominous figure steps forward, cloaked in malice. Waves of green light erupt from a massive spell circle beneath the enemy. Moments later, crimson energy crashes down like a blade, cleaving through the air. Korin shouts a warning to flee, barely shielding his team from the blast. A violent beam crashes down, catching everyone off guard as energy explodes from the sky. Yuel watches in horror while a red figure descends swiftly toward their position. Korin recognizes the threat. A humanoid monster lands and readies for combat without hesitation. The monstrous figure unleashes a brutal flurry of attacks, sending shockwaves in all directions. One woman narrows her eyes, instantly identifying the technique used in the assault. It becomes clear the enemy is the Sword Emperor, master of Arden's style and feared worldwide. Far beyond Arden's edge, a cursed land teems with unnatural moonlit silence and looming shadows. Within this domain, beasts and creatures carved a balance of survival through instinct and territory. That fragile order collapsed the moment an old swordsman intruded with unwavering resolve. From the chaos, a creature emerged, humanoid in form, yet demonic in every sense. Recognizing the weapon in its hand, the swordsman smirked, amused by such an anomaly. Unspoken lessons followed, as blade met blade in a silent ritual of training and survival. 8 days later, the swordsman gave the creature a name, acknowledging its unnatural skill. No longer just a beast, it moved with speed and purpose, striking terror into foes. Among onlookers, confusion and awe spread. No one knew who or what it truly was. He called it Sword Emperor, a title that would one day stir fear and legend, unknown to most. This was the same creature trained in secret beneath Arden's moon. That beast would later rise beside Balthazar as a living weapon of mythic strength. Now it fights on their side, devastating enemies with ruthless, unparalleled force. Relief turns uneasy as allies realize the threat they barely understand is now among them. Watching the chaos unfold, Korin braces himself, unsure when that monster will turn again. Without hesitation, Korin launched a rapid slash, using Arden's style, catching the enemy off balance. Crimson Force clashed in a relentless combo, carving through defense with destructive precision. Meanwhile, Lunia turned sharply, sensing something familiar about the warrior in black armor. Instead of retreating, the monster retaliated with a sword technique sharp enough to split wind. Lunia narrowed her eyes, stunned by the mastery behind each calculated swing. Their blades collided again, the beast matching her every movement with uncanny control. Gritting her teeth, she deflected a heavy strike aimed straight at her shoulder. It wasn't just its arm's razor, sharp kicks threatened her from below. Every motion flowed together like a whirlwind of blades impossible to read. Dodging narrowly, Lunia retreated and focused, invoking her combat sense. In her eye, red lines traced the air. She interpreted their paths mid-battle. Only timing could turn the fight one well. Place strike would decide everything. The Sword Emperor suddenly vanished from her sight in a deceptive step. "Finish it," Lunia ordered, recognizing the monster's vulnerability. Two fighters descended with explosive force, blades glowing, aiming for the final blow, slipping between strikes. The Sword Emperor avoided their synchronized attack with agile precision. A massive collision of energy exploded mid-air, scattering both sides in the aftermath. Lunia, chasing him down, suddenly paused. Something unseen disrupted her focus. Above the battlefield, the Sword Emperor raised his weapon and released Domain Slash. A vertical torrent of red energy split the sky, cracking through space itself. Despite being incomplete, the move allowed for 8 attacks within its range, more than enough. Corrin and allies countered with Domain Blade, channeling their strongest arts simultaneously. Only 5 blades landed successfully, the remaining 3 targeted Lunia alone. She couldn't evade in time, their formation had left her exposed. Alcia stepped in, gathering lightning into her sword with practiced calm. This was Thundering Star Barrier, the final stage technique few could master. Using it, she activated Domain Blade Fall and intercepted the fatal wave. Blood spilled from the Sword Emperor, yet the blow missed its core. While still standing, his movements had slowed far from full potential. Corrin recognized it. This wasn't its peak. The final evolution was still to come. Intent on finishing the fight, Corrin's group prepared to eliminate the Sword Emperor completely. A twisted grin spread across the monster's face, as it welcomed them with mockery. Suddenly, red energy exploded outward, and it lunged with wild, merciless slashes. Dark creatures emerged from the ground, their presence unsettling the battlefield. Without warning, chaos spread. Dozens of beasts rampaged under the influence of something greater. A tall figure cloaked in green aura appeared, commanding the scene with silent authority. Even the Sword Emperor halted, stunned by the unexpected arrival of new enemies. Retreat seemed the only option as pressure from both foes intensified. Corrin identified them: Beast King Dune Skies and Lawmaker Doomnoric's legendary threats. After the battle, allies gathered under a quiet tent to regroup. Conversation turned to the shocking fact: the monster used ardent swordsmanship flawlessly. Samoman proposed it had learned by surviving countless death matches. Suspicion narrowed to one man: Garhand Arden, master of the sword. Lunia froze in disbelief as her grandfather entered, smiling calmly. Disappointment laced her voice. She questioned why he would pass down such power to a monster. Garhand brushed off criticism, clarifying he didn't teach the monster. He merely demonstrated swordsmanship. As he stepped forward, the space shifted, unveiling a vast energy field beneath him. This force was not ordinary power, but the activation of a fully manifested domain. Lunia analyzed the monster's weapon, noting it didn't resemble anything crafted by humans. Garhand speculated it might represent a new evolution, something beyond traditional sword mastery. Silently, Lunia reflected on her weakness and vowed not to remain powerless any longer. She stood firm, requesting to learn the sword without hesitation or doubt. Garhand agreed instantly, recognizing her burning resolve and deep potential. Their training began a new path unfolding, where madness and mastery would walk side by side. Despite failing to secure the Rowan tree fruit, Corrin's group seeks entry into the final challenge. Their eligibility is confirmed, though the advantage now lies with Duke Skies and Duke Doomnork. As complaints rise, the examiner issues the task to cultivate a unique staff. The staff must grow tall enough to pierce the heavens before the eclipse arrives. Only 3 weeks remain to complete this towering feat and prepare for the sun's guardian. Success demands a tree vast enough to bridge earth and sky. Haunted by the swordsman's strength, the girl admits fear. He's far beyond her current skill. Her grandfather rebukes her flaws, but acknowledges his former disciple's unmatched talent. Though presumed dead, the swordsman's potential threatens even the strongest warriors. She learns the heavenly sword level was never official, it was his own creation. Frustrated, she strikes back, unable to accept his calm superiority. He speaks of warriors so powerful they can split the sky and shatter worlds. Their fierce clash shakes the arena as her strength falters. Mocked for resembling her sister, she grits her teeth in anger. Elsewhere, a girl quietly asks her mother for permission to leave the southern castle. Time presses forward, only 4 days remain until the spring social concludes. Before leaving, Corin told Marie to meet him before the solar eclipse on the 8th of February. Although travel by wyvern offers speed, unease builds quietly within her. Relatives try to stop her, insisting vacation is a family affair. Her bold reply shocks them. She intends to start a new family elsewhere. Without hesitation, she bolts toward the skies, determined to borrow Hraesvelgra. Above the clouds, instinct whispers a rival has emerged beyond her sight. Something unfamiliar now competes for Corin's attention, stirring urgency in her heart. Far away, Hua-Ran enters the Grand Cathedral, escorted under sacred arches. Saintess Estelle welcomes her warmly beneath stained glass light. A golden thread on her robe draws quiet attention. Estelle gently inquires about Hua-Ran's condition after the recent commotion. Rainey urges her to lift the restriction, unable to explain. Clearly frustration replaces patience, but Estelle begins to recognize her identity. Acknowledging a shared goal, Rainey states plainly they both seek strength. Rainey's expression softens as she admits her wish to become the wife of her lord. Hearing that, Estelle remains silent, her eyes narrowing with subtle surprise. A moment later, golden light swirls as she lifts the restriction up to the first seal. Declaring her intent, Rainey rushes off without hesitation. Despite the 24,000 kilometers distance to the border, she claims she'll arrive faster than any wyvern. Beating her rival there isn't just preference, it's personal. Estelle ponders how all recent chaos traces back to Corin's presence. Battles, transformations, and accidents, each one interlinked with those surrounding him. Names echo: Luna, Alicia, Dunaref, and finally, Corin Lork. On the ground, Corin aids his teammate, who fears death before the trial even begins. Just as despair settles in, the towering tree appears. Hope stirs they may have a chance after all. Rather than worry, Corin speaks calmly about life's repeating surprises. His composure never wavers, even when impossibility looms. From the shadows, someone quietly watches his late-night dedication. Druid Doomnork steps forward, addressing Corin directly for the first time. He questions humanity's resistance, implying that death is a necessary path to paradise. Rather than accept that logic, Corin demands to know why a druid would side with destruction. According to Doomnorix, protecting nature means erasing mankind entirely. His lifeless eyes reflect no humanity more plant than person. Hearing this, Corin vows to wipe out those who carry such twisted beliefs. A dry laugh escapes Doomnorix, impressed yet dismissive. He gestures toward the towering tree, boasting that Corin's efforts pale in comparison. To him, nature's pace is final. No spell can rewrite that truth. Unfazed, Corin recalls his unique approach: golden mandragora cultivation. Even Alicia's staff thrived from his formula. Just a few drops yielded massive growth. He reveals a glowing bottle, the secret behind his success. Golden fertilizer spills onto the ground, radiant and potent. Mockery fades as Corin calls Doomnorix a newbie, dismissing centuries of arrogance. With bold confidence, he invites the druid to witness real innovation. Golden energy erupts from the ground as Corin unleashes the power of the fertilizer. Alicia, caught in the magic's wave, trembles under the overwhelming surge of light. As the glowing staff rises, even Corin appears surprised by its sudden height. He measures the result: the growth speed has tripled beyond expectation, though unsure how Corin achieved it. Doomnorix acknowledges the staff's remarkable development. With parting advice, he urges Corin to grasp Calais Feum H Solas during the sun's weakened state. Another figure refers to Corin as the young hero standing before the final trial. Despite the urgency, Corin states preparations must be made before the climb begins. The journey to the sky requires food, equipment, and a week's time. The upcoming battleground is revealed to be the sky itself. With 1 week remaining, Corin declares his plan to gather powerful allies. He sets his sights on recruiting the strongest members possible for the battle ahead. A full week had gone by, yet no assistance or backup ever showed up. Amid silence, Corin's group surveyed the strange barrier, puzzled by its shape and stillness. Their attention shifted to an overgrown structure nearby, proof someone else had reached the barrier earlier. Inside the control hall, watchers sensed violent fluctuations of mana and aura leaking from the illusion. Trapped within for days, the two girls unknowingly destabilized the entire secret realm's integrity. Determined to intervene, the elder chose to divide his mind and retrieve them both alone. A vivid scene unfolded: peaceful academy grounds, children playing, and an atmosphere of calm. Spectators misinterpreted the vision as reality, whispering about a rushed marriage and fatherhood. Down the aisle walked the groom Corin, smiling under the illusion's powerful grip. The bride's entrance caused a stir, her identity clashed with expectations. Corin froze as she approached, calling him something unexpected. The illusion fractured slightly when she addressed him as brother, confusing the moment's purpose. Reality blurred as Corin resisted, questioning the life unfolding before him. A year slipped by within the illusion, where a child bearing Corin's likeness appeared. Seeing that child deepened his uncertainty, anchoring him further in the fabricated world. Envy crept in as she observed Corin organizing a heartfelt anniversary event. Rather than accept it, she imagined a life where she gave him everything: comfort, luxury, stability. If only he'd look her way, she would offer him a world expecting nothing in return. Refusing to let go, she couldn't bear the thought of Corin aging and fading away. Unlike him, her kind endured endlessly. Time would separate them if left untouched. A decision formed: she would make him immortal and ensure he remained by her side forever. To her, the title didn't matter, be it master or family, so long as he stayed. She planned to let time erase his past, until only she remained in his memory. Every trace of the other woman would eventually vanish under her relentless devotion. Yet everything unraveled the moment Corin chose someone else. In that instant, defeat settled deep. He had slipped beyond her reach. Watching his joy with another pierced her resolve, and left nothing but silence. She admitted she never learned how to handle heartbreak. Dreams of a peaceful life with Corin, love, family, children now felt distant. Still, through the ache, she offered her help with whatever future he pursued. Unexpectedly, Corin returned and greeted her kindly, unaware of the tension beneath her silence. Without warning, Hua-Ran seized his hand, her calm shattered by pent-up rage. Her fury exploded as she lunged, declaring everything that followed was Corin's fault. Years of fixation unraveled as she screamed, blaming his wandering heart for her suffering. Despite Corin's confusion, she pressed on, driven by rejection and obsession. To her, love meant ownership, and she believed his heart had once belonged solely to her. Those words pierced him. His firsts were never truly his, only memories she refused to release. Elsewhere, a quiet morning dawned, where two lovers rested peacefully after a night together. Hands linked beneath soft sheets, their bond appeared genuine and undisturbed. On the balcony, she imagined a new life forming proof of her victory. A confident smile followed, convinced fate had finally chosen her. Yet, from across the room, a silent figure watched, her intent unreadable. Reality returned in a flash as both girls awoke from the illusion. Standing before them, a druid explained that Corin had departed 3 days prior. Despite their awakening, they were too late. His path, now unreachable. Cold winds swept across the peak as the team climbed the massive spiraling stem skyward. Despite doubts from others, Corin urged them to press on. He was sure they were close. He recalled that Balthazar's plan required all 4 relics, and only one remained unclaimed. Ancient lore named the final artifacts: Aradva, Clefay, Salai, Undri, and Leophile, from old records. Corin realized the serpent filled abyss might conceal Murius' magical cauldron. Noticing the clouds rising instead of falling, he understood the oak tree was still growing. Surprise flashed across Corin's face as a hidden fortress came into view above the clouds. The structure loomed tall but felt unusually small for a 6-giant domain. They guessed it might belong to a lesser giant, not a legendary one. Yushas mentioned a sun, guarding giant, meaning the main entrance wasn't an option. Instead, they relied on the red hornwood fruit, an unexpected but valid entry token. With a grin, Corin knocked, curious to see what would happen next. The gate blasted open as his voice rang out, shaking the courtyard. Startled, his companions watched as Corin stepped forward, declaring the rest unplanned. A sharp question echoed from within. Someone demanded to know their identity. A group of armored beings spotted Corin and the others, immediately identifying them as humans. Alarmed, the party realized these foes were exceptionally powerful, well beyond average combatants. Zone Giant demanded answers, questioning their presence, and asking if they possessed the key. Calmly, Corin admitted they didn't have the key, maintaining a confident demeanor. That response triggered hostility, as the creature prepared to attack with deadly intent. Before violence erupted, someone shouted to halt the fight. Corin swiftly declared they were messengers sent by Lord Usayas to deliver important news. He claimed their master carried the red hornwood fruit needed for entry. To avoid suspicion, Corin boldly improvised a false name, urging the others to play along. Confidently addressing the gathered crowd, Corin declared their master would soon retrieve the red rowan fruit. Recognition from ancient forces Sharon Findias and the sage Usikas validated Dun Sky's mission and authority. To reinforced the claim, Corrin revealed a druid sent as the sage's representative, intensifying the stakes. With a sharp command, the druid activated her power, her expression focused and intense. Green tendrils spiraled into formation, summoning the towering figure known as the Wicker Man. Acknowledging her credibility, the enemy noted her ability to control such power, aligned with their lore still. The absence of the red rowan fruit posed a threat under the harsh sunlight. Thankfully, Dun Skies had suggested prior notice to the ancient giants, gaining their favor. Permission granted, Corrin celebrated with a smug smile, reveling in their smooth entry. Far from idle, a shadowy figure observed quietly, plotting the next phase. He issued a chilling command to eliminate all obstacles without hesitation. Meanwhile, Corrin led the infiltration team toward the sealed treasure vault. Using knowledge from his past life, he guided them to the vault's hidden entrance. Inside, piles of gold gleamed beneath a ceiling open to sunlight. Despite the calm, unease stirred they hadn't encountered a single guard yet. Staring at the endless gold, Corrin admitted the Sunday sword couldn't be identified by sight alone, with no clear way to search it all. The absence of guards now made perfect sense. Out of nowhere, a chicken perched on the treasure, oddly calm and completely unbothered. Thudding footsteps warned them of an incoming presence, prompting the pair to duck behind coins. The large guardian entered gently, smiling warmly at the chicken, as if it were a child. Frozen in place, they hoped to go unnoticed while the giant searched for his darling. Suddenly, the chicken laid a shining golden egg, drawing startled reactions from both of them. It became clear the bird might be producing the vault's riches, perhaps even the key item. Meanwhile, the guardian closed in again, reaching for the creature affectionately. After danger passed, relief set in, but the girl grew oddly introspective. She recalled her sister and asked Corrin what he truly thought of her. Though hesitant, curiosity burned in her eyes as she awaited his answer. Corrin replied earnestly, calling Lunia kind, gifted, and beautiful. Though his words were neutral, they stirred quiet emotion in her expression. With time pressing, she urged they continue searching before the eclipse window closed. Blue light glinted in her eyes as she pointed out something off about the vault. Rather than explaining directly, she noted the vault reacted strangely during the night. Corrin listened, as she theorized only a solar eclipse could weaken the vault's power. Unknown to most, the Sunday, Clayam Solas, had been hidden in plain sight as the moon. It hovered silently above the sky island, perfectly disguised during both day and night. Corrin assessed their position, realizing the sword floated far above, completely unreachable for now. Time passed as the moon hung mockingly overhead, its true identity still veiled. No bridge, no spell, no flight could bring them closer within 2 short days. Meanwhile, powerful forces stirred Dun Skies and Dunorix advanced without delay. Among giants, debate stirred over devouring everyone except the druid. Fortunately, Sharon's ancient command embedded in their blood barred any harm to her. Instead, their focus shifted toward seizing the Sunday and feasting after victory. Behind cover, Corrin exhaled early arrival had revealed their enemies' motives. The moon edged into position as the eclipse drew near. Though Sharon wouldn't appear, his influence still shaped what would come next. Anticipation filled the air as the gates opened and the enemy surged forward. Before they could proceed, guards shouted in alarm, bringing their advance to a halt. Their path was suddenly blocked by the towering presence of the Wicker Man. A cloaked figure bowed in reverence, certain his master had finally appeared. From within the vault, Corrin charged out, dramatically hoisting the chicken above his head. Baffled by the scene, the crowd struggled to make sense of the unfolding chaos. Fury erupted among the giants as they spotted their stolen treasures. One charged, teeth bared, shouting threats of death toward the intruders. Amid the frenzy, a deluded follower rallied the group to join their so-called hero. Realization struck the druid, declared they'd been deceived from the start. Explosions of raw force tore through the battlefield as the giants attacked. Screams echoed from those begging for their lives while others vowed retaliation. One giant convulsed violently, poisoned or corrupted beyond reason. With clenched teeth, the druid cursed Corrin's betrayal. Consumed by madness, Corrin swore no one would possess Clayam Solas, not even the heavens. As Corrin stirred conflict among the giants, his twisted plan began to unfold without hesitation. He mocked the chaos, claiming there was no shame in using deception to win. High above, allies questioned what might happen if Dun Skies succeeded and claimed the Sunday. Corrin revealed a darker move: he would destroy the oak trees to trap the king's men. To him, history would favor only the one who controlled the outcome, not the means. Their strategy was cut short when something unexpected began to appear on the horizon. A sudden vision struck an ominous dual arena formed in red and blue light. At its center stood a blade, shining with hostile energy, radiating immense power. From the darkness emerged a deadly figure known only as the Sword Demon. Surrounded by a shimmering barrier, the arena pulses with tension as combatants face a monstrous figure. The crimson, armored beast tightens its stance, ready to strike, while Korin observes quietly from the front line. Without hesitation, he steps forward, declaring his intent to take on the threat alone. Electric blue energy bursts from the students as they prepare to assist, but Korin dashes ahead. The demon's gaze shifts, momentarily confused by the apparent disregard for his presence. Recognition dawns. This is no ordinary enemy, but the Sword Demon, once a feared warrior, no longer bound by reason. The beast lunges wildly, eyes burning with chaos. Korin braces himself, determined to hold his ground without leaning on others. Golden light flares as he unleashes his technique Venomous Dragon, aimed directly at the enemy's core. Lands cleanly. Korin's body jerks from the blow as blood arcs through the air. Crashing down, he struggles to rise, pain etched across his face. From the rear, a girl screams his name as fear grips the team. Korin warns her off, voice strained but firm. Looking back, he insists, is a fatal mistake during combat. He stumbles forward again, eyes locked on the enemy, refusing to back down. With the domain weakening, Lunia moves in, exploiting the smallest delay in the enemy's reaction. Her technique false domain cuts through the air, pushing the Sword Demon momentarily on the back foot. Outside of the domain, Lunia's combat prowess threatens even the Sword Demon's overwhelming force. Despite her effort, the illusion shatters once more before the authentic technique can land. Repeating the domain takes a toll, sustaining it twice drains both stamina and precision. The Sword Demon, undeterred, deploys 8-handed twin blades, redirecting his aggression toward the domain caster. A plan forms strike as soon as the domain vanishes, leveraging the brief timing edge, yet concern arises. Her sister won't be able to block all incoming attacks. Doubt creeps in, and that hesitation opens a dangerous gap. In a flash, the demon's blade draws blood with merciless precision. Paralyzed by shock, her sister's face reflects fear and helplessness. A scream pierces the air as another body hits the ground. Rage drives the next charge, emotions overwhelming logic. His weapon swings recklessly, blaming the domain's failure for the loss. Across the battlefield, the Sword Demon howls, ready for more blood. Alicia dashes to catch her collapsing sister, arms shaking as she holds the wounded body. Between coughs, her sister pleads for Alicia to let go and continue forward without hesitation. Hearing those final words, Alicia's heart breaks as she cries out in disbelief. Desperation grips her thoughts, uncertain how they can possibly withstand the Sword Demon's wrath. Unmoving, the enemy radiates menace, forcing everyone to second-guess their resolve. Then, a burst of green light signals the arrival of the summoned entity Wicker Man. Without pause, the Sword Demon advances, claws tearing through the air. In response, the twin sword wielder calls forth beastly reinforcements under the Arden style. Fiery creatures flood the battlefield, clashing against the armored menace with savage intensity. Gripping her chest, Alicia trembles beneath the weight of fear. Paralyzed, she watches the chaos unfold around her. But memories of her sister ignite something fierce. She chooses to stand. Blades collide as Alicia joins the fight, expression hardened. Korin, injured but conscious, tells the others to tend to Lunia. Driven by resolve, Alicia charges again, this time without hesitation. Korin clutches a healing vial, thinking he might recover if given enough time. Doubt clouds his mind. In this state, he knows he can't win. Suddenly, shadows rise above the enemy. Mocks him, confident he won't make it out alive. Mocking laughter fills the air as the monsters close in around the injured warrior. Just before the strike lands, Korin mutters a quiet, "Thank you," and activates a hidden command. The system responds, backdoor revolution, and red energy explodes around him with violent precision. Thrown across the cliff, Korin barely manages to land upright, exhaling sharply. He jokes about the chaos, but his eyes scan the battlefield with concern. Their enemies had a pact, but someone just broke it, and consequences are coming. Another fighter grins, unconcerned with rules. For him, survival means killing first. Korin acknowledges the truth, understanding what it takes. He grins coldly, saying he is no different. He'll do what it takes to win. Blood spear pierces through flesh, as chaos breaks loose again. New allies arrive, shocked by the grotesque turn of events. Won screams at the horrific sight, while Korin rejoins the fray amid the madness. Korin, gravely injured, urges his ally to escape, while he remains behind, facing overwhelming odds. The enemy questions Korin's resistance, mocking his decision to oppose their rule, despite the clear disparity. Status windows activate, revealing buffs and systems that grant Korin temporary resilience in battle. Golden light bursts from Korin as he pushes forward, wielding all remaining strength. His goal isn't just to save others, or defeat evil, it's personal. He fights to win, to prove his resolve, even against the Beast King's overwhelming force. Under the night sky, two blades were drawn, their shine cold and merciless in the silence. Atop a distant cliff, a lone figure stood, his presence heavy even from afar. He spoke of ownership, yet his reasoning no longer reached the warrior's hardened mind. Descending with violent speed, the warrior questioned the purpose of his training. A brutal clash erupted as Alicia met his strike head on, pain flashing across her face. Every battle had taught him more than lectures lessons carved into his body through survival. Even with overwhelming strength, he felt dwarfed by the master's unreachable presence. Nothing he did seemed to close the distance between them, it remained wide and unforgiving. Launching upward in rage, he realized some heights might never be conquered. Alicia, engulfed in red energy, surged forward with burning resolve. The impact shattered the air, yet clarity eluded him amid the chaos. Doubt crept in, was this truly where he was meant to be? Wounded, but defiant. Alicia mocked his hesitation with cold eyes. Their movements blurred, steel flashing as instinct took control. In that moment, he accepted his role, not a student, but a predator in pursuit. Alicia met each strike with poise, her smirk unwavering as blades flashed between them. Attempts to cut her failed, she remained whole, untouchable, defying every expectation. He couldn't understand how she endured, or why she kept smiling in the face of death. A sudden glow traced her blade, signaling a transformation in speed and form. Observation turned to alarm as she commented on his slowed reactions with eerie calm. Instead of retreating, she surged forward faster, sharper, more relentless than ever before. He retaliated with domain severance, flooding the field with calculated killing zones. Yet she advanced through them, weaving around each strike like she knew them in advance. 8 clean dodges, she danced past every attack as if rehearsed. Her eyes glowed with focus as she activated her unique stance, Mind's Eye. With precise footwork, she entered Alicia form and pierced the distorted battlefield. His counter, false domain severance, collided head on but failed to suppress her momentum. Understanding dawned, her strength wasn't lesser, it was identical in will and obsession. She fought not as prey, but as an equal shaped by the same path. Defeating her might be the only way to surpass the old monster who raised them. Blades collided midair, releasing a violent shockwave that cracked the silence. Amid the blood, red storm, a girl clad in crimson danced without restraint or fear. Everything in this world bored him, everyone, except her. She wasn't just an obstacle, her entire existence felt crafted to challenge him. Conviction burned through his veins as power surged beyond limit or logic. Now transformed, he embraced his peak sword demon unleashed with purpose. Alzen blades spiraled outward, cutting space itself in a red-lit grid. Yet within that storm, her figure emerged, untouched and faster than anticipated. Recognition flickered in his eyes. This was no ordinary clash. Lightning split the skies as she advanced without hesitation. Could there be meaning beyond the instinct to destroy? No words passed her lips, but determination radiated from her silence. A distant voice echoed, "Don't turn back." Her trembling hands clenched as memories fueled her resolve. Without delay, she stepped forward. Her will refused to break. With Sky Sword active, Alicia surged forward, lightning wrapping around her form like armor. Each step shattered stone beneath her. She moved with purpose toward an unreachable threshold. In one breath, she created a path through an attack meant to erase everything. Shards of rock rained down as others scrambled to follow in her wake. Climbing the terrain proved grueling. Every movement demanded effort and pain still. Even exhausted, someone laughed, taunting his opponent's growing fatigue. Legends whispered of Dune Scavis, the Beast King, not as a being but a void. Formed from a swarm of serpents, toads, and 3 dragons, he defied death itself. This mass of darkness, the endless serpent nest, erupted to devour everything in sight. Among the chaos, a weapon pulsed, Death God's orb, harvesting souls with each slash. The Reaper's strength was real, but mana reserves were dwindling. Floating higher, the enemy mocked. He wasn't slowing down anytime soon. Suddenly, golden light bloomed from the earth. It couldn't be mistaken. Ancient oak reached into the heavens, its roots absorbing all surrounding mana. This land, shaped by its master's hand, wasn't just battleground, it was his territory. Korin stood amidst golden light, drawing strength from the mana, rich land beneath him. Recognition flashed. He was named the Queen's first spear, worthy of fear. Before him, a monstrous entity grinned, admitting its current weakness. From the void emerged a fused army, forming a new singular being. Dune skies revealed one of his final forms, massive and serpentine. Now facing the great deviant snake, Korin prepared for an overwhelming battle. Once sealed in darkness by the Queen, the ancient creature endured ages in confinement. Now that she has vanished, it plans to desecrate everything she once vowed to defend. Targeting Korin Locke, the beast vows to consume him along with the last goddess. Instead of retreating, Korin activates rune magic, confident in his prepared strategy. Power surges as runes etched earlier begin resonating beneath the enemy's feet, catching the monster off guard. The magic erupts, exposing its vulnerable position. A blazing chain reaction begins. Kenaz, so Willow, and Berkana light up in sequence. Screaming in agony, the creature thrashes under the storm of magical fire. Meanwhile, Korin advances through the inferno without hesitation. The Sunday Sword, Claw Solas, materializes under the eclipse's shadow. Only one who harnesses it will survive. All others face certain death. Korin reaches for the relic, prepared to decide the outcome. With steady resolve, he warns the monster to flee if it hopes to live. Flames chase skyward as both combatants rise amidst the chaos, shouting the beast's name. Korin ascends to deliver the final blow. Korin clashed midair with the dragon, both surrounded by chaotic flames and crashing debris. While the beast thrashed in pain, Korin launched himself higher with precise timing and force below. Allies spotted the darkened sky as Korin's silhouette reappeared above the battlefield. Despite severe injuries, Korin remained composed and readied his final core for release. The dragon revealed its second form and evolved state, known as the legendary Mystic Dragon. Refusing to back down, Korin unleashed his third core, surging with violent energy. Using the Crest Demon Spear, Korin aimed directly at the dragon's core in a final strike. The blow seemed to land, but the dragon unexpectedly dodged at the last second. It transformed midair, evading the deadly attack and escalating the fight once more. Counterattacks close in, forcing Korin onto the defensive. As pressure escalates, bloodied but resolute, he studies the flaw in his failed assault. His mind shifts to the key Crimson Rowan, the fruit of malice. Fed power red clusters shimmer as they absorb surrounding negativity. Overhead, a black eclipse begins to swell, blanketing the battlefield in dread. Suddenly, radiant force erupts skyward, the trigger to Korin's final countermeasure. A massive creature descends, its wings blackened and aura drenched in chaos. The deafening roar shakes the sky as 3 dragons and magical oxen swarm alongside it. Crowned among beasts, the legendary Black Ox, a fusion of sealed darkness, finally appears. Without warning, it grips the Sunday Sword, light clashing with shadow in its hand. Korin watches as his enemy now wields the treasure he once relied on, smiling bitterly. He accepts the cruel twist, facing the same divine weapon once more. Explosions erupt around the fortress as combat spills into nearby structures. Bruised and battered, Korin scrambles from rubble, still holding firm to his will. A rune Kenaz activates beneath him, as if part of a deeper plan. The battlefield turns into a blazing spiral, fire encircling Korin's trap. Even so, the enemy mocks the effort, claiming flames are meaningless before the Sunday. Frustration builds as Korin realizes the heat barely slows the beast's advance. Suddenly, a devastating strike closes in, forcing Korin to block mid-sprint. A second explosion hurls him into the air, rocks scattering across the burning field. Roaring, the Black Ox launches another attack, yelling its intent to finish him. Engulfed in searing flame, Korin blocks the Sunday Sword's heavy swing from the Black Ox. Mockery echoes as the beast questions Korin's strength, circling with predatory confidence, rather than retreat. Korin challenges the idea of a mere beast wielding sacred power. Roaring with fury, the Black Ox leaps to finish the fight. Energy flares outward. Korin activates his domain, surrounding them in cosmic distortion. A venomous slash follows, striking back with the rising serpent technique. Steel shatters on impact. His blade fails against overwhelming force. Both energy cores drained, Korin prepares his final gamble. With narrowed eyes, he lunges forward, ready to sacrifice everything. He unleashes the 8 Oracle Ultimate Fist. Red light detonates around them. Dust swallows the arena, drowning sound in silence. Among the rubble, Korin stumbles, body torn and spirit fading. Smoke parts to reveal the Black Ox still standing, still smiling. Nothing worked. despair creeps into Corrin's battered mind. In that moment, he realizes this enemy may truly be beyond defeat. A massive figure descended the infamous giant of Sky Castle, radiating sheer destructive energy with every step. Fully developed, these death humans wielded strength comparable to U-rank monsters, making them critical threats. Amid the chaos, Corrin stood between two U-rank creatures, both launching brutal simultaneous assaults. Zone Warrior bled from a deep wound yet refused to retreat, eyes locked forward. A towering enemy rose ahead, snarling, while others filled the narrow corridors with crushing footsteps. 50 giants now blocked the escape path, casting long shadows across Corrin and his group. With swift precision, Aisha charged and eliminated multiple threats in one devastating swing. Still, her targets had been the weakest, drawn to the ground by decoys. Up high, a blazing captain, class giant remained still too powerful to abandon its post. No reinforcements arrived. The battlefield had turned into a sealed death zone. Corrin's regeneration slowed, deep injuries no longer mended as they had before. His aura drained completely, leaving him barely able to move. Darkness crept in as his limbs turned numb and breath grew shallow. Collapsed in blood, he accepted the inevitable death loomed near. A figure emerged, taunting Corrin before unleashing fatal intent. A shadowed figure dismissed everything Corrin had done, labeling it all as meaningless effort rather than retreat. Corrin denied the claim, his eyes burning with quiet defiance. He challenged the enemy's ignorance, exposing how little he understood those who never gave up. Even after turning into a vampire, her smile still brought comfort to others. The children, once afraid, had started embracing who they were without shame. Slow progress led them forward, each step a quiet act of courage. Though mocked again, Corrin responded with action, slamming his fist into the earth with force. Had the enemy known their struggle, he wouldn't have lived with such ease. The rune of regression flared, pulling vitality back into Corrin's battered body. Mockingly, the beast hurled the spear, daring Corrin to reach it. Dodging flames, Corrin launched himself forward, unafraid of the incoming blaze. As the enemy roared, believing victory was his, the battlefield exploded in fire. Smoke and flames engulfed the arena, shaking its very foundation. Within the inferno, the enemy exhaled, certain it was over. From the scorched rubble, Corrin stood once more burned, bleeding, but unbroken. Through the flames, Corrin emerged again, bruised and defiant. His survival stunned the beast. With a glare, the enemy reeled back, surprised by Corrin's continued resistance. Leaping into the air, Corrin charged head, on refusing to fall without delivering a final strike. Dark energy spiraled as the enemy prepared, one last infernal blast meant to erase him completely. Still glowing with determination, Corrin tightened his grip on the spear, unfazed by the threat. Flames raged across the battlefield, yet within them, a blinding golden light pushed back. The beast's fire, meant to annihilate, began bending inward, absorbed into something radiant. At the heart of it stood Corrin, wielding a sword alight with divine energy. Recognition hit. The rune of regression had activated, drawing in the enemy's strength. Panting heavily, Corrin mocked his foe's many forms, from serpent to so-called dragon assassin. Flashing a fierce smile, he demanded an answer who truly held power now. His blade cleaved forward with finality, as past memories and purpose guided his strike. The air trembled while energy surged around him, sword blazing like the sun itself. Declaring his title, Corrin revealed he was the only one who knew the relic's secret, bearer of Claw Solas in the previous run. He was Corrin Locke, the awakened spear. Light erupted as Corrin fully absorbed the sun's essence into his body. The system recognized him. Claw Solas officially acknowledged its chosen warrior, granted the title. Aspect of the Sunday, he became stronger while daylight reigned. Shock flashed across the enemy's face, disbelief tightening his grip. Corrin stepped forward, body encased in radiant flame, eyes locked with purpose. With calm resolve, he declared this was not his first time facing the sun. Glowing runes ignited beneath his feet, Kanaz and Sawillo unleashed focused energy. The ground cracked under the surge, flames engulfing everything in their path, roaring in anger. The beast shouted his claim over Claw Solas. Solar heat converged into the sword, forming an unstoppable force. Rune-infused fire condensed into a single, devastating strike. A blinding flash marked the enemy's final scream as his body disintegrated. The battle ended with a smoldering crater under a silent sky. Raising his blade, Corrin dared anyone to rise against him. Not resting until the world is saved, that was his promise. Locked in close combat, Corrin drives his blood, enhanced fist into the enemy's chest with precision. The impact ignites a burst of red energy, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Activating his blood technique, Crimson Bow, he strikes again, catching the enemy off guard. Nearby, a red beast materializes as Warian reacts to the pressure building from Corrin's direction. Both girls exchange glances, clearly sensing an unnatural shift in energy. Despite their strength, the overwhelming number of enemies leaves them at a disadvantage. Dozens of figures charge in formation, attempting to surround and overpower the group. Suddenly, a radiant flare erupts in the distance, halting their advance. From the heart of the light, Corrin emerges cloaked in flame, his form transformed. His divine presence forces the attackers to freeze, instinctively recognizing the power of the sealed force. One by one, they back away as Corrin stands alone, radiating heat and dominance. A stunned cry from an ally breaks the silence as she rushes toward him. Marie approaches without hesitation, enduring the searing heat despite her vampiric nature. Worried eyes study his burned body, while another companion quietly observes in shock. Corrin nods with a faint smile, wounded but steady, ready to stand with them again. Enemies swarm forward, their numbers overwhelming, as the team stands exposed in the open hall. Without delay, Corrin urges his allies to fall back, bloodied yet aware of their limits. Just as they retreat, the lead monster shouts, stirring the others into a frenzied pursuit. Panic spreads as boots pound the ground, fleeing the incoming tide of massive dark creatures. Even at full sprint, they can't gain ground, those towering beasts close and effortlessly. One of them bellows a grim prophecy, vowing to devour every last human above. Corrin grits his teeth, sensing their moments from being overtaken. A bolt of blue lightning shatters the tension. Someone slams into the enemy's flank. Grinning, an older warrior arrives, wielding an enormous sword crackling with energy. Black and red energies pulse in unison as the warrior clashes with monstrous foes. He orders Corrin forward, promising to deal with the wave himself. Steel and power collide as he carves through the front line without hesitation elsewhere. A hidden observer smiles, pleased by the strength displayed. High above, a floating city casts its shadow, signaling a greater force arriving. From a cliffside, Corrin's team pauses, watching the battlefield below before preparing to descend. Escaping without the old man's help would have been impossible, and Corrin knows it well. Instead of retreating, he calmly issues a decisive command: cut down the tree. Memories of the sword demon stir rage, but the day for revenge has finally arrived. Warian quickly acknowledges the order, her weapon already glowing with energy. Following suit, the other girl channels her power, preparing to strike. Their blades pierce the core together, shattering the massive structure with explosive force. A brilliant surge of light bursts outward, flattening everything in its path. The old warrior, now alone, scans the distance in search of the young swordsman. Somewhere far away, a new setting takes shape as someone regains consciousness. Moonlight filters through the trees, while Corrin checks the girl's condition, though still recovering. She assures him she's mobile, despite lingering pain, emotionally burdened. She admits her heart aches more than her body. She reflects on the peaceful life she once dreamed of: quiet mornings and simple routines. That vision now feels distant. Instead, a calling to the sword dominates her thoughts. Corrin gently reminds her that intent and restraint matter more than the urge to fight. Among many odd individuals in the world, some make unexpected but admirable choices. Corrin reassures her that self-worth isn't defined by normalcy, but by conviction. Instead of promises, he simply asks her to stay with him and accept his flaws. They stroll through town as he describes a life filled with quiet, ordinary joys. Shopping, food stalls, and casual dates replace battlefields in his hopeful daydream. Though temporary, the peace feels real beneath the calm night sky. With morning light streaming in, Corrin enters and casually drops a bombshell. His claim of getting engaged draws stunned stares from both women present. Questions erupt before silence settles, heavy with disbelief. Luna Arden confidently steps forward, announcing herself as the bride-to-be. Her calm declaration instantly shifts the room's mood. Corrin silently recalls how her boldness first captured his heart. One girl departs without a word, cloaked by the full moon's glow. Past feelings flicker behind her eyes as she slips away. Meanwhile, Corrin turns only to realize someone else is quietly breaking down. Rand forces a smile while congratulating Corrin, but her trembling voice reveals hidden heartbreak. Realizing she took the joke seriously, Corrin tries to explain, but she runs off in tears. Left behind, he wonders how to fix the situation, while Luna chuckles and calls him her fiancé. Under the moonlight, Corrin searches for the girls, filled with regret over how things unfolded. He worries they'll run again, especially with their superior physical speed. As he turns, Ran suddenly appears behind him, catching him off guard. Ran refuses to listen and walks past him, keeping her emotions tightly guarded. Korin tries to speak, but her presence overwhelms him before he can explain. To his surprise, she declares she'll sleep there, revealing her deeper feelings without saying much. As night settled in, Korin reflected on the girl's brave words and youthful innocence. She clung to him in her sleep, seeking warmth and comfort after the battle. Under a calm moon, he finally relaxed, finding a brief sense of peace. By morning, tension rose when HEE noticed something missing and questioned the absence. She sat calmly, pointing out that the expected crane hadn't appeared in the area. The group realized they needed to head north, where cranes would likely be found, during breakfast. Korin explained the engagement had been a ruse, admitting his lack of tact. He complimented Warren's cooking, impressed by her skill despite the simple setting. With a stern glance, she reminded him to stop talking and focus on eating. While sharing the meal, Korin admitted he appreciated the rare sense of calm. He offered a quiet thanks, savoring the moment between their usual chaos. But that peace ended. Korin needed to search for Mariette without delay. Facing Diorku, Korin found him surrounded by admirers and hoarding piles of gold. He pressed for Mariette's location, envious of the demon's bizarre popularity and wealth. After some resistance, Diorku revealed the truth, leaving Warren embarrassed and flailing under her blankets. Lunia leaned in with quiet conviction, assuring Korin she trusted him without question. No matter how absurd the claim, even tripled gold or a vanishing sun, she'd believe it. She warned him gently lying to her wasn't an option, while unseen eyes watched in silence. News of the fake engagement spread, reaching every girl who once held feelings for Korin. Understanding it was all a cover story, most began to calm their racing thoughts. Not everyone moved on so easily. One girl remained seated, unable to hide her confusion. Perplexed, she wondered how she ended up involved in this tangled situation. Moments from the semester flashed back awkward encounters, intense incidents, and blood-stained memories. Perhaps it was his quiet promise to stay that shifted something inside her. Their close posture drew attention, prompting Lunia to lean in with a whisper, suggesting they act affectionate. She placed her hand into Korin's without hesitation. He clumsily remarked on her rough hands, uncertain how to respond. Lunia smiled, calling them cool instead of feminine. Though amused, she pointed out his lack of awareness in certain moments. Without waiting, she stood and walked off, calling it their final date. Warren recalled the moment so clearly, unsure if her feelings began with that simple decision. Excitement buzzed through the crowd as people gathered for the highly anticipated engagement ceremony. Wearing a white gown and holding a bouquet, she appeared dazzling beneath the spring blossoms. Korin's compliment slipped out clumsily, earning amused looks from those nearby. The ceremony officially commenced with cheers as the priest welcomed everyone, but before it could continue, a loud voice interrupted, objecting to the entire event. A girl stood defiantly, shouting her refusal to accept what was happening. Rather than argue, Korin calmly held a child in his arms, calling her his sister. He remembered her birth fragile, tiny, and full of hope, far from anything shameful, now grown. She stood tall in her academy uniform, voice filled with resolve. Her timid nature had faded. Confidence finally shaped her steps. Without hesitation, she darted forward, urging Korin to follow her. Another guest collapsed theatrically, drawing gasps from onlookers. A giant eagle suddenly descended, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Extending her hand, Warren called him firm, clear, and determined to take him with her. Warren rushed forward while Korin lingered briefly, caught in someone else's arms. Lunia stood frozen, her eyes revealing silent disbelief and quiet resignation. Before anyone could react, Warren seized Korin's hand as the eagle soared into the sky. Feigning calm, Lunia joked that the shock had turned her off men completely. As petals scattered, she struggled to keep her composure amid the unraveling ceremony. What began as a quiet wedding in the Arden family ended in disarray. A handwritten note promised Korin's return as an official fiancé sitting together. He and his sister exchanged knowing smiles. Everything had gone as expected. When asked their next move, Korin answered with confidence and clarity. Rather than rest, Korin reminded them that many tasks remained. Their break in the east reached its conclusion, the road ahead still long. Elsewhere, a new timeline twisted forward, glowing with power and uncertainty. Explosions shattered the silence, signaling the return of chaos. A shadowed figure warned that peace was fragile and temporary. Smiling faintly, a silver-haired woman sensed that Korin would return soon. 3 years earlier, Korin collapsed during a sparring match, defeated by a far more skilled opponent. Despite the loss, he admitted it calmly, while his opponent acknowledged his dedication and form. She noted his disciplined technique and praised the foundation he had built through relentless practice. Curious about the spear, Korin questioned whether it might suit him better than a sword. His mentor discouraged the idea, warning that her method demanded more than he could endure. Instead, she urged him to continue mastering the 8-trigram technique for another 6 months. The legendary 6-step spearmanship sparked Korin's ambition, pushing him to seek out the technique. Introduced to a spear expert by Sihu, he trained hard but showed little improvement. Watching Sihu's effortless power stirred envy, but Korin knew progress required more than longing. Through steady repetition, he honed his skills, refusing to give in to frustration, bit by bit. Each move sharpened until the 8-trigram forms began to manifest. His persistence forged results, clarity emerging where confusion once held him back. Eventually, he unlocked the advanced 8 forms, marking a major turning point. Under the night sky, his growth became undeniable, movements fluid and controlled. He had done it in just 2 months. He surpassed his limits through discipline. Impressed by his rapid growth, the woman admitted her 6-month estimate had fallen short. Korin, kneeling with sincerity, explained his reason strength meant fewer lives would be lost. Rather than chase glory, he chose to support others, believing heroes needed someone beside them. Hearing his conviction, she quietly called him a good kid, moved by his intentions. Though Korin downplayed himself as ordinary, the mentor's smile hinted she thought otherwise. Years ago, Aaron Danua's identity as Chairman Eru was destroyed during the Mage Tower Rebellion. With the false persona shattered, the real Aaron re-emerged, only to vanish soon after. She left her will behind, triggering a secret event, never meant to be interrupted. Yet Korin couldn't forget her warmth. Her kindness lingered in memory despite the script. Knowing her fate, he could no longer return her smile with ease. Everyone knew she passed her art to a disciple who sought destruction. His twisted goal, bringing paradise, meant the end of the world itself. She never completed the succession, refusing to pass everything on. Now, under moonlight, she asked Korin to become her true student. Every player knew those words. They marked the beginning of something legendary. Unlocking this event required players to fulfill countless hidden conditions and gather enough karma. Korin didn't hesitate. He declared his acceptance, choosing Aaron as his master, without reservation. By that point, game mechanics had lost their importance. The situation had become real. Encouragement came through words reminding him that failure wasn't final, it simply meant, try again. Even tears were allowed, as long as one stood up smiling afterward. Rather than preach, she offered a blessing, the goddess's favor, to support his righteous path. That night, filled with light and warmth, etched itself into Korin's memory permanently. For 3 centuries, Nasria relived the same night, trapped in an endless death loop. Gradually, the immortal king's forces gained strength, inching toward overwhelming the balance. As enemies surged, Aaron sensed the barrier's endurance nearing its breaking point. Yet Korin appeared, calm and certain, revealing Girogris was no longer a threat. He wasn't late, he was there to save her. Each time the king died, Nasria's time reset by 3 days. 12 million lives hinged on that. Containment failure spelled catastrophe for the continent. Aaron split her soul and sealed one half inside the loop. As the final deadline approached, the cycle repeated 3 additional times. Nights were spent clashing with undead forces, relentless and exhausting. Meanwhile, daylight brought brief peace walks, laughter, and quiet moments shared together. On a golden rooftop, Aaron expressed gratitude for the happiness Korin had given her. For the first time in centuries, she felt something beyond duty and survival. Korin reminded her that even borrowed time held meaning when lived sincerely. Determined, they resolved to end the loop that night. Although success wasn't guaranteed, Aaron believed her theory would hold if nothing interfered. Instead of doubt, Korin asked for one simple reward, a wish when all was over. Centuries of regression finally led Georg to uncover a forbidden answer. By twisting sacred runes, he amplified Nasria's curse to irreversible levels. His declaration of victory echoed as the blood-red sky loomed over the city. Having completed his transformation, Georg re-emerged as the immortal king's lich form. Fueled by hatred, he targeted Aaron with intent to erase her completely. Far across the battlefield, Korin prepared to challenge the inevitable. The immortal king summoned every undead in Nasria, beginning a full-scale march through the city. Amid the chaos, Korin shielded Aaron and reassured her they were still in control. A sudden blast doom bolt rained from above, forcing them into immediate defense. Despite the hit, Eren insisted the fight wasn't over, and launched a counterspell. Dark magic surged across the battlefield, transforming it into the land of death. As destruction spread, Korin realized the city's magic pool was virtually limitless. An ambush erupted from underground, catching the group mid-movement. Korin unleashed his technique Sora to strike back and break through the trap. From below, Eren warned him staying airborne would invite death. Activating the Rune of Hardening and Rune of Wind, Korin launched into evasive maneuvers, dodging attacks mid-air. He pushed through magical fire to reposition. Eren, watching from afar, recognized just how powerful he had become. Georg, enraged, screamed and cast Doom Bolt, 10 strikes, with lethal intensity. The sky exploded in purple light as his laughter echoed, but mid-rage something unexpected disrupted his confidence. Georg's Doom Bolts unexpectedly vanish, leaving him stunned as light overwhelms his magic. A figure calmly approaches, nullifying the darkness with radiant energy. Through solar focus, a new warrior emerges, harnessing the blazing power of the sun. A monstrous figure shouted in shock as blinding purple energy surged violently into the air. The caster released Doom Bolt at maximum output, forming a colossal sphere of destruction overhead. Unafraid, the skeletal entity boasted immunity, claiming protection under the moon's boundless magical barrier. Explosions of radiant gold erupted, pushing back the darkness and catching enemies in a burning storm. Eyes widened as multiple runes Sunday and Flame activated from every direction, glowing with ancient force. Panic replaced arrogance when the enemy realized the sheer number of runes embedded in the field. Memories of training with his master surfaced. Those 10 days shaped him more than a lifetime. She had spent years planting runes throughout the city, unnoticed and undisturbed. Now, their silent preparation ignited, erupting in a devastating wave of flame and power. Solitude spanning 3 centuries left behind a city woven with magic. With Klaf-Amh Salais unleashed, solar energy converged into a final, devastating strike. Soaring upward, the young warrior called down judgment upon the called immortal king. Everything bathed in light began to melt, burn, and vanish, under divine radiance. Disbelief twisted the enemy's face. No mortal should possess such overwhelming force. Darkness, death, and centuries of cruelty disappeared, swallowed entirely by the wrath of the sun. Below, the peaceful city basked in sunlight as Korin took in the aftermath of battle. Standing beside him, the skeletal mage acknowledged Korin's achievement with quiet respect. Their pact fulfilled, he vowed to honor the queen just as Korin had honored his role. Eren spoke calmly, knowing that once the contract ended, her form would cease to exist. Understanding her fate, Korin remained composed, grateful for all she had done over centuries. Side by side, they shared one final moment as the wind carried their unspoken feelings. A gentle touch brought their foreheads together, her words encouraging him to live on as a hero. Despite time's shift, her voice carried the same warmth he remembered from another life. That brief exchange, filled with sincerity, left a lasting impression he would never forget. As their embrace ended, her figure began to fade in a burst of light. Rain soon followed, washing over Korin, as silence settled around him. No trace of Eren remained, only the echo of her memory under gray skies. Within the palace, her former disciple sat alone, awaiting no one. Not a single visitor returned to the place she once ruled with strength and grace. But it was a flood of old memories that finally stirred her from slumber. Eren flinched as unfamiliar pain surged, memories, long buried now forcing their way back. Locked in an endless loop, she had fought the Dark Mage again and again. Over 300 years, her other selves met Korin repeatedly, never able to break the cycle. Instead of retreating, Korin extended his hand, determined to protect her this time. As confusion overwhelmed her, a past image returned his gentle promise, and that unforgettable kiss. That singular moment steadied her thoughts, anchoring her heart against the chaos around her. Etched into her soul, the kiss refused to fade, marking her first taste of emotion. Far away, in Zion's grand cathedral, Estelle sensed a divine energy unlike any before. Summon had accomplished what even she, the strongest scientist, could never sustain. Her previous attempt to purify Nasria had failed after just 3 days. Though hailed as humanity's hope, Estelle knew she hadn't been enough. Now, whoever possessed this new power posed a threat even greater than Nasria itself. Determination filled her. She had to uncover the source behind Nasria's cleansing. Whispers spread swiftly, reaching the frozen northern lands ruled by power and conflict. There, a lone warrior emerged decades ago, rising swiftly to reign above all others. A surge of dark energy exploded from the caster's hand, shaking the battlefield with force. Korin was hurled to the ground, his body overwhelmed by the power's raw intensity. Crowds watched as the figure known as Balthazar stepped forward, demanding to know the attacker's identity. Whispers confirmed the name Corin Locke, the one responsible for causing unrest. Recognition dawned as others recalled the boy who'd surpassed Park Sihu within a year. Balthazar, affected by a familiar power, remembered his complex ties to a former master. Memories of Arandanua surfaced, tied to the title of her first spear. With purpose renewed, Balthazar set off toward the cathedral to confront her directly. Meanwhile, Corin stood calmly at the entrance, quietly reflecting on his second year's arrival. An exclusive dormitory was established to manage powerful students classified as special beings. Professor Josephine, entrusted with its oversight, maintained close supervision due to the low student count. Unexpectedly, Corin arrived carrying a large bluefin tuna, claiming it boosted intelligence. The scene quickly drew attention as students gathered around the peculiar sight of the fish. A friendly man introduced himself as the assistant dorm supervisor, smiling warmly at the group. Tension rose when someone reached for the tuna, but Corin pulled it back without hesitation. Without delay, Alicia jumped in and began slicing the tuna with practiced precision. Her technique produced perfect cuts, while a price offer for the meat echoed nearby. Josephine redirected the conversation to room assignments. Noting 2 new spaces were available, Corin agreed to assist, showing no resistance to additional responsibilities. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure watched with interest, preparing a request in exchange for something unknown. Meanwhile, Marie's absence left a leadership gap, as she had advanced to her 3rd year. Stepping into the role, Corin confidently assumed leadership over the incoming freshman. Admiring glances followed him as he entered the hall dressed in ceremonial attire. Just as things settled, a disruption hinted that his duties would soon be tested. A sudden silhouette crashed through the sky, breaking academy rules against flying on campus. While watching the chaos unfold, Corin reflected on how real the new semester now felt. Not far behind, 2 confident freshmen drew everyone's eyes without even trying. A loud thud marked the arrival of another newcomer, who landed right before Corin. Without hesitation, she greeted him formally, declaring her name with commanding presence. Miriam Elizabeth Elrath's entrance completely overturned Corin's earlier expectations about this year's students. He wasn't just surprised her identity meant serious implications for the academy. Known as the Second Princess, Miriam carried both political weight and a notorious reputation. Feigning calm, Corin credited someone else for the knowledge he held about her. His thoughts drifted briefly to a past timeline they once shared. Back then, their relationship had gone far beyond simple acquaintanceship. That version of events never involved meeting her inside school grounds. Before he could recover, another princess gracefully stepped forward. Miriam Elrath introduced herself with elegance, offering a courteous handshake together. The sisters' unexpected presence hinted at a major deviation in the original scenario. Miel introduced herself warmly, preferring informal titles over royal formality. Having returned from a 2-year absence, she declared her official comeback. Miriam, unimpressed, coldly mocked her, implying she was all looks and nothing more. As Miel departed, Alicia hesitated, struggling to recall the new dorm leader's name. A deep sense of dread settled over Corin once the realization hit. Meanwhile, the twins approached the towering academy gate, visibly amazed by its grandeur. Their wonder was short-lived when Miriam confronted them with unsettling familiarity. Offering a handshake, she watched their reaction with sharp interest. Upon contact, her voice turned harsh as she accused them of being escaped beasts, with icy threat. She warned them never to touch her again. Corin, observing from a distance, realized both sisters weren't meant to be here yet. Such timeline distortion suggested his earlier actions had already caused major shifts. Back in class, Corin was caught daydreaming and suddenly called upon put under pressure. He fumbled when asked about a key topic. Instead of a clear answer, he offered a guess, leaving the instructor unimpressed. Corin walked through the academy hall, noting how the first day's orientation had finally ended. He began wondering about the dorm situation and whether the others had arrived. Josephine's earlier remark about needing 2 extra rooms suddenly raised concerns in his mind. Inside the dorm, Miriam welcomed Corin with a confident and commanding tone. Seated calmly, she challenged him to follow noble etiquette by greeting her properly. Instead of playing along, Corin refused, prompting her to propose a direct political alliance. Corin dismissed the idea, insisting his status as a guardian made him irrelevant to succession. Miriam, unfazed, revealed she knew about his prestigious recognition as the wielder of a historic sword. As she pressed further, she observed his guarded expression and questioned his hesitation. Tension thickened when Korin admitted he couldn't afford to act carelessly. Miriam promised full support and encouraged him to speak freely without fear of rejection. Her offer hung in the air, but Korin remained silent, weighing every unspoken consequence. Bathed in a crimson aura, the red-haired woman offered herself to Korin with unsettling devotion. Eyes wide with obsession, she urged him to claim her as his destined hero. Before he could react, a surge of light burst forth, knocking him backward with force, catching his breath. Korin stared at her, confused by her sudden shift from danger to flirtation. She spoke casually of marriage as strategy, dismissing love as mere political convenience. Unmoved, Korin stepped away, firm in his choice to reject manipulation disguised as destiny. He recalled a warning: beware of beautiful women hiding dangerous intentions behind charm, slamming the door shut. He left the room without looking back. Behind it, she watched him go, smirking as if the game had just begun. Elsewhere, Korin found comfort in the arms of a grateful girl named Mariette. Memories of Alicia's embrace echoed the same warmth and silent affection. She'd chosen a love story for class, something Korin hadn't expected, but quietly respected. Achwa clung to him again, never missing a chance to close the distance. She explained her overflowing yang energy made even a touch feel addictive. Korin tried to end it, but her playful plea held him there, just a bit longer. At the Ca Terrace, Korin listened as his friend acknowledged how difficult things must be for him. Instead of sympathy, the discussion veered into mockery over how many women surrounded him lately. Without hesitation, one friend deadpanned a brutal joke, telling Korin to just die already. Shouting erupted as jealousy peaked, with another friend demanding Korin pick a girl and end the drama. That chaos halted instantly when a red-haired princess suddenly appeared, surprising everyone. She requested a personal tour of the city, and Korin agreed without missing a beat. Watching from their table, the two friends agreed there was no point in interfering anymore. They joked about studying his charm academically, baffled by his magnetism. Even the chairman greeted Korin warmly, further deepening their confusion. A new trial was announced first. Years would face elite second years, instead of wild monsters. Victory required stealing badges by any means necessary. With that, the forest test commenced. Several students proposed teaming up after spotting a high-ranking peer. Won smiled politely, but hid resentment beneath his pleasant demeanor. Jealousy burned inside. He planned to drag Korin down during the mission. In a past mission, Jermaine Luther failed to protect his comrades and watched them fall. Now undercover, he blends in with the Academy's students, hiding his identity and motives. When approached by fellow trainees, he uses the opportunity to cover his movements. Publicly, Jermaine leads with confidence, gaining trust among the younger students. A sudden green glow in the forest interrupts his thoughts mid-strategy. Behind the trees, an instructor observes, hinting at deeper plans. Privately, Jermaine requests returning students be allowed to join the trial. Reluctantly, the instructor agrees, unsure whether she made the right decision. First years, unaware of the storm coming, ready themselves for battle. Ul, a nature mage, summons deadly wicker men with precision. Dron's dual magic swords overwhelm the others with sheer force. A goblin engineer and HWA also enter, pushing chaos further. From the battlefield's edge, Alicia calmly strikes down her foes. The sight of her smiling mid-fight terrifies nearby opponents. When questioned, she simply replies, "It's just how she always smiles." Terrified students ran for their lives, fleeing from something unseen, but clearly horrifying behind them. Jermaine arrived at the scene, baffled by the panic, and confused by their sudden retreat. He soon discovered the cause. An eerie figure cloaked in purple energy stood in the distance. A powerful rune activated, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Unaware of the true threat, Jermaine couldn't have known who had created these overwhelming enemies. The same clown responsible for enhancing the Academy's elites now stood before him. Flames surrounded the clown as he casually approached with unsettling confidence and twisted amusement. The gap in strength became clear. Jermaine stood frozen while the clown stared directly at him. Without warning, the clown lunged forward, his manic grin signaling the start of something deadly. Flames devoured the forest as a deafening scream echoed through the burning sky. Chaos reigned, raised within St. Michaela Monastery. He had followed faith, without question from childhood to this moment. Doubt crept in as he fled through the fire. Had God ever truly been watching? That question faded when something darker revealed itself. Evil wasn't imagined, it was undeniable. Grinning beneath the blaze, a man stood calmly, declaring the end without hesitation. Frozen, the boy cowered as a hand pressed down on his head with disturbing ease. the stranger introduced himself as Korenlock, amused by the boy's unexpected endurance. Memories surfaced. This was the man who once clashed directly with Lunia Arden and survived. Rather than kill him, Koren offered recruitment, impressed by the boy's raw instinct. Welcoming talent regardless of origin, Koren spoke with a chilling warmth. Desperate to live, the boy nodded quickly, agreeing to join without resistance. Koren's mission was clear: use Germain, a spy, trust no one, not even allies. Elsewhere, a student struck down a monster mid-test, magic erupting in crimson light. Two beastkin looted the fallen, gathering equipment with practiced urgency. Unease grew. Monsters attacked more aggressively. Was it because they weren't fully human? Securing points by targeting elite enemies sounded ideal, but few could match their overwhelming strength. Even the most capable students struggled against them, suffering quick and decisive defeats. Switching strategies, the beastkin pair turned to a hidden zone unlocked in the exam's final phase. Soon after, they approached a marked cottage that supposedly held the next objective. To their shock, flames engulfed the structure before they could get close. Confusion set in the place meant for advancement now burned uncontrollably before their eyes. Without warning, tremors rippled through the ground, signaling something deeper unfolding. A wooden sign revealed that the real prize awaited at the tower's peak. Watching their seniors' odd behavior, the younger students hesitated, unsure of the next move. Among the group, a red-haired upperclassman examined the scene with detached curiosity. Rather than destroy the structure, she pressed forward, prompting others to follow. Meanwhile, the beastkin decided on a quieter approach through a separate entryway. Navigating a side route, they suddenly triggered a chaotic magical trap. Thrown into combat, they found themselves spiraling through unstable spatial distortions. 3 paths awaited inside. Each guarded separation was now inevitable. Koren stepped into the room, immediately sensing something unnatural in the stillness. No traps were visible, yet the air hinted at someone lurking beyond sight. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wide slash, aiming to catch the hidden threat. His attack missed. The enemy had dodged with ease, the spear twisting unnaturally mid-air. Dark energy surged as the opponent revealed a cursed relic, Death God's Orb, capable of bypassing all defenses. Tension spiked as its presence disrupted focus, causing stealth to falter under its soul-tearing pressure. Identifying the attacker as Razan Akin Mustal, Koren linked the technique to assassin origins. Recognition startled Razan. Few knew of that forbidden style, especially within the academy walls. Reacting swiftly, he lashed out, intent on silencing the one who spoke too much. The skirmish intensified. Koren deflected strikes with unshaken calm. Meanwhile, Razan adjusted his movements, revealing precision honed through merciless training. Born into the assassin clan of the Central World, retreat had never been an option. He despised the blood-soaked path forced upon him and chose to walk away. At the academy, he had hoped for a life free from violence and shadows. Yet exposure now could doom the clan he once fled from. Razan charged with lethal intent. Eliminating Koren was the only way to protect his secret. A violent blast erupted on impact, engulfing the area in searing flames. Amid the smoke, Koren reappeared unharmed, calmly acknowledging the assassin's determination. Rather than retaliate, he rewarded Razan for surviving and told him to collect his points. Mentioning the assassin clan's skill, Koren showed interest, not judgment. Enlisting Razan's help was his next move, testing capable first. Years had only just begun. Meanwhile, the Goldwolf siblings advanced, narrowly escaping the deadly trap on the first floor. Their second challenge, Orkan, let them pass, sensing their potential. Ren picked up a familiar scent, one that led them directly to Koren. The difficulty spike caught them off guard. This year's test was far more intense. Before reacting, Ren was struck down by a sudden precise blow, breathless and injured. She realized the true gap in strength. Koren warned them. Again, hesitation would lead to defeat. Unleashing Tiger, Sweeping Wind, he flooded the chamber with raw power. Though it missed, the blast's force shattered the floor beneath them. Koren took a brief pause, reflecting on the intensity of the recent fight. His goal became clear: evaluate if the students could handle real threats by pushing them forward. Power surged around him as he prepared for the final strike to end the trial. Under the quiet night sky, Koren keeps calm, aware that the full moon hasn't risen. Suddenly, a werebeast erupts into a monstrous form, its instincts overtaking any trace of control. Without hesitation, Koren meets the charging creature with a powerful strike, holding nothing back. Ron's transformation turns him into a raging brute, nothing like his usual calm demeanor. Now facing both siblings at once, Koren is surrounded by clawed fury and relentless coordination. Years of surviving together make their attacks seamless, leaving no gaps in their defense. Korin pushes forward, swinging upward with force as one of the beasts lunges downward. Despite a solid hit, the brother recovers quickly, his rage reignited by the clash. Seeing him protect his sister, Korin exploits that pause to launch his next move. He doesn't retreat, precision guides each action, even against the storm of furious strikes. Rage blinds the enemy, but Korin counters with composed aggression and timely evasion. Emotion doesn't dictate his strength. Wrath, he believes, must be directed with a cool head. One clean blow sends the brother crashing down, disrupting their synchronized rhythm. As the sister attacks wildly, Korin dodges and evaluates her slower, broader strikes. Experience favors her, but reckless anger dulls her edge, and Korin intends to exploit that. A clean slash cuts through the chaos, as Korin strikes with ruthless precision and steady control. Without waiting, he warns them through action, aiming for vital points to reinforce his lesson. Behind him, the battered siblings stir, growling low as they prepare to rise again. Nothing short of relentless struggle defines Korin's view of reality. Pain is a necessary teacher. At a distance, the sister gasps, shaken by the truth behind her brother's hidden burdens. Inside her, doubt and fear swirl as she realizes how harsh real battles truly are. Surprise flickers in her eyes, confused whether the fight has truly come to an end. Korin gently steadies her, admitting they've done enough for now, and learned what was needed. Even without forcing a full transformation, their growth in mindset is already evident to him. Both siblings release their tension in loud protest, caught between frustration and overwhelming relief. Korin praises their sharp judgment, recognizing how well they adapted under extreme conditions. Tears fall, but beneath them lies a readiness to face whatever comes next. A quiet moment follows until Korin senses someone approaching from the corridor's shadows. With a measured tone, the red-haired woman acknowledges his strength and calm demeanor. Challenging him directly, she declares that passing means defeating her, no exceptions allowed. Korin listens quietly as Miriam speaks, her confidence unwavering despite the high stakes. A snake familiar slips from beneath her dress, revealing a hidden tactic mid-conversation. Despite the surprise, Miriam shows no reaction, leaving Korin uncertain how to read her intent. Elsewhere, a group of students reaches the tower's summit, only to find a baffling sign. They stare at the cheerful message, back to the entrance. Their efforts rendered meaningless. Shouts of outrage erupt as the group realizes they've been tricked and sent in circles. Among the students, nervous chatter spreads rumors about Korin's ruthless background and mental state. Without warning, he descends dramatically, landing with eerie calm and theatrical flair. Painted like a clown, he mocks them with laughter that borders on madness. Scattered magical fragments lie at his feet, remnants of the trial they just endured. He claims hesitation is fatal, making no effort to soothe their rising anxiety. A sudden explosion behind him confirms his warning. Flames consume everything in their path. Panic surges through the students, desperate to retrieve what they lost in the blaze. One among them spots Mariette, alongside a mysterious treasure chest in the chaos. Recognition dawns too late. The real exam has only just begun. Gasps fill the air as rows of glowing rank, 3 magic stones, dazzle the students' eyes. From the capital, renowned blacksmiths arrive, offering their expertise to shape personalized weapons. Nearby, trays of lavish food appear, signaling a reward none of them expected. Without hesitation, students indulge in the feast, laughter replacing the day's earlier tension. Above them, vibrant fireworks burst, illuminating their joy under the night sky. Mariette quietly watches the scene unfold, her presence earning admiration from the crowd. Meanwhile, Iwaran gathers the formerly blacklisted mages whose weaknesses had been previously exposed. Though once feared, they now assist freely, blending into the celebration with surprising ease. Korin dismisses the cost, brushing off concerns as if money had no real weight. To him, nothing outweighs the value of a life saved through preparation. From the very beginning, every resource gathered was meant to ensure survival. He knew strength alone wouldn't be enough, but better gear could tip the odds. Despite their joy, Korin's thoughts remain restless as the real danger approaches. Each ally, each tool, and each decision formed part of a larger strategy. As the others celebrate, he disappears once more, already moving toward what comes next. Night falls over Merkaba Academy as ominous forces begin stirring in the shadows. Elder Admalek prepares to retrieve a dangerous experiment, neither beast nor human. Elder Morkutan confirms the preparations are complete, signaling the start of their hidden agenda. A vampire named Mariette is targeted to be moved near the mass tower. The main scenario approaches as hooded figures gather under moonlight. cloaked in secrecy. Yet, history may shift its course because Korin is already waiting to intervene. Within the special dormitory, elite students are managed under strict oversight, once shared only by Korin and Hwarin. Mornings always start with light quarrels between the two, a familiar routine that never fails. Refreshed from a shower, Korin heads toward the second floor where unusual students have gathered. Estelle departs early for prayer, while Merquam likely disappears into her laboratory for research. Their presence at the academy, unlike in the original timeline, brings uncertainty to Korin's thoughts. Farther down the hall, he stops at another room and attempts to rouse the twin siblings. Still half asleep, they groan and resist, asking for just a few more minutes of rest. In the previous world, these innocent children were destined to become minor villains. Watching their peaceful faces now strengthens Korin's resolve to protect the life he's reshaped. News of visiting mages spreads. Representatives from the magic tower arrive under official pretense. Josephine suspects ulterior motives, hinting at political games behind their request to access research. That tower once hoarded credit, exploiting young talents while suppressing lower-ranking mages. Everything changed when Merkaba Academy rose, challenging the tower's authority and influence. Soon after, the church launched witch hunts using demi-humans under the tower's command. Academy heroes fought back, ending the hunts in a historic event, the Witch Revolution. Josephine casually waves off the subject, labeling it as outdated history, no longer worth mentioning. Her colleague interjects, revealing Balthazar's involvement alongside him in past events. Bringing up Balthazar clearly unsettles Josephine, which Korin sees as a chance to press further. Framing the leak as Balthazar's plan, Korin begins guiding the conversation toward his goal. The mention of future knowledge startles both listeners, stirring immediate suspicion and curiosity. Instead of deflecting, Korin points to Yusil's involvement as the tower's likely target. Yusil, taken aback, struggles to understand why her actions would draw such attention. Korin attributes the danger to her weapon designs, which could reshape battle strategies. Belonging to the powerful Dunarev family, she unknowingly threatens the tower's unchecked authority. Realizing the risk, Korin decides it's time to explain Balthazar's true ambition. He outlines a vision where Balthazar's followers aim to rewrite the world's foundation. The prophecy and relics involved leave Yusil visibly shaken by the scope of the threat. Rather than coexist, Balthazar seeks to destroy the present and rebuild from its ashes. His disciples, faithful to the cause, believe only their version of the world should remain. While it sounds far-fetched, Yusil now sees how real his influence once was. Korin brings up a personal request, asking Yusil if she'd assist him with a task. Hearing his words, she blushes with joy, feeling trusted and unexpectedly needed. Rather than hesitate, she commits fully, offering her help without condition or doubt. He instructs her to meet him at the Western Inn, once midnight strikes. Confused yet flustered, she misreads the context, imagining a more romantic situation. Not far away, tower mages gather secretly inside the very same location. A force of 50 arrives, but only 3 hold narrative significance in Korin's memory. Among them, the Red Order's elder, Adamael, stands out with his harsh commands. In contrast, Morsthan of the Black Order operates calmly, shrouded in mystery. Eldrin, the Golden Mage, emerges quietly, Balthazar's strongest ally and the key threat. Blending in with the crowd, his identity remains hidden from most. Korin also spots Rak, now unknowingly aligned with the tower's scheme. Recognition clicks instantly. Korin confirms Eldrin's presence with a confident grin. Meanwhile, the tower's men pass time gambling in a concealed tavern room. Manroji, leading their table, remains unaware that the tower's downfall has already begun. Korin watches the game closely, using magic to read the player's hands without detection. His patience remains steady as he waits for a particular guest to make their move. A confident woman finally enters, her arrival signaling the start of Korin's plan. Manroji grins and welcomes her, completely unaware of who she truly is. A scream echoes from the upper floor, adding tension to the setup. Feigning innocence, she sits beside him, masking her intent with graceful charm. Suddenly, darkness surges. Someone casts a curse as the gamblers panic. Before the spell spreads, Korin bursts in and tackles the nearest threat. Mocking their ignorance, he exposes their scheme and declares their failure. Grabbing the suspect, Korin demands answers while tightening his grip. Marie steps forward, revealing herself not as a victim, but the owner of the place. Recognition dawns. They had aimed to capture vampire Marie Dunaire, not some ordinary girl. Korin condemns the magic tower's intent, refusing to let their plot continue. Turning to Yusil, he requests a spell to punish the offender. With a wicked smile, She agrees, ready to grant Corin's every wish. Inside Merkaba Academy's library, concern brews over Manhwa's absence. Since the previous day, speculation arises that he might be wasting time drunk in a gambling den again. Frowning, the elder scolds the group's negligence, fearing how Tower Master Idrin would react. A dark suspicion forms, perhaps Idrin had disguised himself as Manhwa all along. With Idrin operating alone, the possibility of secret dealings with another faction becomes alarming. Determined to act, the elder orders Reline to track Manhwa's location without delay. Meanwhile, two fox-eared girls chat playfully, unaware of the watchful eyes nearby. Startled by their features, the elder wonders if they belong to a demi-human race. Tired of chasing shadows, he shifts focus, still frustrated by the elusive Manhwa. On the lower floor, Reline searches reluctantly, annoyed by his assigned errand. At the bar, a composed figure named Corin Locke makes a stylish entrance. He's soon approached by a stranger, who strikes up friendly conversation without suspicion. Flirting comes easy for the man, oblivious to Corin's hidden intentions. Internally, Corin considers his mission successful, the test playing out exactly as planned. Despite being mistaken for a student, he remains calm. Red faction eyes are already watching. Corin's sharp outburst silences the drunk, drawing unwanted attention from others nearby. Unimpressed by the drama, a man grows irritated, baffled by his failed attempt to charm a woman. At the bar, Reline receives a bold compliment, leaving her momentarily stunned. With a sly smile, the pink-haired woman casually offers to buy Reline a drink. Confusion grips Corin. What could the scientist possibly be doing in this place? Known as Estelle Hadash El Ras, she holds the title of princess and divine chosen, despite her status. Estelle speaks without restraint, suggesting they spend the night together. Her flirtation knows no limits, directed at both women and men alike. Blushing, Reline denies any intoxication, though her flushed face says otherwise. Corin rises abruptly, demanding an explanation for Estelle's unexpected presence. Rather than argue, he seizes Reline and declares their mission phase complete. Estelle boasts her beauty was the real reason for their success. Suddenly, chaos erupts as disguised patrons reveal themselves as armed enemies. It becomes clear they were surrounded from the beginning. These attackers belong to the Church's secret force, tasked with eliminating demi-human sympathizers. Corin calmly asserts he's not in danger, his confidence radiating through a sly grin. Power surges around him. He claims he could defeat everyone present without even needing Ailsha. The enemy grows tense, but Estelle cuts in, exposing Vice Captain Morkai's identity without hesitation. Corin's aura stuns onlookers. The room realizes he's no ordinary student. He proposes a deal with two conditions, which immediately gains Estelle's interest. To support the plan, Estelle offers intel on Elder Mortiana, leader of the Black Faction. She even reveals a meeting location, providing more information than expected. In return, Corin makes a bold request: arrest every mage from the Magic Tower. Such a sweeping demand sparks disbelief, especially from Mortiana's allies. Though shocked, Estelle accepts the condition and prepares to hand over Reline. Corin instructs them to take Mortiana. He and his team will manage the rest. Curious, Estelle presses him for the second condition before finalizing the agreement. Cooperation is Corin's request so long as politics remain out of it. Estelle agrees, but asks for something personal in return: his prayer. Not just that she wants to be called sis, leaving Corin dumbfounded. Unsure how to respond, Corin questions calling both a princess and sign to sis. Estelle, unfazed, playfully insists, hinting they'll be stuck together for quite a while. In another room, tension builds as a loud knock interrupts a cloaked figure's thoughts. The elder mourns Reline's disappearance, revealing a ring he once intended to gift her. Tears escape as he recalls preparing for her acceptance into the Red Faction. A delivery breaks his lament. He barks for it to be left outside. Opening the door, he finds a glowing crystal, its presence immediately alarming. Projected from it is Reline, bound and crying out for help in desperation. Her voice shakes him. Panic overtakes sorrow as she reveals her location. Without pause, the elder bolts down the hallway, shouting that he's on his way. Back at the academy, Corin reflects his target isn't these attackers, but Idrin of Gold. Although the identity remains unknown, he starts narrowing down the suspects. Details from a hidden side quest expose Reline and Join's emotional subplot. That knowledge rules them out as Idrin's true identity. Instead, Corin turns his suspicions toward one man, Manhwa. A side quest titled The Cheater's Hidden Trick highlights a past incident involving underhanded gambling. The protagonist had once exposed cheating players like Join, reinforcing that such characters weren't Idrin. Manhwa wakes in a red-lit room, confused and alarmed by the sudden interrogation setup. Before questioning, the protagonist forcibly silences Manhwa, determined to extract the truth. Mistrustful of lies, he prepares to turn his targets into vampires, starting with a potion. Transformation takes effort. 10 bowls are required before the subject finally changes. Ghouls, the result of failed transformations, differ based on whether the person was a virgin. Corin begins to wonder if he's the only virgin in this entire scenario. Realization dawns: if turned, Corin would become a powerful Dracul rather than a ghoul. Now fully turned, the vampire becomes Corin's loyal servant, bound to speak only the truth. Corin steps forward, his demeanor shifts into something darker and more commanding. With a menacing stare, he demands the captive reveal everything he knows, no more lies. Bound to a chair, Jolan nervously gave up his name under the weight of interrogation. Pressed further, he admitted his mission: abduct Mariette Dunleave and eliminate Chairman Reu Khazar. Caught off guard by the question of motive, he eventually cracked, blaming the Tomb Master's command. According to Jolan, the mission was marked urgent, though no one knew his disguise. The leader had embedded himself somewhere within their own ranks. With enough intel gathered, the interrogator revealed several kidnapped mages, including Jolan, as leverage for ransom. To ensure their release, a massive sum of gold had to be delivered within 7 days. Failure would cost them dearly, starting with the loss of a finger from each captive every night. Meanwhile, Admalek, the Red faction leader, lamented losing someone he once considered a prized student. Disputes flared between factions, but Elder Morskutan insisted on cooperation under current conditions. The Witch of Space's magic remained a threat. She could escape with key targets at any moment. They'd hoped to bait her, but the clown had already exposed their plan by saving students. A decision was reached: the clown must be captured before causing further disruption. One of their operatives was already positioned inside the academy, quietly observing. That operative, the second Princess Miriam, was now their key to uncovering the clown's identity. Knowing Miriam had seen him in disguise, the clown anticipated she'd report him to the magic tower. That intel would likely shift their focus, prompting them to storm the special dormitory. Instead of retreating, he intended to turn their assault into a perfect trap. That was Plan AAS. The footage of Jolan's cries played. A sinister laugh echoed among the watchers. One of the leaders turned to Miriam, hoping for confirmation of the suspect's identity. She calmly denied any familiarity, pretending she didn't even know clowns could commit kidnappings. Elsewhere, the clown received surprising news: Miriam had kept silent about recognizing him. Doubt crept in as he questioned her motives and wondered why his name was omitted. He chose not to dwell on it, concealing his frustration and preparing for the next step. Rather than stall, he activated Plan B with unwavering determination. This time, failure wasn't an option. He would protect his master at all costs. Meanwhile, Elder Morskutan arrived at the academy, ready to accuse them of serious violations. Princess Estelle confronted him, claiming she respected the tower but had something to reveal. With confidence, she presented undeniable evidence, gathered through sharp observation. The elder was stunned to see forbidden records in enemy hands, records his agents couldn't retrieve. Corin never seemed like someone who'd lie, yet doubt crept in unexpectedly. Surprisingly, the documents he delivered were recent and too thorough to have been gathered casually. That level of detail, if genuine, suggested he acted alone and swiftly within only a few days. Estelle questioned whether his boldness meant he truly aimed to bring down the Mage Tower. Historically, the old tower and church lost power after siding against 3 legendary heroes. Since then, both institutions had clung to fading authority, hoping to reassert dominance through the academy. Suddenly, a nighttime ambush threw the base into panic and disarray. Masked figures scrambled to respond, their voices filled with tension and disbelief. A thunderous command halted their chaos, demanding silence from every corner of the room. Admalek and Iorin stepped through the flames, their presence restoring brief order. With Morskutan absent, they pleaded for the Tomb Master's intervention. Instead of speaking, he silently assessed the growing crisis. Golden letters ignited in midair, spelling out a chilling message, which, only then did they realize, the explosion wasn't an attack, it was bait. Without hesitation, the Tomb Master advanced, his followers rallying behind him. Northwest of Merkabah, a secluded house stood above a hidden relic from the Witch Wars. The marker, known only to Aaron Danua and Josephine, pulsed with a long-forgotten signal. Interpreting it as Aaron's call, Josephine wasted no time responding. Her arrival, however, triggered a hostile ambush. An intense magical trap flared, forcing her to defend herself with urgency. Amid the chaos, she demanded to know how they discovered the marker's location. Rather than deny it, Lord Iron revealed another familiar name, Tatez Valtazar. A former hero, he had sided with the tower, breaking old allegiances. Stunned, Josephine questioned whether they truly allied with someone so dangerous. To Iron tradition and rules had long lost meaning. He rejected all ethical constraints, labeling them weak and obsolete. His justification echoed a harsh truth. The Academy now preyed on its own people. Elsewhere, a prisoner confronted his captors with bitter memories of betrayal. Once hunted as a comrade, he now sat caged and broken, breaking the silence. Aaron Danua appeared offering him freedom once more. Josephine accused them of using hatred rather than pursuing magic for its true value. Aaron stood firm inside the barrier, resisting the flames encircling her. Aaron, claiming leadership in the revolution, warned her to abandon the fight. While conjuring magic, Aaron announced he could sustain the spell for 3 days straight. His followers predicted the Academy would collapse entirely under the pressure of this magic. They believed only the chosen would survive, just as flamehounds emerged from beneath. Amid the chaos, Corin was knocked down, overwhelmed by the eruption of fire. Josephine urged him to escape, realizing they were facing a powerful elder. But Corin, unfazed, activated Plan B, rescue the professor, starting with brutal retaliation. A transport pulls into the Academy station as 2 students dash off in a panic, clearly behind schedule. Their instructor, Ojin Rentry, glares at them, already frustrated by their tardiness on such a crucial day. Instead of accepting excuses, he lectures them about responsibility, stressing that punctuality defines a true guardian back in the dorm. Corin's absence raises concern among his peers, who notice his early departure. In a burning field far from campus, Corin unleashes a devastating assault against hostile forces. Flames swirl around him as he faces his enemy head, unprepared to strike without hesitation. Knowing the magic tower would retaliate, Corin had already set a backup plan in motion. A glowing rune reveals Josephine's location, exposed by Corin's meticulous tracking spell. Appearing mid-battle, he taunts Elder Admalak for abandoning his disciples, then charges. Admalak, furious, recognizes Corin and retaliates with a burst of fire magic. Confident in his own resistance, the Elder mocks Corin's attack as ineffective. He raises a blazing sphere, proclaiming the power to reduce everything to ashes. Fire engulfs the sky as Admalak casts the Red Faction's ultimate spell. With madness in his eyes, he declares no flame can be resisted. Amid the inferno, Corin stands tall, blade drawn, unmoved by the destruction above. Blazing fire erupts across the battlefield, but at its center, Corin remains still and unharmed. Admalak recoils in disbelief as his ultimate attack fails to even singe his opponent. Rather than resisting, Corin absorbs the flames, his affinity granting him elemental superiority. Dominating the field, Corin reveals that fire, base spells, hold no threat against him. Summoning radiant energy, he activates Clay Solas, Concentrated Sunday, preparing a focused counterattack. With light bursting forth, Clay Solas, Solar Genesis, engulfs the sky in a blinding flash. Ash-covered and stunned, Admalak mutters in shock as defeat becomes undeniable. Dust settles to reveal Corin standing firm at the crater's center, victorious. A companion notes the feat, while Corin attributes his success to the legendary Danon relics. From across the field, a woman approaches, addressing Corin by name with clear concern. She reasons that he anticipated the Red and Black faction's tactics in advance. Though cautious, she admits his goal to safeguard the world is sincere. Corin's silhouette carries a heavy burden, yet stands unwavering. Trust replaces suspicion, and she resolves to support him without hesitation. When asked about the next step, Corin calmly identifies Margiette as his upcoming target. The Magic Tower's mission involves 2 key targets: assassinate Chairman Ariu, Kassan, and abduct Dunalef. Although Margiette was once their focus, careful planning allowed her to evade that role. As Dunalef distribution opens, the bustling event hides a much darker scheme behind its banners, blending into the cheerful atmosphere. Dunalef begins her covert task under the guise of a helper. Rather than stay in the crowd, she intentionally drifts toward a quieter route. Hidden eyes track her steps, recognizing the alley ahead as the likely ambush point. Each step brings her deeper into the trap zone, perfectly aligned with Corin's prediction. Dior prepares his dark strike, believing the moment of capture is near. However, reinforcements appear, forcing hesitation just before he can act. Silence follows, no attackers emerge, and the ambush stalls. Meanwhile, in Western Valley, students celebrate their successful beast hunts. One of them senses something strange, unsettled by the low number of monsters. Doubts rise as they recall hearing there should be many more creatures. Suddenly, a foul odor hits. Ren identifies it as the stench of rotting corpses. He turns sharply, aware they're not alone, and calls out toward the shadowed woods. From the shadows, a hooded figure watches with interest, amused by the elder vampire's presence. Arkai, a top disciple of Morshutan, assesses the golden-furred wolfman with calm disdain. Instead of retreating, he summons the mutated beasts, his former test subjects, to close in. Facing the threat head, On, Ren and Ron prepare themselves, without hesitation. Arkai comments coldly, warning not to damage what he deems valuable. On cue, the monstrous horde lunges forward, surrounding their targets. Meanwhile, Kor encounters a similar ambush near the forest entrance. He quickly commands a defensive formation, realizing the beasts were never meant to survive. Suddenly, black-robed mages arrive, breaching treaty lines without concern. Rather than attack directly, they demand the wolf siblings be handed over. When challenged, one reveals their true target, Ren and Ron alone. Unmoved by protest, Arkai signals another assault. Frustrated with delays, a golden light bursts across the battlefield, momentarily halting the beasts. Despite the blow, their bodies twist and evolve further. Arkai observes quietly. Anyone trained by the academy holds terrifying potential. As monsters rush forward, a powerful figure intercepts them with blazing energy, asserting control over the battlefield. The black mages hesitate, stunned by the unexpected defiance and sheer force unleashed in response. With fierce resolve, the knight charges, prioritizing protection of his students above any threat from the magic tower. Inside the special dormitory, shouts for Mariette echoed as Corin burst through the entrance. He spotted her unharmed but shaken, explaining the ambush hadn't gone as expected. Originally, the enemies planned to strike Josephine, Mariette, and Chairman Ariu all at once. Although Corin eliminated the red faction with a trap, 30 black mages vanished without trace. Moments later, a figure in red approached, revealing herself as Princess Miriam. To his surprise, deep in the forest, monstrous golden wolves appeared, signaling a far more dangerous threat. Undead mages surrounded the area, claiming they had even conquered the boundary of death. With dark magic, they summoned Helisvandra, corrupting the battlefield with twisted resurrection. Faced with overwhelming power, Ren ordered everyone to retreat before they were overrun. The wolves charged, only to be met with devastating force from the enhanced undead. Barely escaping, Ren regrouped with others, rattled by the sheer force unleashed. A dark mage revealed their strength, came from mastering life magic. At its core, redirecting magical energy, they amplified muscle output far beyond normal capacity. Not only their power, but their durability increased, resisting all counterattacks. Corin observed closely. The golden wolf took the hit directly, but remained completely unharmed. Despite their overwhelming strength, the golden beasts faced resistance from coordinated academy fighters. Among them, Corin acknowledged his own limitations in power compared to others. Still, his victories came from experience, observation, and adapting under pressure. Rather than confronting directly, Ren and Non created openings by misdirecting their foes. Their strikes landed with precision, targeting vulnerabilities exposed during the chaos. Staying patient, they repeated the process without rushing into reckless exchanges. A successful blow knocked back one of the creatures, briefly turning the tide. Confidence rose as the team sensed the enemy losing momentum. That hope crumbled when Ren suddenly collapsed, leaving allies stunned. A pulse of dark energy erupted, unleashing another feral onslaught. Without warning, Ren was struck down by a fatal blow. From the shadows, a grinning mage mocked their despair. His arrogance revealed a plan to crush their morale from within. Flames then burst from Corin, halting the enemy's words mid-boast. Though wounded, their spirit endured. This fight wasn't over yet. Two beasts remained locked together, their bond a threat if one were taken out alone. A blinding net of magic snapped around them, preventing separation and the dreaded transformation. Within the glowing trap, howls echoed as the dark mage looked on in alarm. Suddenly, one creature erupted with fire, eyes blazing with unrestrained fury, consumed by wrath. It declared vengeance on everyone within reach. Arkan's panic broke through. He abandoned the experiment and demanded the beast be killed. The berserker lunged, tearing through enemies with brutal speed. Shock overtook the professor as his followers were overwhelmed in seconds. Violence escalated with each strike, no longer sparing friend or foe. Corin arrived too late to stop the carnage. Grief struck as Non screamed at him for not protecting Ren. Understanding her pain, he embraced her silently amidst the chaos. Hope returned, Ren was alive, clinging to life. A healer confirmed her wounds were critical, but no longer fatal. Relieved, Non collapsed into Korin's arms, trembling but safe. Korin quietly comforted Non, assuring her they would make it through together. Elsewhere, Princess Miriam revealed the Mage Tower had plotted to eliminate the wolf siblings. Suspicious of her intent, Korin questioned why she would disclose that information now. Despite unease, Miriam admitted she owed Korin and wouldn't let the same mistake repeat. Back on the field, Korin commanded the remaining Black Faction mages to surrender. Order was restored, and the first-year students were confirmed to be unharmed. Though praised for his leadership, Korin downplayed his role in the outcome. Many students had been equipped with powerful gear crafted using donated resources. Those contributions had come from Korin himself, quietly sacrificing his wealth for their future. Before celebration could continue, a sudden alert disrupted the moment. The marker possessed by the chairman began reacting to an unknown threat. Shock spread through Korin's face as Miriam ominously warned of consequences to come. In the background, the red and black factions had executed coordinated attacks, yet the mysterious golden mage remained absent, unaccounted for among them. Despite Korin's efforts, fate continued pushing the scenario along its original course. Korin prepared to depart with the others, confident he had surpassed his weaker past self. Seeing him lead, several powerful allies resolved to follow without hesitation. Among them were elites, a demi-human vampire, a domain swordsman, and a living Jiangshi. They arrived to find Chairman Ryu still alive but gravely injured. His survival signaled hope, yet the threat that caused his condition remained unknown. Korin realized only a high-level enemy could have inflicted such damage. The four great treasures of Luara de Danon had all gathered in one place. Opposing them was Dumortix, and Ohard breastwielders of divine relics. Their presence confirmed that fate had pulled them into a confrontation of destiny. A system backup activated, calculating the relevance and triggering a massive stat increase. Korin received a 740% boost, elevating him to hero status. Across the field, the enemy known as Tetez Valtazar began to move. Once praised as humanity's savior, Korin Locke was entrusted with the mission to defeat evil. He now faced Balthazar, the orchestrator of devastation, radiating malice and overwhelming power. Although the chairman barely survived, Balthazar's attack left deep scars across the battlefield. In the prior timeline, Ryu's death had marked a turning point. Korin couldn't reverse. Her master fell soon after, despite attempts to warn and protect against the assassination. Even this hidden refuge wasn't safe. Balthazar's appearance shattered expectations. Rather than falter, Korin embraced the shift in fate, adapting without hesitation. He struck first, charging forward with the brilliant light of poisonous dragonhead. The sudden offensive was swift, aiming to pierce through Balthazar's defenses. However, the strike was deflected with ease. Balthazar responding with perfect timing. Recognizing the domain's activation, he commented on Korin's surprising strength. An intense clash erupted, both forces colliding within the boundaries of the second domain. Channeling his ultimate essence, Balthazar released a second devastating charge. Korin's system initiated a full backup, rapidly boosting his combat capability. Entering the third domain, he surged forward, ready to turn the tide. The clash intensified as Korin entered the fourth domain. Exchanging blows with momentum carried them into the fifth domain, where each strike now held terrifying destructive power. Suddenly Sura burst into the battle, her blazing form joining the fray without hesitation. Spiraling flames collided with shadow energy, as Sura launched a relentless series of attacks. Neither side yielded, their fierce movements creating ripples across the fractured domain space. Unleashing her strongest skill, Sura triggered Returning Heavens, a signature move meant to end it. Without delay, Balthazar mirrored the exact technique, matching her ultimate move perfectly. A catastrophic shockwave followed, erupting within a single heartbeat and blinding those outside the domain. For spectators, it was incomprehensible bloodshed and force beyond their ability to grasp. While others panicked, trained warriors readied themselves for retaliation, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Among them, a swordswoman stepped forward, calm and prepared to act. She invoked Arden's first style. Domain Severance aimed precisely to break the deadlock. Far from the front lines, a silver-haired figure muttered about the king's impending rise. Elsewhere, Balthazar casually crushed an intruder, barely glancing mid-strike. Sura's allies engaged enemy forces below, expanding the chaos into all-out conflict. A vicious strike landed cleanly as Balthazar's fist slammed into the nun's face. She was launched into the air and then driven into the ground with crushing force. Thou bruised and bleeding, she rose with defiant eyes, unwilling to collapse just yet. The next attack hurled her across the arena like a broken doll. From a distance, her allies shouted in desperation, powerless to stop the carnage. Suddenly, red chains surged forward, ensnaring Balthazar in mid-motion. Magic restraints tightened around his body, momentarily halting his assault. A confident woman emerged, declaring the vampire's demise with certainty. Unfazed, Balthazar shattered the chains and refused to follow her script. Lone Girl hesitated as she sensed his composure under pressure. His voice cut through the air strength, meant nothing without spiritual harmony. Without hesitation, he raised his blade to finish what he started. A blast of frost erupted, freezing the ground beneath his feet. The newcomer stepped in, casting Snowflower with alchemical precision. Breathing heavily, she identified the enemy and called for Diogyu's support. Energy surged as the legendary Spear of Light, Area BBH Fate, was summoned into existence. Its massive form extended skyward, radiating divine power as it pierced the battlefield. Reacting instantly, Diogyu lunged toward the beam, synchronizing with its trajectory in midair. A sudden realization struck the Ice Mage as she sensed the threat approaching. She reached out, forming a magical seal to block the dimensional rupture. With precision, the portal closed just before the spear could make contact. Faint residual light shimmered in the air, evidence of the sealed strike. Balthazar narrowed his gaze, recognizing the handiwork of Josephine, floating above. She dismissed his words and refused to justify her arrival. From above, Claw Solas descended with solar genesis. Empowered by immense stat amplification, the blow struck deep, missing vital organs yet dealing critical damage. He noted the target's regeneration faster than natural, fueled by something divine. Unable to sustain such power, the field destabilized around him. Teleportation, magic activated, whisking key allies away from danger. Without warning, a coordinated ambush struck from behind, engulfing the enemy in flames. Flames roared around them as the team was urged to retreat without hesitation. One by one, the group dashed through the burning field toward the portal. Corrin stayed behind momentarily, offering a confident farewell before stepping into the light. As the portal sealed shut, a faint glow lingered in the aftermath. Rather than regroup, the enemy calmly watched, certain the battle was far from over. His gaze followed the sky, confident that his spear never missed its destined target. A flash of panic crossed Corrin's face when Mariette was suddenly struck. Her possession triggered a new timeline shift, pulling them into deeper chaos. This was an improvement. The world was distorting beyond his control. From the void, the chairman appeared, smiling with an unsettling calm. Reaching out in disbelief, Corrin tried to grasp what felt impossible. Their hands neared, but time itself tore them apart once more. Alone in the dark, he watched the last flicker of light vanish. Though bleeding, his expression revealed a deeper wound than any physical blow. Despite everything, the outcome remained unchanged. Nothing had been rewritten. Sky Titans were the first to tread the earth, colossal beings that shaped the early world. Their reign, like all things mighty, eventually faded, leaving behind only remnants of their greatness. From their remains, divine entities known as the Danan emerged, bringing light, sea, and sky under rule. Over time, a fragile new species arrived, curious, small, and driven by untamed passion. The Danan nurtured these beings, gifting them civilization and magic, sparking an age of progress. But as their numbers swelled, humanity turned hostile, invading the sacred lands of druids and elves. Encroachment turned to conquest as humans claimed territory once protected by the Danan. Unable to match human reproduction, the gods fell. Their era vanished beneath mortal ambition. Only one remained, committed to shielding the world from ruin, even as extinction loomed. Aaron Danua, the last Danan, guided mortals along the path of justice and order. Though revered by many, silence lingered. No kin remained to share her burden. Longing for connection, she searched the ancient ruins left by her ancestors. In Gorias, her quest led to a slumbering Danan encased in crystal. Tatez Valtazar. His presence mended the emptiness. Aaron embraced him with fierce love and hope. She gave him all she had: trust, strength, and devotion, cherishing him beyond blood or fate. Unaware of the truth, Aaron never questioned why two Danans still lingered in the mortal realm. While one remained to guide humanity with justice, the other existed to see its ruin. Driven by vengeance, Tatez Valtazar aimed to exterminate mankind and restore a paradise for gods. Inside the Shadow Castle, Aaron revealed a truth long buried: Tatez was still alive. Corin sensed repetition in her words, as if destiny followed a pre-written sequence. History dictated that Eren would fall after this encounter, her life claimed by Balthazar's hand, despite the outcome she foresaw. Eren faced Corin and spoke of choices and burdens. To his surprise, she called him, her disciple, a bearer of weight not yet understood. That title, once foreign, now hinted at a deeper role tied to fate and legacy. Realization struck. She knew his origin, the truth of Nasria, and the time he came from. Rather than explain further, she instructed him to guard the castle and stay behind. No throne defined her. She stood only as a teacher in a fading era. Memories of her sacrifice burned behind Corin's eyes like the fires of war. Though begged to remain still, he refused to let history claim her again. This time he vowed to change everything no matter the cost. A sudden touch from Eren caught Corin off guard, her gesture filled with quiet urgency. They acknowledged their bond, yet neither could deny the weight of destiny pressing between them. Eren chose to place her faith in the present, while Corin pledged to shield her with his own hands. Not long after, Corin resumed training, his body surrounded by powerful swirling energy. From the stands, others watched with mixed relief and disbelief at his unwavering focus. Even during the funeral, sorrow clung to him, and many feared he might break. Despite his recovery, something felt hollow. Close companions had disappeared or suffered in silence. Concern grew as the remaining girls around him wore tired and distant expressions. One figure approached with intensity, shattering the illusion that things had returned to normal. The girl seized Corin's bloodied arm, her grip trembling with frustration. Rather than stop, he brushed her off, unwilling to pause his momentum. From the shadows, another voice cut through, piercing and unfamiliar. In an instant, energy erupted as the red-eyed intruder struck with force. Smoke filled the air as she stood firm, unaffected by the destruction. Without hesitation, she extended a hand toward Corin, uttering just one command, "Come with me." As the rain poured, Corin questioned the girl's purpose in approaching him, without answering. She dashed forward, cloaked in red energy and fierce determination. Instead of words, her challenge came through action. She demanded a fight. Steel clashed as Corin blocked her sudden assault midair. He expected a direct hit, but she evaded with surprising grace, recalling her limitations. He realized she had adapted beyond his teachings. Her unpredicted movement defied everything Corin had once understood. Pain followed as her blow struck cleanly, leaving him stunned. From her stance, it was clear this was no ordinary sparring. Defeated and pinned, Corin looked up at her calm expression. She called him weak, not to mock, but to remind him survival was enough. Power, she insisted, was only needed to protect those who mattered. Warian gripped his hand, eyes lit with fierce resolve. Though her promise was protection, Corin refused to be shielded. With quiet conviction, he declared it was his role to protect her. Instead, Corin refused to pass on his burden, believing the power was too dangerous to give. He admitted his own weakness, warning that such strength wasn't meant for someone like him. Yet, he reconsidered when reminded that she was neither a child nor powerless anymore. Memories of past failures echoed as Corin recognized how close he'd come to repeating them. Warian's actions grounded him, pushing him to rise and reclaim his purpose. He stood again with resolve, aware the road ahead was long but his will now steady. Following the Mage Tower incident, the Academy remained under heavy scrutiny as tensions escalated. Council members gathered, addressing the Black Faction's ambush and questioning Josephine's possible involvement. Blame shifted uneasily, with some rejecting the Mage Tower's denial of responsibility. Attention turned to leadership. Someone had to restore stability and respond to the crisis. While many expected the Peru family to uphold tradition and reclaim the chairman's seat, uncertainty lingered. That expectation shattered when an unexpected figure appeared, silencing the room with her presence. Her voice cut through tension, stating that the chairman's death marked only the beginning. The Academy's role had changed. It now existed to forge warriors for an inevitable war. Without delay, she introduced Bernavel as the one to take command. On a distant tower, concerns grew over Balthazar's growing threat and shifting alliances. Unlike the past, his movements were calculated, supported by formidable allies. Despite the danger, returning to the Academy seemed necessary. Bernavel embraced the looming conflict, her leap expressing anticipation. Meanwhile, in Merkava's hospital, a wounded fighter demanded his sword. Regret burned within him. Things were never meant to unfold this way. A stern warning echoed, power alone wouldn't protect anyone forever. Though Huawan suffered defeat, it was Alicia who landed in the hospital. Corin, despite being impaled, resumed training while she lay in recovery, feeling worthless. Hands trembled as Alicia fought back frustration. Suddenly, Corin appeared beside her, smiling without a trace of worry. Surprise overtook her expression as others rushed over with concern. She admitted her lack of healing left her constantly sidelined. Instead of pity, Corin offered support, assuring her reliance wasn't weakness. Grateful yet unsure, she questioned whether she deserved such unwavering loyalty. His honesty brought comfort. He still needed her strength too. Their hands met in quiet understanding as mutual trust deepened. Not speed, but unity, would carry them further together. An awkward stumble brought their faces close, leaving them flustered. Some found courage to stand again through shared connection. From a distance, HWA turned away, wrestling with unfamiliar emotions. From the corridor, Josephine watched the students laugh, noting how quickly they bounced back. Standing beside her, Bernavel acknowledged the concern while hinting at a deeper global threat. Even weakened, she affirmed her duty remained unchanged to prepare this generation for what's coming. Time had proven the Academy's ability to raise extraordinary warriors. Among them, Corin showed signs of becoming a legend in his own right. With that belief, Bernavel voiced hope that victory was still within reach. Soon after, everyone gathered for a celebration in Alicia's honor. Proud of her contribution, she revealed her overpriced fish with a bright grin. Laughter erupted as others arrived, offering ingredients they had gathered themselves. Mid-meal, Alicia paused as the hall grew tense. Lunia's arrival, sharp-eyed and silent, shifted the mood instantly. Without pleasantries, she requested alcohol, her tone leaving no room for argument. To diffuse the mood, Corin quickly brought attention back to the food. Everyone moved, setting out dishes in a burst of energy. On the table, beautifully plated meals reflected their teamwork and growing bonds. Admiration filled the room as Alicia's technique impressed even the most skeptical guests. Hinaran's fire-cooked plates followed, earning applause for their flavor and precision. Across the table, diners chuckled about Corin's luck having two talented chefs on his side. When asked to choose a favorite dish, Corin froze mid-bite. Nervous glances shifted around the room as pressure mounted behind expectant eyes. Internally, he panicked one wrong answer could trigger disaster. Just then, a pair of beastkin guests entered with thoughtful gifts in hand. Corin embraced them gratefully, admitting chicken was his favorite. While laughter returned briefly, some sensed a shift toward more serious matters. Lunia cut through the noise, questioning the real motive behind the gathering. Rising from his seat, Corin explained the foundation of the Corin Guardians. The room quieted, ready to receive what he had to say. Discussions deepened as he revealed the assassination plot and Balthazar's fanatical ambitions. A world consumed by fire, reshaped for gods, that was the enemy's vision. Initial disbelief faded fast as realization dawned. Across every face, Corin revealed how both the church and Mage Tower had secretly allied with Balthazar. The room reacted with disbelief, prompting Lunia to confirm the credibility of the information. Corin addressed the group, warning that despite their skills, they lacked the strength to win alone. His goal became clear: he intended to strengthen everyone through the Corin Guardians initiative. Erin Danua appeared, introduced as a key figure in their coming counteroffensive. With firm resolve, she declared it was time to begin preparing for war. Within the Academy's predicted timeline, Corin identified a critical turning point tied to mass destruction. To avoid that fate, he aimed to access the Tribulation Treasure Vault before the enemy advanced further. Powerful foes already wielded gear of legendary grade. Golden light radiated from the vault, a sign of the epic and legendary items locked within. Thanks to her mentor's trust, one girl had triggered this rare event ahead of its usual time. Instead of waiting for destruction, Corin chose to act during the summer break and secure their future. Discussion shifted to military strength. Corin insisted they couldn't survive without forming a united force. While support existed, leaders hesitated, unwilling to risk their subordinates without clear gain. He agreed to help but firmly refused to gamble with lives unless absolutely necessary. Lunia spoke up, bound by her duty to defend the northern region with the Sword Pavilion. Even with pressing threats, she wouldn't abandon her mission just to reinforce Corin's side. Still, he pressed forward armament allies, and now the need for overwhelming combat power. Without warning, Lunia closed the distance, testing his awareness with startling speed. She challenged his offer, questioning why strength was suddenly within reach after years of effort. Unshaken, Corin promised to teach them everything, marking the start of their true preparation. Stepping forward with firm resolve, the white-haired woman declared herself Lunia's new mentor. A glance at Corin sparked doubt in Lunia. Was she truly included in the offer? Without hesitation, the woman clarified. Anyone supporting Corin's mission would receive her guidance. Tightening her grip on the sword, Lunia silently prepared to walk away. She turned her back, announcing their departure before Korin could respond. Observing her retreat, another student realized true strength came from mentorship, not just talent. Gathering the 5 swords, Lunia issued clear instructions to prioritize readiness. Rather than rushing ahead, Korin proposed a support role to cover potential threats. Skepticism lingered, as one ally questioned the wisdom of trusting authority so easily. Another student quietly wondered how someone dared suggest Lunia accept instruction. In response, swords clashed. Lunia met her challenger with unwavering focus. Despite calculating every path, she struggled to match her opponent's flawless execution. Lunia acknowledged it wasn't over. She hadn't revealed her true strength yet. The mentor asked if they should proceed with a real challenge. Smiling confidently, she readied her sword to face the entire group at once. Swords collided fiercely as students pushed themselves under relentless pressure. The mentor brought the intense session to an abrupt end, leaving the area littered with damage. Shocked expressions filled the field. Not everyone could believe training had ended that quickly. Turning her attention to Ren and Ron, she immediately called out their uncontrolled movements. Despite knowing combat theory, their bodies couldn't keep up with their intended strategies. Observations grew sharper as she pinpointed flaws in balance, form, and decision-making under pressure. Others looked on, quietly impressed by how accurately she assessed each student's performance. A genuine smile revealed how much she enjoyed mentoring when watching others improve. Before Korin could approach, she casually reminded him to warm up for his turn. Rather than stepping in, Korin decided to observe 2 other students entering the training zone. The glowing entrance to the special training hall signaled the start of a competitive challenge. Victory would go to whoever reached the target point first inside the domain. Activating her ability, one student deployed an Arden-style domain to gain early control. The mentor intercepted swiftly, noting the overdependence on domain use in real combat. An unexpected counter sent her opponent reeling, echoing the intensity of a previous encounter. Visions of a past defeat surfaced. She had once fallen without even raising her weapon. Instead of praise, the mentor suggested a reset to fundamentals, highlighting the lack of core mastery. With a quick disengage, she was dismissed mid-duel as the next opponent was called. Explosions lit the air as the next student charged in, radiating fierce magical energy. Despite the chaos, the mentor maintained control, weaving through flames while critiquing their technique. Observations continued. She pointed out instability in their stance, rather than the power behind the attacks. Tension grew between fighters, yet the mentor's voice kept the focus anchored. A sudden memory of Korin triggered unexpected emotion in Horin, stirring internal conflict. Jealousy erupted, fueling her aura into a reckless burst of aggression. The battle intensified with electricity crackling between clashing forces. Even as Warren attacked relentlessly, her opponent's movements stayed sharp and measured. Momentum slipped. Her frustration showed as each strike failed to land cleanly. Calmly, the mentor reassured her that rushing wasn't necessary. She was already strong. Something about her presence echoed Balthazar, but it carried a different warmth. To Haran, that Kokorin entered the arena. Fully aware he was being evaluated by the mentor, she explained the power hidden within him, still unstable and untamed. Mentioning Duke, a warrior from 800 years ago, she hinted at Korin's potential legacy. Gripping his sword, Korin accepted the challenge and vowed to surpass expectations. With renewed resolve, he prepared to receive her knowledge and prove his worth. From that moment forward, Korin was declared her final disciple. A cloaked man questions Korin's decision to remain still rather than chase the fleeing enemies. Instead of answering, Korin reveals the commandment inside him, one that seeks out worthy threats. Choosing battle over stealth, he refuses assassination, believing true combat carries, meaning Eren, wounded and stunned, struggles to comprehend that his former disciple now stands against him. No longer equals, Korin towers over him, chosen by fate to shape what comes next. Acknowledging destiny, Korin declares their reunion in a final confrontation that will decide everything. With one strike, Korin drives his point home, shattering the arena with unyielding force. Eren lies motionless, whispering Korin's name in disbelief and quiet recognition. A memory resurfaces. Eren once praised Korin's steady foundation and growing skill. Breathing heavily, Korin admits his progress isn't enough and prepares for another attempt. Demonic power inherited from the Duke awakens, surging violently through his body. Even so, the first form of the demonic spear is all he can summon. The weapon manifests, but Korin's control falters under its chaotic energy. From the shadows, a woman remarks that talent alone won't conquer incompatible power. Raising her spear, she unleashes refined energy, surpassing Korin's unstable effort. Blazing red energy crashes down as the second demonic spear. 5 dragons fall from heaven, activates. Rather than scolding, the red-haired boy encourages steady effort, noting mastery won't come instantly. A glimpse of refined power demonstrates what true control over Duke's core can unleash. Korin wonders if he could reach the level of a legend like Tatez Balthazar. The woman warns against idolizing him, calling his very existence her most painful mistake. Correcting that error is now her burden, not one the younger generation should carry. Eren hears her name called, triggering memories of a future drowned in ruin and blood. She recalls the friends lost, the regrets born from hesitation, and the lives she couldn't save. Though the pain remains, her resolve to fight again sharpens with purpose. Korin grips his weapon, declaring that his regression began to protect what mattered. Not out of duty, but longing. He admits it may be selfish hope. He unleashes power, skyward, unwilling to imagine a future where she doesn't exist. Boldly, Korin asks Eren to trust in him, the disciple she once believed in, promising change. He vows this time she will live, no matter the cost. A faint smile forms as Eren tears up, only to be pulled forward mid-thought. Rather than focus on age, Korin reminds Eren that belief can reshape any path forward. Her expression softens, cheeks flushed, as she quietly accepts his unexpected encouragement. From across the room, 2 determined students call out, eager for another chance to train. One student hesitates, unsure about attending a church he doesn't align with. Mention of scientists, Estelle shifts the tone. Faith isn't the issue, loyalty is. Watching quietly, Jermaine Luther conceals his identity beneath a calm demeanor and priest's robes. The confusion between Zeon and Zeruim fades with a simple correction. Though skeptical of religion, the boy admits Zeruim's ideals feel sincere. Behind his polite words, Jermaine's true mission remains gather intel, while posing as an ally. Suggesting a joint mission, Jermaine draws Korin into his carefully planned scheme. The 2 descend into a cave, passing rumors of strange activity near the academy. Throughout the region, heroics rise as enemies fall and tensions mount, despite Jermaine's warmth. Something about him unsettles Korin. Trust doesn't come easily, even when actions seem genuine. A sudden move breaks the tension. Korin lashes out, doubting Jermaine's true intent. Without hesitation, the woman crushes the insect, calling it a vile demon breed, a Jiangshi, to her. Demons remain soulless threats, unlike Zeon followers who humanize them. Suddenly, a shout warns Jermaine of danger. Something monstrous approaches fast. He barely turns as rows of jagged teeth surge toward him. The cave fills with shrieks as the beast's mouth opens wide. From the side, the nun springs forward, blade drawn, fury uncontained. Her attack cleaves through the worm, halting its advance in a single blow. Still stunned, Jermaine stammers a thank you while catching his breath. Korin steps forward, noting how unnatural it is for predator and prey to coexist. He suspects a deeper truth hidden beneath the chaos. Their search reveals a concealed lab, disguised as a goblin den. Inside, tubes filled with monstrous familiars confirm artificial tampering. Behind the glass, grotesque hybrids float, humans forcibly fused with beasts. Disgusted, a student questions who would allow such horrors to exist. Upon discovering a familiar signature, suspicion tightens. Someone close may be responsible. A dark presence emerges. Bishop Li Jinyang's aura fills the room, casting dread. Korin instructs Warian to handle Jermaine and retrieve evidence before charging off. He sprints through the ruins, determined to pursue Jiran without delay. Jiran, cloaked in red, halts in surprise as Korin closes in rapidly. A clash of violent energies erupts as Korin strikes, with burning crimson force. Power surges through him. He roars as red lightning envelops his form. Korin's strategy moves into place. Phase 1 was exposing Jermaine's true allegiance. Next, destroying the secret lab fulfilled the second objective of his plan. The final step begins, confronting the beast Mata and looting the Tribulation Vault. The elite known as Korin's guardians stood at the forefront, embodying strength and trust. Meanwhile, Balthazar's followers possessed unmatched weapons, tipping the balance dangerously in their favor. To address this disparity, Korin set his sights on raiding Magmel, the god's treasury. Once, the Queen of Paradise, ruled these lands, her knowledge limited, despite her title. Much of Danan's secrets, including hidden domains, had remained undiscovered even by her. Accessing such a place required a trigger. Korin's master's death was the unspoken price. Faced with concern, Korin declined assistance, showing calm determination. He entered early, not recklessly, but backed by 2 allies who trained under his late master. Elisha and Horan joined him, forming the core of a well-prepared strike team. Mariette, fresh from the south, launched into action with confidence and speed. From Umnal came Aisha, silent and lethal, rounding out the group. Their synergy gave Korin the assurance he needed to move forward without hesitation. Despite preparations, fear crept in as unease spread across the group. Even Mariette and Alicia faltered. Exposing the pressure they faced, Ran admitted her fear too. And Korin realized they all shared the same silent burden. A firm grip between teammates sealed their silent agreement to face the unknown together. Without hesitation, the party moved forward as one, bracing for whatever lay ahead. Jokes briefly masked their fear, though unease still simmered beneath their expressions. Korin disclosed prior experience he had explored this area in-game alongside Père Chenu. Ruins here concealed remnants of dead gods, each guarding trials that offered great rewards. These trials followed strict progression. Failure in early stages barred access to later ones. Fog surrounded them, and Ran's voice trembled as she struggled to see ahead. Rather than leave it to chance, Korin intentionally brought an item linked to a god, presenting Matar's severed head summoned Dagda, whose trial oddly required preparing a proper dish. Soft footsteps echoed through mist as the group ventured into a drastically altered space. Surprised by music and a shift in scenery, they halted to reassess. Harp strings led them toward an encounter none of them had anticipated. Beneath a blooming tree, a god welcomed the intruders with calm and grace. Though unfamiliar, his presence radiated authority. This wasn't someone to ignore. Interest shifted toward Korin, revealing that he, not the trial, was the god's true focus. Agengas, strumming his harp, proclaimed his identity as the god of love without hesitation. Suddenly, Mariette, Alicia, and Haran lost control. Overtaken by a mysterious emotional surge, reacting swiftly, Korin darted forward, calling their names as they vanished into the illusion. Within one illusion, a farewell echoed as a hand slipped from view. A calm voice wished him safety. Understanding Korin's path could no longer be delayed. That memory, warm yet painful, revealed a bond too deep to sever. Alicia watched quietly, heart conflicted as she witnessed her sister's closeness with Korin. In her thoughts, she questioned why those scenes stirred unfamiliar feelings. A sudden encounter exposed her thoughts, forcing her to confront emotions she'd long buried. Angus explained the nature of the trial, illusions born from unresolved, forbidden love. Though Korin demanded answers, the test was already in motion. Each illusion paired the girls with the one they cherished most, him. Created from their own memories, the trials reflected desire tangled with consequence. According to Angus, only those who suppressed temptation could break free. Failure meant eternal entrapment, unless Korin intervened and changed their heart's course. Angus suggested the girls simply needed to let go of Korin to succeed. Rather than appearing cruel, he expressed a serene hope for their growth. With curiosity piqued, he leaned forward, ready to peer into their trials. Alicia found herself alone, with Korin, emotions stirred under dim lighting. Moments passed before her judgment faltered, overtaken by lingering affection. A glowing orb dimmed and cracked. Her trial ended in failure. Warren's test began with her forcefully initiating contact, catching Korin off guard. Without restraint, she framed her actions as a celebration of marriage. That illusion shattered under Angus's disapproval, her intentions labeled impure. Disgust twisted Angus's face as he witnessed Warren's desire for intimacy. No tolerance was shown as he screamed in outrage. Confused, Korin stood speechless, unsure what he had done wrong. Only Isabel remained, facing her illusion with quiet courage. Her sincere confession gentle and direct cut through the chaos. Behind her, Mariette watched in silence, realizing the depth of a friend's hidden feelings. Mariette's illusion shifted as Angus altered the scenario, preparing a stronger emotional challenge for her. To weaken her resolve, he summoned memories involving Korin, exposing feelings she tried to hide. Mariette appeared before Korin, flustered and unable to steady herself as her affection intensified. Her growing attachment triggered a deeper test, forcing her to confront the full extent of her emotions. Korin watched in confusion as Mariette's admiration surfaced more clearly than before. A dark presence materialized, signaling that her love had reached a critical threshold within the trial. Long ago, a god was haunted by visions of a mysterious woman appearing in his dreams. Each night deepened his obsession, her image driving him to the brink of madness. After endless searching, he finally discovered her hidden among swans on a divine lake. The deity, Angus, known as the god of love, had once rewritten myths with passion alone. Unlike him, the blue-haired girl Mariette was human-cornered and fleeing through the dark forest. Under moonlight, confusion filled her as she questioned how everything spiraled out of control. She remembered bumping into Corin on a street, never expecting fate to twist so sharply. Now, chaos erupted as a dark force struck, catching even bystanders off guard. Realization dawned on a watching girl, moments before a violent blast tore through the air. Though many admired Corin, only Park Shiu acted with unwavering obsession. Through a forbidden ritual, he awakened using Corin's buried memories and unleashed a storm of energy. At the same time, Mariette lost her link to Corin and couldn't awaken her power. Victory was impossible. His strength now overshadowed everyone. One girl was captured, her body repurposed for elixir extraction inside a containment tank. Corin gave a final warning: leave the academy and forget him for both their sakes. Confronted by the enemy, Mariette froze as his presence overwhelmed the battlefield with pressure. He warned her that standing beside Corin meant facing certain death against the strongest Danan. Claiming superiority as a mage, he dismissed her, insisting Corin's future belonged only with him. On one knee, a shaken ally whispered his resolve to protect Corin at any cost. That intent wavered. As the truth surfaced, it wasn't about Junior Corin anymore. Just Corin remained, now standing alone against fate with no past version to rely on. Suddenly, a surprise attack landed, drawing blood and staggering the red-eyed mage. From the shadows, Mariette emerged, her reawakened power pulsing with dark energy. Recognition struck. She had regained her vampire instincts and was no longer defenseless. Defiance burned in her voice as she refused to abandon Corin. Memories resurfaced, flooding her with clarity and fierce determination. Rising into the air, Mariette unleashed her full strength. As a high-ranking vampire, energy clashed violently as she intercepted the next blow. Corin's happiness, she declared, wasn't anyone else's responsibility. With unwavering conviction, she declared, "It's me." Shock overtook Angus as reality twisted beyond what he had foreseen. Rather than accept the shift, he lashed out, accusing Corin of twisting love into something else. To him this was no romance, just reckless devotion. Driven by childish infatuation, Corin met the outburst with silence, his gaze steady. Purple light flared as Angus launched a furious strike, fueled by frustration. Even amid the assault, Corin remained focused. This was a test he would not fail. A smug grin spread across Angus's face as he recalled serenading his dream woman. With a wave, he transformed the lake, hiding her among 150 swans. Only 3 minutes were granted to identify the real one among illusions. Lifting his weapon high, Corin summoned the Death God's orb without a word. Its energy surged outward, illuminating the lake in violet bursts. In an instant, the spell exploded, shaking the swan, filled water violently. Examining their expressions, Corin pointed out 3 swans whose eyes didn't match the rest. He finished swiftly, dismissing the challenge's time limit as irrelevant. But Angus only laughed, identifying 3 wasn't enough. Only one was the true form. Angus presented Corin with an ultimatum: choose one swan, and let the others remain frozen. Mocking the situation, he challenged Corin to prove his love through this impossible decision. Yet Corin remained calm, grateful the 3 had chosen him first, removing the burden of choice. Even when Angus questioned his resolve, Corin didn't hesitate. He revealed his purpose had never been about passing the trial, it was about rejecting Angus. Without pause, Corin raised his weapon and struck with full conviction. Angus reflected on his past, recalling the moment he won the trial and the woman. But victory meant nothing. She had hidden as a swan out of fear. He realized too late that his love had only pushed her away. In quiet acceptance, Angus admitted love was about respect, not possession. Having witnessed Corin's sincerity, he allowed the girls to go free. Acknowledging Corin's growth, Angus granted permission for them to return together. Just as peace settled, a blazing force erupted in the sky. Even Angus was powerless to stop what followed. A divine being descended. Nuada Ergetel Fem, heir of the sun and king of gods, made his entrance. Legends speak of 4 sacred treasures: Leophile, Aridbear, Undri, and the radiant Clausolas. Among them, Clausolas once belonged to a god whose brilliance rivaled the sun itself. Now, Nuada Ergetel Fade, king of the gods, presents Corin with his final divine challenge. Corin recalls how the first trial unfolded unpredictably, forcing him to lure a god with force. Instead of who he expected, another figure arrived. But this time things align more clearly. With Clausolas in his possession, he faces Nuada, its original wielder head, on to prepare. He gathered 3 powerful allies, each skilled enough to face divine-level threats. Doubt lingers, however. Something feels off as an uneasy silence settles over the battlefield. Before Korin can act, Nuada warns him the trial has already begun. A surge of power erupts as a dark enemy descends, clashing violently with Nuada's might. Visions of ancient races, flash giants, Danan, and demons, all precursors to mankind. The black figure represents the third race, born of night, steeped in primal chaos. Shreng, the legendary demon warrior, emerges the same foe who once cost Nuada his arm. This battlefield, steeped in history, holds the memory of that brutal confrontation. Realizing Korin's intent, Nuada braces himself. Solas was brought to strike his old wound. To defeat Shreng, Korin must strike Nuada's weakened side, the arm once lost in battle. Nuada raises his golden hand, declaring the moment to prove Goidel's worth has arrived. Without warning, Shreng unleashes a furious blast, shaking the ground and igniting the air. In Nag Mel, trials are shaped by divine memory to push players beyond their limits. Rather than mindless battles, the gods recreate stages to teach hard-earned lessons through conflict. No prior player has reached this point. Korin stands as the first to face Nuada, rather than raw strength. This test demands proof of Korin's accumulated power and resolve. Magic bursts from his runes, precise, swift, and honed through relentless training. He surges forward, flames circling him as ancient symbols light his path. A searing strike explodes towards Shreng, wrapped in complex fire runes. After mastering this combo, Korin expected no escape yet. The foe remains standing. Shock fills his eyes as Shreng endures everything without a scratch. Momentum shifts. Korin leaps upward to break the demon's crushing pressure. Dark energy forms around him. The ominous serpent begins its descent. Still, no impact lands. Forced to retreat, Korin reassesses his next move. Shreng adapts mid-battle, his movements regaining rhythm while Korin's mana output sharply declines. Rather than retreat, he redirects his strategy. Every rune cast earlier served a deeper purpose. Memories surface of his time in Shadow Paradise, where ambient mana flowed in abundance. A familiar voice urges him to look deeper, not at the mana, but at himself. He recalls Eris's gaze, the desperate moment he wished to protect everyone, regardless of cost. In truth, Korin had already tapped into the sun's power, long before this trial began. Solas ignites. Radiant energy floods the sky as solar convergence is unleashed. The explosion sends shockwaves outward, halting allies and foes in stunned silence. Only one who embraced that light from within could channel it so completely. Recognition flickers in Shreng's eyes, just as Nuada warns not to lose focus. Without hesitation, Korin charges, blade directed with unwavering resolve. That strike, aimed with purpose, mirrors Shreng's own creed: sever the arm at any cost. A brutal slash connects, tearing through flesh and history alike. Blood gushes as Korin attempts to seal the wound, but the flames fail. From Shreng's lips comes a grim smirk. What a shame. Nuada raises a blazing sphere, declaring that the power of the sun forbids such transgressions. He questions Korin's intentions, suspecting the injury was part of a calculated plan. The throne demands a flawless body. Nuada lost his claim after Shreng severed his arm. Even without the throne, Nuada found peace in ushering the gods into a golden age. That peace shattered when the Goidels ended the divine era and erased his legacy. Aaron Danua, of the Danan, sent Korin. This trial was rooted in divine judgment. Korin rejects that narrative. His conviction remains unshaken as he faces the burning sunblade. Nuada calls forth Solas, transforming it into a blazing sword of solar fire, declaring his purpose. Nuada prepares to strike not as a god but as a warrior. His loyalty isn't to demons or Goidels, but to the one he calls Balthazar. Tetez Balthazar, proclaimed as the last true Danin, is Nuada's sole reason for rising. With unmatched heat surging around him, Nuada charges forward to fulfill that destiny. Danans represent singular ideals. Aaron Dania stands for justice, while Angus symbolizes love and emotion. Among them, Nuada Ergetlam held dominion as the sovereign of kings, radiant and absolute. For centuries, he guarded the throne with reverence until the day Shreng severed his arm in battle. A broken body could not uphold the god-king's seat, forcing Nuada to relinquish his title. Rather than despair, he accepted peace, satisfied that the world had been freed from endless war. Only one regret lingered: his inability to destroy the false gods who dictated fate from above. Memories of innocent lives lost while divine watchers remained silent drove his fury. Their inaction posed a question: was neutrality ever just, or merely a convenient shield? Fueled by conviction, Nuada charged at Korin, spear lit with divine wrath. Blood poured from Korin's wounds, but hesitation meant certain death. He invoked humanity's right to break free from divine judgment, flawed origins notwithstanding. With grit, he launched a counterattack, meeting Nuada's assault head. An explosive force erupted as their weapons collided in midair. Korin stood firm, refusing to accept annihilation as destiny's end, opposing power with resolve. He carved a path toward freedom. Raising his blazing spear, Nuada declared judgment must fall upon the corrupted world once more. Without hesitation, he summoned divine flames, determined to restore order through sheer, unrelenting might. A fiery column erupted, crashing down as Korin faced it without turning away. Memories of disaster surged. Rodion River's flood swallowing the helpless by Sihu's cruel negligence. Desperate screams rang out while bodies were swept away by raging currents and merciless waves. Korin had stood frozen, powerless, watching thousands perish under waters he couldn't stop. Past battles resurfaced, friends pleading, their voices cracking as death surrounded them from every side. One comrade reached toward Korin, bleeding and afraid, asking for help he couldn't give. He had failed to answer, left haunted by the silence that followed their deaths. Amid blood and snow, a warrior's voice called Korin her destiny, too late to matter. Regret filled her eyes, standing among fallen allies with no strength left to change fate. Those losses stayed with Korin, their weight, unforgotten, their voices still echoing. A burned hand reached upward, refusing surrender, despite pain coursing through every limb. Inside the inferno, Korin's will ignited. He wouldn't die in a place like this. Nuada, stunned by his defiance, demanded an answer for Korin's unyielding resolve. Korin questioned the outcome. If he fell, who would remain to protect those depending on him? With heavy steps, he advanced, unwilling to abandon the battle he had chosen. Unfinished goals weighed on him. Death now was not an option. Nuada recalled viewing Korin's memories when justice had first sent him here. Through those visions, he witnessed Korin's unlikely rise, surpassing Park Siho and defeating Balthazar. Despite the feats, Nuada deemed Korin unworthy to face divine judgment just yet. Solar compression surged through Nuada, marking the peak of his celestial power. Energy condensed and concentrated, forming a blazing force within his left arm. Prepared for execution, he issued a final warning to Korin. Instead of backing down, Korin acknowledged his flaws with steady resolve. He refused to shape the world through domination, even with strength. Freedom for ordinary people, that was the world he envisioned. Nuada roared, igniting the battlefield in burning fury. Korin launched his counterattack, meeting the divine force head. On their explosive clash shattered the ground, signaling a battle of conviction. Korin questioned what fate awaited those relying on him if he surrendered now. Instead of retreating, he advanced with renewed resolve, unwilling to leave his purpose unfinished. Far too many responsibilities remained. His death could wait. Nuada, through divine insight, had witnessed every fragment of Korin's past upon his arrival. He recognized Korin's rise, defeating Balthazar and succeeding where Park Sihu had failed. Still, despite the feats, he deemed Korin's strength insufficient. As solar energy gathered, Nuada unleashed the final phase, solar compression. That radiant force surged into his arm, amplifying his might beyond natural limits. A warning followed. Resistance would end here, unless Korin yielded, bloodied but unshaken. Korin accepted his weakness without denial. Strength to him wasn't meant for perfection, it existed to protect simple lives. More than anything, he desired a world where ordinary people lived freely. Rather than strike, Nuada signaled for Korin's wounds to be healed. DNCFHT obeyed, invoking healing light as commanded by the God King. Though unchanging in belief, Nuada conceded that strength had stirred his respect. Korin stood, bloodied yet alive, reflecting on how he had endured every trial so far. But everything shifted when an ominous force descended, disrupting the balance and drawing divine attention. Nuada, now curious, recognized Korin's resolve and formally acknowledged him as a warrior worthy of challenge. Emerging from unconsciousness, Korin was greeted by a mysterious man observing him closely in the shadows. Rather than scolding, the man Dian Cfhtat, Danan of medicine, acknowledged Korin's reckless endurance with subtle concern. As daylight returned, Korin found himself lying peacefully outdoors, puzzled by the unfamiliar surroundings. Memories of battle resurfaced. He recalled being cut down despite Nuada's supposed support. To his disbelief, survival hadn't been accidental. He had passed a trial under careful watch. Reward came in the form of Ergetel Fem, a legendary artifact overflowing with raw energy. Previously owned by the feared Ohard Bress, the arm had never been accessible in the game. Obtaining it now felt like validation for enduring near death, a power worthy of the sun. Requesting his friend's release, Corrin was met with refusal, halting his relief. Unlike the game's limitations, Magmel allowed access to multiple gods, depending on divine offerings. Hovering before him, unfamiliar deities radiated energy, an impossible event in his former life. Fogda, Danon of the Earth, appeared, offering him a reward beyond expectation. Instead of 1-3 treasures were bestowed upon him, a rare honor, from the sea. Monon Fen surfaced, bringing treasures tied to a deeper lore. Grasping them all, Corrin realized he now held more than power, he held recognition. Recognizing Corrin's rare potential, Lu Velfei, Fada expressed surprise that even Nuwada had acknowledged him. Although his own powers were spent, Lu offered a final challenge rather than a gift. Victory over Lu's successor would grant Corrin access to what remained of the Light Danan's legacy. Unlike in the game, these treasures weren't locked after the final battle, they could now be claimed. Lu reminded Corrin that he stood as a warrior, not merely a chosen inheritor. From this point forward, their paths would diverge. Only battle would determine who fulfilled the prophecy. Corrin's collection grew: the Crimson Spear, Gfadi, Dirg, the Harp Datin, and a Cauldron of Rebirth joined Ergetl fame. Altogether, 4 artifacts rested in his hands, far more than any player ever acquired. Later, a quiet guild meeting stirred conversation about these unusual outcomes. Among friends, confusion spread. Some had no memory of joining any trial. A flamboyant senior figure suddenly appeared, promising gifts with suspiciously cheerful intent. Clearly, something offbeat lingered behind the theatrics and magic. One companion insisted Corrin stop working and take time to rest. Her voice, filled with guilt, acknowledged his solitary burden. Leaning against her, he finally allowed his body to ease just for a moment. Without warning, Butterfly lunged at Corrin, startling him with feral energy and glowing red eyes. The chaos paused when a guardian gently called the cat over, revealing it as a frequent visitor. Instead of reacting harshly, Corrin simply asked if there was any leftover mackerel in the kitchen. Idle chatter turned to curiosity about the mysterious gift Warren received during Magmel. Apparently, even Corrin had no idea what that gift was. As the others speculated, Butterfly's aggressive antics continued to stir up tension. Life at Makaraba blended mission work with study. Unlike typical academic institutions, rather than strict coursework, students earned credits through guardian assignments. Corrin's companions were already back in the field, testing their combat growth. Thanks to his wyvern, Corrin could shorten travel time across missions. He noted Germain's recent absence, suspecting deeper involvement behind the scenes. With narrowed eyes, he murmured a single name: Bishop. Inside a sunlit chapel, Germain confirmed his infiltration yielded results. However, he'd stumbled upon something unexpected while investigating the Black Mage's facility. A sealed letter addressed directly to the bishop had been left behind. Germain demanded answers, questioning the truth behind the rumored child sacrifices. Rather than deny it, the masked man dismissed morality, cloaking evil as divine necessity. He invoked the witch hunts of the past, framing atrocities as part of a holy path. Struggling with disbelief, Germain gave a restrained response and turned to leave. His steps echoed down the corridor before he slammed the door behind him. That cult's prior ritual had collapsed the mage tower and killed many, including allies. A sorcerer from the east had been manipulated into triggering catastrophe, despite the failure. Cultists interpreted the outcome as guided by divine purpose. In a different part of the city, festival decorations masked sinister preparations underway. Scientist operatives quietly observed, identifying heretics hidden among the crowd. Orders had been given. The accused would be taken to Zion Sanctuary, too many to capture discreetly. They prepared to deploy elite force users. A sudden presence drew attention. A cloaked red figure, Mir, had appeared. That same day, a convoy departed Makaraba, carrying prisoners toward judgment. Under the scientist's blessing, the solemn journey to the Holy Land began. Though unusual, the scientist personally accompanied the prisoner transport. With powerful figures gathered, layered defenses were set in place to prevent any interference. An eruption of flames signaled a sudden ambush, catching the escorts off guard. Guards instantly formed ranks, prioritizing the scientist's safety amid the confusion. Watching the chaos unfold, one operative suspected manipulation behind the attack. Perhaps someone influential was orchestrating this from behind the curtain. Standing calmly, the scientist noted weakened divine power due to the large crowd. Despite warnings to retreat, she chose to remain where danger swelled. Her steps carried her directly into enemy territory without hesitation. Her arrival in the prison shocked both allies and captives alike. Purple light burst outward as she shattered magical restraints with sheer will. Silence followed as the prisoners witnessed divine power up close. Guards accused her of violating law through a reckless rescue. She countered, not with excuses but with scripture and holy conviction. Surrounded in golden radiance, she stood as heaven's unyielding vessel. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as flames engulfed the surroundings, throwing the defenders into disarray. While chaos intensified, soldiers shouted orders, desperately trying to locate the missing scientists amidst the smoke. Despite exhaustion, they formed a protective line, determined to shield her from the relentless enemy advance. The situation worsened. Frontline mages were overwhelmed, unable to slow the enemy's momentum. Amid the blaze, Estelle stepped forward, unwavering, as she assessed the battlefield with focused urgency. Upon discovering betrayal, she eliminated a traitor immediately, prioritizing mission integrity over hesitation. Suddenly, a mysterious woman confronted her, halting Estelle's steps with a calm yet probing question. The unfamiliar face raised suspicion, but realization dawned too late. It was a masterful disguise. In truth, the Golden Archmage Idrin had infiltrated the ranks, poised to strike with precision. A powerful spell ignited beneath Estelle, catching her completely off guard. Before anyone could react, she vanished in golden light, consumed by the Archmage's magic. News spread rapidly. Estelle, scientists of Zion, had been abducted during the assault. In response, the kingdom's forces united, launching a full-scale operation to recover her. Elite squads were assembled, including Corrin's Guardians, an unusual but strategic inclusion. Their involvement sparked questions, hinting at secrets tied to the scientist's fate. News of student involvement sparked confusion among officials, who hadn't expected minors in the lineup. Mariette, Iwara, and Alicia stood confidently, their presence backed by raw, undeniable talent. Despite their age, these recruits possessed power levels exceeding many veteran operatives on the field. Following the scientist's abduction, all 7 elite Guardian units were mobilized for a joint operation. Rather than pure loyalty, personal interests drove most participants, an uncomfortable truth, acknowledged by few. To ensure cooperation, the association promised compensation, sparking motivation among even the reluctant. Participants were granted full looting rights within the tower, intensifying excitement among the crowd. Several Guardians cheered wildly, thrilled by the chance to claim magical artifacts and riches. Amid the chaos, one fighter issued a warning, refusing to share anything he secured. Corrin intervened as tensions escalated, guiding his teammate away from confrontation. Although labeled a rescue, the operation already resembled a treasure hunt. Watching the others, Corrin realized that greed had already overtaken their purpose. He brushed aside emotion, urging his team to stay focused on the real objective. Ships began departing, unaware of the grim fate awaiting them if disorder continued. Success required unity, but the tower subjugation would test them all. Island by island, the Mage Tower's defenses were already in motion, unleashing immense magical energy before contact was made. Caught unprepared, the Guardians' front lines were decimated without setting foot on solid ground. Over 60% of the entire force perished, turning the mission into an instant catastrophe. Distance narrowed 500, then 4, then 300 meters, each moment raising the tension on board. From afar, a cloaked mage grinned, confident that history would repeat itself in blood. But before the attack landed, violent lightning tore across the coast, disrupting the spellcaster's formation. Enemy forces responded with a volley of chained magic, assuming victory was close at hand. Their confidence wavered as someone sprinted through the chaos, dodging spells with uncanny speed. Corrin emerged unexpectedly, piercing through the line and forcing the enemy onto the defensive. While chaos unfolded, one Guardian triggered a skill that summoned a storm of divine fury, labeled a natural disaster. The area became an uncontrollable mess of magic and shockwaves. No one anticipated such power. Soldiers could only question who unleashed it and why. Explosions rocked the shore as units were flung into the sea, overwhelmed by the assault. Doran charged in, slicing through opposition with unmatched aggression and focus. None had foreseen such carnage to unfold mere seconds after landing on the island. Bodies were tossed into the sea, but Corrin refused to stay idle amid the panic. Rather than surrender to despair, he faced the storm, choosing action over regret. At that moment, a wild warrior appeared, shouting theatrically as he entered the battle. Meanwhile, the Royal Army's command tent buzzed with disbelief over the failed assault. No one had anticipated magic so powerful it could repel an entire fleet. The general demanded damage reports, staring grimly at the red-stained map. Surprisingly, officers learned there were no fatalities despite the scale of the devastation. Though ships sank and hulls shattered, everyone had made it out alive. Survivors claimed it wasn't luck, it was the strange music that saved them. Notes from Corin's melody reached the storm, soothing it like no spell could. To some, it was absurd. To others, miraculous. He stood defiant, believing music was meant to protect, not entertain. With steady hands, he helped the fallen, remembering their shared struggles. Though flawed, these guardians had once trained with purpose and pride. Saving them rewrote the past one choice, turning tragedy into something necessary. In this world's main storyline, the tower subjugation becomes a decisive turning point for all factions. Its true purpose reveals the terrifying scope of the Mage Tower's strength and global threat. Even the renowned Lark, who once attacked the tower directly, learned its secrets only now. Corin understood that exposing the truth would help him gain crucial allies in the long run. Although he failed to prevent the scientist's capture, her popularity turned the public against the tower. Still imprisoned, Estelle remained safe for the time being, just as the scenario predicted. Suddenly blood hit the floor, and shock overtook Estelle as pain reached her abdomen. She struggled to understand how she, the scientist, could be wounded inside the tower. From the shadows, a sinister figure emerged, mocking her false sense of divine protection. Dune Skag appears before the priestess, halting her with a dark relic pulsing with power. Raising the artifact, he demands recognition, forcing her to confront the shocking truth of its identity. The knight beside her steps in urgently, declaring Dune's possession of the Holy Grail a grave threat. Rather than flee, Dune activates the relic, revealing its power to alter fate itself. Through forbidden means, he begins reviving a mythical giant long lost to history's silence. Far away, a violent surge of lightning and waves emerges, shaking the Mage Tower's observers. Shocked by the natural disaster, Elder Blaine insists he had no part in the incident. Inside the association's situation room, analysts examine the wave's origin and magical interference. Josephine theorizes that dismantling the underlying magic circle could neutralize the entire catastrophe. Clara recalls seeing similar patterns during the Witch Revolution and supports the analysis, despite her confidence. Josephine silently conceals her deceit while others trust her authority. Another member, proposed Josephine, announces that only a chosen few will infiltrate and carry out the mission. From across the room, allies step forward, ready to act before the spell expands further. Their understanding grows. It wasn't disaster for destruction's sake, but to cover a rescue operation. Attention shifts to the royals, whose interference hints they've been tracking the Mage Tower all along. Josephine points out a critical flaw: numerous monsters encircle the area, complicating any direct approach rather than dismiss it. The group considers teleportation, only to learn a barrier prevents access. Direct entry proves impossible. Anyone attempting it would be scattered across random tower zones. However, one opening exists, a barrier's weak point, located a fair distance from the central path. Josephine stresses caution. The area is notorious as the island's most lethal zone. Without waiting, Corin steps up, announcing he'll take on the mission alone. Though they doubt his strength, he calmly admits his inferiority compared to the others. Still, he chooses to go confident in his resolve, rather than raw power. A gentle voice reaches out, reminding him of her belief in his abilities. Silence lingers, before Corin responds with a faint but firm affirmation. His steps carry him toward the circle, accepting the weight of what lies ahead. Final preparations begin, as the teleportation ritual nears its activation point. Words of concern are exchanged, hinting at emotions left unspoken. With 10 seconds remaining, all eyes turn to the glowing circle. Blushing intensely, the nun promises she'll wait for Corin's safe return, no matter what. Nearby, the team finishes preparations while Corin confirms he holds the teleportation coordinates. Before stepping away, he assures her he'll stay safe and unharmed. Corin places a hand on her head, offering quiet reassurance in his own way. Light engulfs the group as the teleportation magic activates beneath their feet. He lands inside the banned forest, a location shrouded in cursed energy, facing dense magical pressure. Corin immediately senses the overwhelming danger of the place. From the shadows, Huldra appears, her voice sweet as she beckons him seductively. Many before him were lured in, only to be violently torn apart. Rather than fall for the trap, Corin grabs her wrist mid-motion. He calmly analyzes her presence, avoiding panic or distraction. Conversation shifts toward the Mage Tower and its hidden research operations. Magical components scattered across the ground catch Corrin's interest. Hostile spirits soon appear. Their attacks swift and unrelenting, acting as guardians. They protect powerful secrets buried within the forest. Corrin storms forward, shouting, passes while red spirits hover ominously around him. Although he knows he can't perceive them, he charges ahead without slowing. Due to a self-imposed oath, his spirit detection is sealed in exchange for greater attack power. Memories of his past encounter with Saranica Duke confirm that nothing about his soul affinity has changed. Because he lacks that connection, spirit attacks pass harmlessly through him. For Corrin, the forest becomes an ideal zone, an enemy he can't see and doesn't need to fear. System messages reward his progress, showing mastery over surrounding spirit forces. Viewing his current stats, he realizes he's now comparable to high-tier heroes like Lunia pre-Vampire. Suddenly, the Spirit King emerges, unleashing a crushing aura that stuns him. Reacting quickly, Corrin braces himself as the massive boss charges. Determined to win, he eyes the rare item that might drop from victory. Among the loot lies a legendary herb, one of the 3 miracle herbs, without delay. He grabs the golden root and claims it as his own. As a gesture of balance, he offers another rare item in exchange. Laughing in triumph, Corrin celebrates life. To him, is all about give and take. The blue-haired girl hands over enchanted potatoes, which carry a 9-day magical side effect. Corrin smirks, energized by the unexpected buff, and bursts forward with reckless excitement. Aware of limited time, he decides to complete his task quickly and escape. Beneath the magic tower, Corrin reached the infiltration team's underground rendezvous, hidden in the sewers. A direct assault on the tower was too dangerous. Entering from below was the planned method. Although he expected to arrive first, a transformed ally had already beaten him there. They discussed the tunnel conditions. Rumors mentioned monsters lurking, but none had shown up. Fortunately, the route had been uneventful, letting them proceed without incident. Reaching an abandoned control room, they decided to wait there until the others arrived. With 2 days to spare, Corrin muttered about cleaning, clearly unenthusiastic about the task. Huarun, flustered yet firm, offered to help, surprising him with her sudden willingness. Together, they worked in silence, preparing the room for their temporary stay. Later, he noticed Huarun had dozed off beside him, still wearing her apron. According to plan, only a few would advance. The rest, including Huarun, would remain behind. Her sudden movement broke the quiet as she softly called out to him. Ease lowered. She expressed a quiet wish to stay like that for a while. She leaned against him gently, finding comfort in the warmth of his presence. Saying nothing, Corrin let her rest, the moment calm before the mission ahead. Mariette stepped into the room with confident strides, followed closely by her imposing red dragon. Grateful for the pathfinding, she thanked Doku for helping them reach the rendezvous swiftly. Josephine, entering behind her, praised Corrin's foresight for selecting the forbidden forest route. Within the tunnels, Corrin described the rune magic he used to guide their journey underground. Instead of mere decoration, thousands of engraved purity runes had been carefully placed with precision. When asked about supplies, he revealed it wasn't just potatoes hidden in the forest. Dozens of elixirs were wrapped and stored secretly, their location guarded by summoned spirits. Protected and inaccessible, the hidden bundle ensured no one could interfere until Corrin reclaimed it. As everyone gathered, he signaled the start of the upcoming operation. Josephine took charge of teleportation duties, while Huarun vowed to defend their base. With roles assigned, the mission to rescue the scientists, Estelle, was officially underway. Their objective stood tall, the corrupted tower glowing ominously ahead, disguised in robes. The team infiltrated the structure without alerting nearby guards. An unexpected greeting nearly exposed Corrin, but quick thinking avoided disaster. With the priests satisfied, they slipped past and ascended toward the upper levels. Corrin warned that the intersection used iris scanners, blocking anyone without registered credentials. Instead of panicking, Mariette calmly prepared a solution they had anticipated in advance. With a flash of magic, she summoned a powerful new familiar to bypass the scan. This wasn't Daoku. She had brought Elder Admalek, a notorious figure from the eastern region. Nance, a red faction leader. He had fallen, turned into a ghoul named Chunsik, no obedient. Chunsik was quickly punished after attempting unauthorized use of their shared supplies. Years ago, enemy mages who targeted Mariette were caught by the brutal Dunalef family. Her unexpected mercy spared their lives, sentencing them to labor rather than execution. That decision paid off. Their efforts boosted potion output by 10%. On the 6th floor, Korin estimated they only needed to ascend 2 more levels. Diogu's sudden barking raised concerns, hinting at an unseen threat nearby. Rather than dismiss it, Mariette trusted the familiar's instincts without hesitation. Fear in Diogu's behavior suggested something serious awaited ahead. The group approached a sealed red door, anxiety building with each step. Recognizing the layout, Mariette identified it as the Magic Tower's experimental sector. A sudden call broke the silence. Someone recognized Korin. Their voice filled with disbelief. Eyes widened as they realized the presence of an ancient entity once thought lost. Floating high above, only the massive eye of the Sky Titan remained intact. Even the largest saints they'd seen couldn't compare to the Titan's overwhelming scale. Beneath the ground, strange vibrations hinted at a deeper threat waking from slumber. From the shadows, a voice proclaimed the return of the dreaded giant King Balor. Once slain by the Danan of Light, Balor now stood revived through forbidden magic. The sight of his towering form sent shock through the entire infiltration team. Instead of resisting, Lu's so-called heir was the one fueling Balor's return. Credit for the ritual's success went to Undri, a dark mage cloaked in shadow. Cursed energy twisted around him as he relished the chaos he had triggered. Unnoticed for now, the group stayed hidden, analyzing the scene in silence. A faint rustle prompted Mariette to signal the others to stay low. Shadowy mist pulsed dangerously, blurring their visibility and raising tension. Flames surged as the enemy growled. He knew intruders had made it inside. Flames erupt violently across the battlefield, blanketing the terrain in burning debris and glowing embers. Hidden behind rubble, a cloaked group watches the destruction unfold with tense, alert expressions. Without hesitation, a warrior surges forward, blade ignited, locking onto his target through the smoke. He slashes through enemy lines, moving with precision as fire and ash scatter around him. Nearby, escaped lab rats dart through the chaos. Victims of a containment breach amid the fight. 2 observers spot the disruption, casually deciding to retreat while the royal army remains engaged. Korin enters a dim corridor, shadows stretching from the crimson glow beyond the door. Cautiously advancing, he avoids bodies collapsed across the floor, careful not to draw attention. A quiet breath escapes him. Confrontation now would have meant certain death. Reunited near a pulsating eye-shaped device, the team quickly reviews their objective. They agree, eliminate the core and prioritize rescuing the imprisoned scientists. Though tempting, detonating rune magic remotely isn't possible with current tower protections. The tower's defenses, reinforced after the Witch War, block teleportation and spatial interference. Elsewhere, mages prepare a temporary circle to support the team's exit. To cover ground faster, they split up, agreeing to regroup if spotted. Korin gives the go, ahead, prompting the team to advance with caution toward their target. Each operative scatters down separate corridors, maintaining formation while covering as much ground as possible. Inside a lavish chamber, Korin discovers the imprisoned scientess, waiting behind enchanted bars. She lashes out verbally, frustrated by the delay, her energy still fiery, despite confinement. Recognition dawns as her enchanted eye reflects Korin's image standing before her. He chuckles, puzzled by the luxury of the room more sweet than sell. Before acting, Korin warns her to stay back to avoid triggering magical traps. Electric crimson energy crackles around him as he channels power into his spear. Gaydirg activates its magic, nullifying power ready to dismantle any barriers in their way. The magical lock shatters upon impact, rendered useless by the spear's anti-magic force. Amazed, the scientist watches the spear's effect break through protective wards with ease. Time short, Korin urges her to prepare for a swift departure. Estelle admits her holy powers aren't functioning as expected from the original timeline. Despite that, both dash through icy corridors, determined to regroup with their allies. Korin halts mid-stride, a chilling aura surges ahead, signaling imminent danger. The original timeline crowned Elder Slarian as the strongest cryomancer of the Blue School. That record, however, belongs to a version of events that no longer holds true. In this altered reality, Mariette Donaleff now reigns supreme with unmatched ice magic. Mariette catches sight of Korin and apologizes for failing to remain discreet. Rather than criticizing, Korin applauds her entrance, knowing it drew necessary attention. Without delay, another teammate urges them to move before enemy mages arrive. A violent explosion erupts outside, shaking the tower's structure. Korin calmly confirms the blast aligns with their predicted escape scenario. Responding quickly, Mariette conjures frost wings to lift them into the air. From the sky, A sinister figure locks eyes on their fleeing group. Korin identifies him instantly, one of Dunskia's disturbing remnants. What remains are two terrifying dragon forms, prepared to engage without mercy. Beyond the dragons, hordes of summoned beasts spill into view. Amid them, magic-infused toads swarm, filling every corner with purple energy. Cornered, Korin steadies himself as monstrous enemies surge from all sides. Chaos erupts as monstrous enemies swarm, forcing the group to respond with overwhelming force. A devastating strike from Blood Spear, X200 tears through the horde, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Without hesitation, Korin leaps high, triggering spear resonance to seal their exit route. Navigating the tower's interior proves difficult due to suppressive enchantments, blocking most magic. Thankfully, reaching the lower sewers unlocks the use of rune-based spells once more. Blinding flames erupt behind them as the structure begins collapsing in violent bursts. A teleportation, circle pulses, signaling the last step of their escape. Only 100 meters remain, but every second counts against rising pressure. Racing toward the circle, the team pushes through smoke, flames, and fatigue. Korin dives into the light, narrowly making the jump. Emerging from the portal, a dark presence greets him, familiar, yet hostile. Mocking words follow as his foe lunges, forcing Korin into a mid-air clash back on the ship. Crewmates celebrate the visible beam above the sea. One figure crashes into the waves, drawing shocked reactions from the deck. Victory hangs uncertain as they realize the mission may not be fully over. The group regathers after teleportation, but Korin is nowhere in sight, causing immediate concern. Weapons rest on the ground as panic spreads. His absence disrupts the successful extraction. Despite rescuing the scientists, their mission is declared a failure as emotions collapse. Grabbing the red-coated man's arm, Mariette pleads to return and save Korin without delay. He holds her back firmly, explaining that rushing in now would only worsen the situation. The chairman speaks calmly, urging her to trust Korin's strength and keep faith in his survival. Wiping away tears, Mariette wonders aloud if there's truly nothing more they can do. Her attention shifts as a voice counts 3 boats arriving just offshore, bringing unexpected hope, far from the coast. Dark energy explodes as a monstrous being begins to awaken violently. A towering demon rises, radiating chaos, while cultists panic over the scientist's sudden disappearance. One warns not to assume she's dead. Her blood remains essential for their ritual. Orders are shouted in desperation as the beast thrashes, demanding she be found immediately. A glowing eye locks onto Korin, its hatred fueled by the warrior's interference. Pushing through debris, Korin battles onward, determined to locate the missing scientist. He finally reaches her, kneeling beside her collapsed form to assess her condition, though wounded. He grins grateful, they're still alive despite the odds. The scientist notices his injury, urging him to leave before enemies close in. Together, they escape into the snow, knowing danger still follows. Faced with relentless winds, Korin remarks that staying exposed could lead to death by freezing. Massive icicles and snow covered peaks stretch endlessly across the northern lands where winter never ends. While tending the fire, the scientist checks his wound, but Korin dismisses it, urging movement. She questions their next move, wondering if hiding is still an option. Korin replies with a harsh truth: survival here would demand 20 long, brutal days. A strategic map shows their position surrounded, confirming they're cut off from immediate rescue. To escape the trap, he suggests traveling north across the frozen sea. Though doubtful, she listens, as he explains the route avoids detection by the mage tower. Confidently, she rejects the idea, believing her sealed powers will soon return. Korin warns recovery might not come soon, given the unknown effects of suppression. Reflecting deeply, she recalls when her powers vanished during the earlier assault. Suspicion rises as Korin suggests someone within may have sabotaged her abilities. A chilling realization dawns: someone in her own order may be a traitor. He advises caution, knowing such accusations could lead to execution. She abruptly shifts the conversation, asking if he's ever questioned divine truth. The scientist recoils, visibly upset as she demands an explanation for Korin's blasphemous remark. Calm but firm, he answers that it isn't blasphemy, it's simply how the world truly is. With conviction, he grips his weapon, warning she'll eventually understand this unforgiving truth herself. Later, she gently lifts a rabbit, enchanted by its purity and soft appearance. Before the moment lasts, Korin swiftly kills it, shattering her peaceful fantasy. Holding the bloodied catch, he notes its size will make it a decent meal. She yells in horror, calling him heartless for slaughtering such an innocent creature. Korin shrugs off her outrage, insisting survival outweighs sentimentality in their current state. Reluctantly accepting the food, she eats while Korin prepares to move again. Avoiding patrols becomes routine, with every movement calculated and precise. Each night, they dig shallow pits into the snow, hiding from searchers above. Fatigue builds as days pass, yet they know time is slipping away. While resting, she quietly expresses guilt over slowing him down. Korin reassures her it was never a mistake to come. He knew danger awaited and chose to act, or he'd regret it forever. The scientist stammers a compliment, praising Korin's resolve, though her flustered tone betrays deeper feelings. Suddenly, Korin notices her body trembling, assuming it's just the cold soaking through her clothes. He offers to dry her off, but she's stunned by his unexpected closeness. Blood begins to spill from his side, revealing a wound that hasn't stopped bleeding. He recalls the injury inflicted by cursed horns marked by the deadly Panbihana curse. Despite attempts to cauterize it, the wound resisted all healing, leaving Korin weak and freezing. The scientist desperately clutches her rosary, knowing prayer alone won't save him. 7 days of pain and silence. Korin endured it all just to protect her. She vows to do what little she can, keep his body from going cold, with determination. She presses herself against him, using her warmth as a final effort. Their bodies touch beneath the freezing sky, triggering a sudden surge of warmth. Korin, barely conscious, murmurs that the sensation feels strangely comforting. Morning light breaks as he slowly wakes. Hearing the scientist call his name, he jolts up, realizing they're pressed close under a shared blanket. Flushed and panicked, both look away, each more embarrassed than the other. Korin regains consciousness, relieved to find both himself and the scientist still alive after the night's struggle. As he examines his body, he realizes the cursed wound is unexpectedly healing, though his mana has dropped. The strange recovery makes him question what force intervened, leaving him momentarily stunned by the change. Before he can investigate further, an attack erupts ahead, revealing the Mage Tower's forces closing in. A massive hand suddenly lunges toward him, forcing Korin to react. Despite his weakened state, he's nearly overpowered, and the scientist watches in fear as he struggles to withstand the assault. More enemies emerge from the frozen cliffs, surrounding them with overwhelming numbers. Korin identifies the attackers as half-giants, each one stronger than ordinary knights. Their appearance confirms the Mage Tower has deployed elite forces, turning escape into a far more dangerous challenge. A massive group of half-giants charges with unrelenting force, their laughter shaking the battlefield's tension. Berjacker, a fierce warrior, leads the assault, leaving chaos in his path as confusion spreads. Korin recalls the moment he first encountered Berjacker and the others before they joined the academy. Berjacker, a half-giant berserker, had earned his place as a top student through raw might. The church once labeled demi-humans as threats, but the witch revolution altered religious perspectives. Now, the new religion Zion seeks peace, fostering unity with former enemies like demons. This shift allowed demonic students, like Hawaran, to enroll at the academy alongside humans. Korin recalls 2 senior examples, Vampire Mariette and Berjacker, both symbols of reluctant acceptance. Thanks to Estelle's support, they joined despite public resistance, gaining recognition and trust. Though far from the northern region, the half-giants had already crossed the sea. Korin and others now face pursuit from Berjacker's unit, who move in with intensity. Unaware of their target, the half-giants march, while another group works quickly on the ice. Mages struggle to complete the ritual, hoping to remain undetected by the charging half-giants. The enemy finally notices, unleashing magic, forcing defenders to respond with offensive spells. Korin leaps into battle, lightning, charged bearing the legendary title, Ge Durg ranked legendary, with power radiating from his core. Korin prepares to unleash devastation across the battlefield. The half-giants roar forward, eager to crush everything in their path without hesitation. Amid the chaos, an explosion of frost spreads outward, repelling enemies with overwhelming force. Berjacker acknowledges Korin's strength, impressed by his resilience amid the icy onslaught. According to the planned scenario, the half-giants should align with Yates, yet they're attacking mages. Their march leads to a southern village where an unexpected figure, Chief Kareem, welcomes them. Warmly, Kareem asks about his son's performance, curious whether Berjacker's causing any problems. Hearing he ranks top in his department draws a hearty laugh from the proud father. However, his tone shifts as suspicion rises about Korin's unfamiliar companion. The chief speaks of the giant's divine origin and his devotion to their legacy, interrupting. Korin claims to have seen the giant king's remains with his own eyes. Everyone stares in disbelief as silence thickens in the room. He wasn't lying. Korin genuinely witnessed the relic at the Mage Tower. Karim erupts, furious that mages would desecrate such sacred remains. Though impressed by their strength, he deems them unworthy of the giant's legacy. Faced with outrage, Karim demands what course of action remains for his people. Rather than argue, Korin reaches out, proposing they stand together against a common offense. That gesture sparks a rallying cry. Warriors ready their weapons to protect their ancestors' honor. Estelle smirks, noticing how well Korin fits into the situation. Surprised himself, he explains their presence wasn't something he planned in advance. In the game, this hidden village appears only after deep trust is built with Berjacker. Normally, by the time it's found, the village lies in ruins. Now, witnessing it still intact proves this timeline has diverged. That difference changes everything. In alliance with the half-giants is forged. With their support, Korin and Estelle journey safely toward the south. By the end of 2 weeks they finally arrive back at the academy. Friends rush forward, tears flowing as they embrace him in relief. His teacher proudly proclaims belief in his survival. Estelle and Hawarin greet him warmly, grateful he's alive. Confused, Korin repeats the name Hawarin, realizing something is off. Korin is caught off guard upon learning Hawarin never accompanied the others. Confusion spreads. No one can say where she might have gone. Throughout their escape, he and Estelle never encountered direct pursuit. No signs of mages ever surfaced during the chase. Hawarin, however, required neither rest nor sustenance, making her presence all the more eerie. She alone stood at the border, guarding the northern region's passage. Elsewhere, at the Mage Tower's summit, leaders reviewed escalating developments. While Violet questioned the situation, Paradin worried about the pace of approaching threats. Suddenly, a panicked messenger bursts in with urgent news of the royal army. Dozens of winged beasts descend, casting enormous shadows from above. Defensive magic flares to life in response. A cry to strike triggers volleys of enchanted spears. Ice projectiles fill the air, streaking toward the invaders. Despite their precision, the sheer number of enemies overwhelms the mages. Staring upward, many realize they're completely unprepared. Aiden readies her weapon with precision, showing no hesitation as enemies close in. Positioned at the front, she gives the signal, while troops rally behind her. In response, mages and soldiers align their formation, prepared to counter the advancing enemy force. Mercenary reinforcements charge forward without strategy, disrupting the organized front line. Confusion breaks out among the commanders as a cursed reaction spreads through enemy ranks. No one realizes that curses, planted in advance, have begun to take effect mid-battle. A mysterious figure activates one of the planted seeds, causing widespread disruption. The curse triggers intense pain, incapacitating enemy mages with uncontrollable agony. With his enemies distracted, the green-haired man finally declares the moment for retaliation has come. A soldier lies unconscious, struck down by a sudden curse spreading through the tower. Observing the scene, two figures discuss how the curse devastated half their elite forces. One of them, holding a vial, reveals they've successfully extracted and cloned the scientist's blood. Plans shift toward a hidden lab beneath the tower where research can now be completed. The man's body glows with dark energy as he confirms the cloning of giants and saints. Faced with abundance, they conclude the powerful artifact is no longer essential to their operation. High atop the magic tower, mages collapse under the weight of overwhelming magical pressure. A few remain conscious, breathing heavily, grateful for their resistance to the force. Amidst confusion, one man tries to grasp why his comrades are all falling around him. Without hesitation, an elder rushes toward the forest, driven by desperation. He claims a decade's investment lies within the herbs hidden in its depths. But unbeknownst to him, the forbidden forest has already been stripped clean. A scream pierces the silence as demonic creatures emerge, surrounding the elder. With the curse spreading, even the tower's summoned beasts spiral out of control. Meanwhile, far east, a silver-haired girl leads a group, sensing the unfolding crisis. Inside the tower, warriors fight to defend their ground as magical attacks intensify. From every direction west, south, and beyond, news arrives that more regions are under siege. Strategists worry that all deployed forces may soon be overrun, forcing complete withdrawal. Among the fallen, a lone soldier stirs, stunned by the arrival of unexpected support. A dark-haired warrior appears, radiating strength, and immediately shifting the battlefield's momentum. His name is spoken with urgency: Korin. The Guardian Captain has finally entered the fight. Soldiers freeze as a towering presence draws near, stirring primal fear. Gasps confirm the impossible. Ancient warrior Nuada has been revived from death. Alongside him, the fearsome Balor, wielder of the deathly eye, returns with lethal force. While cultists celebrate their project's success, a shadow interrupts their arrogant laughter. A single, massive footprint lands nearby, shattering their illusion of control. Chaos erupts as the giant begins attacking friend and foe, without warning. An elder watches in dread, convinced the unleashed beast is divine punishment for past sins. Dust and fire fill the air as the giant strikes again, unrelenting. Just before despair takes hold, a voice offers hope. It's not his burden alone. A dark presence reveals itself, forcing Corrin to confront the source of the devastation. Energy radiates from the enemy, whose power far exceeds that of normal mages. Rather than falter, Corrin initiates a fusion strategy, fueled by unity and will. Allies spring into action, merging elemental strength with perfect synchronization. Massive constructs Walkerman and Junk Golem activate through the Druid and Mechanic's combined effort. From within the fusion chamber, a powerful new form begins to materialize. Mechanical parts align with glowing cores, assembling into a massive armored figure. Not just a machine, the resulting entity blends magic, courage, and nature itself. The Walker Warrior now stands, a product of ultimate synchronization. Confirmation Flash's control is secured over the crafting system's final form. Brave Sword is drawn in retaliation, aimed at the taunting enemy. Momentum shifts as their unified strike prepares to clash. Observers erupt in awe at the mech's overwhelming presence. Even amidst cheers, one voice urges the team to stay alert. Their golden blade lands, cutting through chaos with decisive force. A powerful strike reveals Balor's core, sparking hope that victory might be near. One fighter identifies the tech used to animate him. Golem systems fused into his body. Suddenly, Balor intercepts, crushing their momentum while mocking any attempt at resistance. A warning cry erupts just as Balor activates his deadly eye without hesitation. Blinding light engulfs the battlefield as the ancient weapon unleashes destructive waves. In that moment, realization strikes. They face more than just muscle. This giant thinks and adapts. Balor reveals his body was enhanced through the fusion of giant strength and mage intellect. Behind it all, a sinister mage claims he's created the ultimate form, body, mind, and legacy. Above the crumbling tower, he declares it the peak of magical evolution. Confused, Balor turns as the top floor suddenly collapses beneath his feet. Shock spreads across the field as dust and rubble scatter through the air. His massive body crashes to the ground, vulnerable at last. Standing atop the ruins, a new group confronts Balor, without fear. Swords drawn, the united squad dares the so-called king to face them. With a confident smile, their leader promises to crush him down to dust. Balor sneers at their unity, amused by the idea they'd face death together. The enemy unleashes a violent blast of violet energy. Amid the chaos, Yule shouts for Corrin to advance. Realizing time is critical, Corrin demands to be moved. Only concentrated firepower could destroy Balor's protected core. Yule gathers searing green energy, channeling it through his limbs. To break through, Corrin resorts to the final stage, compressing sunlight into one focused, deadly point. This dangerous ability lasts mere seconds. Every moment must be calculated as he prepares to strike. With explosive speed, Corrin charges ahead, weapon ignited. Balor, towering and furious, boasts his divine kill count. Unaware Corrin's attack is imminent. The burning spear nears its mark. Corrin commits to one decisive thrust aimed at Balor's core. Supporters call out urgently, knowing Corrin's strength won't hold. A teammate strikes Balor's hand aside, creating a narrow opening just in time. Another leaps into action, clearing the path. Corrin accelerates with no thought of retreat. Elsewhere, allies charge the enemy forces. The tide shifts as the army rallies behind Corrin's charge. One warrior declares the end of the tower's cursed legacy. Above them all, Corrin descends like a comet, ready to deliver the final blow. A monstrous maw erupts from the shadows, threatening to devour everything in its path, Corrin included. Without hesitation, he plunges into the creature's mouth, charging ahead with unshaken focus. Elsewhere, a smirking figure reveals Gay Dayferg, a cursed spear forged to slay beasts. Power erupts as the cursed weapon collides with regenerating flesh, blasting the Beast King backward. Shockwaves ripple outward. Corrin's chaos spear relentlessly tears into the enemy's core. Red lightning surges as the Sabantia Duke core awakens, enveloping the spear in demonic energy. Ambush strikes mid-air, forcing Corrin to dodge while holding his spear steady. Golden light bursts behind him. His awakened form declares the return of ancient power. Energy backlash courses through his body, drawing a cry of pain from his lips. One foe descends rapidly, aiming for Corrin's vulnerable comrades near the blast zone. Darting forward, Corrin intercepts with a counter, clashing steel and flame mid-flight. Behind him, an ally evades incoming fire, responding swiftly to shouted orders. Balor snarls, promising destruction through his resurrected death eye. Calmly, Corrin mutters that only 3 seconds remain. Blocking his path, a beastly guardian materializes, swearing to protect its master's will. With a sharp twist, Corrin pierces through the guardian's defenses, cleaving darkness aside. A surge of raw force follows his spear erupts in the form of 5 dragons blazing descent. Shaken and wide-eyed, Balor finally senses the vast gap that separates them. Desperation grips Balor as he howls, unleashing one final, reckless strike. A voice calmly echoes above the chaos. 1 second remains. Descending from the sky, Corrin detonates Solar Genesis, bathing the battlefield in holy fire. High above, Santera resists retreat, her heart drawn to the battle's turning point. From her vantage, the warriors below shine like beacons in the storm. Their unwavering stance inspires her as blinding energy tears through the land. Memories awaken within visions of a bloodline tied to something divine. God's presence no longer feels distant, it pulses within her own being. True faith, she realizes, doesn't live in temples, but in awakened hearts. Amid the flames, a radiant figure emerges more god than mortal. The battlefield lies scorched, silence falling after the divine blast. Crawling through the ashes, Balor clings to life, muttering in disbelief. Wounded and scorched, Balor crawled across the battlefield, barely clinging to consciousness. Not far ahead, the infinite cauldron glowed faintly, its regenerative power still intact. Approaching silently, Corrin raised a glowing vial above the relic's surface with grim resolve. Inside the container swirled Vergang's snake venom, an ancient one, used poison of absolute destruction. Nonce granted by Dian sect, the venom now returned to fulfill its fatal purpose. As the liquid touched the bowl, Balor screamed, his form unraveling under the venom's curse. Purple flames consumed the creature's remains, marking the end of Duneskia's. A month later, calm returned, lightning storms faded, and skies slowly cleared. Those who survived began rebuilding, their strength forged in loss and endurance. Peace followed the rescue of the scientists from the magic tower. Scenes of reunion spread across the land as scattered fighters laid down arms. At long last, the drawn-out war concluded, its final chapter quietly closed. A female warrior stood silently before the ruins, her presence commanding, despite the destruction. A comrade questioned her isolation, unaware of the burden she had endured around them. The battlefield lay still, echoing the chaos that had recently passed. She remained silent, her red eyes steady, revealing neither pride nor sorrow. Her tattered attire and weathered expression hinted at the trial she had faced alone, keeping the enemy at bay without aid or recognition. For over 2 weeks, she neither ate nor drank, holding the line against the forces of the Mage Tower. This act, performed without witness, could become a legend whispered in the cold winds of the north. Her role, though uncelebrated, had proven vital. Without her resistance, Estelle and Corrin would never have survived the siege. She ensured their safety by placing herself in harm's way time and again. Yet when confronted with gratitude, she deflected it. What she did, she insisted, was insignificant. The legend she quietly built for herself vanished in her own dismissal. What history remembered instead was the Great Subjugation. Corrin and his allies led a decisive attack on the Mage Tower, securing victory and spreading their success across continents. As the system registered Duneskia's defeat, a message echoed: a global threat had fallen. The victors were rewarded, and the battlefield was finally at peace. Corrin's aura and mana surged to the highest known levels. He earned the ability called Aether Understanding, allowing instinctive mastery of magic's very structure, a rare gift few possessed. Additionally, he received the War Flag, a title marking him as the focal point of battles. From that moment, his presence would affect allies' morale and battlefield momentum. Among combatants, aura users enhanced their bodies through life energy. The strongest was known to be Hwarban, whose overwhelming physical strength dominated enemies without spells. Mana wielders controlled ambient magic to shape reality itself. Mariette stood as the epitome of this power, crafting immense destruction through mastery of the arcane. Only 3 beings had ever reached the peak in both aura and mana: Park, Sihu, the demon king Ohard Bress, and a shadowed figure destined for legend. The third was revealed to be Tatez Balthazar, possessing both peak stats and commandments. He surpassed human limits, standing as a potential world-ending force. Despite the looming presence of such entities, Corrin looked ahead calmly. Within just a year of his second chance, He had already toppled the mage tower and saved thousands. Seated with confidence, he knew the path forward required more than past victories. Preparing for what came next, he focused on growing stronger for the battles yet to unfold. News reached Korin quickly. The scientist's rescue mission had ended, and others were arriving. Inside a bustling chamber, he was informed that survivors and key figures were present, gathering for coordination and future plans. In the aftermath of the siege, Korin made a conscious decision to abandon physical resources in favor of a more vital focus. While others scrambled for artifacts and loot, he turned his attention to the people, the talent and loyalty that truly mattered. He took control of recruitment and command, choosing to manage the influx of soldiers and newly awakened elites. With so many souls relying on him, Korin declared his new focus: human resources not for labor, but for unity and strength. Amid this reorganization, a vampire girl approached, her eyes glowing with hunger. Her words hinted at more than battle. She sought blood to sustain herself and power her abilities. The offer was met with silence and confusion, but before anyone could respond, she lunged forward. The tension in the room snapped not from danger, but from unexpected intimacy. Another girl appeared just in time, dragging the vampire away with a cold stare. Korin stood between them, bewildered, as the quiet girl reminded him, a guest was waiting. Stepping into the light was a red-haired woman, graceful yet commanding. She greeted Korin warmly and approached with purpose, asking if he had a moment to talk. Without preamble, she offered her thanks. Her words were simple, but her expression spoke of gratitude forged in life, threatening hardship. As Korin absorbed her sincerity, guards remained alert in the background. Though peace had returned, the presence of weapons showed that danger still loomed, if only in memory. Korin responded with humor, brushing off the thanks, by reminding her that rewards would come from the royal family. He acknowledged their current delay, but promised compensation in due time. She smiled calmly and offered her own reward in return. Her demeanor shifted, hinting at mischief as she stepped closer to him with intent. Caught off guard, Korin watched her lean in. There was no time to retreat or question. She had already decided, and he could only react to what came next. Without hesitation, she kissed him. It wasn't a formal gesture, but something deeper. Her gratitude became a memory he would carry, marked by warmth, sweetness, and confusion. The sensation was vivid. Her words echoed before the kiss, a reward for saving her. He felt the scent of fruit and her breath against his skin. His mind raced as the kiss grew more intense. The softness of her lips clashed with something harder, something unfamiliar, not just a gesture, but a message shared in silence. After the kiss, her mischievous expression returned. Teasing him with a sly smile, she leaned back and accused Korin of reacting like any other man. Her playful remarks escalated, highlighting his awkwardness. Her jokes quickly turned embarrassing. She mocked his flushed face, suggesting she could reveal his supposed excitement to everyone nearby. Korin, overwhelmed, tried to escape the conversation with whatever pride he had left. Retreating mentally from her antics, Korin sighed. Though powerful and kind at heart, she was difficult to deal with, unpredictable and intense, never allowing him a moment of peace. As she walked away, her expression shifted from amusement to introspection. A rare moment of silence accompanied her steps, her thoughts drifting to the feelings awakened by the kiss. That memory remained vivid in her mind. The closeness, the warmth that marked a moment unlike any before. Her confidence wavered as she recalled how it had stirred something unfamiliar. For the first time in years, her heart beat uncontrollably. The sensation reminded her of the day she encountered divine power, when her soul had first truly trembled in the presence of something greater. That divine power had shattered the illusion of her former beliefs. The moment she encountered the light of truth, her fabricated religion crumbled beneath its weight. She recalled it clearly, a radiant figure that exposed the hollowness of her old ways. That clarity of faith changed her path, reshaping her mission in the world. Korin's warning now echoed with renewed meaning. Before her abduction, he had advised caution. In hindsight, his instincts had been right. Danger had already begun to fester inside her circle. The truth became clearer. The rosario she carried, once divine and warm, had turned cold. Her power had faltered, not by chance. It had been stolen, swapped with a fake. That deceit could have only come from within the order. Only high-ranking individuals had access to her divine item. Betrayal now felt personal. As she prepared for a meeting with the Pope, the realization hardened her. While she played the role of scientist on the surface, beneath it burned a need for justice and retribution. She wondered briefly if she'd see Korin again during the summer break. The thought of reuniting with him under the sun brought comfort, but peace would come only after her mission was complete. Her eyes narrowed. The traitors who had desecrated the faith would not escape. She vowed to cleanse the order herself, purging those who had conspired in the shadows. Hatred simmered beneath her gentle exterior. Whatever warmth she had once felt was replaced by a cold, focused fury. At the southern Duna potato farm, the sun rose to the blaring sound of sirens. Rows of crops lined the earth while dormitories echoed with shouting voices, waking the residents from their sleep. A towering speaker mounted outside bellowed harsh commands, forcing everyone to get up. Those inside groaned and stretched, clearly unenthusiastic about another demanding day in the harsh agricultural camp. The exhausted workers, most of them former mages and students, blinked against the morning light. Their lives, once filled with magic and promise, now revolved around potato cultivation and survival. Daily exercises began immediately. Men jogged in unison, shouting chants under the command of their supervisor. Each movement was monitored closely, with no tolerance for failure or delay. Talk among workers was discouraged. When someone dared to ask about breakfast, he was met with a sharp strike from a guard, silencing him. The options remained the same: boiled or roasted potatoes. Harsh discipline kept them in line. They were constantly reminded that the potatoes, the land, and even their blood belonged to the people. Every task was framed as a sacred duty, leaving no room for dissent. One of the men, Joyln, clenched his fists with anger. He blamed his downfall on a woman obsessed with potatoes and a mysterious man with a bird-like appearance. Inside his thoughts, Joyln vowed revenge. When the current regime collapsed, he planned to rise again and reclaim his pride and former authority as a professor. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared: Professor Ronald, from the Mage Tower. Joyln's hope surged briefly as he called out, believing they had finally come to free them from their bondage. Ronald, however, crushed that hope instantly. With a hollow expression, he confessed they were prisoners too, shackled, just like the rest. The truth sank in like a stone. Even those once in power had been reduced to laborers. Their magic, knowledge, and status held no value here. Joyln's spirit cracked. He collapsed to his knees, realizing despair had wrapped itself in the false mask of hope. Any illusions of rescue were shattered completely. A month passed quietly. In a peaceful village far from the farm, a man read a letter from his son while his wife stood nearby. The father lamented over the boy's silence. Since entering the academy, he hadn't written or visited. Now, he wandered across the lands, out of touch and seemingly uncaring. Though his parents worried, their son's life was far from idle. Corin, their child, had become a hero, his days consumed by war, leadership, and silent sacrifice, none of which his family knew. Inside a quiet tavern, Corin's mother read aloud from a letter, her tone proud yet surprised. She mentioned her son's recent accomplishments, unaware of the full extent of his growing influence. In the battlefield, Corin fought alongside his companions under the name of the Guardians. His leadership and strength during those missions earned him a promotion recognized by powerful circles. Corin's involvement in the scientist's rescue was also noted, while details were vague. It was clear he played a key role. His bravery reminded his mother of herself in her younger years. Meanwhile, his father questioned Corin's maturity, doubting his ability to engage with women confidently. He believed such growth came only through experience, something Corin still lacked. His arrival was imminent. A large eagle, carrying a transport unit, soared across the sky toward the village. Those below began preparing for his return, expecting a modest reunion. However, the approaching party wasn't just Corin. Behind him trailed a group filled with warriors, mages, and companions. Their presence surprised everyone, revealing how far Corin had come from the boy they once knew. With energy and a confident grin, Corin led the charge forward. His journey was no longer solitary. His strength was now supported by comrades who followed him loyally. The eagle flew swiftly toward the royal capital, marking the Guardians' next destination. Their goal was clear, and the capital awaited their arrival with anticipation. Back in the village, preparations for his welcome were simple. A chicken would be enough. Corin's parents remained unaware that their son was returning not as a student, but as a leader. Corin stood frozen, staring out at the towering structures beyond the window. The architecture was unmistakable. He was inside the academy from the game. Suddenly, glowing blue windows appeared before his eyes: his status screen, inventory, and quest log. Every detail confirmed it. He had reincarnated inside Heroic Legend of Arhan, the very game he once dominated as a player. Though Corin had memorized every dungeon stat formula and hidden mechanic, none of that eased the dread. Waking up in this world, trapped in Park Si-woo's body, forced to face real consequences, none of it felt like a game anymore. Looking around the hall, Corin listened to the headmaster's speech and felt the weight of the world settling on him. He remembered the future vividly. This world would burn. Tatez Balthazar would unleash destruction, and countless students would fall. He had watched this scene as a player, but now, it was the reality he had to survive. Despite his hatred for senseless heroism, Korin now bore the weight of responsibility. The system had chosen him. Whether he liked it or not, he would have to fight to save the world or be destroyed with it. Silently, Korin moved through the halls. This game offered freedom unlike any scripted story. He didn't have to play by anyone's rules, not the system's, not the academy's. Every hidden item, shortcut, and early quest he once abused, as a player would now serve as his survival tools. His first goal, gain overwhelming power before the main events unfolded. Let others cling to idealism. Korin would act as he pleased. If saving the world required breaking the rules, so be it. Victory was all that mattered, not the path taken to reach it. He watched others train, laughing, like nothing was wrong. Sitting alone, Korin pushed down the weight in his chest. Emotions were distractions. He chose control over confusion. A wave of clarity passed through him. No longer would he move for others. Every action from this point forward would be his own. This was his second chance, and he would claim it. His moment of reflection was cut short as another student sat beside him, chatting with ease. Bombarded by a flurry of cultural questions, Korin kept his responses minimal. He didn't come here to make friends. There was too much at stake for small talk. Asked if he was different, he sidestepped the question, revealing the truth would only bring complications. Eventually, he gave one honest answer: his age. 26, he said. And for a moment the stranger relaxed. In this chaotic world, even a brief connection still had meaning. Korin walked beside the overly friendly student, who quickly wrapped an arm around his shoulder, claiming seniority by a single year. Internally, Korin regretted not lying about his age, realizing he could have avoided being called bro. His companion continued talking, asking whether Korin had ever played the game before. Korin deflected the question easily, stating he only learned about it recently. Keeping information close was part of Korin's survival strategy. He still didn't know what kind of person had been in Korin Locke's body before he took over, and exposing too much would only complicate matters. The status window displayed the original Korin Locke's life: 26 years old, an ordinary student from a prestigious physical education program in the capital. The past had no relevance now, despite lacking extraordinary achievements. Korin's current body was agile and fit, useful traits for surviving the chaos to come. As an extra in the original game, his role had always been to remain unnoticed. The enthusiastic student rambled about how he'd confronted corruption before being pulled into this world. Korin listened in silence, annoyed by his self-righteous attitude. Korin's irritation simmered as the other asked whether he'd regret his past decisions. He didn't answer. Instead, his thoughts wandered to choices that could have made him rich or famous, but none of it mattered now. The friendly student admitted he had sacrificed potential athletic fame to confront a wrong. His tone carried no regret, only peace. That resolve oddly made Korin pause. A soft smile touched the student's face. He claimed he would have regretted not standing up for what he believed in. Korin, watching silently, felt his plan to use and discard him harden again. Despite the warmth shown to him, Korin couldn't stand the student's personality. His experience with fake kindness in university had made him skeptical of such behavior. Those who pretended to be kind were the same ones who looked down on others. Korin didn't trust it, and he didn't need fake allies. Korin resolved to treat the man as a tool. If needed, he would let him take the hits during a boss battle. A month passed. Under the moonlit sky, ruins smoldered with demonic flames. Korin stood bloodied amidst the wreckage, breath heavy. He had made a fatal mistake. He'd underestimated the threat. Lowering his guard had cost him. In the chaos, he'd killed Alicia Arden and sided with Duke Arden, but things spiraled faster than he planned. Now, everything had collapsed around him. Vampire Mariette Dunalef, the final boss, stood before him. Her monstrous power surged, leaving Korin to face the consequence of his choices alone. Korin had collected every hidden item from the Academy's early phase, including the gold mandrake, but all his preparation wasn't enough. A misfire during combat caused unintended damage, striking Cranial's golem instead of the enemy. One mistake spiraled into chaos. Korin missed his target, and the situation collapsed instantly. Enraged enemies surrounded them as the golem burst into fragments. The battle had taken a catastrophic turn. As the red giant roared in fury, Korin realized the scale of his failure. He had been reckless, relying on power instead of precision. Survival became uncertain as the monster charged straight for him. Purple magic flared violently from Korin's hands as he tried to mount a counterattack. Despite all his acquired knowledge, everything was unraveling. His spells lacked the control needed for this level of combat. His enemies' beasts consumed by rage overwhelmed his magic. They weren't behaving like game NPCs. Korin had chosen magic because he hated relying on physical combat based on game data. He had planned to defeat Mariette while she was still weak, but this wasn't a game anymore. Plans were failing fast. Cornered, Corin darted into a passage, only to find the path blocked. There was no escape route. His mind raced. Strategies that worked in heroic legend of Aeron now crumbled. This wasn't a predictable loop of code. It was a cruel world that punished hesitation and overconfidence. As the red demon lunged toward him, Corin was reminded once again that games had rules and limits, crashing against the ground. Corin howled in agony. His body ached beyond belief. For the first time since his reincarnation, he truly feared death, not metaphorically, but the complete end of existence. Blood poured from his mouth as he screamed, realizing he was on the brink of dying. Panic set in. He wasn't ready. Then, through the haze, a voice called out. Corin blinked. His blurred vision caught sight of a silhouette moving toward him. The bloodied figure knelt beside him. "You okay?" he asked. Corin's breath caught. It was the same student he had planned to abandon, the same one he saw as disposable, struggling to speak. Corin coughed and asked why he came back. The boy, barely standing himself, simply said that talking meant Corin would live, and that was enough. Corin's voice trembled as he asked why someone unrelated to him would go this far. The answer came without hesitation. There didn't need to be a reason. "I like happy endings," the boy said with a tired smile. The wounded student, barely conscious, clutched Corin tightly. Through shallow breaths, he still tried to speak, insisting that happiness for everyone was the ideal outcome, even in a brutal world like this. Desperation filled his voice as he pleaded for Corin to stay awake. He didn't want anyone else to die, not even someone like Corin, who often pushed others away. Life, to him, was still worth protecting. Corin stared at him, bloodied and exhausted. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Despite everything, this foolish idealist had risked everything. Tears welled in Corin's eyes as the full weight of the sacrifice hit him. He muttered insults, calling the boy an idiot, a reckless fool, but his voice trembled with something else: regret. Clutching the boy's body, Corin begged him not to die. This was the first time someone had done something irrational just to help him, without reason or gain. As Corin's heart pounded, he sensed something shift behind him. A presence, a voice, cold and sharp, calling out to him with a single word: "Oppa." Time passed. Corin sat beside the boy's bed, now wrapped in bandages and unconscious. A month had gone by, but the wounds were still healing. Frustration lingered in Corin's voice. The boy had rushed into danger so carelessly, yet Corin couldn't deny that it changed something in him. Though the body of Corin Locke was limited, the resolve in his heart had hardened. He no longer wandered. Corin's memories began to reconnect. He remembered the past, the body he now occupied, and the identity he carried. That future belonged to Park Siren, his past self. A confident young woman admired by many, she once walked a promising path. In this world, he was no longer Park Siren. He had become Park Sihu, reincarnated and reborn as a player in heroic legend of Arhan. A new life, a new war, a new goal. Sihu had spent the last month training relentlessly, pushing past his old limits. His power now rivaled elite mages. Those who once looked down on him would no longer compare. He followed a mysterious woman through darkened woods toward a battlefield. There, familiar chaos awaited among the carnage. A vampire stood at its center. Mariette, bathed in blood. Mariette had already crushed 2 opponents, including Corin. Sihu's eyes narrowed. The damage she inflicted wasn't just physical, it had shaken Corin's entire belief system. Shock spread across the battlefield as one of the vampire girls realized her magic had struck Corin. Panic overtook her expression, and fear replaced malice as she stumbled forward, desperate for answers. Tears ran down her cheeks as she confessed the injury, her mind racing through fragments of guilt and confusion. The weight of what she had done finally reached her. She hadn't intended to harm him. Later, Corin saw her again. Her demeanor was different, nervous, anxious. In that moment, it became clear. She had cared from the start, even in their limited interactions. Her feelings had always pointed toward him. Another girl erupted in violence, driven by jealousy and obsession. She called the other a lowly NPC and struck her, unleashing bitter rage over Corin's attention and presence in this world. With madness in her voice, she declared Corin as hers alone. He was the one real thing in her fabricated world, something she could not bear to share. No other deserved him. Her twisted resolve burned in her eyes. Determined to complete the story quickly, she vowed to escape the game, returning to the original world, only if Corin went back with her. Corin blended in among the academy students as they gathered in the dining hall, sharing food and laughter. Meal's cake had become a sensation, drawing compliments from every corner of the room. As Riel passed by with a heavy load of materials, Corin noticed the imbalance in strength and immediately stepped in to assist. Though Corin possessed no special magical talent, His pragmatic nature ensured others around him were never burdened alone. When offered food by a professor, Korin accepted without hesitation, maintaining his affable image. His simple actions, whether sharing a snack or helping a friend, consistently drew positive attention from peers and staff alike. Not far away, a dark-haired student visibly annoyed watched Korin from the shadows. Suspicion filled his thoughts as he tried to understand Korin's seemingly perfect demeanor and how easily he blended into every group. Korin's personality was naturally charming, and his way of speaking made others feel at ease. Even his ordinary compliments were received as heartfelt. Other students openly praised Korin, calling him generous and kind. His popularity wasn't limited to one group. Even athletes and instructors recognized his contributions, having previously joined him in cooperative events and friendly competitions. Watching Korin interact so casually with everyone, the black-haired student's confusion only deepened. Despite Korin's social brilliance, he claimed never to have dated and insisted he only had many friends. His words seemed sincere, yet they baffled the observer, who began to question Korin's awareness of his own appeal. In a moment of absent-mindedness, Korin complimented the student's appearance, catching him completely off guard. Blushing furiously, the student's emotions turned chaotic. His irritation was being slowly replaced with something unfamiliar. Korin continued with casual conversation, suggesting the student could easily become class president. His words carried no sarcasm, only sincerity. An invitation followed soon after. Surprising both of them, Korin, unaware of the effect he had, simply extended kindness, like always. Confused by his own reactions, the dark-haired student was overwhelmed. He questioned his sanity, unable to understand why a simple interaction with Korin could shift his emotions so drastically. Realizing Korin's presence disrupted his emotional balance, the student made a decision. He concluded that Korin's popularity had to be controlled. The only solution was to fill Korin's party with men only. That way, there would be no risk of mixed signals or emotional interference. Even Lunia Arden, a valuable ally, would be excluded to maintain this new rule. The student stared at the party list with determination, unaware that Korin remained completely oblivious to the chaos he unintentionally caused. Siho examined his strategy board, eyes scanning the tangled web of connections. He knew the game's difficulty would rise, but he could still navigate it by adjusting his path with surgical precision. He decided to avoid all female characters during the journey, recalculating routes with minimal romantic flags. Although he had to recruit Saint Estelle eventually, he planned to isolate her from other major figures. His tactic was ruthless ignite conflict between the Saint and the Pope, weaken their bond, then side with her just before the final battle to claim her buffs. Korin would never interact with her at all. Back in the present, Sihu raised a glass to celebrate his carefully constructed face and identity. He endured 2 years of disguise, strategy, and hardship for this moment. Korin, seated opposite him, began to break down. Regret for past choices overwhelmed him. He apologized, clearly haunted by guilt he couldn't shake. Siho realized the source of Korin's distress. He had accidentally triggered the Rodion River explosion. Without knowing Siho was responsible, Korin blamed himself for the disaster and its aftermath. Tears streamed down Korin's face as he listed names of those lost. Their deaths haunted him, a reminder of his own perceived weakness. Sihu, silently watching, remained unmoved. Korin lamented his awareness of events he couldn't stop. Though he had foreknowledge of how things would unfold, he still failed to prevent tragedy. His own powerlessness crushed him. Despite Sihu's calculated detachment, he acknowledged that Korin needed strength. If Korin were to remain by his side until the end, he would have to grow, and only someone like Danua could elevate him. Sihu placed his hand over Korin's, speaking plainly. He affirmed Korin's potential, his ability to improve and reach greater heights, even beyond what either of them imagined. With a solemn vow, they clasped hands firmly. Sihu declared they would continue forward together, all the way to the final battle. A small spark of sincerity flickered in his voice. Yet doubts returned. Sihu worried Danua might misinterpret this bond too. Every effort he made to stay emotionally detached seemed to invite unintended consequences and potential romantic confusions. Still, Sihu rationalized that adding one more variable wouldn't jeopardize his plan. He would continue observing Korin, micromanaging any female interaction around him to keep things under control. Time passed. Months later, Sihu maintained his quiet vigilance. Watching Korin's development from a distance, he stayed prepared for every possible deviation. One day, Korin approached him casually and mentioned going into the city. But instead of a routine outing, he stunned Sihu with a sudden declaration he had a child. After the royal ball ended, Korin observed the academy grounds, where celebration noise faded, noticing Sihu's careless attitude toward authority and the dangerous confidence that confirmed the future threat Korin had already identified through his knowledge of the game's original progression. As the laughter subsided, Korin remained still and alert, understanding that this brief moment revealed how lightly Sihu treated consequences, reinforcing Korin's resolve that eliminating him was necessary to prevent the collapse that would eventually consume the academy. A sudden shift in atmosphere followed, when Korin sensed hostility behind him, and the moment confirmed that events were diverging from expectations as danger approached faster than planned. Night settled over the second princess's palace, where patrols moved with precision and discipline, showing the heightened security that matched the game's description of this location as one of the most heavily guarded zones in Arhan. Inside the palace halls, silence dominated the ornate corridors, while Korin advanced carefully, recognizing that every guard position and light source aligned exactly with the scenario he had memorized from countless previous playthroughs. The palace interior reflected control and vigilance, yet Korin understood that even such defenses could be exploited. The red-haired woman intercepted Korin without warning, her expression calm but calculated, making it immediately clear that she had anticipated his movements long before he entered the palace. Korin quickly realized that she possessed extensive knowledge of hidden identities and routes, confirming that her role in the story was far more active than the game had ever suggested. Her proposal carried implicit leverage, forcing Korin to reassess the situation, as he recognized that direct violence would only trigger outcomes that worked against his long-term objective. The confrontation escalated as the woman maneuvered the encounter into a strategic exchange, using Korin's personal limits and future priorities as pressure, rather than relying on physical force. Korin evaluated every variable in silence, understanding that refusing her terms would lock him into a path that eliminated flexibility and jeopardized the fragile balance he had built since returning to the past. By acknowledging the unavoidable move, Korin accepted that the current outcome had been forced, marking a critical deviation from the original storyline that could no longer be undone. The aftermath unfolded on blood-stained ground, where the consequences of delayed action became undeniable. Holding the fallen woman, Korin recognized that emotional hesitation had altered the result, proving that knowledge alone could not guarantee control over events once human attachment interfered. As Korin stood alone beneath the darkened sky, resolve replaced regret, solidifying his understanding that mercy would no longer guide his actions, as the path toward killing the Academy player became absolute. Korin held the red-haired woman as snow and ash mixed in the air, realizing too late that her sudden embrace was not meant for comfort but for control, as her body blocked his movement and disrupted his balance. A sharp realization followed when Korin sensed killing intent pressed close, and her eyes revealed certainty that the future he was trying to change would collapse at this very point. The warning became absolute as Korin understood that failure here would not be temporary, since this encounter was designed to end his progress completely. Breaking away, Korin retreated through the palace routes he had memorized, but the delay proved costly as hidden surveillance and pursuit converged at the final corridor. Cornered at the exit, Korin abandoned restraint, allowing the suppressed power within him to surface as the familiar system boundaries began to fracture under his will. The environment distorted around him, confirming that he had crossed a threshold where consequences would permanently alter the game's intended flow. Across the battlefield, Tatez Balthazar descended in radiant force, wielding divine authority that embodied the original heroic narrative meant to dominate this stage. Opposing him, Park Sihu manifested overwhelming demonic energy, transforming into a being that no longer resembled a player bound by rules or balance. Their collision reshaped the sky and ground alike, marking a clash that exceeded recorded outcomes and pushed the system beyond acceptable parameters. The battle escalated into devastation as reality itself fractured, with power exchanges tearing through terrain that should have remained indestructible at this stage. Korin watched the exchange while calculating outcomes, recognizing that both forces were burning through limited paths toward victory that would leave no room for recovery. Amid the destruction, Korin identified the fatal flaw, realizing that repeated cycles would not change the conclusion unless a decisive interruption occurred. As flames and energy surged, Korin accepted that returning to earlier checkpoints would no longer secure success, since the opposing will had already adapted. Power gathered for a final strike, reinforcing the truth that strength alone determined survival, regardless of preparation, sacrifice, or regret. Standing beneath collapsing light, Korin committed himself to an irreversible path, knowing that only absolute resolve would decide who ultimately controlled the ending. Regret settled heavily as Korin reflected on the past, realizing that his deepest mistake was not rooted in victory or defeat, but in the silence he chose when honesty might have changed everything. The weight of unspoken feelings pressed down as he acknowledged that survival itself had never been the true concern, since emotional restraint had cost more than any lost battle. That realization ended abruptly as pain tore through the moment, marking the consequence of choices made too late to reverse. A sudden awakening followed, placing Korin in a familiar bedroom filled with modern objects, where confusion replaced pain and the surroundings felt disconnected from the chaos he remembered. As awareness returned, an intrusive system message confirmed failure and reset, signaling that time had rewound once more, and that the cycle had not yet reached its conclusion. The interruption of a family presence grounded the scene in normalcy, contrasting sharply with Korin's internal urgency, and confirming that he had returned to the ordinary world again. Despite concern from those around him, Korin made a swift decision to leave, driven by a sense of urgency that outweighed comfort or explanation. Movement through the city became frantic as he navigated streets and familiar landmarks, each step fueled by the certainty that delay would lead to irreversible loss. Ignoring practical considerations, Korin prioritized speed over preparation, convinced that waiting any longer would undo the very purpose of his return. Reaching the destination left Korin breathless, yet relief surfaced when signs of activity suggested that the person he sought was already there. Confidence briefly surfaced as Korin reasoned that this version of events should be simple, since the one he was searching for remained an ordinary existence at this point. That assumption strengthened his resolve, reinforcing the belief that this moment was finally within his control. Standing before the door, Korin steadied himself as evidence of return became undeniable, with light and sound confirming presence beyond the barrier. Urgency overtook caution as he attempted entry, certain that hesitation would only recreate the same regret that haunted him across timelines. As the door responded, Korin accepted that this meeting would determine whether the cycle of loss would finally break or repeat. Once again, Korin forced entry into the darkened room with urgency, believing explanation could still repair everything, yet the unfamiliar stillness immediately signaled that the situation had already moved beyond his control. Her expression shifted from relief to shock as awareness formed, and Korin realized that the truth he carried was far heavier than timing had allowed him to prepare for. The moment shattered when undeniable evidence appeared, confirming that what Korin feared most had already happened without his knowledge. She moved toward the glowing screen in disbelief, recognizing that the system message represented a forced transition rather than an accident or misunderstanding. As the confirmation settled in, Korin understood that this reset was not his choice, but a succession event triggered by failure beyond simple correction. With the world collapsing into a new phase, Korin accepted that his role had changed permanently, marking the beginning of a path where consequences would no longer wait for readiness. Excitement sparkled in the beast-eared girl's eyes as she stepped into the bustling royal capital. Overwhelmed by its size and energy, she darted toward the market, drawn by colorful sights and unfamiliar smells. Korin and his companions entered the city behind her, greeted by the busy streets and merchant stalls. Despite the vibrancy, Korin's expression stayed calm, his gaze distant while the others enjoyed the view. The royal capital stood as the heart of the Beloas kingdom, central to administration, trade, and education. He turned away from the question about his hometown, brushing it off with a vague remark. Memories tugged at him, but he masked them with a neutral tone and a deflective glance. One of the girls, dressed in a uniform, revealed she'd brought many gifts, unsure what Korin's parents might like. Her gesture was thoughtful, prompting curiosity about the family she'd soon meet. Korin replied that his family ran a restaurant, and his younger sister studied at the Royal Academy. Although the words came out plainly, they stirred something deeper inside him, something not entirely his own. This world was never truly his. Korin was a man from Earth who had taken over the life and identity of another. In the dim light of recollection, he saw the image of Park Saihu, his former self, and Korin Locke, side by side, looking down at a family photo. Korin realized that even if these people were strangers at first, they'd embraced him, and if Korin Locke had no family, then perhaps Saihu had gained one in his place. In the previous regression, confusion clouded Korin's heart. He couldn't tell whether Korin Locke's soul was erased or had become part of a merged identity. The distinction between self and other blurred over time. Despite the changes, the family never questioned his transformation. They welcomed the new him unconditionally, unaware that the son they saw had changed completely inside. That quiet acceptance changed Korin. He came to see them not as actors in someone else's story, but as his family, the ones who helped shape who he was now becoming. As the house came into view, Korin slowed his steps. Though guilt and nervousness bubbled within him, he steeled himself to face what lay ahead. Trying to mask his emotions, he knocked on the door, calling out to his parents with a trembling voice. But deep inside, he knew this was their first meeting in this timeline. Tears welled up as he forced a smile. But before emotion could settle, a wooden spoon came flying out the door, striking him square in the face. Korin entered the room with hopeful eyes, but the atmosphere turned tense. His family stood frozen, Their eyes locked on him with disbelief and fear, rather than joy. Confusion overwhelmed him as his father stepped forward, rage in his expression. Instead of a welcome, he was met with accusations and rejection. His father demanded the demon leave his son's body, despite the sting of those words. Korin attempted to reason with him. He tried to explain, but the distance between truth and perception was too wide, and his father's mistrust only deepened. The situation escalated further as Korin's father stormed off, yelling about something he wanted to show. Tension boiled as he returned, dragging something covered in cloth. Without waiting, he flung off the covering and shouted at Korin to look at the contents. His fury showed no signs of cooling, and the misunderstanding intensified. Korin, still unaware of what caused this anger, looked at the display with blank eyes. He didn't understand the connection, but his father, driven by frustration, lashed out in fury. An hour earlier, the household had fallen into chaos from an unexpected visit. Faces turned pale as two powerful and respected women appeared at the door. The first was the renowned heroine of the Witch War, Madame Josephine. Beside her stood none other than the headmistress of the Royal Academy, two figures who inspired awe and dread. One of Korin's companions praised him generously, calling him a top student, and even hinting at a personal relationship. The remark left the family stunned, caught off guard by the claim. Before anyone could react properly, the two dignitaries departed, leaving behind a large stack of gifts in the living room. Their sudden exit only raised more questions. The parents exchanged confused looks, quietly speculating about what they'd just heard. Despite doubts, they tried to rationalize perhaps a bond really had formed between their son and the headmistress. But unease crept in as they contemplated the idea. Jokingly, they wondered how strange it would be if their future daughter-in-law were older than them. It felt too bizarre to accept easily. Before the confusion settled, another woman stepped forward boldly. With calm confidence, she introduced herself as Lunia Arden, claiming to be Korin's fiancée. She explained her reason for visiting. She had come to pay her respects to the parents of the man she was to marry. Her presence radiated both elegance and dominance. A servant arrived promptly with carefully prepared gifts. Korin's parents, overwhelmed and disoriented by the flood of unexpected guests and revelations, could only stand frozen in shock. Korin's father exploded in disbelief as he took in the scene of treasure, filled chests and lavish gifts. The shocking volume made him suspect trickery and deception behind Korin's recent relationships. The idea that Korin might be engaged after being so secretive pushed him over the edge. He lashed out, accusing his son of manipulating wealthy women for money and betraying their trust. Caught in the chaos, Korin's mother tried to restore calm. Meanwhile, the girls awkwardly introduced themselves. Mariette spoke politely, and Alicia shyly admitted her connection to Korin as a close friend. Two more girls came forward, adding to the already overwhelming crowd. Warian, dark-haired and composed, introduced herself along with a cheerful beast-eared girl named Werson. The growing circle of young women surrounding Korin formed a baffling image. From his parents' view, it painted the picture of a man juggling multiple affections with no clear intentions. His father, unable to process the scene, assumed the worst, that a demon had possessed his son and was using his body to ensnare women. Korin, flustered, could barely defend himself. Korin's younger sister stepped in, asking their parents to at least hear him out. She sensed there was more to the story than chaotic appearances. One of the girls agreed, defending Korin's sincerity and suggesting he likely had valid reasons behind his silence or confusion about the situation. Just as Korin tried to reassure them, the room collectively pressed him for clarity, demanding to know which girl he would ultimately choose. Their intense stares left him panicked and speechless. Trying to break the tension, Mariette offered a gift from the saints, catching everyone off guard. Her politeness disarmed Korin's mother, who responded with admiration and curiosity. Then Alicia introduced herself again, stating she was the younger sister of the girl who had come earlier. With a bright smile, she offered a basket of honey bomb candy. The family exchanged playful guesses. Korin's sister teased that Alicia might become her sister-in-law if she married Korin. Though unsure, Alicia responded sweetly and didn't deny the possibility. The playful speculation continued, twisting family roles further. If Alicia became his wife, Korin would technically be her older sister's brother-in-law, leading to comedic confusion. As laughter awkwardly filled the room, Korin's stunned reaction gave way to silent retreat. His overwhelmed mind couldn't grasp the rapid escalation of misunderstandings. He stepped outside quietly, escaping the noise. With his back turned to the house, Korin paused at the doorway, unsure of how to face what his life had suddenly become. Two girls hurried through a quiet alleyway, the blue-haired one scolding the other for wandering off alone. She insisted they couldn't fall behind if the others were taking action. As the black-haired girl protested, her companion silenced her firmly. This time, she wanted her to follow instructions without argument. Leaning in close, the blue-haired girl pleaded with her to trust her plan. She promised Corin would appreciate it too, if she just followed along once. Inside a boutique, the hesitant girl stepped out wearing a new outfit. Her companion beamed with joy, certain this look would impress Corin despite her embarrassment over the outfit's revealing design. She stood still, trying to maintain composure as her friend made her case, confidently. While she tried to rationalize her appearance, the others chimed in from the background. Compared to Mariette and Alicia, they said, it was nothing unusual. Still, she muttered internally that everyone had lost their minds. Corin spotted her moments later, surprised by her transformation. He casually remarked that while she was always pretty, she now looked different in a good way. The compliment left her speechless, though unsure of her emotions. She acknowledged she wasn't in the right mental state to rush back home just yet. Corin then offered to walk with her through the capital. After a moment's pause, she agreed softly, feeling unsure, but curious to see where it would lead. They began their walk through the city. The streets calm under afternoon sunlight. A peaceful rhythm settled between them as they strolled side by side. Corin led the way, gesturing to places he liked, the bakery with the best food, and a ride she hadn't tried before. Their banter grew lighter. Even as the sun dipped low, the two continued exploring. She followed his lead, listening, watching, quietly enjoying the simple atmosphere of their slow walk. By the time she realized how much time had passed, night had fallen. The sky above glowed faintly under the stars. She turned in surprise, stunned that the entire day had slipped by so fast. The realization hit her all at once, sparking panic. Corin stopped and turned with a smile, telling her this would be their final stop. His words hung in the air, leaving her curious and slightly anxious. He guided her deep into an underground cavern, explaining he had discovered this secluded spot some time ago. Though cramped and quiet, he found comfort in its stillness. As they sat beside each other, she admired the soft glow reflected in the water's surface. Despite the limited space, the view ahead shimmered with rare clarity. Together, they turned their gaze upward. A hidden opening in the rocks revealed a dazzling spread of glowing crystals, an untouched place, glowing in silence. He told her that spaces like this mattered not just for their beauty, but for the peace they brought. Sometimes, it was necessary to step away from the noise. She listened closely, nodding, though sharing wonders with others was joyful. Some moments felt right, only when kept between two people. With a hesitant breath, she admitted that seeing him with other girls stirred something within her. Her feelings twisted with quiet jealousy, even if unspoken until now. Memories flashed before her eyes, shared embraces, and late night talks. Each one etched a stronger bond between them, whether either acknowledged it aloud or not. The emotions had built slowly, and now they pressed forward. She confessed that being close to him brought calm, while his touch left her heart racing. Her voice trembled, but she spoke clearly. With soft certainty, she told Corin how she truly felt, an honest confession, free of hesitation. Corin sat in silence, unsure how to respond. Her words held no doubt, no exaggeration, only the plain truth of someone opening their heart. He knew others felt the same. Mariette, Alicia, and Warian had each shown affection in different ways. It was something he had quietly noticed but never confronted. As her expression lingered, Corin wrestled with guilt. His father's earlier anger echoed in his mind, and he began questioning whether he was worthy of anyone's love at all. Conflicting thoughts spun around his mind. The question wasn't only who he cared for, but what it would mean to make that choice, and what he might lose. If he finished the scenario and returned to Earth, he might have to leave this life behind. That uncertainty paralyzed him more than choosing a person ever could. Lowering his gaze, Corin gave his answer. It was not a rejection, but neither was it acceptance. For now, all he could say was that he wasn't ready to decide. As the atmosphere shifted, Corin leaned forward, drawn into a moment neither of them had fully expected. Her surprised breath caught, but she didn't pull away. Above them, the cavern's blue glow sparkled across the stone walls, casting their silhouette into the shimmering light. Time felt suspended in stillness. After the silence, she pulled back slightly, uncertain, but sincere. Her eyes met his as she searched his expression, trying to understand if he regretted the moment or cherished it too. Corin hesitated as confusion clouded his expression. Her unexpected closeness left him flustered, unsure of how to respond to her sudden change in behavior. The girl spoke with sincerity, introducing herself not as HWA but as Ran. Corin realized the personality before him wasn't the one he had grown used to. It was a split within her, and the one now standing before him held different memories and feelings. Though her words were clear, Corin struggled internally. He knew he should reject her affections again, but the determination in her eyes made it difficult. They stood in the fading light, the moment calm yet fragile. Ran asked about their time together, and Corin, still conflicted, offered a vague yet safe response to avoid deepening the situation further. He turned his back gently, trying to steer the situation toward a close. His voice remained neutral, mentioning memories and suggesting a return, avoiding any direct acknowledgement of her emotions. Just as he tried to walk away, she held his hand. Her voice was soft but firm. The moment became quiet again. A single light illuminated the sky above them as Ran whispered her wish. She didn't ask for forever, only for a shared dream that included both her and HWA. Corin stood frozen, overwhelmed by guilt and uncertainty. He understood Ran was a part of HWA, but also a person with her own desires. As he sat alone later that night, he questioned his choices. Could he truly accept one part of someone while denying the rest? Choosing Ran meant shaping a new path, one he wasn't sure he deserved to walk. The next day, the academy grounds were filled with warmth and light. A grand banquet welcomed the students, and Corin found himself in a sea of celebration, momentarily forgetting the emotional weight of the previous night. Lavish dishes covered the tables, drawing admiration from everyone. It was a rare moment of joy where even Corin allowed himself a small smile, enjoying the food with those who had survived alongside him. Surrounded by friends, the conversation shifted to shared memories. For some, this was their first time visiting the palace in this life. Corin quietly acknowledged that this was also his first visit since the regression. Among the lively crowd, Corin's expression grew distant. The cheerful setting contrasted with his pensive state. Nearby, others chatted about trivial things. Yet Corin remained alert, sensing that this peace was temporary. His companions asked if he was distracted. Corin simply nodded, knowing this celebration, however joyful, was just a brief pause before the next chapter of struggle began. Though everyone indulged in food and laughter, the reality of their ongoing duties remained. Some knew the break was temporary, and the pressure to return to training would soon resume. Even in this moment of peace, unease lingered. Despite that, the group accepted the brief comfort after enduring the brutal events at the Mage Tower. A single day of rest was the least they deserved. It was a shared understanding without words. Corin, however, remained restless. As others mingled, he quietly prepared for the next step. His instincts told him the calm wouldn't last. Then, a sudden announcement turned all heads toward the grand balcony. Royalty had arrived. The king and queen stood tall before the crowd. Their presence silenced the room. The students straightened, the nobles listened, and all eyes turned upward in respect. With a commanding voice, the king spoke of the banquet's purpose. It was a celebration of recent victories and the valiant efforts of those who fought bravely in battle. Recognition was now due from above, the king called out. The chosen hero was to step forward and be honored. As the crowd stirred, Corin raised his head and took a breath, ready for what came next. As Corin stood, the king praised his accomplishments. The offer was generous wealth, land, or a noble title. Anything he wished would be granted without question. Kneeling, Corin rejected those things. In his heart he desired no riches or recognition. What he wanted was not something others would expect from a hero. He requested a single pardon, an unconditional one. The room tensed instantly. Such a request was rare and dangerous. Yet Corin's voice was unwavering, as he made it clear. It was for a future crime not yet committed. Gasps spread through the hall. Whispers broke out among nobles and knights alike. Corin's bold request shattered the light mood of the event. The king gave the signal, and the banquet was abruptly concluded. Celebration turned to confusion. Corin stepped away from the crowd, leaving the tension behind. His eyes were focused, and his path was clear. Dark memories resurfaced in Corin's mind. He recalled the pain and regret from his previous regression. No matter how far he ran, those failures still haunted him. Among them, the betrayal of Park Sihu cut the deepest. Corin had trusted him, and because of that, lives had been lost, including someone he should have protected. He had seen the flames before, the same destruction that once wiped out everything. If this timeline followed the same path, it would all happen again, and this time, he swore he would stop it. Corin stood determined, certain that this time, his choices would alter fate. With resolve etched in his voice, he made his controversial request once more, to be granted a universal pardon. Facing the king directly, he knelt and asked for a pardon that extended over any possible wrongdoing. His demand came not from arrogance, but necessity. The king listened with skepticism. From his throne, he warned Corin that such a request suggested an intent to commit a future crime. Yet, he agreed to hear more privately. Inside the quiet chamber, Corin was offered a chance to speak freely. However, he held back, unwilling to share the exact purpose behind his request. The king proposed a compromise, a pardon valid for all acts except treason and murder, though generous. It fell short of what Corin required. He lowered his head again, prepared to press further. With full conviction, Corin clarified that only a complete pardon without limitations would suffice. He knew the danger, but believed it was necessary for what lay ahead. The king's patience thinned. He reminded Corin of the gravity of his words, accusing him of overstepping the boundary of a hero's rights. Corin remained silent, questioning if his plan would fail here. The atmosphere turned tense as his request was seen as a potential threat to the throne. In a sharp declaration, the king ordered Corin's arrest. Just as guards began to move, a commanding voice interrupted. The princess had arrived. Estelle stepped forward with calm confidence. Her sudden appearance halted the king's decision. Everyone watched as she approached the center of the hall. She revealed the truth of Corin's actions. It was he who had saved her from danger and taken down the mage tower, a deed that earned more than suspicion. Not stopping there, she added a personal note. She had spent many nights with him, a statement that stunned the audience and further complicated the king's emotions. The king's reaction was explosive. He misinterpreted her words, shocked by her boldness. Corin, caught in the fallout, realized the situation was spiraling. Trying to diffuse the tension, Corin regretted the misunderstanding. Yet Estelle stood firm, expressing her deep trust in him, surpassing even the bond she shared with her father. That final declaration pierced the king's pride. Her unwavering loyalty to Corin shook the room, leaving even the monarch speechless, caught between duty and his daughter's will. Estelle stepped forward, her voice steady as she clarified her stance. She no longer spoke merely as a royal daughter, but as the scientist, placing divine weight behind her words. Corin looked up, surprised at the conviction in her declaration. She acknowledged the sacred responsibility in her choice, aware of the potential consequences tied to her faith and title. Internally, Corin recognized her fear. Despite the strength in her voice, Estelle's hands trembled. She had discovered something dangerous, and this was her call for his protection. With her support made public, Corin began to see a path forward. Gaining her trust could be the key to achieving his goal, even if the moment felt fragile. The hall fell silent as another figure appeared. Miriam, the second scientist. Her arrival cast a shadow across the chamber. She approached with grace, yet carried sharp intent. Observing the situation with amusement, she commented on Corin's boldness. Her tone mocked him, but her presence made it clear she would not remain a bystander. Miriam's identity was more complex than others realized. As the scientist of the Catholic Church, her authority rivaled even royalty. Her intervention could not be ignored. She voiced her demand directly. Corin must be granted the pardon. Her refusal to kneel broke every unspoken rule, yet she stood unshaken, daring anyone to challenge her. With unwavering dominance, Miriam made it known that she wouldn't yield. If she was to be opposed, the cost would be high. Her support shifted the balance instantly. The king was speechless. He tried to respond but faltered when both his daughters now stood beside Corin. It wasn't just a family matter anymore. It was political, spiritual, and national. Estelle and Miriam, the kingdom's two scientesses and princesses, had united behind the same man. The king, recognizing the weight of their positions, could no longer ignore the tide against him. Grimly he voiced his frustration. To him, their choice represented betrayal. Their defiance challenged everything he'd built. Even so, he knew resistance would fracture the kingdom itself. At last, the king relented. He addressed Corin directly and granted the pardon, a single-use absolution for all crimes, no conditions. His voice was calm, but defeat lingered beneath. Corin accepted with humility. Outwardly, he appeared composed, yet suspicion crept in. Despite achieving his goal, something still didn't sit right within him. As the crowd dispersed, he lingered on one thought. The Mage Tower's motives had remained unclear. Even now, their strange pursuit of helpless nobles echoed in his mind. Something vital had yet to reveal itself. Under the full moon's glow, the palace remained silent, but Corin's mind stirred with suspicion. He wondered why Miriam had chosen to support him when her motives were always hidden. In her private chamber, Miriam sat with a calm expression. Her thoughts were focused on her father, whom she accused of hypocrisy and feared would soon regret provoking her. She knew her father's concern wasn't for Corin, but for the consequences of her wrath. Her hatred had grown, and she understood how dangerous her influence could become if left unchecked. Suddenly, her amusement faded as Corin entered the room without warning. She called out his lack of courtesy, but didn't seem surprised by his presence. He approached with purpose, showing no sign of hesitation. Miriam spoke calmly, aware that the balance of control in the room had shifted the moment he appeared. From the shadows, a new figure stepped forward, muscular and imposing. His presence silenced the room, and with a cold tone he made it clear he wouldn't tolerate chaos or disruption. Inside a dimly lit hall, A red-haired woman stood before Corin, holding a glowing artifact in her hands. Her expression was bitter, her tone sharp, as she accused the world of punishing her for simply existing. Corin watched in silence, his gaze fixed on the radiant crystal. The atmosphere grew heavier with her despair, yet he offered no comfort, only a calm acceptance of her words. She slumped beside him, exhausted by her own hatred for the world. As she handed over the object, she mentioned its name, Riafal, believing it would finally reveal the truth of her future. The crystal pulsed with light as she activated it. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of memories tied to it of past sacrifices and choices. She explained that 5 years ago, a man named Teres Rautazar had offered her a deal. In exchange for her support, he allowed her to access Riafal once per year to glimpse her fate. Now she stepped back as the crystal glowed brightly. Corin shielded his eyes as light engulfed them both. Her final words lingered in the air, wishing him the outcome he desired most. Outside the academy, the moon hung high as footsteps echoed in the courtyard. A boy opened the door cautiously, surprised to find Estelle waiting beyond it. Her expression was tense as she stepped inside, informing Corin she had urgent news. Without wasting time, she led him into a private chamber to talk. There, Estelle revealed her suspicion. Something had interfered with the sanctuary's barrier. She believed it was the same force that once sealed away her powers. Despite completing her training in the Steel Archipelago, Estelle admitted her holy abilities remained limited. She had hoped time would solve the issue, but it hadn't. That hope shattered the moment she saw a surge of unknown light during a previous mission. Her memories of that day resurfaced vividly when the radiant energy clashed violently with something darker. It was then that she sensed a familiar holy presence reacting deep within her. Estelle clutched her rosary tightly. It had always been part of her uniform, a forgotten relic she never questioned, but in that flash of power it responded. She later discovered that during a past ambush, all her enchanted gear was taken, except for that rosary. She realized it might have been suppressing her true potential all along. As Corin listened, she hesitated before admitting a troubling thought. Holy power, she believed, might not come from divine favor, but rather from unwavering belief, even if that faith was misplaced. Corin stared forward, his voice calm as he challenged the sacred origin of holy power. Despite uttering something that would be deemed blasphemous, he felt no loss in his strength. Recalling a past battle, he remembered the same rosary pressed close to his chest. The realization hit him: the divine force of Claw Solace had been silently fading ever since that moment. Estelle took a sharp breath and stepped forward. Her eyes widened with a mix of urgency and certainty. She confronted Corin, sensing that he had already understood what was truly happening. Memories resurfaced of a sacred site deep within a forgotten cavern. Corin, walking with silent conviction, had questioned his faith, there wondering if divine beings truly existed at all. Estelle's voice interrupted the memory, her tone more direct now. She urged him to consider not just faith, but the very structure and truth of the world surrounding them. Aunt Estelle had only served a minor role. In the original scenario, she was meant to be a supporting character, never someone meant to uncover the world's hidden fabric. Her limited role meant she was never meant to reach too deep. In the official records of the game's lore, Estelle remained unaware of traitors or the deception within her ranks. The rosary's falsehood, long considered a plot hole by players, was simply left unresolved. It was something no character ever exposed until Estelle returned to Makara Academy. From that moment on, the scenario changed. The once fixed path bent and twisted, and now Estelle stood at the heart of a story she was never supposed to influence. The scene shifted across the sea to the glowing shores of Magmal, the legendary treasure island. Bursts of light carved through the sky as something began to awaken. A young girl stumbled upon a sight too unreal to comprehend. Her voice shook as she identified the figures before her, not warriors, not nobles, but beings that radiated divine power. Among the radiant figures stood someone she recognized. Confused and overwhelmed, she whispered a name, half in disbelief. The island, once mythical, now revealed living gods among mortals. Nearby, a figure collapsed to her knees, breath unsteady. The weight of revelation struck her hard, as if the truth itself had driven her to the ground. Words failed her as she stared into the open field in front of her. Corin stood silently beside Estelle, the portal still shimmering behind them. Neither spoke, though the truth had emerged. Silence held its grip. Whatever came next, the balance between gods, lies, and mortals, had already begun to crumble, and Corin was now at its center. During her early years, Estelle had been revered for her divine strength. Leaders around her constantly praised her extraordinary connection to holy power, calling her a prodigy beyond comparison. She stood quietly as admiration surrounded her. From the beginning, people had placed her above themselves, entrusting her with devotion she never asked for. Even strangers approached with requests for blessings and promises of eternal loyalty. To them, her presence alone was enough to inspire sacrifice and blind obedience. Worship followed her everywhere. Whether in noble courts or crowded cities, citizens competed for her attention as though a glance would grant salvation. The more they yearned for her, the more unclear everything became. Estelle began to question if power created faith or if faith created power, though the source remained uncertain. One thing was never questioned. She believed herself chosen, her existence shaped by a divine will beyond human understanding. The Cathedral of Xi'an rose under the dusk sky, its towering spires casting long shadows. This place, considered sacred, held the answers she sought. Inside the grand cathedral, Estelle approached the altar with solemn steps. The Pope turned to her with surprise, curious about her unexpected arrival. Without delay, she stood before him, her voice calm but firm. Her presence was not ceremonial. She had come to confront what had long remained hidden. Estelle asked a single question. Her eyes narrowed as she asked if the Pope truly believed in God, not in doctrine, but in undeniable truth. The Pope answered with carefully chosen words, suggesting that their holy abilities were proof enough of divinity's existence and guidance. She raised a cross, the same one always with her, and revealed it was a fake. Someone had swapped it without her noticing. This object had manipulated her connection to divine power. Doubt turned into clarity. Estelle accused someone specific, no longer restrained by fear. The tampering had been intentional, and she knew the culprit. Facing the Pope directly, she demanded a response. Silence filled the air as her words hung heavily in the grand hall. The Pope's expression shifted. A cold smile followed his admission. He acknowledged her discovery without resistance. Yet, in his eyes, nothing had changed. The truth alone held no power. He revealed the forbidden history of the world's divine figures. He spoke not of celestial beings, but of ancient mortals who had transcended life through rituals. Among them, Balthazar stood as a cornerstone of this false faith. Through lies and blood offerings, his name had been enshrined as holy while truth was buried. Estelle struggled to absorb the implications. Her teachings, prayers, and loyalty had been for a lie. She began to question whether any of her past beliefs held value anymore. Despite the revelations, the Pope showed no remorse. His contempt shifted to rival factions, who dared disrupt the ritual that could have revived Balthazar's influence. Clergy rushed into the cathedral, cloaked in ceremonial garments, but moving with the precision of trained enforcers. Their purpose was clear. Estelle was no longer sacred, only useful. The Pope confronted her directly. With her blood, they could trigger the next stage of their twisted plan. Estelle realized then that she had merely been a vessel in their scheme. Everything she believed crumbled in that moment. The foundations of her faith dissolved as she stood beneath the mocking statue of the false god. She lashed out at the Pope, naming him unworthy of divine authority. Declaring Balthazar a fraud, she rejected the institution that had once nurtured her. Guards were ordered to seize her. No longer revered, she became a threat to silence. As they charged, Estelle held her ground, fury overtaking fear. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted the chaos. From beyond the mortal veil, Dagda, the earth deity of the Danann, revealed his presence and called out to Estelle. He identified her as his descendant and entrusted her with a divine relic, the Club of the Earth. Only a true heir could wield it without consequence. Estelle accepted it without hesitation. The power surged through her arm, and for the first time, her strength felt entirely her own, not borrowed, not granted, but earned. A shift awakened inside her. No longer a servant of false gods, Estelle embraced a greater purpose, protecting truth over perpetuating illusion. Energy burst from her as she raised the club, flames spiraling around her. The room trembled as her inherited power surged, silencing all doubt. Estelle roared her conviction. She would choose the god to believe in. With Dagda's club in hand, she struck forward not for faith, but for the future she would forge herself. The light piercing through the grand cathedral marked the beginning of a shift. Xi'an would never be the same again, its doctrine shattered, its future uncertain. Elsewhere, another figure writhed in agony. Blood stained the floor as a transformation began, not physical, but one bound to destiny and madness. Through twisted laughter, the red-haired woman embraced the chaos. Her voice trembled with excitement, eyes wide, as if long-awaited clarity had finally arrived. She paced forward with certainty. The unfolding night revealed something greater to her. Her role was no longer passive, nor was it subject to chance. The crimson moon hovered above, casting its gaze upon her revelation. She whispered titles not for admiration, but declaration, naming her hero, her chosen prince. Stopping at the edge of the hall, she turned, her lips curling into a manic smile. The name she spoke next was not random, it was fate. Corin Locke. Corin chose to marry Miriam, drawn not by love, but by the pull of her scent and instinctual, irrational decision. Despite knowing her past and reputation, he felt no threat, only intrigue. As time passed, Corin found himself feeling a sense of peace. What had started as fascination became something warm and stabilizing. Life with her lacked conflict, and for a moment, he believed they could stay in that quiet domestic rhythm. But the world beyond them didn't forget. In the original scenario, Miriam was the cause of the notorious human massacre, and her story ended in tragedy. The future still waited to reclaim its narrative, even if Corin wished otherwise. Corin convinced himself that remaining by her side would change fate. If he showed her a different life, perhaps she wouldn't follow the same path again. Every day, they shared calm routines, drinking tea, speaking softly, laughing. In those moments, she seemed different. He thought vengeance could fade, that villainy would lose its grip. All he had to do was stay. That hope crumbled. Her eyes changed. Whatever had been dormant within her awakened once more. The darkness returned, stronger than before. Corin realized too late that destiny had not been rewritten, it had only been delayed. Just like the tale foretold, the human massacre occurred once more. A snowy wasteland, littered with corpses, stretched endlessly. Innocents had fallen, victims of an inevitable tragedy Corin failed to prevent. Investigators arrived late. The bloodshed was complete. One man questioned how the massacre's details had spread so quickly. Someone had leaked the operation, but the why and how remained unclear. A lone survivor, a terrified child, pleaded for help. Surrounded by bodies and smoke, the boy's scream was swallowed by the wind. Corin, watching from a distance, was forced to witness the outcome of the path he couldn't change. A monstrous beast descended from the snowfields, shrieking in fury. The survivor fled, chased by death. Soldiers scattered, caught between fear and instinct. In the chaos, one soldier managed to reach the child. Their hands met in desperation as the creature closed in. Corin watched, breath frozen. He saw that salvation was within reach, but it wasn't coming from him. Standing against the crimson sky, the beast towered over them. It radiated darkness, an embodiment of vengeance. Corin faced it alone, unsure how things spiraled this far. Memories flashed, Miriam's descent, the warmth that faded, the silence before the storm. His fists clenched as he remembered every missed sign, every choice that brought them here. As lightning tore the sky, the monster lunged. Corin stepped forward, the time to mourn had passed. Corin stood still as Miriam collapsed in his arms. Her breath was faint, her body bloodied. Though possessed by rage before, now her gaze was soft. Her voice trembled as she called his name. Despite everything, she remembered, that single word spoken with regret, pierced deeper than any wound Corin had ever received. He held her, unsure if he had saved her or lost her. A moment later, she confessed her loss of control. She had been overtaken by vengeance, unable to stop herself. Her apology was whispered through bloodied lips, and Corin, shaken and silent, stared into the reality he had hoped to prevent. Far beneath the surface, in the underground city Dana Sui, demi-humans gathered. Their numbers had dwindled, yet those who remained rallied under one purpose: survival. He questioned the gathering, and a report followed some hadn't made it. They had fallen prey to the one called the Snake, a threat growing bolder by the day. News of another attack tightened the tension, though vague. The mention of a snake stirred unease in everyone. Its presence wasn't just metaphorical anymore. It was claiming lives, targeting their dwindling refuge. The growing persecution reminded them of old wars. Voices rose in frustration, arms lost, homes ruined, and fear ever present. Some feared discovery, others worried they had no safe ground left to stand on. Their haven, Dana Sui, was the last place untouched by chaos, but even that seemed temporary now. Some begged for retaliation, while others resigned themselves to waiting for the inevitable end. Elder Kush turned to Edna, who had been stationed in the royal palace. She was expected to provide insight into the enemy's movements, but her hesitation spoke louder than her words. Edna revealed her infiltration had failed. She had been discovered, her cover blown. Yet she shared a crucial piece of information. Corin had contacted her first, just before she was exposed. His warning came too late. She was cornered, captured, and only escaped through sheer luck. Despite that, she learned about the Corin Guardians, a team fighting to restore order. Their reputation preceded them. One demi-human recognized the name. The Guardians were the ones who had saved Salemberg. The mention of their deeds sparked conversation and cautious hope among those gathered. Perhaps they were not alone in this fight. More revelations followed. Corin, leader of the Guardians, had defeated the Mask of Souls. His feats were legendary. Instead of turning on them, he offered to help. His target wasn't the Humans, but the snake, gasps echoed. The idea that Korin, a former enemy, would become their ally was almost unbelievable. The gathering turned tense as dissent rose. Some humans shouted in protest, questioning how they could trust a human like Korin Locke. His offer was viewed with suspicion, and many believed it to be a trap. Voices grew louder. One wolf human accused humans of always talking but never acting. He reminded everyone of past betrayals, demanding to know why this situation should be any different. Despite the anger, a sharp voice called for silence. The tension was not dismissed, but the elder knew if they didn't find unity soon, they'd fall to fear before they ever saw the enemy again. Suddenly, unexpected figures arrived. Two human siblings, survivors of the experimentation camps, stepped forward. Their presence drew gasps. Many believed the camps had wiped everyone out. One of them explained they were tracked but not harmed. Instead, they had been saved. What should have ended in torment became a second chance, because Korin intervened. They described how they had almost been turned into test subjects, but escaped thanks to Korin's actions. Their testimony added weight to Edna's claims and challenged the lingering mistrust. Now thriving, the siblings proudly shared that they were attending Merkaba Academy. Their lives had transformed because of Korin and Saintes, Estelle's help. One of the elders, long skeptical, stepped forward. He revealed he had secretly infiltrated the kingdom as a clerk. From what he had seen, Korin's promises might actually be real. The elder then addressed the others, reminding them that demi-humans had no nation, but this was their opportunity, perhaps the only one to be recognized as equal citizens, not as fugitives. Opposition flared again. Another leader declared that humans couldn't be trusted, his voice filled with emotion. He lunged at Edna, shouting his disbelief. Edna didn't flinch, but her brother blocked the attack. Their eyes locked, and silence returned, as he made his stance clear. He didn't trust humans either, but he trusted his family. That choice, placing faith not in race but in those who stood beside them, marked a turning point. Slowly, acceptance began to replace doubt, and the resistance inside the chamber eased. Far away from the underground tensions, the school term resumed. Merkaba Academy gleamed under clear skies as students gathered for the new term's opening ceremony. Inside the hall, Korin wasn't present. While others settled into academic routine, he remained focused elsewhere, his mind burdened by matters greater than class schedules. He hefted a large sack, breathing out heavily. Though school had resumed, his real mission lay ahead. The battle against the snake, the trust of the humans. These responsibilities rested on his shoulders now. Korin had once infiltrated the steel alchemist's lab and tamed magical beasts from the forbidden forest. He mastered techniques and acquired rare ingredients others wouldn't dare to seek. Despite those accomplishments, none of them compared to what he was about to do. In his hands was the legendary Goryo Mountain ginseng, 1,000-year old root said to be a miracle, even among divine relics. Determined to consume it, Korin began the preparation process. Though aware of its rarity, he didn't hesitate. The risks didn't matter. What lay ahead required more power than ever before. To ensure success, Korin sought help from Daeshik, a skilled herbal brewer. The preparation needed expert care, and Daeshik's knowledge of ancient ginseng was unmatched. The ingredients shimmered under golden light as Daeshik worked. After intense focus and precise timing, the elixir was complete. It glowed with potent energy. Without delay, Korin drank the brew. As the warmth spread through his body, notifications confirmed its effects. His mana pool surged beyond previous limits. He had successfully absorbed the ancient power. Korin's mana now surpassed 50,000, a milestone few could dream of. Though still behind top figures like Park Sihu or Tatez Balthazar, his own arsenal gave him a unique edge. He wielded the sacred Set Clausolas and Ergetlam. Their synergy with his commandment, "I will save the world," multiplied his mana exponentially in battles tied to that purpose. This meant Korin could rival even the strongest when the world's fate was at stake. Yet, he couldn't forget, no matter how powerful he became, in every timeline, Miriam still caused the massacre. The only person who would embrace such bloodshed was Tatez Balthazar. He thrived on destruction, orchestrating conflict between humans and demi-humans to wear both sides down. Tatez's goal was to prevent the arrival of paradise by ensuring endless war. He pitted religions, races, and ideologies against each other, fueling hatred while hiding in plain sight. Knowing this, Korin recognized the stakes. His dual commandments bound him to a deadly oath. If he failed to stop Tatez, he would die, and so would everything he fought to protect. Preparations were complete. With the support of the kingdom, Korin secured an official amnesty, pardoning demi-humans tied to his cause. It was the first step toward peace. Even so, he remained cautious. He secretly prepared for conflict, knowing one misstep could ruin everything. Until the timing was right, he would stay away from Miriam. He recalled the previous run clearly, how Miriam had triggered the demi-human massacre. No matter his efforts back then, he had failed to stop her. This time, he had to succeed, or everything would repeat again. Corin returned to the professor's office, determined not to repeat the same failure that had led to past disaster. He would stay vigilant this time, no matter the cost. He learned Miriam had submitted a formal request for a mentor. The system allowed students to choose any tutor in exchange for a fee, and she had chosen him, specifically requesting daily meetings. Suspicion stirred. Corin questioned Miriam's intentions. He didn't believe this was a coincidence. Her actions in the past had always started with close proximity, followed by deeper control. His thoughts drifted to the previous run. Back then, Miriam had intervened unexpectedly to support his amnesty request, using her influence to protect him when no one else would. But trust had cost him before. Now, he wondered if she wanted to stay close only to monitor him again, ensuring he didn't interfere with her goals. Even so, Corin refused to back away. He told the professor not to reject the request. This time, he would become her mentor on his terms. Watching her from the inside was the only way forward. At Merkaba Academy, the mentoring system stood as an institutional tradition, pairing experienced seniors with incoming juniors. These connections weren't made out of goodwill but were backed by an incentive structure. Senior students earned extra points if their mentees improved. On the other hand, failing to guide juniors correctly meant deductions, making mentorship a calculated risk. Each semester, seniors actively sought juniors, hoping to find capable ones to boost their scores without dragging them down. Yet, with the workload weighing heavily and no direct benefits for juniors, few initiated the process themselves. In rare cases, a junior would submit a mentoring request not for academic improvement, but out of personal admiration. A stack of envelopes marked the start of the semester, and among them was one request that stirred attention. Corin Locke, a black-haired student with a reputation for strength and calm resolve, casually flipped through the documents. He considered requests like these routine even when they came with neatly sealed letters and hopeful intentions. To Corin, the thought of juniors emulating him wasn't odd. However, even he paused when one envelope carried the seal of significance. This particular request stood apart, not because of formality, but because of who had written it. The sender was none other than Miriam Hadasha el-Ras, a scientist of the Akhenath Church and a princess of Velno. Seated in elegance, she greeted Corin with calm dignity, her presence both commanding and graceful. Despite her royal standing, Miriam extended a respectful request for mentorship. Corin, however, politely declined, unsure whether taking on someone of her status was wise or fair. He tried to reason with her, insisting that others might suit her better. Her request was likely driven by curiosity or misunderstanding, and he saw no need to complicate matters with royal politics. But for Miriam, this was no ordinary decision. She had seen a vision, one where Corin was at her side, holding her bloodied body and crying. In that future, she had been fatally wounded, yet her final moments had meaning because Corin was with her. She didn't know what events would lead to that scene, but she was determined to change the path ahead. Her death had been filled with regret. Although her past self had relied on fate, the present Miriam refused to wait helplessly. With quiet determination, she left without protest, confident that Corin would come to her eventually. She knew the future could be altered if she moved first. Her plan was simple. She would fill the emptiness within him, the part of him he didn't even know was missing, and make herself indispensable before destiny repeated its tragedy. Corin returned to the building designated for the Corin Guardians, a 5-story dormitory he hadn't visited since his assignment. The site was modest, though it held significance for him and his group. Miriam, watching from above, silently observed his arrival. Though unaware of her gaze, Corin took a deep breath, questioning whether he should explore the place further. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a towering red figure and a dog, both unexpected and oddly familiar. Their presence hinted that the dormitory might be less ordinary than he assumed. Looking up from the entrance, Corin finally noticed the true size of the facility. It was much larger than expected, stretching into the skyline beyond his earlier impression. Before he could process it further, a silver-haired girl approached, calling out to him. She had been waiting, concerned about his condition from the previous encounter. While the girl offered her help, Corin's attention shifted toward the larger group of guardians gathering nearby. The scale of his responsibilities began to settle in. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl charged toward Corin in excitement. Her energy caught him off guard as she launched into a hurried explanation. She mentioned someone had instructed her to start training him gradually, though embarrassment from her sweaty state made her hesitate to get too close. Watching her dash back into formation, Corin observed the organized drills. It was clear the team didn't lack passion or discipline, only direction. As evening approached, a quiet girl in slippers moved through the hallway, clutching a stuffed bunny. Her thoughts lingered on the warmth she felt around Corin's presence. Meeting him in the corridor, she asked whether he planned to sleep there again. Without hesitation, Corin nodded, visibly exhausted but comforted by her words. Elsewhere, Miriam witnessed the gentle exchange with wide eyes, stunned by the casual intimacy. To her, the scene seemed improper, even shocking. The next morning, Miriam walked alongside Corin, still struggling to grasp what motivated him. Despite her titles and power, she admitted she had no idea what he needed. Her determination hadn't wavered. Instead of guessing, she decided to ask directly, choosing clarity over assumption. She faced him squarely, prepared to listen. Her request was plain but resolute. She asked what she must give to earn his mentorship, willing to offer anything if it meant walking the path by his side. Corin asked for confirmation, seeking sincerity behind Miriam's bold promise. With steady eyes, she affirmed her willingness to give anything, her resolve fueled by vengeance, unfazed by her desperation. Corin accepted the offer without hesitation. He set a single condition, something unexpected and simple, yet it carried weight beyond what it seemed. His request left Miriam confused. Expecting a steep demand, she found herself thrown off by how little he asked. Doubt crept into her expression, unsure whether to feel relief or concern. Corin calmly confirmed his choice. Despite its simplicity, his tone made it clear the task ahead wouldn't be easy. He gave her the chance to reconsider her decision. Miriam immediately rejected the offer to withdraw. Though unprepared for the difficulties, she stubbornly chose to endure. The cost of backing out now would be regret. However, exhaustion quickly took its toll. After only a brief session, Miriam was already breathless and overwhelmed. Her spirit wavered, questioning the value behind the seemingly dull routine. For hours, Corin had guided her through first aid training. Though simple, the lesson demanded precision and care skills that proved harder than Miriam anticipated. He reminded her that saving lives required far more strength than destroying them. To Corin, it wasn't just knowledge, it was a discipline of restraint and clarity. Miriam, clearly irritated, voiced her frustration, but Corin remained strict, declaring that endurance and sincerity would be the only acceptable responses in her training. As the session ended, Corin reminded her of the deal. Every mentoring day would close with one requirement: she must offer him a genuine smile. Though hesitant, Miriam attempted to fulfill the promise. Yet her effort lacked authenticity, and Corin immediately noticed the absence of sincerity in her expression. He gently pointed out the flaw, insisting that a real smile could not be forced. Miriam's awkward attempt reflected her inexperience with warmth, not defiance. Laughter erupted from Corin, breaking the tension. His own smile, bright and natural, contrasted sharply with Miriam's forced one, showing her what he truly meant. He called the session off and casually left, leaving Miriam speechless. The strange terms of their relationship continued to puzzle her more with each passing day. Alone in the training hall, Miriam pondered Corin's intentions. She couldn't tell whether he was guiding her to strength or deliberately pulling her into something even deeper. Corin stood stiffly before the red-haired instructor, repeating a line she had forced him to memorize. She evaluated his tone immediately, unimpressed by the mechanical delivery. Despite Corin's attempts to comply, his mentor's expression tightened with dissatisfaction. She criticized his lack of sincerity, pushing him to infuse his voice with emotion. As days passed, their routine continued. They trained consistently, seated in remote areas away from distractions. Frustrated, she pressed Corin on understanding the message's depth, not just its words. Another day, Corin trailed behind her after their session. He grumbled to himself, questioning the purpose of this repetitive training. She remained silent but resolute, knowing these efforts served a greater plan that Corin hadn't yet seen. Time flowed onward through all the exhaustion and resistance. Corin adapted. Behind his eyes, clarity replaced irritation. Everything, the mentorship, discipline, even the strange rehearsals, had aligned with his greater strategy. At Corin Guardian's office, two figures burst in urgently, calling for the boss. Their arrival hinted at upcoming developments. Gathered around a table, Corin's team was briefed on tomorrow's plans. Corin explained his absence, entrusting operations to his group. Among them sat a new face, Edna Illusion, who introduced herself with formality and calm composure. Despite her youthful appearance, Edna was no ordinary clerk. She was a Warushaman, a demi-human with fox-like traits. Once a high-ranking watchman, she now concealed her identity while working in the capital to protect her race's interests. Her title as administrative officer masked her true intentions. By day, she helped shape national policies. Secretly, she fought for equal rights for Warushamans, balancing careful diplomacy and hidden rebellion within a hostile system. Edna's mission extended beyond titles. She focused on stateless humans suffering persecution. Her position gave her insight into their struggles, and she worked to expose their plight, bringing data and cases into policy rooms. Given a document by one of Corin's allies, Edna was visibly shaken. It contained signatures brave individuals risking their lives to support demi-human rights. Other members voiced support, pledging their cooperation. One offered his skills to assist in paperwork, another vowed to rally public awareness. Meanwhile, at Marachma Academy, faculty discussed their role in upcoming reforms. They aimed to maintain student safety while aligning with national regulations. Behind closed doors, Edna thanked her contacts for aiding the mission. Despite mounting risks, she remained calm. In the past, an official had orchestrated a massacre using the kingdom's army. Labeling demi-humans as traitors, she authorized their execution. That tragedy loomed large in Edna's memory, fueling her to prevent history from repeating. The day after the resolution was proposed, Corin arrived at the central building of the kingdom. A law was on the verge of passing that could protect demi-humans by granting them citizenship and legal rights. To ensure its success, Miriam needed to be distracted, kept away from the bill's location until it became irreversible. Within the corridors of stone and marble, Corin moved with focused urgency. Every step reflected the weight of his mission, each second risked exposure. He knew Miriam's discovery of Warden's hiding place could doom the plan entirely. Outside, the wind blew gently as Corin scanned the garden. Suspicion grew in his eyes when he noticed something unusual. Far from the administrative halls, the towering spires of Zeruem Grand Cathedral pierced the sky. Beneath its sanctified image, hidden movements were unfolding as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Inside the cathedral, Miriam descended the stairs with calculated grace. The expression on her face showed satisfaction. Her instincts had guided her well. Her gaze sharpened the moment she recognized the signs. The trail she'd followed wasn't misleading this time. Someone important had left traces, and she had found them. Before her was a war map, marked with routes and territories. Miriam analyzed it, instantly grasping its meaning. Her fury ignited as she realized her enemies had taken refuge here. Though enraged, she smiled, faintly, relishing her success. The enemy's attempt to elude her had failed. They had underestimated her reach. Now certain of her next move, Miriam prepared to strike. The opportunity to change fate had arrived, and she wasn't going to miss it. One day before the saint's abduction, preparations in the Zeon Holy Land moved swiftly. The chapel's leaders, certain of their control, arranged transport for detained heretics with confidence and strict escort measures. A woman known as the Saint oversaw the planning directly. She assured that numerous A-rank criminals would be delivered with the protection of chapel knights. Despite her composed demeanor, a faint tension lingered in her expression. As she reviewed intelligence reports, her attention paused on an image of a blue-haired prisoner. While briefing continued around her, an approaching presence triggered her instincts, snapping her focus back to the moment, in the bustling town. A cloaked figure slipped past unnoticed, until the Saint caught sight of her familiar red hood. Her eyes widened in recognition, and she turned sharply to pursue the figure into the outskirts. Deeper in the woods, the mysterious woman halted, revealing herself as Mir. Both women stood still, the air heavy with unresolved tension. Neither moved, but both understood this was not a casual encounter. She waited silently while the Saint demanded clarity. Though no threat was made, the atmosphere sharpened with each breath. Mir finally broke the silence by revealing her knowledge of confidential operations secrets, involving the demi-human alliance and concealed movements by the Zeon Order. She had information no outsider should possess. She approached calmly, offering to share everything in exchange for something unspoken. The Saint, disturbed by the implication, stood her ground. Her expression changed as memories from their past flickered in her gaze. Mir pushed boundaries further, invoking their childhood bond as leverage, but the Saint remained silent. The final insult came with Mir's smirk and insinuations, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her staff. Then Mir turned away, walking with certainty. The Saint stood frozen in place, whispering threats under her breath. Still processing the encounter, she remembered the location Mir mentioned, Lady Maria's grave, which lay along the escort route. Her fingers trembled as she made a silent decision to pray there. Yet her words were hollow. Alone, Mir scoffed at the gesture, dismissing the Saint's faith entirely. Mir eventually arrived at a sacred mound one the Zeon Order had hidden away. It was what she had long searched for, and rage burned in her eyes as she confirmed its presence. Cursing the sanctity of the place, she spat on the ground, fury bubbling over. The truth disgusted her. She viewed their acts as a vile stain veiled beneath false holiness. Later, in secret quarters, she thanked an informant named Jeers. His betrayal of his own faith secured her path. Together they now plotted the next step, their alliance bound by mutual contempt. Gyres tried to excuse his betrayal, downplaying the Xeon. Protestant divide, he claimed the saint's actions disrupted the balance, and justified his leak of information to Mir. He recalled Estelle's assault that had annihilated the Pope's guard and several priests. Her strike had shaken the political structure of the church and triggered fear within the high clergy. Amid a rising argument, he insisted that in times of chaos, sides didn't matter. To him, the lines between Protestants and Xeon had blurred, and survival was all that remained. Mir, unimpressed by his justifications, stared coldly. She confessed she never planned to ally with Xeon and merely used the man to reach her end goal. Golden energy formed around her. He tried to speak, but before he could react, her magic ignited in violent brilliance. With a single, overwhelming strike, the energy burst forward, tearing through Gyre's body. His cries echoed briefly before silence claimed him. In a separate chamber, a knight expressed gratitude for being chosen to execute judgment on heretics. He stood tall, armored, and poised, beside fellow warriors. Holy Knight, Rojo vowed before his superiors that their god's will would be upheld. He gripped his sword tightly, flames of faith burning in his heart. 3 other elites joined the cause: Arba, Calatini, and Persia. Each carried personal motives: revenge, duty, and loyalty. Together, they pledged allegiance to the royal family. Meanwhile, Mir stood atop a fortress, preparing her final move. Her gaze swept across the city, calculating every piece of the operation. Within the portal zone's complex structure, she identified the critical path. Her forces had spent weeks gathering weapons and magic under the nose of the chapel. With arms raised, she declared the beginning of the purge. Her command surged through the air like thunder, initiating the extermination of all opposition. Deep, within a hidden cavern, a cluster of priests huddled in panic. Their leader pleaded for calm, assuring them the chairman would return with aid. But fear had already taken hold. Rumors swirled that Mir, now called the Snake, was approaching with the royal army. One priest lost control and lashed out. Fists flew as tensions exploded. Chaos broke through the ranks, scattering order. Screams echoed as violence replaced faith, and unity collapsed under fear. Inside the dim cavern, rising suspicions fractured the group's unity. One man, piecing together the timing of their discovery, questioned if someone among them had betrayed their location. Accusations flew as he confronted 2 of his allies, his voice filled with distrust. The idea that traitors had been among them ignited his fury and pushed him to act. As violence erupted, the situation turned chaotic until a single command cut through the air. The authority in the voice halted the clash instantly, freezing every movement. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in leadership, declaring that infighting was forbidden. He reasserted order. All eyes turned toward the leader, recognizing the chain of command, seated with pride. The chieftain reminded them of past lessons. His tone was calm, but resolute, demanding an explanation for the disorder he had just witnessed. From the crowd, Corin Locke emerged. Standing firm, he took responsibility for the chain of events, admitting that the current crisis had begun because of him. Corin reflected on his past with Estelle during their time at the Mage Tower. Despite differences, their shared moments shaped key choices that now bore heavy consequences. During that period, Estelle revealed that even among the Protestants, there were those who secretly followed Balthazar. Their infiltration twisted reform into rebellion. From that corruption, chaos spiraled. Corin recognized how his influence, though unintended, allowed a dangerous figure to escape unnoticed, creating a ripple effect across factions. To correct the damage, Corin proposed a new plan. A legislative trial in 3 days would determine the course of the war, targeting manipulation at its core. He confessed to preparing quietly behind the scenes, aiming to expose how the king's army had been misused as a tool against the kingdom's own people. Hope rested on that trial. Corin asked for more time, insisting that this final effort could stop the civil war without violence. Allies across factions supported him from afar. The leader listened, the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. Corin's plea stirred old loyalties, making the choice difficult. Uncertainty spread among the warriors. Many couldn't grasp the tangled state of affairs anymore. Confusion and fear began to dominate their once disciplined minds. In silence, the leader lowered his gaze. Though doubt clouded his decision, he recognized that the people needed hope. Trusting Corin might be the last chance they had. Faced with Corin's plea, the tribal leader admitted his misjudgment. Once again, he had placed his trust in a human, only to feel betrayed by the consequences that followed. Dark energy began to rise around him as he fell into grim resolution. The alliance he had hoped for now felt like a repeated cycle of broken faith and disillusionment. Believing peace was no longer an option. He warned that idleness would lead to extermination. His tone was final, and his warriors steeled themselves for a war they never wanted, but always expected. As he turned to leave, Corrin understood the leader's choice. It was a rejection of diplomacy, a return to old instincts sharpened by pain and fear. Suddenly, the camp stirred with alarm as the leader shouted, calling for enemies to reveal themselves. The crowd reacted, bracing for what they feared would be an ambush. A wave of desperation filled the cavern. The tension was thick as every fighter, young and old, prepared for what could be their final stand against overwhelming forces. The leader issued his orders. No one would be spared from the coming battle, not even children or the elderly. Every able soul was expected to fight, regardless of their past roles. His words carried brutal resolve. Families would now bear arms together, driven by vengeance, not duty. They had nothing left to shield or surrender. A warrior recognized their enemy from the past mirror, the snake. Her reputation for ruthlessness had shaped their fury. As they readied to strike, they vowed to embody the very monster their enemies feared. In another part of the cavern, the rallying call echoed louder. Leaders emerged, declaring survival their only remaining mission, commanding an end to hesitation. Fury ignited within Kush as he roared out a war cry. His voice, heavy with anguish, became the spark that reignited the will of those too shaken to act. From the shadows, a group of warriors appeared, recognizable by their uniforms. They weren't allies, they were Protestant chapel knights. Their sudden presence shifted the entire mood of the battlefield. The tribal leader stepped forward, challenging the approaching knights. Suspicion filled his eyes as he demanded to know whether they had come to fight alongside them. Weapons were drawn in response. One knight made their stance clear: they weren't reinforcements. Their purpose was to stop the tribe from reaching Mir. At the rear, the scientist revealed herself. Surrounded by her knights, she radiated authority. Her arrival confirmed the conflict had entered its final phase, and there would be no retreat. Confusion filled the cavern as the beastkin struggled to comprehend why the scientist stood before them as an opponent. Her past protection had given them years of safety, making her sudden opposition difficult to accept. Yet the tribal leader reminded them that Estelle was still human. Though gratitude for her aid remained, her alignment now stood against their survival, and that could not be ignored. She stood firm and calm, declaring that she wasn't choosing a side but offering a limited window. Her intent was to delay their movement, not destroy them yet. Even this mercy came with conditions. Outrage erupted from the leader as he denounced her declaration as madness. The threat outside loomed too large for patience or negotiation, and he demanded immediate action. Estelle, however, placed her faith in someone else, someone she trusted beyond all others. Her words offered not divine assurance, but a human request for belief in a single individual's resolve. One of the warriors, filled with frustration, misread her message as another call to blind faith, but her response was clear. Her plan had nothing to do with God. Outside, Mir's army marched through the woods, their formation disciplined and tight. Torches lit the night, signaling their intent to strike. Corrin observed their movements from the front lines. He acknowledged that nothing was unfolding as expected, and the odds were stacked against them. Still, he readied his weapon, aware of the grim truth: fighting against fellow humans would always weigh heavier than any other battle. A procession of armored soldiers marches through the dark forest, their torches lighting the narrow path. At the center of the formation stands Princess Miriam. The army halts. At the front, Miriam silently surveys the path ahead. Her calm expression hides the storm building within. She senses resistance but presses on. Sir Corrin appears, flanked by a few loyal allies. Miriam is caught off guard by his presence. She didn't expect him to stand against her, though fewer in number. His confidence unsettles her soldiers. Miriam acknowledges Corrin's strength, but her pride dominates. She questions his judgment. Amused, he believes such a small force could stop her legion. Her words echo across the standoff, like a warning before a storm. She lifts her hand, signaling the archers. Her soldiers ready their weapons without hesitation. The formation shifts. The battle has officially begun. Hundreds of bows draw at once, casting a shadow over Corrin's group. As the command drops, arrows rain down like a dark wave. The sky is filled with deadly light, aimed directly at Corrin. But he doesn't flinch. Something else begins to activate around him. A glowing barrier erupts around Corrin and his allies, deflecting the volleys with golden light. The arrows break harmlessly, failing to reach their targets. Miriam narrows her eyes. She didn't anticipate a magical shield. Estelle behind Corrin chants calmly, invoking ancient power. A divine aura surrounds Estelle as she calls upon Dagda, god of the earth. Her magic protects their forces and empowers the defenders, shifting the battlefield's balance in Corrin's favor. A golden dome expands across the battlefield, glowing with sacred energy. The intricate formation beneath it pulses with ancient power, covering a massive radius and shielding everyone within. Miriam watches in disbelief as she witnesses the barrier's full scale. Her strategist steps forward, baffled at its size and intensity. Miriam, unable to hide her frustration, mutters that such a barrier is simply absurd. Corin exhales calmly and explains the truth behind the land. This very location, Dana Sway, lies deep within Zion's holy land. It's not just sacred ground, it's where ancient divine powers can still be awakened and wielded. He reveals Dana Sway is an ancient underground city, built by Dagda himself. It was once home to the Danan, and within it lies great power. Estelle, descendant of El Ras, channels this divine heritage through the artifact called Undri. Undri itself has no strength, but when used by someone with Dagda's bloodline, it becomes a force beyond mortal limits. Estelle's divinity activates Undri's hidden potential, one that could shift the battle's outcome entirely. Undri, the infinite cauldron, enhances spells and summons endlessly. In evil hands, it can bring forth monsters from hell. But now Estelle uses it for protection, reversing its purpose to shield rather than destroy. Estelle prays with resolve. Unlike those who used Undri to unleash terror, she has chosen to use it to protect life. The magic solidifies unbreakable and pure. Corin explains the barrier's depth. It can't be broken or analyzed easily. Its creation stems from a war so catastrophic, it once threatened the entire world. A cloaked figure, impressed by the feat, acknowledges the brilliance of combining Danan relics with saintly magic. The realization of such ancient power marks a turning point in the war. An elderly mage addresses Corin with calm authority. He reveals the truth behind the barrier. This isn't ordinary defensive magic, but a divine commandment known as a geese, a sacred binding spell. The barrier glows fiercely as warriors remain within its bounds. It doesn't merely repel attacks, it enforces a magical contract. The mage instructs Corin to declare the contract terms that will define the battle's conditions. Corin suspects the man is from the mage tower due to his knowledge. He affirms that the barrier is indeed Saintess Estelle's geese. It isn't just a shield, it's the initiation of something much more binding. The battlefield is revealed as Dagda's arena. This arena enforces the rules of geese magic, not one-sided defense, but a dual contract. Both sides must agree to terms, and the victors will claim the right to enforce them. The ancient laws are displayed. Each side selects 5 warriors to battle in individual duels. The winning side gains control, and the defeated is bound by the agreed geas. Corin calmly questions Miriam's intent, doubting she will surrender her ambitions. He knows the battlefield has shifted from war to ritual combat, and Miriam must now make her decision under the binding rules of the gods. Miriam smirks in amusement. She accepts the challenge, not out of fear, but confident she'll prevail. Her pride refuses to back down. Both sides gather their champions. Warriors step forward with purpose, ready for battle. The sacred duel is now set. Corin stands firm at the front of his group, with resolve in his voice. He signals the start. The duel for fate, honor, and the Holy Land begins now. The geas activates visibly as portraits of the chosen warriors appear on the ancient symbol. The magic is absolute. Once triggered, no one can interfere. The rules apply to both sides, regardless of intention or circumstance. Confused, a member questions why they've lost before the duel even begins. Corin remains composed, acknowledging it as an unavoidable condition tied to the contract's rules. Estelle, focused on sustaining the barrier against outside threats, is unable to engage in combat. As her divine geas strains her mana, it disqualifies her from fighting. Now, only 4 members remain on Corin's side. Estelle's sacred role comes at a cost. Her prayers prevent demihumans from breaching the battlefield, but also bind her fully to the spell. This strategic trade-off costs them the first round. The geas explicitly states, if a participant is unable to fight, defeat is immediate. The rules, written in ancient script, are final. There's no room for exceptions, even for divine figures. Though at a disadvantage, Corin accepts the situation. A mage nearby remarks that forming a geas always comes with risks. Corin, without hesitation, signals the start of the next duel. The sacred arena shifts again, announcing the second duel. The magical relic displays the next 2 contenders, and energy pulses through the floor as the arena adjusts. Corin's side sends forth Ron, a seasoned warrior with a youthful grin. He steps confidently into the arena as his portrait glows on the geas tablet. Ron, slightly amused, mutters to himself about fortune, whatever lies ahead. He's ready, and perhaps more capable than his opponents expect. The enemy mage steps forward with excitement. He marvels at witnessing ancient geas magic firsthand, and notes the presence of the elusive Silver Wolf clan. His interest is not in the duel, but in the specimen before him. A dark aura surrounds the mage as he reveals his twisted passion, experimentation. He hasn't seen a living silver wolf in years. The duel, to him, is an opportunity to study, not just win. Ron, surprised, asks if the man is from the Mage Tower. The mage calmly confirms, stating that his goal is to research beings like Ron. The duel takes a grim turn, no longer just a battle, but a hunt for knowledge. The mage activates his power, summoning explosive elemental energy. His twisted vision of creating perfect life forms drives him. The duel is no longer simple, it's chaos. Flames and lightning erupt around him. His form distorts into something monstrous. His identity is revealed, Eller Calcaton, the leader of the School of Beasts. The arena burns as attacks clash. Ron, undeterred by the fiery onslaught, charges forward through the explosions. The duel officially begins with raw power and danger. Spectators comment on Ron's incredible speed. He closes distance too quickly for the eye to follow. His instincts outpace his opponent's calculations. Ron recalls his brother's advice. Even 1 second of hesitation grants the enemy an edge. His mindset is firm. Never stop, never give ground. With blazing agility, Ron evades beasts and counters Elir's attacks mid-air. Corrin watches silently, impressed by the flawless execution. Recognizing it from past combat drills, Ron strikes hard and fast, aiming directly for the Chimera's core. His attack lands clean, but instead of staggering, the beast absorbs the impact with its massive body. Ron's eyes widen in shock. Corrin analyzes calmly. He notes that Ron should have targeted the Chimera's weak points. Despite its size, the beast is slow and heavy, vulnerable to speed-based takedowns. Ron's hesitation proves costly. Corrin mutters that the opportunity was there. A moment's delay gave the enemy time to react. The Chimera recovers and lashes out with overwhelming power. Ron and the beast clash again. Sparks fly as power surges between them. The mage watches, satisfied, while preparing a hidden spell. Purple energy swirls in the background. Ron senses something off. A shadow rises behind him, a second creature. He's caught between a frontal assault and a surprise attack, unprepared for the dual threat. Dark magic flares, sending Ron crashing to the ground. Pain shoots through him, but he rises again. His body strains under the pressure as the Chimera readies another burning strike. Ron grits his teeth, enduring the heat. Flames lick around him as he's thrown again. In the chaos, something clicks. He looks closer at the Chimera. His eyes narrow. Despite the patchwork body, he recognizes traits: fur, posture, scent. It's not just a monster. It was made from silver wolf blood. It's a perverted echo of his own kind. The enemy mage confirms it. Golden fur from Ron's tribe made the Chimera strong, not just for power, but because it was beautiful. Ron struggles mid-battle. The mage mocks him, claiming Ron's low intellect was predictable. He belittles Ron's hesitation and strength, calling his kind obsolete and unworthy, despite the words. Ron doesn't falter. He fights back with a powerful counter, but is met with overwhelming resistance. The Chimera retaliates with brutal force, striking him down with raw violence. The mage's voice is calm and cruel. He calls Ron a failed relic, praising his own experiment's strength. To him, Ron's pain is validation. The Chimera's attacks are relentless. The mage continues his explanation. Unlike wild beasts, his creation moves with intention. It adapts without hesitation, targeting gaps with precision. It's designed not just to fight, but to evolve mid-battle. He declares his twisted research the closest thing to divinity. The Chimera operates without fear or flaw, a beast engineered for absolute victory. Ron lies unconscious in the arena. His portrait fades from the sacred pillar. The outcome is clear. Ron is defeated, marking a second loss for Corrin's side. The mage shouts to his Chimera to kill everyone. His obsession peaks as he commands the destruction of all test subjects. He sees everyone present as material for his grotesque work. The Chimera roars and charges forward, but just as it prepares to strike, the barrier pulses, enforcing the rules. Ron, lying wounded, reflects in silence. He realizes the Chimera hesitated earlier, not from mercy, but from recognizing their shared bloodline. That hesitation may be their only clue to its weakness. Ron, weakened, questions the Chimera's earlier hesitation. He wonders if some trace of kinship or humanity lingers within the beast's mutated heart. But as the battle resumes, the Chimera shows no signs of mercy. It charges mercilessly through a wave of purple energy, tearing through fallen bodies and smoke. Without pause, a devastating clash unfolds. Dark magic and brute force surge violently, consuming the arena. The ground cracks, and the atmosphere trembles, as if the battlefield itself could collapse. A quiet chuckle escapes the enemy mage. She mocks the notion of mercy, her amusement dark and dismissive. As she walks away, her words linger. Who knows? Pity or humanity? From the shadows, Lady Warren emerges. Bloodied but unfazed, the girl warrior from Korin sidesteps forward. With a glare sharp as steel, she responds coldly. She doesn't believe in mercy or sentiment. She doesn't possess anything as soft as pity. Lady Warren walks through a battlefield littered with fallen bodies. Her presence is cold and merciless, marked by her silent steps and the fading cries of her victims. The golden light above contrasts with the death at her feet. Her face reveals no emotion, covered in blood. She stares ahead with cold resolve. Whatever remained of her sympathy or humanity has long vanished. She isn't here to save, only to eliminate threats with precision. Calatin tries to hold their ground, but stumbles back in fear. Their panic is met with silence as Warren advances, without hesitation. The fight ends swiftly, the system declaring Calatin's defeat. Korin and his allies witness the aftermath. One teammate shouts out to Warren in disbelief, shocked by the overwhelming power she displayed with a single move. Their reaction reflects the gap between her and the rest. Korin steps forward. He acknowledges Warren's role but suggests she rest now. To him, this was just one piece of a larger strategy. He remains confident despite the display of violence. Princess Miriam watches from the distance. She suspects Warren was Korin's hidden trump card, but she doesn't flinch. With a smirk, she hints at having her own backup plan prepared. Warren stands alone, trying to suppress her full strength. The strain is evident. She prepares for another encounter, not yet aware of the approaching threat. A new attacker charges forward at blinding speed. Caught off guard, Warren reacts, but the clash is inevitable. Warren blocks the strike just in time, recognizing the challenger's speed. The battle dynamic shifts again. A new figure enters the battlefield, Rojo, the Holy Knight of Jurium. He declares the battle already underway and charges forward. His armored form gleams with divine energy as he rushes toward his target. Lady Warren turns calmly to face the incoming threat. Her expression hardens as she detects a faint inhuman presence. Recognizing Rojo as a demi-human, her stance shifts into readiness. The moment intensifies as magical energy surges across the field. Warren dashes through the chaos, closing the distance while avoiding the spreading spiritual pressure. Rojo releases a barrage of energy, attempting to overwhelm Warren with speed and force. His weapon cuts through the air in rapid succession, glowing with holy light. Despite the pressure, Warren's eyes remain locked on the enemy. Her body twists to dodge, but the incoming attacks still graze close, forcing her to adjust. A massive impact erupts across the field as the collision between their powers disturbs the ground. Korin, watching from afar, acknowledges the clash with silent approval. A bystander explains that Rojo cannot be caught without activating a domain. Warren's opponent moves faster than expected, maintaining his lead through divine technique. Korin evaluates the situation with clarity. Despite Warren's strength, this opponent is fundamentally different, relentless, and structurally unbreakable. Warren rises from the dust, her breathing heavy. Though pushed back, she refuses to fall. With gritted teeth, she counters the next strike, fueled by determination. Rojo unleashes a flurry of powerful, violet strikes, creating violent shockwaves that tear through the battlefield. His assault is relentless, filling the air with blinding flashes of holy energy. Warren, though bruised, endures the barrage. Each strike leaves sparks across her body, but she refuses to fall. She tightens her stance, focusing through the pain. Elsewhere, a combat shrine reacts to the clash, broadcasting the battle. Onlookers flinch at the violent noise and pressure. The battlefield trembles as the duel nears its end. Rojo drops to one knee, exhausted. Admitting defeat, he formally concedes the match. His strength spent, he yields with honor before collapsing to the ground. The system confirms Warren's victory. Her expression remains calm, neither proud nor cruel. Her silence weighs more than celebration. Korin watches without a word behind him. Miriam glares, her eyes narrowing. She suspects deeper motives in Warren's restraint and victory. Her thoughts spiral into distrust. Miriam discusses her suspicions with Persia. Persia wonders if Warren is conserving power for future rounds. Miriam disagrees. Her instincts sense something darker. A sudden realization strikes Miriam. Her expression sharpens, and she orders Persia to retreat, but it's too late. Another knight prepares for battle. The elder knight, armored in silver, kneels before Miriam. Without hesitation, he volunteers for the next fight, aware of the risk. He offers his life to fulfill her command. The knight strikes fiercely, but Iran responds with swift counterattacks. Despite the armor and size difference, she doesn't back down. The clash rings across the arena. She maneuvers behind him, using her speed to control the rhythm of the fight. The blow lands cleanly, knocking the knight back. The force of her strike stuns the crowd. Corrin reacts in disbelief as Warren breaks the match's intended flow. Though unexpected, she continues. The knight groans in pain, struggling to rise as Miriam and Persea observe silently. Princess Miriam realizes the truth behind Corrin's moves. Her suspicion turns to certainty. He intended this outcome from the start, using the match to buy time. Corrin calmly confirms her theory. The entire match is part of his plan to pass a new law, granting demi-human citizenship, locking Miriam out of Dana's sway if she opposes it. The contract reveals a binding geas that activates if she leaves, but interference from Miriam's ally, Baltazar, or an unexpected twist, could disrupt the entire strategy. To ensure the law passes, Corrin must stall the match. The battle can only end in death, surrender, or unconsciousness. Keeping Miriam present is key. Warren adjusts her approach, blocking her opponent's mouth mid-fight without the ability to verbally concede. The match continues by technicality. Corrin watches, unfazed by the brutality. Though more violent than expected, his strategy is intact. As long as the opponent can't surrender, time remains on their side. Lady Horan prepares to end the match, instructing her opponent to remain still. Bloodied and breathless, the armored knight barely responds. Just then, her instincts scream, something is wrong. From a distance, Corrin spots a flash of red, and his expression sharpens. A new threat has entered the battlefield, marked by the appearance of a weapon that shouldn't exist. The silver spear pierces the knight from behind. Corrin looks down at his own weapon in confusion. It wasn't him. The atmosphere shifts. Warren narrows her eyes as she sees a silhouette in the distance. The sudden ambush is traced back to Arba. Flames and serpentine shadows surround her as she steps forward, confirming her identity. Snake's shadow, Arba. Arba's unique ability is revealed. She can copy weapons and powers. Unlike a basic illusionist, her copies manifest physically, creating real, dangerous replicas. However, the replication isn't perfect. Weapons tied to divine sources or sacred artifacts lose effectiveness. Despite the visual mimicry, most enchanted gear, like Warren's own tools, can't be duplicated accurately. Corrin recalls past encounters with illusion-type bosses. Arba's copy only works when she's directly facing the opponent. Her limitations are clear, but she still poses a threat in prolonged combat. This time she's copied someone far more dangerous. Her new form belongs to a heavenly yaksha, an entity capable of destroying monsters with bare hands. Arba taunts with a confident smile, now empowered by raw, physical might. As she charges forward, the question lingers: how will Warren stop her? Corrin and Arba clash head-on, both wielding immense magical force. Their auras collide in a burst of opposing energies, shaking the arena and drawing all eyes to the impact point. A devastating explosion follows. Blinding light and pressure erupt between them, creating a dome of red and blue power. Spectators watch in silence as the blast consumes the field. Warren kneels, blood dripping from her hand. Her vision blurs, but her grip tightens. The aftermath has wounded her, but she remains conscious. Corrin notices her condition from afar. Concerned, Arba's attack pushes forward. Warren is momentarily disoriented, and her reaction slow. Corrin steps in with a strike, catching her by surprise. He mocks her lack of pain resistance, striking with precision. Warren retaliates quickly, countering his movement with a powerful elbow. They exchange rapid blows, their attacks blurring with speed. Warren grits her teeth and launches a fist aimed directly at Corrin's chest, unrelenting. Arba and Warren clash again with full force. Their bodies move like afterimages across the battlefield, exchanging devastating strikes. Corrin tries to provoke Warren, declaring her resistance meaningless. He claims victory is his, aiming to shake her resolve. Warren's eyes burn with focus. She blocks his latest attack and answers with a declaration of her own: she won't fall. The battle continues with no signs of slowing. Warren senses a shift in rhythm before she can react. Arba slams into her with raw force, sending her crashing into the ground. The impact shakes the area. Arba stands over her, casually referencing martial arts. Warren questions how a copied body can channel such destructive power. Arba acknowledges the thought. It surprises even her. Surrounded by crimson aura, Warren slowly rises. Her focus intensifies. In this moment, she recognizes that winning won't come from strength alone. It will come from will. Arba lunges in with a deadly strike, shouting in rage. Her power flares with explosive speed, but Warren doesn't retreat. A massive burst of force erupts at the center of the battlefield. Red and blue energies collide in a blinding pulse. The scene fades momentarily in the chaos. Through smoke and flame, both fighters keep exchanging blows. Warren endures, even as Arba's attacks push her closer to the edge. The atmosphere grows heavier with each strike. They leap back from the explosion, both figures silhouetted in the debris. The terrain is scarred, with fractured ground and rising dust clouds. Arba lands hard, clutching her side. She watches Hwoarang still standing, battered but defiant. Doubt begins to surface. Arba voices disbelief. Her advanced technique failed. For the first time, she faces a foe who resists her copied strength. Someone who surpasses her in resolve. Hwoarang reflects on her past as she faces Arba's defeat. She has met enemies like her before. Compared to them, this challenge felt manageable, if only barely. Arba, injured and staggering, tries to resist. But Hwoarang stands firm and corrects her. She is not just a demi-human. Her name is Hwoarang, and she claims it with pride. Both collapse from exhaustion. The system declares Hwoarang the winner. Though neither can fight further, her endurance has secured another critical delay for their side. Thanks to Hwoarang's effort, the team gains one more day before the law is passed. Miriam's forces have all been stopped, but Miriam herself has yet to act. Corin approaches Hwoarang with gratitude. She brushes it off, only needing rest. Meanwhile, Alicia steps forward, acknowledging that her turn is next. With her spirit flaring, Alicia declares readiness. Her body glows with magical energy, signaling her entrance into the battlefield. The next fight is about to begin. Estelle appears through a communication device. Something is wrong. The magic contract has shifted. The Gias that once protected the plan is no longer stable. Corin and his allies freeze. The battlefield darkens as a new, unknown force begins to intervene. Miriam's voice echoes with admiration, but her presence carries threat. Everyone turns. A figure descends in silence. The tension spikes. Corin recognizes the voice. This arrival wasn't part of the plan. A portal trembles as red lightning surrounds it. A presence emerges, powerful, ancient, and ominous. The sky darkens with its arrival. Dan, a beauty, Balthazar's closest ally, descends beneath a burning eclipse. His tone is casual, but his power radiates fear. He claims it's been a while. Another figure appears, Ohard Bress, the omnipotent demon king. With piercing eyes and cold resolve, he declares there's no time left to waste. The true threat has now entered the battlefield. Ohard Bress steps into the ruins under a blood-red sky. The environment radiates danger, but he advances with purpose. A group of academy students ahead suddenly halt as a powerful presence emerges. Corin's group freeze in shock. A strange card trembles on the ground, emitting pulses of unnatural energy. The atmosphere distorts. An ancient force is awakening. From within the darkness, the archdemon known as Ohard Bress emerged. A loyal ally of Balthazar, he towers over them with glowing eyes. Without hesitation, he declares his intent to destroy Corin with his own hands. Ohard the demon confronts Corin with a mocking smile, questioning his motive for arriving and taunting him about killing lower demons. The demon continues, revealing their plans to use Princess Miriam to manipulate alliances. His role, he claims, is diplomatic, to manage relationships and ease tension between humans and demons. Corin silently activates his artifact, Ergetel Feum, power courses through his golden arm. He ignores the demon's words, focused only on the artifact he came for. The demon's amused expression fades as he realizes Corin's true purpose. Corin accuses the demon of orchestrating chaos behind the scenes. He demands answers about the sun's corruption and the demon's role in it. The demon recalls a past battle involving the Demon King and Miriam. It was during that chaos that information was leaked, possibly by someone unexpected. Mocking Corin's bravery, the demon accuses him of being a good actor. Despite his calm exterior, Corin's rage is clear. The confrontation is far from over. Ohard Bress reacts with offense as Corin's earlier words challenge his twisted definition of beauty. Turning away, he coldly demands a sword from one of his subordinates. The subordinate hesitates but obeys, offering a sword that is already shattered. She explains its broken state, uncertain of its purpose in combat. Ohard takes the blade with a sinister smile. He echoes Corin's sentiment, implying that even broken things have value, a mocking affirmation twisted by cruelty. Corin's eyes narrow as he signals the start of the confrontation. A surge of energy follows his command as he readies himself for a decisive strike. In a blur, Corin moves in. A single clean cut is made, his blade piercing with lethal precision. Ohard's subordinate screams in pain as the attack lands. Ohard watches, seemingly impressed. He lifts the broken sword and uses it to stab the injured subordinate, remarking that even damaged weapons can be deadly if used correctly. He explains the concept of superhumans, individuals with talents surpassing normal limits, capable of battling monsters and spirits. Among them are the highest-ranked heroes. Corin and Ohard square off, both representing unmatched strength. The system activates, preparing for an extraordinary clash. As the system backup completes, Ohard receives a 200% stat boost. His pertinence is rated a Fey. Korin, titled hero, is reminded of his sacred mission, defeat evil and save the world. With his boosted stats, Ohard Bress clashes directly with Korin. The sheer force of his strike shakes the battlefield, proving how much more powerful he's become. Korin retaliates with a barrage of spear techniques. Each move is named and executed with deadly intent, showing he's not overwhelmed despite the odds. Although many enemies serve as final bosses, Ohard stands above them. Korin realizes this fight is unlike anything he's faced before. It demands perfect timing and spacing. Korin tries to maintain distance, understanding the advantage of a spear in close quarters. However, Ohard's aggressive charge disrupts his rhythm. Ohard closes in, suddenly attacking Korin and striking him hard. Despite being hit, Korin holds onto his weapon. Ohard admires the spear's balance and speed. He declares his desire to claim it, lunging forward as dark energy swirls above him, signaling a new move. Korin is hit again, blood trailing midair as he grits his teeth. He doesn't retreat, staying focused through pain. He pulls out a hidden weapon. Throughout his journey, Korin has collected numerous tools in battle, each one stored for a moment like this. Ohard counters immediately. He adapts to every weapon Korin uses, wielding them as if he mastered them all. Smiling without concern, Ohard is revealed again as the omnipotent Demon King, a monster with no limits in power or versatility. His skill in handling any weapon makes him lethal. Ohard Bress slams Korin to the ground mid-battle, mocking him. He questions Korin's refusal to give the sacred artifact Ergetel Fayum to others, more capable or already recognized as special rank individuals. Ohard refers to others like Jiangak and a girl connected to the domain, claiming that Korin, despite his power, lacks the unique qualities that define special ranks, those with abilities that exceed normal limits. He tightens his grip, declaring Korin unworthy of the stage meant only for elites. With overwhelming power, he unleashes a brutal magical attack, launching Korin through the air and activating a strange rune on his body. As the energy surges, Ohard scoffs at what he assumes is standard magic, but his expression shifts when he recognizes the activation pattern of the rune of regression, something far more complex. Korin, enveloped in a radiant burst of red energy, dives back into the battle. Despite injuries, he counters Ohard's force with renewed strength, dodging and weaving with precision. Korin grabs his weapon again and charges. Ohard is momentarily surprised, sensing a shift. His confident smirk fades slightly as the air tightens between them, the tide of the battle threatening to change. Ohard questions the appearance of rune magic, realizing something unexpected is unfolding. The battlefield begins to warp with arcane patterns in motion. Korin's movements blur through the field as his power stabilizes. He maneuvers around Ohard's attack and closes the gap, undeterred. Face to face once more, their eyes lock. Korin, once overwhelmed, now carries a look of quiet defiance, his counterattack ready to land. Korin charges with his spear, ready to strike again, but Ohard doesn't flinch. He acknowledges Korin's weapon skill, yet claims that a mere spear cannot harm him. Korin grips his spear tighter, preparing for another attack. Ohard, now amused, quietly praises the spear's craftsmanship. Ohard raises his hand, signaling that he will now demonstrate the power of his own weapon, in return for Korin's excellent manners in combat. Swords rain down behind Ohard as he calls upon his artifact. The air distorts with raw magical force. He draws his divine weapon Fragrak, a blade said to be unblockable, unarmored, and unerring. Its power begins to surge in his hand. Ohard stands engulfed in radiant gold and red energy, announcing Fragrak's name and title, the Answerer. The battlefield trembles under its presence. Korin's expression darkens. He mocks Ohard's pride in his divine weapon, ready to settle the fight with one decisive clash. The visual shifts into monochrome from the immense pressure of their power colliding at full speed. Both fighters unleash everything: blinding speed, explosive force, and honed instinct. The environment shatters from the impact. Their weapons connect with overwhelming power. Light consumes the battlefield in an instant. For that brief moment, only the outcome of this one strike matters. A true test of mastery, strength, and resolve. The clash of Korin and Ohard's final strike explodes into a blinding catastrophe. Energy rips through the battlefield, warping space itself. Korin, mid-air, can barely comprehend the power erupting around him. The narrator describes the phenomenon as reality splitting open, a moment where even heaven and earth seemed to fracture. The force was absolute, causing all who witnessed it to freeze in awe or fear. At the center of the devastation, the ground is obliterated. The narrator reflects, what kind of man could create such chaos? This was power enough to suppress thousands, the strength of a lone warrior above all. Silence breaks with Corrin's piercing scream as he unleashes the final thrust. The force behind it encapsulates every bit of will and rage within him. As the light fades, the title of special rank is declared, the mark of those with overwhelming ability. Corrin's strength now truly meets the standard. Amid the silence and crumbling debris, Corrin remains standing. The aftermath of his clash with Ohard leaves the ground scorched and the air unnaturally still. Ohard, injured but alive, reflects quietly. He admits how troublesome Corrin turned out to be. Defeating him would have cost his own life too. He holds up Fragarok, acknowledging that Corrin stood against this divine weapon and lived. His tone shifts from condescension to reluctant admiration. Ohard praises Corrin's resolve. He declares Corrin worthy of reaching the final stage, no longer seeing him as just another player, but a fighter deserving of respect and danger. Ohard calls out to Corrin, who stands bloodied but unbroken in the wake of their battle. The dust clears as silence falls over the shattered field. Corrin responds, suggesting they call the fight a draw. Though exhausted, he maintains his composure, declaring there's still more to face. Ohard turns to leave. Stepping through a dimensional gate, he admits that he was never Corrin's true destined enemy, and that the real threat still lies ahead. A glowing seal activates beneath Corrin's feet. It hums with blue energy as the ground beneath him resonates. Ohard reflects on Balthazar's earlier claim that Corrin Locke was the prophet hero. Once dismissed as madness, Ohard now sees the truth in those words. As Ohard vanishes, Corrin stands alone in the middle of a massive crater carved by their battle. The energy settles, but the war is not yet over. Corrin stumbles, but he is greeted by his allies, who rush to his side. They ask if he's all right. He forces a smile and says he's fine. Inwardly, he knows he was barely holding on, pretending to be okay. His strength was almost gone, and the fight pushed him to his limits, despite his condition. Corrin's stand bought just enough time now. He and his allies are permitted entry into the holy grounds. The enemy army, previously charging with fury, halts. In the aftermath of the battle, a crimson throne appears among the frozen enemy soldiers. Corrin notices it and immediately senses Princess Miriam's involvement. He wonders if she was responsible for what just occurred. The fierce clash between two special ranks had not only stopped the advancing army, it had shattered the very structure behind their obedience. The Geese, a powerful contract binding the forces, had been destroyed. All magical contracts and forced allegiances were now rendered null and void. Chaos quickly spread. Among the confusion, gasps and fear rise. A dark realization dawns as a powerful beast approaches. From the beginning, the snake beast never aimed for victory. It had simply been waiting. With the contracts broken, it was finally free. Princess Miriam, now revealed with glowing eyes and royal presence, observes calmly from a distance. Her true goal wasn't survival or power. It was this moment. She smiles coldly, her words echoing across the battlefield, thanking Corrin for unknowingly fulfilling her wish. Estelle Hadatha El-Rath was known as a princess, blessed with divine power and praised for her holiness. She stood as the kingdom's pride, admired by nobles and citizens alike for her devotion and intelligence. Her younger sister, Miriam Elizabeth El-Rath, was often seen beside her. Miriam was warm-hearted and curious, spending her days learning and staying close to Estelle. The two sisters shared peaceful moments together, treated almost like friends rather than royalty. Miriam's life felt secure because Estelle was always near. The palace staff believed the princesses had nothing to fear, and Miriam grew up surrounded by love, comfort, and admiration within the royal family. The nanny and maids watched the sisters playing together, relieved that the royal household seemed stable. Miriam's childhood was filled with simple happiness, and the servants trusted the kingdom's future would remain bright. One day, Miriam suddenly turned in surprise as someone important arrived. Her expression changed instantly, showing excitement and longing as she recognized the person she cherished most. Miriam ran forward and embraced her mother, Maria Elizabeth El-Rath. To Miriam, her mother was her entire world, the one person she loved more than anyone, and her presence made everything feel safe again. Later, Miriam traveled with her mother to celebrate a holy day. The night sky above was strange, with a blood-red moon casting an unsettling glow over what should have been a joyful trip. Suddenly, fear replaced peace. The nanny was trembling and crying, urgently warning Miriam that danger was near. Miriam could not understand why everything was changing so quickly. The nanny forced Miriam to flee, turning the happiest day into terror. Miriam froze in shock, realizing her safe world was breaking apart, and that something deadly had begun to threaten the royal family. Miriam ran through the red-lit hall, calling for help as shadows closed in around her. The air felt heavy and the ground was stained with signs of violence. She searched desperately for the nanny who had raised her since childhood. When she found her, the sight shattered her composure. The nanny and maids who once protected her lay motionless, struck down without mercy. Miriam's awakened magic trembled within her, but it could not change what had already happened. The guards and servants who formed her small world had collapsed. The safety she believed in was gone, leaving only silence and the red glow of the night pressing down on her. Miriam stumbled backward, her bare feet touching the cold floor as fear consumed her. She tried to convince herself it was only a nightmare and begged for everything to stop. A faint voice reached her through the chaos. She froze, recognizing it despite the distance and the panic clouding her mind. The familiar tone cut through the noise like a warning. Under the crimson moon, she saw her mother standing against an overwhelming threat. Maria Elizabeth L. Rath faced the danger alone, her figure illuminated by the red sky as she protected her daughter from afar. Maria called out to Miriam, her body already wounded. Blood stained her dress, and her strength was fading. Yet her focus remained on her child's safety. Her mother's body finally gave way and fell. The final barrier between Miriam and the darkness disappeared in that instant. Miriam stood alone as the reality settled in. That day marked the destruction of her world, and something within her changed forever, as grief and shock replaced the innocence she once held. Maria Elizabeth L. Rath was killed by the Silver Wolf, ending the life of the queen Miriam trusted most. The kingdom's balance broke apart as the tragedy spread through the palace. The father Miriam once depended on hesitated in the war against the demi-humans. His weakness allowed the conflict to deepen, and the royal family's protection began to crumble, faking his wife's death as an accident. Estelle, the older sister, became a saint respected by many, yet even she could not stop the growing chaos. Miriam was left alone, crushed beneath a cause that was praised as holy but brought only loss. After the day of her collapse, Miriam did not fall into despair for long. Revenge filled the emptiness, and she began gathering power through political influence rather than divine blessing. Over time, she seized control of the scientist position, took authority from the Zion Order, and even gained command over the kingdom's military forces. Her rise was built on anger and determination. Then a mysterious man approached her in the shadows, offering something she had desired since that bloody night: a path toward vengeance. The stranger placed a dark object into Miriam's hands. It was revealed as the infinite serpent, Midgard Orm, an artifact of forbidden power. Its spell was ancient and absolute, capable of stealing the life of every living being within its range once activated. Such power demanded a cost beyond imagination. Miriam understood the price would be her own life, yet she accepted without hesitation. To her, sacrificing herself was worth it if it meant destroying the enemies tied to her suffering. The Silver Wolf advanced with his companions, blades drawn and eyes fixed ahead. He declared that once he reached his dream, this life would no longer matter. His resolve drove him forward into danger without hesitation. Before him stood a massive dragon-like being, radiating overwhelming power. The battlefield shook as the creature prepared to strike, and the clash between hunter and monster became unavoidable. Far away, Miriam activated her magic. She declared she no longer needed anything, and dark serpents began rising around her body. Her power spread outward, indifferent to ally or enemy. Blood splattered across the battlefield as the spell expanded. The ground trembled under the force of Miriam's unique magic, which manifested as countless shadowed serpents. The infinite serpent, Midgard Orm, fully awakened. Its presence consumed the surroundings, swallowing life indiscriminately as soldiers panicked and attempted to flee. Amid the chaos, the Silver Wolf urged others to run. Though wounded, he refused to retreat, claiming he still had something important to accomplish before the end. Memories of a past tragedy filled the Silver Wolf's mind. He remembered kneeling helplessly before loss and swore he would never face such an ending again. A young demi-human child screamed as serpents closed in. Fear paralyzed the child while the destructive magic drew nearer. The Silver Wolf stepped forward, despite the overwhelming threat. Determined not to repeat the past, he chose to confront the serpents directly, prepared to risk his life to protect the innocent from Miriam's unleashed power. The Silver Wolf clenched his teeth, struggling to stay standing as the chaos grew worse. He realized he still had something he needed to do, even though his body was reaching its limit. A sudden burst of power erupted as he raised his weapon, cutting through the air with force. The battlefield filled with sharp flashes of energy, showing he was preparing to act before it was too late. Corin's voice called after him, begging him to stop Miriam. The Silver Wolf did not answer with words, but his movement showed he understood the weight of what was happening. Others confronted him, questioning whether he planned to sacrifice himself or abandon everyone. They could not understand why he would face such destruction alone. The Silver Wolf hesitated when they pointed out Corrin's condition. His wounds were severe, and blood stained his body, proving he was already close to collapse. Despite the warnings, his expression remained firm. Corrin told them to focus on protecting what mattered most, while he handled the task only he could complete. Corrin stepped forward into the ruined landscape, facing the enormous serpent-shaped monster rising in the distance. The sight awakened memories of past slaughter he never wanted to see again. Midgard-Orm, the infinite serpent, was not just a creature but an ancient spell given form. In the past, it had destroyed countless demi-humans and left nothing but death behind. He understood the truth. If the magic finished, the serpent's power would massacre everyone nearby, repeating the tragedy that once ended Miriam's life. The Silver Wolf moved ahead, determined to stop history from unfolding the same way again. Corrin felt the situation unfolding exactly as before. The infinite serpent's power pressed down on him, forcing him into the same cruel choice he once faced. He questioned whether he would have to kill Miriam with his own hands again, repeating the tragedy that destroyed her life. The monstrous serpent opened its jaws wide, towering above Miriam as she stood trapped beneath its shadow. The Silver Wolf's name, Corrindeard, carried the weight of a man who had already survived this nightmare once. He stared at the scene, realizing the past was returning. The spell's force demanded an ending, and Miriam's life seemed once again tied to the serpent's completion. Corrin considered another path. Instead of striking Miriam down, he chose to fight the source of destruction directly. He launched himself forward, attacking the serpent with everything he had left. Even as blood spilled and exhaustion consumed him, he refused to retreat. His body was failing, yet his will remained fixed on stopping the spell before it could claim more lives. Miriam appeared before him, watching quietly. No matter what he said or did, she remained unmoved, her revenge-driven purpose stronger than any warning. Miriam's eyes reflected fate itself. She had already accepted the ending, and there was no hesitation in her expression. She remembered the destruction left behind and felt satisfaction instead of regret. Her revenge was complete, and she believed nothing else mattered beyond that goal. Corrin recognized what she intended. Miriam was preparing to activate Midgard-Orm once more, even if it meant repeating the massacre. The realization struck him sharply, knowing the final disaster was about to begin again. Corrin confronted Miriam, demanding she stop the infinite serpent before it erased every living being nearby. He warned her that only death waited at the end of this path, but Miriam showed no fear. Miriam questioned him coldly, asking if he had also witnessed the fall of Riafal. Her voice carried certainty, as if tragedy had already proven her point. Dark purple magic swelled around her, spreading like a storm. Miriam dismissed everything else, believing nothing mattered anymore compared to the revenge she had chosen. Miriam smiled with grim satisfaction, thanking Corrin for confirming what she already knew. Her expression showed she had fully accepted the consequences. She raised the artifact in her hands, declaring that in the end she would finally receive what she wished for. The power of Midgard-Orm gathered at her command. The infinite serpent activated. A massive surge of energy exploded outward, shaking the battlefield as the forbidden spell began consuming life. Miriam's body became the sacrifice. Pain tore through her, but she endured it without hesitation, convinced her suffering was nothing compared to what she had lived through. Her eyes remained focused, remembering the horrors she had personally witnessed. She believed this spell was the only answer left, even if it demanded her life. A new force emerged within the chaos, the Death God's orb. Its presence collided against the serpent's power as Corrin unleashed his own strength, preparing to challenge the destruction Miriam had set free. Miriam dismissed Corrin's resistance as meaningless, declaring that Midgard-Orm had already been activated and could not be reversed. Dark serpents tightened around her as the spell consumed the battlefield. Corrin charged forward through the crushing pressure, recalling that this was not their first encounter with such despair. He recognized the same determination in her eyes and understood how deeply she believed in this path. The serpent's massive body descended between them, splitting the air with violent force. Corrin forced his way through the dark coils, refusing to retreat despite the overwhelming magic. Purple energy twisted and compressed around Miriam's core, pulling everything inward. The power threatened to erase both of them as it reached its final stage. Corrin's hand burned as he grabbed the glowing artifact directly. Flesh tore under the strain, but he refused to release it, enduring the destructive current flooding his body. He shouted that she did not understand the kind of person he had become. His grip tightened, disrupting the spell's balance and forcing the orb's energy to waver. Miriam insisted this outcome was her destiny and that she would not undo it. Even as the power tore at her life, she clung to the belief that sacrifice was the only conclusion left to her. Korin rejected that fate. He moved closer despite the violent surge, his presence alone disrupting the certainty she held. With unwavering resolve, Korin declared that as long as he stood there, destiny would not decide the ending. He poured his strength into the clash, determined to shatter the so-called fate that bound Miriam and the serpent together. A violent burst of purple magic erupts in the battlefield as Korin Locke stands within the storm of energy. The destructive power spreads outward like an explosion, distorting the air around him. Miriam, the red-haired woman, stands within the glowing purple aura as the magic intensifies around her. Her expression shows shock and frustration while she faces the destructive power in front of her. Korin's face becomes visible through the swirling energy as he advances through the magic storm. His body is surrounded by dark purple power while the spell continues to surge violently. Miriam shouts in panic as the spell known as Midgard Orem activates. The dangerous magic begins draining the caster's life force, and the destructive energy grows stronger around the battlefield. Korin focuses his strength while gathering energy in his hand. Even though the spell is meant to consume life, Korin attempts to counter it by forcing another source of power into the unstable magic. A massive explosion erupts as the combined energies collide. The overwhelming force shows how dangerous the clash has become as Korin pushes forward despite the risk to his life. Miriam struggles within the collapsing magic storm, while debris and energy surge around her. The pressure of Korin's resistance continues to disrupt the spell, forcing her to confront the possibility that the spell may fail. Korin appears battered and wounded, but he continues advancing through the magic. His body shows clear signs of damage, yet his expression remains determined as he pushes through the battlefield with unwavering resolve. The storm of magic continues to rage while Korin stands at the center of the clash. Even with the destructive power surrounding him, he refuses to stop. A massive serpent formed from violent purple magic suddenly appears in the sky, its body twisting as it lets out a terrifying roar. The destructive energy spreads in every direction. Several people on the battlefield notice Korin standing at the center of the chaos. Their bodies are wounded and exhausted, showing the cost of the battle so far. Korin lowers his head while breathing heavily, his body covered in injuries. The battlefield around him is filled with shattered stone and lingering purple energy. The scene suddenly shifts into a memory where a crimson full moon hangs in the sky, casting a red light over a quiet town beneath the eerie moonlight. Miriam kneels beside the body of her fallen mother after a silver wolf attack. Korin appears within the memory, realizing that he has somehow entered Miriam's past. The strange connection between them becomes clear as he witnesses the painful moment that shaped her hatred. Korin studies the memory carefully and understands that this tragic moment is the source of Miriam's anger. The loss she experienced under the Crimson Moon became the foundation of the emotions that now drive her actions. The memory continues as young Miriam stands alone in the red-lit street near the place where her mother died. The quiet environment hides the beginning of the hatred forming inside her. Miriam's father, a powerful ruler, sits upon his throne after the war with the demi-humans. The incident involving her mother is dismissed as an accident, revealing how little attention was given to her suffering. Another memory reveals Miriam's sister, Estelle, quietly hiding the truth about the demi-humans. The decision to conceal the truth deepens Miriam's loneliness and resentment. Miriam stands alone within a dark red space formed from the memories surrounding her past. Her expression is calm but distant as she reflects on the path her life took after losing everything important to her. The memory continues as Miriam recalls the choices she made to pursue power. She trained relentlessly and eventually became a scientist of the cathedral. Miriam appears as an adult surrounded by a crimson glow, holding a weapon as the memory reaches its conclusion. She reflects on the long years of pain after losing her family and being left alone. Her anger rises when he claims to understand her pain, believing that no one could truly comprehend the suffering she endured after losing her family. Korin stands calmly in front of her despite the overwhelming hostility in the air. The red environment continues to pulse with the emotions contained within Miriam's memories, while she struggles to accept the idea that someone else might share a similar loss. Korin quietly reveals that he has also experienced the pain of losing his family. His expression remains steady, showing that his understanding of loss is not simply sympathy, but something drawn from his own past. The memory shifts once again as Miriam runs across a frozen battlefield, filled with fallen bodies scattered across the snow. She walks slowly among the lifeless soldiers, while snow falls around her, her red hair standing out against the pale battlefield. Korin appears nearby within the memory, wounded but conscious as he looks toward Miriam. The painful scene continues to reveal the truth behind the tragedy that shaped her life. Miriam believes that the path of revenge she followed has already reached its end, and that the future she saw cannot be changed. Her anger rises as she rejects the idea that her actions could have been meaningless. Instead of accepting her belief about the future, Corin explains that what she witnessed was not truly the future, but something that had already happened before. After witnessing the destruction that occurred before, he returned to the past 3 years earlier. From his perspective, the outcome Miriam believes is inevitable has already happened once. Miriam struggles to accept Corin's explanation while the snow continues to fall around them. She insists that fate cannot be changed and that everything must follow the path already decided. Corin steps closer and rejects the idea that fate is absolute. Instead of arguing about destiny, he shifts the discussion toward the true cause behind Miriam's actions. His focus turns toward the painful history connected to the family she lost. The surrounding space changes into a warm memory inside a quiet room. Corin explains that this story is not about fate at all, but about the tragedy Miriam experienced when she lost her family. Within the shifting memory, Miriam appears surrounded by dark red energy, as Corin reminds her of the path that led them to conflict. He reveals that in the previous timeline she never accepted him. Another memory appears showing their hands touching gently inside a peaceful home. The scene reveals a completely different past where Corin and Miriam live together as husband and wife. The quiet scene of the two sharing a warm moment contrasts sharply with the violent battlefield where they now stand. Corin kneels in the snow while holding Miriam's weakened body in his arms. The battlefield remains quiet as the cold wind moves through the falling snow. He wanted to save the world from Balthazar and prevent the sacrifice of innocent demi-humans. Despite that mission, he also admits that his feelings for Miriam were real and that he once hoped they could live peacefully together. Miriam's expression softens as tears fall from her eyes. As Corin speaks, the emotions inside her begin to shift. The weight of his confession and the memories he revealed begin to break through the anger she carried for so long. Miriam looks at Corin silently, her face still marked with blood and exhaustion. The battlefield around them remains frozen and quiet while she processes the truth he revealed about the life they once shared. Corin lowers his head while holding Miriam closer. He admits that he understands the pain of losing family because he has experienced the same loneliness himself. Determination appears on Corin's face as purple magical energy begins gathering around his body again, even while injured. He prepares to act once more in order to stop the destruction caused by the powerful spell. Miriam opens her eyes slowly while purple energy surrounds her body. The destructive magic of Midgard Orem continues to spread around the battlefield as she prepares to take control of the spell. With a determined expression, Miriam attempts to stop the spell herself. Purple magic erupts violently around her as she reaches forward, trying to force the overwhelming power to shut down. The energy explodes violently across the battlefield as Miriam struggles against the spell's force. Both she and Corin are caught within the blast as the unstable magic surges out of control. A violent surge of purple magic erupts as the rune of continuity activates. The spell twists space around Corin and Miriam, forming a powerful magical field. The presence behind the magic observes calmly while the battlefield collapses into chaos. The power of Midgard Orem continues spreading, threatening to destroy countless lives if nothing stops it. The memory of another scene flashes through the magic as Corin remembers the overwhelming forces involved in the larger conflict. The disaster showing how many lives will be lost if the spell continues. Balthazar appears surrounded by intense magical energy, confidently declaring that once Midgard Orem fully activates, the demi-humans present will be annihilated. Corin reacts immediately when he recognizes Balthazar behind the chaos. His anger and determination return as he understands who is truly responsible for the catastrophe unfolding around them. Miriam tries to intervene as the magic spirals out of control, attempting to take action herself. However, Corin suddenly moves before she can complete her attempt, refusing to let her sacrifice herself. Miriam's body is thrown upward by the violent surge of power as Corin intercepts the spell. The sudden movement reveals that Corin has stepped directly into the center of the dangerous magic. Corin stands alone within the purple storm of energy. His body trembles under the pressure of the spell, but his expression shows unwavering resolve as he continues to hold the unstable magic back. The battlefield erupts into a massive explosion of purple light. Corin's power clashes against the spell with overwhelming force as the entire area becomes engulfed in the destructive magical storm. Corin's body trembles as a strange system suddenly activates around him. Even while surrounded by violent purple magic, Corin realizes that a powerful backup mechanism has begun supporting him. The system displays multiple commandments that strengthen Corin's abilities. The reinforcement stabilizes his condition as he continues resisting the destructive force created by Midgard Orm. Korin clenches his teeth and focuses his power toward Balthazar. With this power, he declares that the current battle will not follow the same fate as before. The system enhancement surrounds him with intense magical light, transforming him into a figure capable of confronting the overwhelming force threatening the battlefield. Miriam watches from the ground as Korin's strength rises far beyond what she expected. His determination to protect the world and prevent the sacrifice of innocent demi-humans becomes clear as the energy around him continues growing. Korin gathers his magic and releases a powerful technique. Purple energy condenses in his hands before exploding outward as he directs the attack toward the destructive spell. A massive magical beam shoots into the sky as the attack collides with the enormous serpent-like energy created by Midgard RM. Miriam remains on the ground, staring upward in shock as the magical storm shakes the surrounding area. The force of the clash sends debris flying while the ground cracks beneath the impact. Realizing the danger Korin is facing, Miriam forces herself to stand and run toward the battlefield. Despite her injuries and exhaustion, she rushes forward, desperate to reach him before the overwhelming power consumes him. Miriam kneels beside Korin Locke's motionless body on the shattered battlefield. Snow and dust settle slowly around them while Korin lies covered in blood and wounds from the overwhelming magic he endured. Korin remains unconscious while Miriam carefully holds his body. The battlefield has grown quiet after the violent clash of magic, leaving only the faint sound of debris falling around them. Miriam's emotions finally overwhelm her as she bows her head over Korin's chest. The strong scientist who once pursued revenge now appears fragile, terrified that the person who tried to save her might never wake again. As Miriam continues crying beside him, Korin suddenly coughs weakly. His injured hand slowly rises and gently touches her face. Korin slowly opens his eyes and manages a faint smile despite his severe injuries. His hand remains on Miriam's cheek as he looks at her tearful expression. Miriam cries while holding Korin's hand close to her face. His quiet smile shows that even after the battle and suffering, he is simply happy to see her alive. Miriam kneels beside Korin as several demi-human warriors slowly approach her. The battlefield is filled with cracked stone and scattered debris from the previous fight. Some of the demi-humans accuse Miriam of causing the disaster that happened earlier. Their voices carry frustration as they believe she is responsible for the chaos and destruction surrounding them. Before the situation can escalate, a tall demi-human warrior steps forward through the group. The others immediately recognize him as their leader, Lord Kush. Miriam slowly raises her head while kneeling on the ground, her body still covered in blood and dust from the battle. She recognizes the silver-furred warrior standing before her. The memory of a past encounter begins to surface in her mind. The scene briefly recalls a moment from the past beneath a crimson moon, when a silver wolf attacked her family many years ago. The memory reveals the origin of Miriam's hatred and the trauma that shaped her path. Lord Kush stands firmly before her and acknowledges the time that has passed since that event. 10 years have gone by since the tragedy, yet the memory still remains strong for both of them. Lord Kush declares that he intends to settle the matter that began years ago. His body becomes surrounded by intense red energy as he prepares to face Miriam directly. Miriam struggles to stand while staring at him, her body weakened, but her eyes still determined. She refuses to back away even though she is injured. Despite the tension and danger, Miriam lifts her hand slightly, as if preparing to speak or act. The confrontation between the two figures begins, as the surrounding warriors watch in silence. Lord Kush kneels before Miriam, with a heavy expression. His silver fur stained from battle and age, he reflects on the tragedy that occurred 10 years ago when Miriam's mother was killed during the attack. The demi-human warriors around them react with confusion and shock as their leader admits responsibility for the past incident. Lord Kush explains that his actions that day endangered his entire race and brought suffering to many people. When one of his followers attempts to speak in protest, Kush silences him, determined to face the consequences himself without excuses. Kush lowers his head and prepares himself for the punishment he believes he deserves. His posture shows complete acceptance of whatever Miriam decides to do next. Despite his injuries, Korin Locke allows the situation to unfold, recognizing that this confrontation is deeply personal and must be resolved between Miriam and Kush. Lord Kush declares that his death would be by his own choice and not driven by revenge. He asks Miriam to take responsibility for the decision and urges her to release the hatred she holds toward his people. The surrounding demi-humans remain silent as their leader kneels before Miriam, waiting for her judgment. The tension in the area grows as everyone watches the fragile moment. Suddenly, a young demi-human child runs forward and shields Lord Kush. The child begs Miriam not to harm him, revealing how much Kush means to those who depend on him. The emotional plea reminds Miriam of her own painful childhood memories. As she watches the child cry, the hatred she carried for years begins to waver, forcing her to reconsider the path she once chose. Miriam lowers her head as tears run down her face while the crowd watches in silence. The weight of the past presses heavily on her mind as she hesitates, struggling between the hatred she carried for years and the compassion she once buried. Several demi-humans rush forward in panic as they see their leader kneeling before Miriam. They shout and attempt to stop the situation from escalating, worried that their leader might lose his life. Miriam closes her eyes and steadies her breathing before raising her head again. Instead of continuing the conflict, she declares that the long chain of hatred and revenge must end here. In the city streets, report claims that the demi-humans were responsible for the queen's death 10 years ago, reigniting rumors and suspicion that had been hidden for years. Citizens gather together while reading the report with shock and confusion. Many begin questioning the official story that the incident had been an accident. One newspaper reveals the portrait of a powerful noble figure connected to the past tragedy. The image suggests that hidden forces within the empire may have been involved in shaping the narrative of the event. Inside the imperial hall, the ruler speaks solemnly about the death of his beloved wife 10 years earlier. His words reflect grief while he recalls the tragedy that shook the empire. He continues explaining that the chain of events truly began when Miriam became deeply involved with the cathedral and its influence. The scene shifts to a dark memory where Miriam, wearing the robes of a scientist, walks through a ruined place filled with fallen demi-humans. A silver-furred demi-human recalls the tragic night when Miriam's father died. He explains that the queen's husband killed him during the chaos of that event. Corin stands nearby, listening carefully, while Miriam watches in silence behind him. Corin questions why the truth about that moment had been hidden for so long. In that instant, the man restrained his anger and chose mercy instead of revenge. He spared his daughter Miriam, leaving her alive despite the tragedy surrounding them. The emperor sits on his throne while reflecting on the 10 years that followed the incident. He admits that he never spent a single day without thinking about the event that destroyed his family. The emperor explains that he struggled between anger and gratitude toward the man who spared Miriam. The conflicting emotions created doubt that prevented him from making a clear judgment about the demi-humans. Because of that conflict, the emperor chose to postpone any decision for years. Instead, he remained alone with the grief of losing his wife and the weight of responsibility over the empire. Miriam stands quietly as she listens to the emperor's confession. Her expression remains calm, but the silence shows how deeply the truth affects her. The emperor finally lowers his head and apologizes directly to Miriam. His gesture shows that he accepts responsibility for allowing hatred and misunderstanding to grow for so long. Soon afterward, a new law is announced that recognizes demi-humans as citizens of the empire. The decision spreads across the land, signaling the beginning of reconciliation between humans and demi-humans. Lord Kush stands restrained in the courtroom, his posture calm but resigned, as the court reviews the accusations against him. The atmosphere is tense as everyone present expects the final verdict to lead to his execution. The judge examines a large stack of documents while preparing the sentence. Evidence and testimonies have clearly placed Kush at the center of the incident. The petition asks the court to spare Kush's life, despite the tragedy, creating a surprising development that prevents the immediate execution many expected. Under a quiet sunset sky, Miriam stands alone in a peaceful park surrounded by autumn trees. Corin approaches Miriam from behind along the stone path. He had come to deliver news about Miriam's mother and the preparations for a large funeral ceremony that will honor her memory. Miriam listens calmly while looking toward the grave. The announcement of a month-long funeral ceremony reflects the empire's desire to properly mourn the queen and close a painful chapter. Miriam smiles faintly while speaking with Corin, showing a more relaxed expression after the long conflict. The tension that once surrounded her seems to have softened. Corin suddenly presents an object in his hand, revealing something connected to the dangerous magic known as Midgard Orm. The discovery surprises Miriam because the spell had been central to the earlier catastrophe. Miriam explains that the object is not the same Midgard Orm used before. Instead, it represents the true form of the serpent itself, a dangerous power that continues to exist even though she once tried to abandon it. Miriam stands beside Corin under the warm light of the sunset while holding the small serpent-like object connected to Midgard Orm. She calmly considers what to do with the dangerous power and explains that she plans to raise it like a family member. Corin reacts with surprise when he realizes Miriam remembers everything from the past events. The knowledge that she carries memories from the previous timeline makes him understand that the strange connection between them allowed her to retain fragments of those experiences. Miriam speaks lightly, treating the complicated situation with humor, while Corin remains unsure how deeply their past experiences are connected. Miriam smiles, gently while thanking Corin for guiding her through the difficult events that changed her life. Her expression shows gratitude toward him for helping her move beyond the hatred she once carried. The atmosphere between them is peaceful, now that the long conflict has ended and the truth about the past has finally been revealed. As the autumn sun lowers, Miriam walks down the path away from Corin. The quiet park reflects the calm that follows the storm of events they survived together. Later, night falls over the city as the cathedral stands quietly under the moonlight. The world seems peaceful after the turmoil that once threatened both humans and demi-humans. Miriam sits alone on a balcony, reflecting on everything that has happened. The hardships that once controlled her life appear to have finally settled. While holding the small serpent connected to Midgard Orem, Miriam hears a familiar voice behind her. The sudden presence interrupts her quiet moment, signaling that the story may not be completely finished. Miriam stands surrounded by several large serpents formed from dark purple magic. The creatures circle around her as she calmly controls the power radiating from the glowing magic circle in front of her. A powerful force crashes through the building as the serpents react to the disturbance. The violent arrival disrupts Miriam's control of the space as the serpents rise in response to the threat. A mysterious man appears within the red glow of magical energy. The atmosphere becomes tense as it becomes clear that he did not arrive by accident but came with a specific purpose. The man suddenly restrains Miriam with overwhelming force, lifting her while dark energy surrounds them. His power suppresses her movement as he observes her reaction closely. Despite her strength, the sudden attack places her at a disadvantage. The attacker calmly explains that he did not appear because of their previous agreement. Instead, he arrived because something unexpected has happened to Miriam's fate. He reveals that Miriam's destiny had always ended the same way in every scenario. In the original future, her final moments were meant to come when she was killed by a powerful figure known as the Player. Miriam's body stiffens as she realizes someone dangerous has entered the room, forcing her to prepare herself for a confrontation she did not expect. Miriam suddenly notices movement and shifts her gaze sharply. The attacker appears in front of her with a calm and confident presence. The attacker grabs Miriam by the throat and lifts her forcefully, stopping her from reacting immediately. With his other hand, he gathers magical energy, forming a glowing crystal-like power. The attacker holds the glowing crystal in his hand while observing Miriam closely. His expression remains calm, showing that he is not surprised by her resistance. He suddenly strikes Miriam with overwhelming force, throwing her violently across the room. Her body crashes through the air as she loses control of her balance, showing the massive difference in strength between them. Miriam remembers the warning connected to Corin Locke and realizes that this enemy intends to control the situation before a much larger event begins. The attacker calmly turns his back toward Miriam and walks toward the large red window, acting as if the fight has already ended. His relaxed posture shows that he believes Miriam is no longer a threat. He reveals that he has been watching every movement carefully. His plan is already in motion, and he warns that anyone who interferes with it will face deadly consequences. The attacker leaves Miriam injured on the floor of the room. The broken space around her shows the violence of the encounter. A peaceful morning surrounds the academy building as sunlight shines over the tall structure. Students begin leaving through the large entrance after their lessons. Outside the academy entrance, Corin Locke casually walks alongside several junior students while guiding them safely home. His relaxed behavior shows that he is respected by the younger students. Among the students nearby, Germain suddenly notices Melina walking away from the academy grounds. His expression changes immediately as anxiety appears on his face. The moment he sees her, he rushes toward her with urgency. Germain quickly stops Melina and nervously asks about the upcoming meeting she plans to attend. Melina remains calm while listening, but Germain's expression shows growing panic as he struggles to control his thoughts. As Melina questions his reaction, Germain becomes overwhelmed by suspicion. His mind fills with worry about Corin's involvement, and the pressure causes him to lose his composure while trying to explain his concern. Melina grows confused as Germain's behavior becomes increasingly unstable. Meanwhile, Germain continues convincing himself that something must be wrong, refusing to accept the possibility that Corin could have innocent intentions. From a distance, Germain watches Corin, interacting naturally with several students. Corin appears friendly and relaxed, surrounded by classmates who treat him with admiration and trust. Despite what he sees, Germain's thoughts twist the situation into something suspicious. His jealousy and insecurity begin turning into anger, as he imagines Corin secretly manipulating others. Consumed by frustration, Germain grabs Melina's hands and tries to stop her from meeting Corin. His emotional outburst reveals that his true motivation is not only concern, but also fear of losing Melina to someone he deeply distrusts. Germain stands nervously in front of Melina outside the academy, struggling to speak as his emotions overwhelm him. After hesitating for several moments, he finally gathers the courage to confess his feelings, tightly holding Melina's hands while his face burns with embarrassment and sincerity. Melina reacts with surprise at Germain's sudden confession. For a moment she stands frozen, processing the unexpected words while Germain anxiously waits for her response. Melina's expression softens as she reveals that she also has feelings for Germain. Her shy reaction transforms the tense moment into a joyful one, leaving Germain stunned as he realizes that his confession has been accepted. Nearby, other students continue their normal day outside the academy. Corin Locke walks alongside several junior students who admire him, while in the background Germain and Melina celebrate their new relationship with visible happiness. Corin interacts casually with the students around him as they offer him snacks and chat comfortably. The relaxed environment highlights how well-liked he is within the academy, surrounded by classmates who trust him. Later, Germain and Melina walk together beneath falling autumn leaves. Their expressions are calmer now, showing that the earlier tension has been replaced with warmth and a new beginning for their relationship. A quiet reflection shows the journey that led to this moment, recalling earlier conflicts and dangerous battles that shaped the path of the academy's students and heroes. The memory shifts back to the peaceful academy grounds under the bright autumn sky, symbolizing the calm that follows those difficult events. Corin stands beneath the warm sunlight as a gentle breeze moves through the falling leaves, quietly observing the peaceful day that has finally arrived after so many hardships. Estelle and Horan approached Corin. Estelle greets them politely while her attendant walks quietly behind her, showing the respect people give to someone of her position. Corin reacts slightly awkwardly as Estelle reminds him about the way he addresses her. Although she carries the title of scientist, she insists on being called by her name in public. Estelle quickly changes the topic and shows Corin a notice about a new event. She explains that the upcoming harvest celebration will include a special activity called the Lady of Autumn competition, which will take place during the Academy's festival. Corin reads the announcement carefully and begins thinking about the event. He realizes that the Lady of Autumn title is connected to the Harvest Festival, and that it involves selecting a representative through public admiration and participation. The Academy celebrates Autumn Harvest Festival season every year, and the event gathers many students and visitors. Lanterns, decorations, and festive gatherings create a lively atmosphere across the Academy grounds. Among the festival traditions, the Lady of Autumn is considered the most admired participant. A woman chosen through popularity and charm becomes the symbol of the celebration, representing the beauty and spirit of the harvest season. Golden ribbons collected during festival competitions are traditionally given to the chosen Lady of Autumn. These ribbons represent the recognition and admiration from others participating in the event. Corin remembers that in the original story this event was also part of an important quest. Participants had to win competitions or gather recognition in order to earn ribbons and present them to the chosen heroine. After explaining the rules, Estelle confidently suggests that Corin participate in the competition and win a golden ribbon. She smiles calmly while presenting the idea. The attention from nearby students grows as the scientist speaks loudly, creating an awkward scene that makes Corin worry about how everyone is watching the situation. Not far away, another argument breaks out among students during the busy moment. The tension in the courtyard rises as voices grow louder. Mariette speaks to Estelle with a serious expression. Her words reveal that Corin himself is uncomfortable with the situation surrounding the festival and the Lady of Autumn competition. Estelle looks surprised as Mariette brings attention to Corin's feelings. Corin stands nearby awkwardly, unsure how to react, while the two women begin discussing the situation in front of him. Estelle and Mariette stare directly at each other, their calm expressions hiding a growing rivalry. After a moment of thought, Estelle announces that she will personally participate in the Lady of Autumn competition. Her decision immediately raises the stakes of the festival event. Mariette turns toward Corin and confidently states that he will support her by giving her the golden ribbon. Her bold expectation leaves Corin completely stunned. The situation becomes even more complicated as other girls step forward and ask Corin for the ribbon as well. Their requests place him in an increasingly uncomfortable position. Corin stands frozen in shock as he realizes the competition has suddenly become a serious problem for him. What was supposed to be a simple festival event has now turned into a complicated situation involving multiple girls expecting his support. Estelle and Mariette stand close together while the surrounding students watch the unfolding situation. Their focus remains on Korin, who has unintentionally become the center of the competition for the Lady of Autumn title. Behind them, other girls at the academy begin expressing their own expectations. Several students believe Korin will support them during the competition, assuming he will give them the golden ribbon. The tension intensifies as the group of girls collectively look toward Korin. Their expectations surround him like an overwhelming wall of attention, forcing him to confront the difficult decision about who will receive the golden ribbon. Korin stands frozen while imagining the consequences of choosing one participant over the others. He realizes that giving the ribbon to one person could anger everyone else, turning the festival into a complete disaster for him. Nearby, two students casually observe the situation while enjoying snacks and entertainment. To them, the chaos around Korin appears amusing. Unable to endure the pressure, Korin suddenly makes a decision. Instead of choosing anyone immediately, he announces that he has something important to do before the competition begins, and quickly runs away from the group. Korin rushes across the academy grounds, thinking carefully about how to escape the dangerous situation. He realizes that simply choosing one participant will only create conflict. While running, Korin decides to seek help from the chairman of Merkaba, someone with authority who might be able to cancel or change the Lady of Autumn event entirely. Determined to solve the problem, Korin continues forward with a confident expression. His plan becomes clear in his mind. He will find a way to eliminate the troublesome competition before it traps him completely. The girls appear with intense expressions as their attention focuses entirely on Korin. Their determined looks reflect the pressure building around him, symbolizing how the competition for the golden ribbon has become a serious conflict that he cannot easily escape. Realizing the situation is becoming dangerous, Korin runs across the academy grounds toward the administrative building. Students around him turn in surprise as he rushes past them, desperate to find help before the Lady of Autumn competition traps him in an impossible decision. Korin bursts into the office of the chairman of Merkaba, breathing heavily after running. The chairman sits calmly behind a large desk in a quiet room filled with books and sunlight. After catching his breath, Korin begins explaining the problem about the Lady of Autumn competition during the Harvest Festival. He speaks urgently, hoping the chairman will understand the trouble that the event is causing among the students. The chairman listens carefully while Korin explains the growing rivalry among the girls competing for the title. Korin's anxious expression reveals how desperate he is to avoid being forced to choose one person and anger everyone else. After hearing the explanation, the chairman reacts with unexpected excitement. Instead of canceling the event, she reveals that she has also been invited to participate in the Lady of Autumn competition, showing surprising enthusiasm for the festival. Korin lowers his head in disbelief as he realizes the situation has become even worse. The one person he hoped would help resolve the problem has instead joined the competition herself. The chairman calmly reminds Korin that the golden ribbon will still need to be given to someone during the festival. Her words make it clear that Korin cannot escape the responsibility he is trying to avoid. Korin collapses in despair as he realizes his plan has completely failed. Instead of solving the problem, he has only added another powerful participant to the already chaotic competition. Warm sunset light fills the office as the young man kneels before the silver-haired woman behind her desk. His lowered posture reflects acceptance of a difficult responsibility connected to the golden ribbon and the Harvest Festival. Slowly rising, he steels himself and decides he can no longer avoid what must be done. Determination replaces hesitation as he prepares to act. From behind the desk, she studies his troubled expression. Her calm demeanor highlights the seriousness of his resolve. A close look at her eyes accompanies mention of the festival's final day. The timing makes clear that his decision cannot be delayed. Standing firmly, he proposes meeting at the top of the clock tower. His steady posture shows that he has chosen a path forward. Midnight surprises her, and a faint blush crosses her face. Though flustered, she listens without refusing. After a brief pause, she quietly agrees. Her hesitation fades into reluctant acceptance. He confirms the plan with unwavering resolve. The promise between them is settled. Turning away, he strides out and declares he will make her the Lady of Autumn. The golden ribbon now has a clear destination. At the academy cafeteria, he sits among fellow competitors. The lively setting contrasts with his growing unease. 5 participants are revealed, each subtly expecting the ribbon. Their presence deepens his conflict. Tension tightens his expression as he realizes he is only one person facing many hopes. Memory of his promise resurfaces, reminding him of his commitment. Leaning forward at the table, he wrestles with doubt and pressure. In the end, he recognizes that choosing one will disappoint the rest, leaving him trapped in uncertainty. In the cafeteria, the young man listens as his friends offer a reckless solution to his ribbon dilemma. Rejecting their mockery, He refuses to give up. Memories of past trials surface, reminding him that he has always pushed forward when cornered. Leaning over the table with sudden intensity, he declares a bold decision, instead of choosing one winner. Silence falls over his stunned friends as they stare at him in shock. His wild grin makes them question his sanity. Without waiting for approval, he dashes out of the cafeteria, laughing with fierce determination. Behind him, his companions decide to support him despite their doubts. A title card marks the shift in time, announcing 3 weeks before the Harvest Festival. The stage for his reckless plan is set. North of Merkabah City stands Wish Peak, a mountain known for holiday festivals and scenic views. Recently, word has spread about a new attraction along the hiking trail. Curious townspeople gather, drawn by rumors of something unusual. Groups of participants kneel and leap in unison under strict commands. The structured exercise turns the mountain path into a loud training ground. Onlookers whisper as they watch the intense drills unfold. Surprise grows at the sight of academy students leading the session. Attention shifts to the young man directing the crowd with commanding energy. His presence dominates the slope. Villagers react with astonishment at his physique and discipline. Admiration spreads quickly among the spectators. Recognition dawns as some realize he is a Knight Academy student. His reputation begins to transform. Surrounded by eager townspeople, he remains momentarily startled by their enthusiasm. Their praise centers on his strength and dedication. The training continues with renewed vigor, marking the first step of his ambitious plan to achieve the impossible. Corin Locke is presented as a former national team candidate and personal trainer, his confident smile revealing pride in his past achievements. On the mountain stage, he demonstrates intense muscle training before an enthusiastic crowd. Cheers rise as he turns physical exercise into a lively performance. Although surrounded by admiration, his true goal remains preparation for the Harvest Festival. Every movement serves a larger plan. Addressing townspeople gathered before him, Corin explains that their drills are part of festival preparation. The crowd listens closely under the fading sunset. 2 weeks before the festival, groups quietly transport materials through the city. Their organized movement suggests careful coordination. From above, robed mages stand in disciplined formation, while Corin signals instructions. Even members of the Mage Tower appear involved in his preparations. With a raised arm, he directs the assembled mages, ensuring every order is understood. His large-scale plan advances steadily. 1 week before the festival, the scene shifts to a training facility at dusk. Noticeable improvement is acknowledged. After sparring, Corin and a female knight rest on the wooden floor. Despite her growth, the difference in skill remains evident. Calmly, Corin explains that the density of experience matters more than simple repetition. His composed tone highlights his maturity. The young knight lowers her eyes, absorbing his advice while wrestling with insecurity. Silence lingers as she struggles to respond, clearly unsettled by the gap between them. Corin maintains a steady smile, confident in his reasoning and progress. His guidance is firm but not dismissive. The knight reflects on his words, questioning whether she must surpass past fears to advance further. In a quiet close-up, she gathers her resolve, addressing him softly as uncertainty turns into determination before the coming festival. Seated on the training hall floor, Corin drinks from a bottle when the topic of the ribbon is raised again. He nearly chokes as the number is repeated, visibly flustered by the reminder. Embarrassment colors his face. She laughs softly at his reaction, easing the tension for a moment. The atmosphere shifts from pressure to something more personal. Sitting shoulder to shoulder, she admits her feelings for him with steady sincerity. Corin stiffens, unsure how to respond to such direct honesty. Her confession deepens as she repeats that her feelings are genuine. Gratitude escapes him awkwardly. Leaning closer, she tells him he does not need to give her a ribbon. The statement surprises him more than the confession itself. Under the quiet lights of the hall, she explains that her feelings are separate from the competition. A painful memory surfaces. Recalling a choice made long ago that still lingers, doubt once shaped her decisions. Rejecting that weakness, she refuses to surrender before the result is decided. Determination replaces resignation in her eyes. Corin answers firmly that he will give her the golden ribbon. His sudden declaration leaves her stunned. She questions how he could accomplish that, knowing it would require winning 5 separate events. The scale of his promise becomes clear. He admits the plan sounds unreasonable, yet remains composed. The decision is not born from impulse alone. Overwhelmed, she insists she is fine and tells him to stop pushing himself. Emotion cracks through her composure. Corin rises to his feet, turning slightly as sunlight frames his back. Resolve strengthens his posture. Without hesitation, he tells her she is worthy. His unwavering belief becomes the foundation of his impossible goal. At the special dormitory, Korin sits with his companions during exam week and calmly declares he will abandon the tests. Resting his clasped hands before his face, he explains that winning 5 ribbons requires victory in 5 separate competitions. When asked about another contender, he reveals she will not attend, narrowing the field. A simple chart of ribbons makes clear that only first place earns gold. Recalling the knight's earlier words about not wanting special treatment, Korin grows thoughtful. One companion bluntly calls him a playboy, while he lists the 5 events he has selected. Hunting, cooking, commerce, a mock trial, and magic exposition form his chosen path. Faced with doubts about winning all 5, he insists there is always a way. His confidence steadies the room. Leaning over the table, Korin begins outlining his strategy to the 2 beast-eared allies beside him. Soon after, the harvest festival arrives in full celebration, balloons rising above the city. The long preparation reaches its testing point. On the first day, the hunting competition is announced before a cheering crowd. The opening challenge begins immediately. The hunting event releases fierce monsters into a designated ground. Participants must earn points by defeating them. Organizers reveal a special rule, drawing confusion from competitors. Tension spreads among the gathered hunters. The rule clarifies that hunting dogs will be used in the competition. Korin accepts the condition without hesitation. Officials confirm the involvement of trained dogs, watching for reactions. Competitors exchange uncertain glances. Korin responds calmly, signaling that he anticipated this twist. His expression shows readiness rather than concern. With the hunt about to begin, he prepares to take his first step toward claiming 5 victories and 5 golden ribbons. Korin stands at the hunting grounds with several massive wolf-like beasts beside him, drawing attention from other participants. With a relaxed expression, he presents the animals as professionally trained foreign breeds he personally acquired. As the rule allowing professional hunting dogs is displayed, he calmly demonstrates their obedience. Close to the starting area, one of the wolves reveals sharp claws and a low growl, hinting at its true power. An official hesitates, unsure whether such imposing animals should be permitted. The situation grows tense as questions about breed and size restrictions arise. Korin presses the organizer about the absence of specific limitations in the rules. Faced with that fact, as the competition is announced, excitement spreads through the field. Hunters prepare to charge forward into the forest. Korin quietly states his intention while gripping his weapon. Instead of merely following expectations, he chooses to exploit what the rules do not forbid. With fierce focus in his eyes, he advances alongside the massive wolves. His strategy is set in motion toward claiming the golden ribbon. As the hunting competition came to an end, Korin Lork secured first place through an overwhelming performance. His success surprised many students because he had crossed the course far faster than expected. Watching from a distance, several spectators tried to understand how he achieved such an impressive result. Filled with satisfaction, Korin openly celebrated his victory. Behind his cheerful attitude, he was already preparing for the next stage of the festival. Holding the golden ribbon in his hand, Korin proudly displayed proof of his achievement. Even those who doubted him could no longer ignore the outcome. Soon afterward, the second day of the Harvest Festival shifted attention toward a charity auction. Excitement spread across the venue as students gathered around the stage. Anticipation continued to build when the first ticket was presented to the audience. Among the featured participants, Luna's date ticket immediately attracted attention. The winner would earn the opportunity to spend an entire day together with her. Unexpectedly, the auction became one of the festival's most popular activities. Since all profits would support the academy, even more students joined the bidding. Across the crowded hall, rumors about other famous participants fueled additional excitement. As interest increased, competition quickly became more intense. Meanwhile, a blue-haired student learned about the auction and grew uneasy. Although she had been told not to participate, she disliked the idea of someone else obtaining Korin's ticket. Without enough confidence to act alone, she turned to a trusted friend for help. Her request revealed how seriously she viewed the situation. After listening carefully, the friend agreed to assist her. Together they began estimating how much money would be necessary to win. Careful calculations suggested that most students possessed limited spending power. Nevertheless, Korin's popularity meant the final bid could still rise considerably. At the peak of the event, the host announced the final attraction. Under the bright spotlight, Korin appeared before the crowd as the featured participant. Instant reactions echoed throughout the hall, as students expressed admiration, jealousy, and excitement. Inside the auction hall, several students reacted with surprise after learning that Korin's date ticket would also be available. Others quickly began discussing ways to gather enough money to participate. Standing beneath the spotlight, Korin calmly listened as the host asked about his expected selling price. Based on Luna's final bid of 13 gold coins, Corin concluded that 14 coins should be enough. Moments later, the host officially opened the auction and announced Corin's ticket as the featured item. Without hesitation, students began raising their offers one after another. The price climbed steadily from 4 to 7 gold coins as excitement spread throughout the room. The crowd turned toward the source and discovered an enthusiastic student determined to keep Corin away from other girls. Determination soon escalated into open competition when the same bidder boldly raised the price to 20 gold coins. Before anyone could recover from the surprise, another hand rose from the crowd. A senior student named Marie confidently matched the amount and pushed the contest into a new stage. Observing from the stage, Corin realized the outcome was no longer under his control. Soon afterward, the amount increased again as another bid of 21 gold coins echoed through the hall. Rather than slowing down, the competition became even fiercer when 22 gold coins were offered. Questions spread among the spectators about how far this rivalry would go. Then Marie stunned everyone by declaring a bid of 50 gold coins. Her overwhelming offer silenced much of the crowd and instantly established her dominance. Confidence filled Marie's expression as she refused to back down despite the enormous cost. Even those supporting her began wondering whether the amount had become unreasonable. After announcing the current highest bid, the host asked whether anyone could surpass 50 gold coins. For a brief moment, it seemed the auction had already reached its conclusion. As heads turned toward the mysterious challenger, the auction entered an unexpected new phase. Shock spread through the auction hall when the mysterious bid was revealed to equal 100 gold coins. To emphasize its value, comparisons were made to expensive properties and high-quality warhorses. The audience quickly realized that the bid far exceeded what any ordinary student could reasonably spend. Confusion soon turned into curiosity as people wondered who would waste that much money on a single date ticket. Their questions were answered when a distinguished noble stepped into view. Recognition swept through the crowd after the newcomer was identified as Duke Marda. His presence immediately changed the atmosphere because someone of his status rarely attended academy events. Whispers spread among the spectators as they tried to understand his motive. Few could explain why an influential noble would become involved in a student auction. From his perspective, the Duke had likely arrived to prevent anyone else from spending the day with her chosen target. Amusement filled the Duke's expression when Corin responded to the situation with playful confidence. Meanwhile, Marie reacted in complete disbelief. After hearing the latest bid, the amount had already exceeded everything she possessed and left her unable to continue competing. Without hesitation, Duke Marde revealed the true source of the money. Every coin being used in the auction had originally come from the allowance he provided to his daughter. Silence briefly covered the hall as the Duke raised the stakes even further. His declaration of 1,000 gold coins completely shattered every previous bid. Looking around the room, he confidently concluded that no remaining participant could challenge him. Before the auction could end, however, a woman suddenly entered the hall. Her unexpected arrival immediately captured the Duke's attention. The woman confronted him without hesitation and questioned his behavior. Her appearance instantly weakened the confidence he had displayed moments earlier. Embarrassment replaced authority as she dragged him away from the event. While the spectators watched in amazement, the Duke could do little but follow. Laughter and confusion spread through the audience as the married couple disappeared from the hall. Just as the auction seemed finished, a bid of 1,001 gold coins was announced. Marie stared in disbelief because the amount far exceeded what she had expected to spend. From the stage, the host called for any higher offers, but the audience remained silent. Most students could only watch because the bidding had already reached an impossible level. Although Corin technically secured the ribbon and the attention surrounding the event, he felt dissatisfied with how everything unfolded. Suddenly, a voice from the entrance declared a bid of 2,000 gold coins. The announcement immediately stunned everyone present and forced the crowd to turn toward the newcomer. A mysterious figure appeared beneath the bright light, leaving spectators speechless. Confusion spread throughout the hall, as nobody expected the auction to continue escalating. Meanwhile, the Harvest Festival itself continued across the academy. Beyond the excitement of the auction, larger traditions and responsibilities were quietly moving forward. Elsewhere, Director Aaron attended a formal gathering supported by nobles and influential guests. As the academy's leader, she spent much of the festival maintaining important relationships and sponsorships. Despite the busy celebration around her, Aaron's thoughts drifted toward someone she missed deeply. Looking through the academy halls, she reflected on a tradition that had existed long before the current generation. Its history stretched back through countless years. According to ancient records, the festival originally honored several divine beings who protected humanity and enriched the world. People once offered prayers and gratitude during this important season. Legends described gods connected to abundance, sunlight, rivers, rain, music, and celebration. Their blessings were believed to support both nature and civilization. The climax of the festival centered on the Autumn Lady, a chosen representative who received a ceremonial blessing, standing alone beneath the night sky. Erin remembered stories passed down through her family. Questions about the distant past continued to linger in her mind. The passage of nearly 2,000 years had erased much of what once existed. Without warning, a powerful figure surrounded by mysterious energy appeared before her. Facing Erin on a balcony, the mysterious divine figure questioned the current state of the academy and the world. While observing the city below, she spoke about the decline of ancient powers and the destruction of long-standing civilizations. Erin listened carefully as the conversation shifted toward the future. Rather than dwelling on the past, the divine being declared that a new era required new guidance. Her attention turned toward a future light that would rise from the ruins left behind. Later that night, the scene moved to a luxury hotel where Corin arrived after the festival. The atmosphere was far quieter than the crowded auction hall. After entering the room, he reflected on obtaining another golden ribbon during the Harvest Festival. Before he could relax, a red-haired woman approached with playful intentions. Her unexpected behavior immediately changed the mood, leaving Corin caught in an awkward situation. Mariette leaned across the table with a dreamy expression, imagining a future where her bloodline and Corin's strength were combined into a single descendant. Excitement filled her thoughts as she pictured a child inheriting powerful traits from both families and surpassing ordinary people in talent and influence. Growing more enthusiastic, she admired Corin's physical abilities and confidently imagined the creation of an exceptional heir blessed with remarkable potential. Suddenly, Mariette noticed Corin lowering his head and becoming unusually quiet, causing her to pause and watch him carefully. Without warning, Corin reached forward and firmly grabbed her hands, interrupting the wild direction of her imagination. A burst of laughter followed as the unexpected reaction completely shattered the romantic atmosphere she had been building. After calming down, Mariette sighed, while Corin reminded her that 2,000 gold was a significant amount, and not something to joke about. Frustration appeared on his face as he explained that there were limits to what money could solve, regardless of a person's status. Silence briefly settled between them before Mariette reflected on his words and considered the situation from a different perspective. Leaning forward across the table, Corin admitted that money was part of the matter, but the true issue involved trust and personal responsibility. Thoughts of his companions weighed heavily on him, and memories of those connected to the upcoming auction strengthened his determination. Rather than seeking ownership or control, he wanted reassurance that his actions would not betray the people depending on him. A serious expression crossed Mariette's face as she finally understood that Corin's motivation reached far beyond wealth. Knowledge of his guilt and emotional burden allowed her to recognize why the auction troubled him so deeply. Clenching her hand beneath the table, Mariette realized that Corin's goal was never to purchase a person, but to ensure that no one could claim ownership over someone he cared about. Mariette listened to Corin's explanation and gradually understood that his concern came from genuine discomfort, rather than financial loss. A calmer expression appeared on her face as she accepted the sincerity behind his feelings, and stopped treating the matter lightly. Before leaving, Corin reassured her that the outcome he feared would never happen, ending their discussion on a hopeful note. The fourth day of the Harvest Festival arrived, bringing new activity across the academy as students and visitors gathered for special events. Although the institution mainly trained guardians to fight demonic threats, many participants pursued other paths involving magic, commerce, and research. Large crowds flowed through the exhibition grounds where anyone could present inventions and demonstrate their achievements to the public. Interest in the exhibition increased dramatically after the destruction of the Magic Tower, attracting inventors eager to display practical creations. Several presenters showcased magical tools designed to improve daily life, including devices that solved ordinary problems with simple applications of magic. Where ambitious researchers revealed advanced concepts intended to influence future generations and push technological development forward. Among the spectators, a young woman suddenly noticed an unusual disturbance and focused her attention on an unexpected source. Without warning, a vehicle burst into the exhibition area, smashing through obstacles and sending debris flying across the venue. Shock spread through the crowd as the machine raced forward, while its reckless driver ignored the chaos unfolding behind him. Moments later, the vehicle came to a stop and its creator confidently stood on top, presenting the invention as his official submission. Confusion immediately followed, because many observers failed to understand why a damaged carriage-like machine qualified as an exhibition entry. While officials prepared to object, one sharp-eyed spectator sensed something extraordinary behind the demonstration. and realized the invention was far more significant than it appeared. Professor Dana carefully observed the strange vehicle and sensed something unusual within it, noticing that its structure resembled a living creature rather than a normal machine. Unlike an ordinary carriage, the invention seemed to possess a pulse of its own, with magical energy flowing through its body, as if it were blood. After examining its behavior, she realized the machine carried a will and spirit that should not exist in a conventional invention, leaving her amazed by Corin's achievement. Standing atop the vehicle, Corin admitted that he could not fully explain the process behind its creation, despite recognizing the professor's curiosity. Memories of his previous actions crossed his mind as he recalled rescuing enslaved people from the potato farm and gathering allies along the way. Instead of presenting detailed research, he confidently revealed a ribbon earned through the exhibition and allowed the results to speak for themselves. The judges ultimately declared Corin's invention the winner of the magic exhibition after witnessing its originality and overwhelming impact. While spectators celebrated the victory, Corin viewed the achievement as another step toward completing his objectives during the festival. Thoughts of the hunting tournament, auction, and exhibition passed through his mind as he prepared for the final challenge ahead. Away from the competition grounds, Corin continued helping visitors at a busy food market booth while casually interacting with festival guests. Numerous customers gathered around the stand, and news quickly spread that his booth had earned the highest recognition of the entire event. As another ribbon was added to his collection, the growing support from the crowd made his success increasingly unavoidable. 4 ribbons now rested in Corin's possession, leaving only a single challenge between him and complete victory at the festival. Bright morning light filled a large courtroom as participants assembled for the 5th day's featured event, the mock trial competition. With contestants divided into prosecution and defense teams, Corin entered the hall knowing that the final ribbon would be decided through argument, strategy, and judgment, rather than strength alone. The mock trial began with an imaginary defendant based on a real incident from the academy, while Corin confidently took the role of the defense representative. Years of studying recent legal reforms gave him an advantage, and he believed few students understood the kingdom's laws better than he did. Since the professor acted only as the judge while students determined the outcome, Corin focused on winning over the audience rather than the bench. The prosecution presented a case involving a student accused of stealing food and causing trouble within the academy grounds. Instead of directly denying the accusations, Corin reframed the situation and argued that the defendant had merely reclaimed resources originating from nature. Confusion spread across the courtroom as his unusual interpretation transformed a simple theft case into a surprisingly complicated debate. When additional accusations were raised, Corin responded with equally creative reasoning that challenged the prosecution's assumptions. Absence from class became independent educational exploration, while questionable experiments were portrayed as harmless efforts to expand knowledge. Even incidents involving explosions were minimized through technical arguments, leaving many participants struggling to counter his relentless logic. Eventually, Corin delivered a dramatic conclusion and declared the defendant innocent, causing part of the audience to erupt into cheers. Blue voting paddles filled the air as students enthusiastically supported his arguments, impressed by his confidence and quick thinking. After restoring order, the judge announced the beginning of the final case, the decisive round that would determine the last ribbon. Attention shifted when the prosecution introduced a new defendant, and Corin immediately recognized the familiar face standing beneath the spotlight. The case accused Joran Locke of abusing academy resources and maintaining inappropriate relationships with several female students simultaneously. Shock flashed across Corin's face as increasingly outrageous charges were listed, forcing him to prepare for the most absurd and difficult defense of the competition. The prosecution continued presenting increasingly bizarre accusations against the fictional Joran Locke, causing visible panic to appear on Corin's face as he struggled to keep pace with the relentless attacks. Attempting to salvage the situation, Corin argued that many of the alleged relationships could simply be explained as ordinary friendships that had been misunderstood by outsiders. Awkward silence spread through the courtroom when further examples were revealed, making his defense sound less convincing to the students serving as jurors. A classmate reminded everyone that the trial concerned a fictional version of Joran Locke, yet the similarities to real events remained impossible for many spectators to ignore. From the audience seats, students watched with amusement as Corin desperately searched for arguments capable of overturning the growing number of accusations. Refusing to concede defeat, he insisted that every action attributed to the defendant might have been motivated by hidden responsibilities or circumstances unknown to others. Eventually, the judge called the proceedings to a close and prepared to deliver the verdict determined entirely by the votes of the student jury. Following a brief moment of suspense, the final decision was announced and the defendant was declared guilty in the eyes of the audience. As the 5th day of the Harvest Festival concluded, Korin nevertheless secured the final ribbon awarded for participation in the mock trial event. Later, his companions gathered around a table and carefully examined the collection of ribbons earned throughout the festival's many competitions. Attention quickly shifted back to the absurd trial, and several members expressed disbelief at the outrageous charges assigned to Joran Locke. While the others joked about the verdict, Korin focused on the rewards before him and counted the achievements he had collected. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him as he realized only a single objective remained unfinished, despite completing every major competition. The final day of the Harvest Festival arrived, bringing renewed pressure and uncertainty, despite his impressive record of victories. Sitting alone in thought, Korin reflected on recent events and worried that unexpected complications might still disrupt his carefully prepared plans. Korin sat alone and carefully reviewed his situation, reflecting on the many unexpected setbacks he had experienced throughout the festival, and preparing several backup plans for the challenge ahead. Rather than feeling nervous, he convinced himself that the final task was manageable because it required a skill that only a male participant could perform in this unusual event. With determination replacing hesitation, Korin began changing into an elaborate outfit, deciding that there was no reason to feel embarrassed if victory depended on it. Meanwhile, a spectator reacted with shock after seeing Korin's transformed appearance, realizing that he had become one of the contestants in the festival's final competition. Bright stage lights illuminated the venue as participants gathered backstage, each preparing carefully for the event that would conclude the Harvest Festival. Once everyone was assembled, the final competition officially began, revealing itself as a cross-dressing contest and placing Korin among a lineup of competitors, seeking the festival's last reward. Under the bright spotlight, the host announced a strange competition where the winner would receive a coveted gold ribbon around the venue. Most contestants looked exhausted and unwilling. Many had entered only because they lost bets, and their only goal was to survive the embarrassing event and leave the stage. Unlike everyone else, Jaeger Hinchter burned with determination. His eyes shone with obsession as he convinced himself that victory belonged to him alone, no matter what happened. When Jaeger's name was called, he stepped onto the stage without hesitation. The crowd expected another awkward performance, but his confidence immediately drew attention. A dramatic pose followed as he stretched his arms toward the lights and displayed himself with overwhelming enthusiasm. Meanwhile, several spectators stared in disbelief. Instead of acting embarrassed like the others, Jaeger seemed completely devoted to winning the competition. Soon, additional contestants joined him beneath the spotlight. Their appearance only increased the absurd atmosphere as the audience watched with mixed excitement and confusion. From the side of the stage, one participant realized that the others were intentionally exaggerating their performances. After observing their behavior, a determined woman finally understood the situation. Rather than backing down, she decided to compete seriously and challenge them directly. With newfound resolve, the woman declared that she would give everything she had. Her posture straightened as confidence replaced hesitation. Unexpectedly, memories of watching dance videos during military service surfaced in her mind. Those countless hours became the foundation of a sudden strategy. Focusing entirely on immersion, she launched herself into the performance. Her movements struck with surprising force, leaving nearby contestants startled by the sudden change. Competitors were pushed aside one after another while her powerful routine controlled the spotlight. Across the audience, spectators watched in amazement. Even those familiar with her abilities could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Contestants scattered across the platform while the crowd stared at the overwhelming display in stunned silence. After witnessing the overwhelming performance, the remaining contestants finally broke. Several of them shouted their surrender and demanded that the ribbon be awarded immediately. Across the audience, silence replaced excitement. The exhausted participants sat motionless, unable to process the chaos that had unfolded before them. Meanwhile, the host stood awkwardly on stage, while a faint laugh escaped the victorious performer. Confidence filled the air as the result became impossible to deny. Petals drifted through the spotlight as Korin stood proudly at the center of the stage. Satisfaction appeared on his face after completely dominating the competition. Around him lay the defeated contestants, while officials counted the outcome of the event. 15 people had entered. Several were injured, and many had already forfeited. Soon afterward, the winner was officially announced. A shower of golden ribbons appeared above the stage, marking Korin Locke's unexpected victory. Later that night, the festival lights illuminated the city below. From a high balcony, a woman admired the peaceful streets while reflecting on the town's history. According to her memories, the city had begun as a small orphanage that welcomed children who had lost their families to monsters. Over time, it grew into a respected academy city. A gentle smile crossed her face as she looked at the celebration. the sight of people enjoying themselves made the long years of effort feel worthwhile. Rather than joining the festivities, she quietly walked across the balcony beneath the moonlight. Earlier encounters had revealed an unusual determination within Korin. The strength of his resolve suggested that something significant had happened to him. Eventually, she invited him to speak honestly. Standing face to face beneath the night sky, she encouraged him to reveal what was weighing on his mind. Korin finally expressed a wish that extended beyond himself. His goal was not personal glory but the happiness and safety of countless people. Nearby companions enjoyed the festival without worries, creating the very future he wanted to protect. Listening carefully, the woman gave him her support. Beneath the stars, she assured him that his wish could become reality if he continued moving forward. Determination filled Korin's eyes as he reached out and firmly grabbed the woman's hand. He understood that the future he sought could not be achieved alone. Without hesitation, he pulled her closer and embraced her beneath the moonlit sky. The sudden action left her completely stunned. A quiet promise followed as Korin asked her to remain by his side until everything finally came to an end. Shock and uncertainty flashed across her face as she struggled to respond. Soon afterward, Korin revealed the truth behind his urgency. The final day of the autumn festival marked the beginning of a catastrophe hidden from ordinary students. At midnight, the academy would enter a world of frozen time. Deep within the clock tower rested an ancient rune capable of stopping the flow of time itself. Using that forbidden power, Balthazar would activate countless runes spread throughout the city. The entire academy would be dragged into a massive shadow domain beyond normal reality. Dark energy consumed the city as buildings trembled and vanished into the shadow-filled landscape. The peaceful academy transformed into a battlefield within moments. From every direction, shadow beasts poured into the streets. Most students remained unable to move while fear spread across the frozen city. Despite the overwhelming danger, several talented students fought desperately to protect others. Their resistance slowed the invasion but could not stop it completely. Meanwhile, Korin observed the unfolding disaster with complete focus. Unlike the others, he already knew exactly how the event would develop. Powerful enemies, including Balthazar and countless shadow creatures, launched a coordinated assault across the academy. Flames, destruction, and chaos swallowed entire districts. Rather than panicking, Korin analyzed every detail. The disaster matched the future he had prepared himself to confront. Memories of the coming battle strengthened his resolve. Every sacrifice and every struggle pointed toward the same unavoidable conflict. Beyond the destruction stood enemies capable of overwhelming even the academy's strongest defenders. Facing the approaching crisis, Korin remained calm. The moment he had been preparing for was finally about to begin. Amid the raging flames, Korin recalled the tragic future awaiting the academy. Countless important people would lose their lives once the disaster began. Across the burning city, destruction spread without mercy. Buildings collapsed while desperate defenders fought against overwhelming enemies in the darkness. Among those destined to die was his master. Wielding her sword against impossible odds, she stood at the center of the battlefield as the academy's final shield. Memories from Korin's previous life surfaced once again. In the original story, the catastrophe could never be prevented, no matter how many times the heroes resisted. After arriving in this world alongside Park Sihu, Korin had searched for countless solutions. Every attempt ended with the same devastating result. Again and again, his master fought for justice, for her students, and for the academy. Each time, her sacrifice became an unavoidable part of the tragedy. Even while surrounded by fire and destruction, she never abandoned her duty. A calm smile remained on her face as she accepted her responsibility as an adult. Rather than protecting herself, she chose to stand between danger and the children under her care. Her determination never wavered despite the hopeless situation. Knowing what awaited her, he realized that this very night would become the final chapter of her life unless history changed. Meanwhile, the clock tower continued its approach toward midnight. Every passing second brought the academy closer to disaster. At the fated moment, strange energy erupted from the tower. The ancient rune hidden at its summit awakened and released its power. Soon afterward, the original rune began resonating with the countless magical symbols engraved throughout the city. The process that should have triggered the catastrophe had officially started. Purple streams of energy spread across the academy as the runes answered the tower's call. The city seemed moments away from entering the familiar nightmare. Ordinary people continued moving through the streets, unaware that anything unusual was happening around them. Instead of activating the rune of movement as Korin remembered, a different symbol appeared within the glowing light. As the festival continued beneath the warm autumn lights, Korin reflected on everything he had accomplished since arriving at the academy. The season felt like a time to gather the results of countless efforts. Across the crowded venue, students celebrated and enjoyed the festival without worry. Their happiness represented the peaceful future Korin had fought so hard to protect. Memories flashed through his mind one after another. Missions completed, friends rescued, and impossible challenges overcome, reminded him how far he had come. Every victory had required relentless effort. Korin pushed himself to grow stronger because he knew the dangers that awaited beyond the academy. Many failures accompanied that journey. Training, battles, and difficult decisions often ended badly before he finally discovered a solution. Rather than giving up, he treated each mistake as another lesson. Step by step, those failures became the foundation of his progress. Through persistence, Korin corrected countless problems and changed events that once seemed unavoidable. Beside him stood the people whose lives had been saved. Their ordinary days and peaceful smiles were proof that his efforts had not been wasted. Looking toward the future, he remembered the hopes entrusted to him. The responsibility left by his master remained one of his greatest motivations. Facing Eren beneath the glowing festival lights, Korin finally expressed what had been weighing on his heart. At the same time, danger still lingered in the distance. Winter approached, and uncertain battles awaited beyond the brief peace of the festival. Even so, Korin chose to treasure the present moment. Before confronting the future, he wanted to celebrate the person standing before him. A gentle smile appeared as he wished Eren a happy birthday. Warm light from the festival illuminated both of them against the night sky. Surprised by the unexpected gesture, Eren thanked him sincerely. Gratitude and happiness shone clearly in her expression. The evening ended with a quiet, heartfelt moment between master and disciple. For a brief time, the burdens of the future faded beneath the glow of the festival. An unknown man stated that the initial scheme aimed to create a gateway, linked with the entire academy. Rather than forming the gateway, the energy merely turned into an enormous burst of fireworks over the academy town. At the same time, the enemy group covertly observed from overhead. Their leader quietly acknowledged that Korin had ruined all traps they set throughout the past year. A different man wondered whether allowing Korin to live was the right choice following the academy endured the catastrophe. Concerns regarding Princess Marua and the academy's survival rendered the circumstances far more threatening for their later schemes. The woman stayed composed as the rest grew anxious. She believed the shifting destiny around Korin would ultimately draw him to their side. A mighty figure urged Ohard not to dread the unforeseen shifts around Korin. He disclosed that each coming he previously witnessed consistently concluded with tragedy for the woman linked to Korin. Korin's survival distorted destiny itself. The enemy leader grew intensely curious in the uncertain course currently unfolding prior to them. The woman acknowledged that Korin's existence was equally extraordinary and perilous, since no one could foresee his following action. Now, doubts over whether Korin might evade the final fight occupied the silent night. He lifted his palm toward dawn and proclaimed that Korin would come by himself. Dawn light stretched over the mountains as the enemy leader gazed at the academy from a balcony. His fist gradually clenched as he summoned the rival selected by destiny itself. The atmosphere grew strained with expectation. An icy grin formed on his face as he waited for Korin to come and confront the fated clash. Throughout winter vacation, Korin practiced by himself as he recalled the recurring timelines he had lived through earlier. Snow silently blanketed the academy settlement beneath. Different from prior cycles, his motions grew far quicker and better disciplined as training. Strong aura enveloped his body constantly, following rigorous practice. Korin eventually learned the opening stage of a spear technique he could not master prior to. Marie trained against Korin under the night sky as the pair traded swift spear strikes. Their fight revealed his greater progress. Though Korin's abilities had improved considerably, Marie kept to defeat him during intense fight training. Experience kept granting her an advantage. The training session finished peacefully as Marie told him again that actual fights differed from training bouts. Korin softly confessed he still required more power prior to confronting coming enemies ahead. Marie closely inspected his arm when he inquired for truthful feedback about his bodily condition. The unusual request flustered her a little. Despite the uncomfortable mood, Korin stayed earnest since he intended to eliminate all weaknesses from his combat method. Marie misread his purpose initially and grew embarrassed as averting her gaze. Once she settled down, she clarified that his muscles were already mighty beside normal fighters. Korin paid close attention as considering the relationship linking aura and bodily power. A sudden insight flashed in Korin's eyes upon hearing Marie's remarks regarding aura control. Concerns regarding coming battles occupied his thoughts as he explored fresh methods to enhance his fighting approach. Under the cold winter sky, Korin readied himself for still tougher practice prior to the approaching conflict started. Korin understood his master did not depend on aura throughout their practice sessions. Technique by itself enabled her to stop strikes carrying solar energy. Following paying close attention, Korin recognized that his power was already sufficient. The true issue was discovering how to release its complete potential. Marie later proposed visiting an elderly man who might direct him onward. The unexpected name instantly startled Korin. Concerns regarding Garand Arden revived memories of the famed Sword Emperor. Korin recalled abandoning the elderly warrior there when the Sky Island fell apart. The falling island was impossible to visit again, even for mighty creatures able to fly. Korin thought no one could reach that place without danger. Despite those impossible circumstances, the idea of meeting Garand again gradually entered Korin's mind. Korin feared the Sword Emperor could strike him at once if they reunited. Earlier events still caused friction between them. As he walked across the academy, memories from the prior winter resurfaced to him. The city had fell apart, and his master perished in the catastrophe. Unlike the prior timeline, the academy now stayed peaceful and safe from ruin. Korin recalled rescuing Firmak, Dunscaith, and Miriam prior to events turned hopeless. His past failures no longer ruled the present timeline. Seated silently on a bench, he accepted his progress had stalled without direction from the Sword Emperor. Nevertheless, Korin chose to concentrate on the immediate duties prior to him. A black cat sat beside Korin as he quietly arranged his coming goals. Concerns regarding association matters gradually displaced his concerns about the Sword Emperor. Beneath the calm daylight, Korin readied himself for the trials lying ahead. Korin's accomplishments within the academy rapidly improved his standing among knights. His swift advancement from 5th rank to 1st rank astonished numerous pupils and teachers. Though he earned acknowledgement as a semi-special rank knight, formal authorization for special rank kept to be hard to secure. The military only started viewing him seriously following, observing his fight against Ohard Bress during the earlier conflict. Severe assessments and approval from influential judges were necessary prior to anyone might obtain the special rank title. The Guardian Central Association managed the procedure itself. During the winter break, Korin came to the association building to undergo the evaluation. Miss Josephine welcomed him brightly outside, as inquiring about his absence from the academy. Prior to Korin could respond fully, Alicia abruptly ran ahead and embraced him firmly prior to everyone around. Warren swiftly dragged Alicia away upon seeing how near she stood to Korin. Tension instantly formed between both girls. The uncomfortable reunion revealed Korin that neither Alicia nor Warren attempted to conceal their feelings anymore. Both girls kept quarreling as Korin remained quiet between them, wearing a tired expression. A nearby staff member then came respectfully and welcomed Korin as a valued guest of the association. This man presented himself as Chairman Rednick, one of the senior figures inside the Guardian Association. Chairman Rednick obtained Korin warmly upon seeing his rising fame throughout the kingdom. Concerns regarding the special rank evaluation covered Korin's mind as the association members observed him closely. Within the enormous building, Korin readied himself for another major trial waiting ahead. Chairman Rednick welcomed Korin courteously as commending his achievements as a gifted academy alumnus. Their meeting seemed cordial despite the political character of the association. Korin politely mentioned Miss Josephine prior to accepting a modest present from the chairman. This bottle originated from someone tied to southern Dunarif. Though Korin valued the gift, he was unable to drink it since he was not yet of age. The nearby mood grew far lighter afterward. Rednick rapidly recognized the strong connection between Korin and the Dunarif family from the costly present. His political instincts instantly awakened. At the same time, Alicia and Warren came toward the group as watching the odd interaction between Korin and the chairman. Their appearance disrupted the conversation. Korin quietly grew embarrassed, following seeing how questionable the situation gazed to people nearby. Despite the awkward moment, Korin stayed assured since the chairman's backing nearly secured his special rank approval. Abruptly, a known voice rang through the hall and instantly seized Korin's attention. Dark power covered the surroundings. The arrival of Garand Arden stunned Korin entirely since he had not expected the Sword Emperor to come there himself. Garand quietly welcomed the chairman as he entered the association building with immense presence. Everyone around grew tense at once. The Sword Emperor then declared his plan to directly judge Korin Locke's special rank examination. Fear immediately crossed across Korin's face. Recognizing the threat ahead, Korin knew his examination had abruptly turned much harder than anticipated. Years ago, the Sword Emperor slew monsters that emerged merely once per decades. As time went by, age eventually reached him, and the formerly mighty warrior emerged to lose the immense presence that had rattled the world. As a band of knights debated hunting a huge bird to earn glory and rank, they misjudged the real meaning of power. As they marched through the forest, one knight spotted something unusual ahead and warned his companions. Shortly afterward, an enormous bird emerged out of darkness. its shining eyes and huge talons showing a dreadful threat. Terror moved across the group as they understood the monster was well beyond their predictions, driving them to flee in panic. Prior to the beast could strike, a radiant blade of light abruptly fell from overhead. That lone blow sliced through the giant bird with immense accuracy and force. Knights noticed an elderly swordsman standing quietly with his sword lifted to the heavens. Astonishment gripped the knights when they identified the fighter who had stood prior to them. Against every rumor, the Sword Emperor had not declined whatsoever, despite advancing years. The dead giant bird revealed that the legendary swordsman still held power surpassing normal special class knights. A chairman considered how the Sword Emperor had kept becoming stronger rather than weakening. Recalling his own ascent through politics and command, he recognized that special class knights stood on a completely separate level. Resolved to assess Corin Lork personally, the chairman readied himself to learn whether another exceptional person was ready to appear. Following battling the Sword Emperor within an earlier timeline, Corin instantly understood the difference between his present power and the might of a genuine legend. A recollection of their earlier clash returned as he recalled being overpowered in one exchange and receiving a grave wound. Despite losing, the Sword Emperor had recognized Corin's promise and believed he might become a notable swordsman in the coming. Instead of admiring careless bravery, the Sword Emperor viewed blind dedication to fight a serious weakness within gifted warriors. He clarified that Corin already held sufficient power and missed something more essential. Advice from former companions and painfully gained experience guided Corin to an understanding about the road he had to take. Recalling his later goals, Corin recognized that evading trials would merely delay his progress and keep him unready for stronger foes. Resolve replaced uncertainty as he decided to confront the test rather than seeking for an easier path. Pleased by that choice, the Sword Emperor offered a straightforward trial to judge Corin's development. A gigantic sword stood embedded prior to them as the Sword Emperor declared the rules of the evaluation. The trial demanded Corin to survive 3 clashes against the legendary swordsman. Observing from the seats, multiple officials questioned that any regular knight could satisfy such a harsh standard. Worry grew among the observers as they wondered why the chairman had permitted the examination to continue. Corin controlled his breathing and readied himself for the approaching duel. Once both swordsmen took position, the test was at last ready to start. The Sword Emperor started the opening trial by releasing one blow and commanded Corin to block it with all power he possessed. Tension covered the hall as the immense aura around the legendary swordsman made everyone recall of his fearsome reputation. Without delay, the blow fell toward Corin, making the observers speechless by the raw power within it. The collision broke the dueling floor and hurled fragments throughout the chamber as the strike struck its mark. Employing every part of his body and weapon mastery, Corin narrowly succeeded in stopping the blow prior to it overpowered him. He successfully fulfilled the opening condition and obtained approval from the Sword Emperor. During the second clash, the Sword Emperor required that Corin release his aura to its highest limit. Instead of depending entirely on defense, Corin triggered several fight techniques and combined his greatest powers within one assault. A tremendous collision exploded when his dragon-based spear technique struck directly into the Sword Emperor's oncoming blow. Fierce waves of power expanded across the arena as both attacks collided directly in midair. Observers stared in disbelief as Corin pressed onward against an opponent who remained at the summit of swordsmanship. Following the collision eventually faded, the Sword Emperor stayed composed as watching the young knights resolve. Watching Corin, the Sword Emperor noticed echoes of his younger self mirrored in the challenger's movements. The relentless wish to grow stronger made him recall the road he had traveled during his younger years. Legendary swordsmen started judging whether Corin held the mentality required to break beyond his limits. The Sword Emperor thought about his past, admitting that he formerly believed ceaseless practice and the search for power were the sole routes to genuine power. All changed once he was beaten by someone vastly stronger, making him reconsider the convictions he had obeyed for years. Recalling the lessons of Aaron Danua, he readied himself to return that lesson by leading Corin across the last stage of the test. Across the shattered arena, the Sword Emperor told Corin to observe closely and understand the road he had to take. The blade traveled slowly and seemed misleadingly gentle. Nevertheless, all instincts inside Corin cautioned him that the incoming blow contained an unthinkable degree of danger. A sudden understanding hit Corin as he identified the method prior to him from recollections of another timeline. The attack mirrored a famous sword principle that exceeded normal techniques and could not be stopped with basic defense. Corin understood that the Sword Emperor was revealing a greater stage of mastery. The sword fell with immense accuracy, sending a slash strong enough to seem able to divide the heavens. Instead of trying to stop it head-on, Corin concentrated on understanding the concept, concealed inside the attack. By observing, he started to grasp what the Sword Emperor actually wished to teach him. The spectators observed with confusion as the Sword Emperor stated that genuine mastery could not merely be imitated or taught. He stressed that a warrior must uncover the purpose and concept within each technique and claim it personally. Recognizing Korin's insight and progress, the Sword Emperor announced that he passed the special class evaluation, although unable to halt the final strike. Following displaying the final strike, the Sword Emperor recognized that Korin had acquired a knowledge of a greater sword principle and saw his promise for later development. At the same time, Korin considered on the lesson and recognized that more power was required if he intended to trial Balthazar and defeat the trials ahead. Prior to departing, the Sword Emperor told him again that the road towards supreme mastery had just started, making Korin resolve to seek an even greater level of power. Korin fulfilled the last condition of the trial and gained acknowledgement from the Elder Master. Shortly afterward, Korin recovered his calm as the judge expressed regret for the confusion. The nearby officials rapidly assembled upon hearing the declaration, and the abrupt attention made the observers stunned by the unexpected outcome. Korin moved toward the group as his friends celebrated with pride, as he stayed focused on verifying whether he had formally obtained the special rank. Soon, association delegates praised him and proclaimed that he grew the latest special rank. The extraordinary accomplishment circulated through the gathering since no swordsman had attained that position following the famed Sword Emperor. Association members kept commending Korin, but his unusual reaction instantly puzzled the officer beside him. Rather than displaying excitement, Korin quietly inquired about the benefits linked with the title, causing the crowd to wonder about his real purpose. The officer paused, then clarified that special rank holders held power matching the association president. Korin immediately requested the president's office since the former leader had stepped down, making every witness entirely speechless. Multiple elder members objected strongly, declining to approve such an unseasoned candidate despite Korin's remarkable achievements. Their noisy protests echoed through the ruined hall as they argued the association required a better experienced leader. Without delay, the Elder Master moved ahead and stopped the dispute with a firm suggestion. He proclaimed that Korin would oversee the tests for unranked candidates, prior to obtaining the special rank formally. The Master stated that stopping 3 candidates would fulfill the last condition, making everyone excited to witness Korin's next trial, leaving the association leaders gazing at Korin with shocked faces as they found it hard to accept the abrupt ruling. Individually, the senior officials came ahead and politely kneeled prior to Korin. Their official gesture verified his new role, signaling the start of a surprising shift inside the Guardian Association. A self-assured grin formed on Korin's face as he promised everyone that he would serve merely as president for a single year then resign. Within that brief period, he intended to recruit skilled guardians and restructure the association as a mightier force ready for coming threats. Veteran members listened closely, as Korin stated that each regional branch would gain dependable leaders to defend every territory. Mariette was appointed to manage the northern branch, as Warren gained responsibility for the western region, and Alicia readied herself to lead the east. Korin linked those assignments to the latest tragedies, including incidents at the academy. Each unusual incident persuaded him that a much larger threat was nearing, making the association's reorganization an immediate priority. Experienced guardians understood Korin aimed to reinforce the organization prior to wicked forces could attack the world once more. He frankly acknowledged his flaws and politely requested advice from the elder members. His honest appeal eased the atmosphere, prompting numerous veteran guardians to rethink their prior resistance. Later, Korin politely presented his year-long strategy to the king and expressed regret for earlier confusion. The king accepted the plan, praised Korin's determination, and pledged complete royal assistance for restoring the Guardian Association. Departing the audience chamber, Korin verified that arrangements throughout each major region were already underway. Following his meeting with the king, Korin courteously inquired how he ought to address the association president. The king assured Korin he could speak freely to him and the president. Though others had urged Korin to join the royal household, he quietly rejected that notion prior to the king surprisingly approved the 2 marriage proposals. At the same time, reports swiftly reached the Dunaleff estate, where a noblewoman hurried into the office, holding the newest newspaper with obvious excitement. Without delay, she rebuked the young successor for overlooking the startling headlines as he silently managed ordinary documents. The paper announced Korin's royal betrothal, making the household speechless by the incredible declaration. A separate article stated that the Sword Emperor had likewise announced his granddaughters would wed Korin. The noblewoman accused the successor for driving Korin away, rather than accepting him into the family from the start. Ashamed by the rebuke, he could merely offer a weak defense as the charges went on without stopping, resolved to repair everything. The noblewoman ordered her husband to promptly return Corin to the household. Prior to anyone responded, their daughter ran into the room as crying upon reading the identical startling reports. Crushed by the understanding that Corin had moved still farther away, holding back tears, she confessed regretting each error that had harmed their bond. Her father reminded her that Corin had never acted selfishly regardless of all that occurred. Silence covered the room as the pair accepted the hurtful consequences of their earlier choices. Marie recalled a calm day among the fields, where she joyfully followed her father as admiring his hard work. The gentle memory disappeared as her father observed his weeping daughter. Understanding that despite it all, restraining his own feelings, he vowed to remain beside Marie and defend her despite of royal standing or aristocratic power. A few days afterward, large queues emerged across the royal capital as residents assembled outside bakeries. Following bread costs abruptly rose. Traders stated that food deliveries had ceased since the southern commerce route was no longer functioning. The king grew enraged upon receiving the reports, faulting the obstinate potato man for causing the expanding economic crisis. A House representative inquired for a thorough explanation, following Eastern food deliveries had not arrived for multiple days. The conversation moved to the family's leader, who silently listened as weighing the deteriorating conditions throughout the region. A deep silence occupied the room as everyone understood the delivery interruption endangered much more than one territory. At the same time, disturbing newspapers circulated across the Guardian Central Association, describing military activity. Multiple articles even blamed Corin of being the cause of the kingdom's rising turmoil, due to his ties to the Arden family. Reviewing the reports, Corin scowled as questioning the untrue charges and gazed for whoever printed them. Corin instantly concentrated on getting ready for the larger disaster nearing the kingdom. He recognized that internal fighting would merely diminish humanity, as deadly foes kept assembling outside public notice. Corin kept advancing his plans regardless of increasing criticism around his name. A momentous assembly started as Corin walked into the royal hall, where 3 of the continent's most influential figures had gathered for a major meeting. Standing politely in front of them, Corin welcomed the mighty leaders, as attempting to preserve correct manners despite the intense atmosphere. The meeting soon grew uncomfortable as every elder refused official titles and demanded Corin address them as family instead. The king symbolized ultimate authority, the noble patriarch represented enormous wealth, and the Sword Emperor remained the strongest martial power on the continent. Collectively, those 3 famed leaders encircled Corin, putting him in an uneasy position as they awaited his reply. Pausing shortly, Corin addressed them as his coming relatives, making the room sink into uncomfortable silence. The unusual assembly demonstrated how a single young guardian joined the continent's greatest political, financial, and military forces within one location. Each mighty figure directed attention toward Corin, showing that his latest accomplishments had entirely transformed his status. What started as an official audience changed into an exceptional gathering that would influence later events throughout the kingdom.